as the unfortunate Babel encountered Superman. He tragically lost his parents, ultimately becoming Superman's brother. Subsequently, he faced a series of extraordinary events and the tumultuous dynamics of high school love and rivalry. Surviving into adulthood proved to be an arduous journey. Chapter 1. The first encounter with Superman and the loss of his parents. In October 1989, a meteor shower in a small town in Kansas altered the fates of all who resided there. A spaceship descended, bearing a small boy, who emerged from its confines to meet the Kent couple, who had been thrown from their truck by the meteor's impact. With an angelic smile, the boy captured the attention of Jonathan and Martha Kent, who, after struggling to extricate themselves from the wreckage, embraced him and moved toward him. The scorched earth and the crater were home to the spaceship, now shrouded in a layer of dust. Jonathan exchanged a glance with Martha, instructing her to wait as he turned to the road, discovering an abandoned red pickup truck nearby. He loaded the spaceship onto the vehicle, covering it with a tarp, before heading back to the farm with Martha. On their way, they encountered a middle-aged man with gray hair, cradling a small boy. He introduced himself as Lex Luthor and explained that his son had been affected by the meteor shower, requesting Jonathan to take him to the hospital. Naively, Jonathan consented, transporting him to the hospital. Along the way, the small boy in Lex's arms, with only a few strands of red hair, muttered softly. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed, blonde-haired boy in Martha's arms gently caressed the unconscious child's cheek, and he fell into a peaceful slumber. Lex inquired, "Is this your child? What is his name?" Martha replied, "Clark. His name is Clark Kent." 5 years after the meteor shower, the boy who had once arrived in an alien spacecraft had grown taller than the farm's perimeter fence. After helping his father with the hay, Clark joyfully frolicked in the open fields of the farm, his figure barely discernible to the naked eye. Feeling fatigued, Clark found a patch of clean earth and lay down to bask in the sun. As he relaxed, an overwhelming cacophony of sounds suddenly pierced his ears. The chaotic noise prompted Clark to cover his ears, but before he could do so completely, he heard the screech of tires, the sound of a crash, and screams. Once he regained his composure, he hastily rose and dashed out of the farm. Jonathan spotted Clark's movement from afar and called out, "Clark, where are you going?" "Father, it seems there has been a car accident nearby. I must investigate," he replied, and in an instant, he vanished from the farm's entrance. Alarmed, Jonathan rushed toward the exit, aware of Clark's extraordinary strength and speed, and he and Martha endeavored to prevent Clark from acting alone to safeguard their son's secret. Yet, a child is still a child. Clark occasionally displayed feats such as lifting cars or breaking through walls. Although he yearned to assist others, Jonathan wished for his son to experience a safe childhood. As Clark exited, he found no sign of an accident nearby. He sprinted towards the source of the commotion, discovering a deep purple Buick had collided with a Ford Mustang 5 kilometers from the farm. Both drivers and passengers were unconscious, teetering on the brink of life and death. Clark extracted a man from the Mustang, but the Buick's door, severely crumpled from the impact, refused to budge. Noticing a viscous liquid pooling beneath him, Clark glanced down to find gasoline leaking from the vehicle, necessitating immediate action. With determination, Clark wrenched the car door free and hurled it aside, rescuing the individuals inside and placing them in a safe distance from the car. Behind him, a deafening explosion erupted as the vehicles ignited, just as Jonathan arrived and breathed a sigh of relief, rushing to assess the victim's conditions. Jonathan dialed 911, describing the scene, and the operator informed him that another accident had occurred nearby, and emergency services would attend to both incidents simultaneously. He instructed Clark to return home while he accompanied the paramedics to the hospital. In the ambulance, a paramedic inquired, "Did these individuals also suffer due to a car door that fell from the sky?" Jonathan looked quizzically at the male paramedic. "A car door?" The talkative paramedic whispered, "In the back of the ambulance lies an Asian family who were moving to town when their vehicle was struck by a falling door, causing them to crash into a tree. Who would have thought that meteor showers could bring down car doors too?" Chapter 2. The tragedy begins becoming Superman's brother. Jonathan remained silent, his gaze lowered in contemplation. Inside the hospital, the numerous injured from the two accidents kept the doctors and nurses in a flurry. Learning that the 3 individuals Clark had saved were no longer in critical condition, he made his way to the emergency room for the Asian family. Having recently immigrated to America, the family had no relatives in the country, leaving Jonathan to wait alone outside the emergency room. A nurse hurried out, prompting Jonathan to approach her and inquire about the family's condition. Noting Jonathan's non-Asian appearance, the nurse asked, "What is your relationship to the patients?" "I witnessed the accident and am deeply concerned for their well-being." "I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose information unless you are a family member or friend. Please, at least tell me if they are out of danger." The nurse, swayed by Jonathan's earnest gaze, relented. "The situation is not good. The child has less severe injuries but is still in critical care, while both adults suffered severe head trauma. We are doing everything we can to save them." With that, the nurse departed. Jonathan called Martha, asking her to bring Clark to the hospital. Upon their arrival, Jonathan led them to an unoccupied office, where he had Clark sit in a chair. He crouched down and asked, "Clark, when you were saving those people today, did you do anything to their car door?" "After the accident, the door was deformed, so I had to pull off the purple car door." "Do you remember what you did with their car door after that?" "I threw it away. Is there going to be compensation?" Clark's head drooped in concern. No, it's not about that. I just wanted to ask how you handled the situation afterward. I am proud of you for saving lives, Clark." Jonathan took Martha's hand as they exited the room. "What's troubling you, Jonathan? You look unwell." Jonathan grasped Martha's hands tightly. "Dear, there was another accident near the first, caused by a falling car door, and that family is still in critical care." Martha gasped, retracting her hands. "Where are they now?" Jonathan led Martha and Clark to the emergency room, where a bed was being wheeled out, revealing a young boy with a bandaged head, his face ashen, being taken to the sterile observation room. Jonathan and Martha approached a doctor to inquire about the treatment. They learned that the child was no longer in danger, but both adults had experienced cardiac arrest, and their prognosis was grim. Martha noticed police officers waiting near the examination room and approached them, asking, "Hello, officer, 2 car accidents occurred near my home today. Do you have any updates on the situation?" The police had no intention of concealing the truth. "Do not worry, madam. The accident was likely caused by fatigue, and the other incident was probably a result of the explosion from the first crash. We will enhance regulations on the relevant roads." Upon learning that Clark was not under suspicion, Martha breathed a sigh of relief and took Clark to the sterile ward where the boy had just been admitted. Casting a glance at the pallid child lying on the hospital bed, Martha closed her eyes and turned away, tightening her grip on Clark's hand. Jonathan approached, noticed Martha's demeanor, and handed Clark some coins to buy a soda. Once Clark had wandered off, Jonathan turned to Martha and said, "I overheard the nurse mention that the boy's parents have just passed away despite attempts to save them. This child." Observing her husband's hesitance, Martha spoke up. "Jonathan, dear, I understand what you wish to express, but due to the meteor shower, our farm is struggling, and can we truly afford to raise this child?" After a moment of calm, Martha continued, "Even if we were to adopt him, once he learns the truth, what if conflicts arise between him and Clark? How shall we manage that?" Jagger mentioned that the mayor is poised to take significant action, and the public discourse surrounding the meteor shower will soon dissipate. Our farm will return to stability shortly. I believe that both we and Clark can embrace another child." Martha gently caressed Jonathan's cheek, gazing deeply into his eyes. "Jonathan, if we adopt a child out of guilt, it would be irresponsible to both him and ourselves." "No, Martha, if he enters the adoption process, we will have no control over the quality of the family he may end up with. If he were to fall into the hands of an irresponsible family, it would be the worst outcome for him. At least we could teach him what love is before he learns to hate. Consider Clark, he would have a brother to grow up with and play alongside. What a gift that would be." Realizing that Jonathan had made up his mind, Martha ceased her objections, nodded, and embraced him, her gaze drifting back to the child in the hospital bed, worry concealed within her eyes. Chapter 3. When the Superboy still faces bullying 8 years after the incident. The child who once heroically saved lives has now grown into a tall and robust adolescent, his features sharp and defined. At this moment, he retrieves a bottle of milk from the refrigerator. Behind him, a dark-haired boy spins around and exclaims, "Mom, Clark is drinking straight from the bottle again." "Babel, are you snitching again? Don't you know that drinking directly from the bottle is so much tastier?" With that, he playfully ruffles the other boy's hair. "Clark, stop teasing your brother. How many times must I remind you to pour into a cup before drinking?" Martha chides, wiping her hands on a towel as she snatches the milk from Clark's grasp. "Good afternoon, sleepyheads," Jonathan announces as he enters the house. The distinctly Asian boy, markedly different in appearance from the others, immediately rushes over to embrace him. "Good afternoon, Dad. Clark just messed with my hair. I'll never grow tall at this rate. You need to keep him in check," he protests, making a silly face at Clark. Jonathan sets him down and accepts the glass of ice water handed to him by Martha, before grabbing the milk bottle to drink from it. "I heard it all from the doorway. Mama's already told him, don't worry, you'll grow tall," he reassures. "I have class tonight, so you 3 will have to manage dinner on your own. No ordering pizza. There are ingredients in the fridge." Babel. How can you expect to grow if you don't eat properly every day? I crossed my arms, glaring at Clark, the instigator of this conversation. He was focused on a parental consent form in his hands, standing up to address Martha and Jonathan about wanting to participate in the afternoon football tryouts, needing their signature. Martha and Jonathan exchanged glances, clearly expressing their disapproval. Clark promised he would control his strength and noted that even if he made the team, he would likely spend half the season on the bench, never actually playing. Jonathan, evidently concerned about potential accidents, still insisted that Clark adhere to their prior agreement and refrain from participating in sports events. As soon as Clark mentioned football, I had begun to drift off. Utterly disinterested in sports, I would much rather engage in more farm work. Snapping back to reality, I saw Clark grabbing his bag, preparing to leave. "Wait for me, Clark," I called, quickly grabbing my own backpack and rushing out after him, seeing the bus pulling away in the distance. I turned to Clark. "Help me convince Dad and Mom, and I'll take you to school." Clark chuckled at my plea. Then I'll just have Dad, who just finished working, take me." "Poor Dad," I sighed dramatically. Clark took a step forward and knelt down. "Hop on, little rascal." I leaped onto Clark's back, and in an instant, the scenery around us whizzed by in a blur. After enjoying a supersonic ride on Clark's back, we arrived at the school entrance. I jumped off and attempted to tame my windswept hair, which resembled a bird's nest. "Clark, how is it that your hairstyle remains perfectly intact? Is that one of your superpowers?" I teased, but Clark brushed off my banter. "You go ahead first," he said, then made his way towards his friends, Peter and Chloe. Though I grew up alongside them, I was not particularly close. I chose to shoulder my bag and make my way towards the academic building. Observing the throngs of youths at the entrance, a wave of regret washed over me for having agreed to Jonathan's proposition of skipping a grade. While my middle school grades had been commendable, my performance in high school was merely average. My petite stature only served to accentuate my lack of distinction. Upon reaching my locker, I stowed my bag in the vacant compartment and retrieved my textbooks. "Look, our genius is gracing us with his presence," a voice chimed from the side. As I closed the locker door, I recognized the speaker as Baker, the football player who sat behind me in chemistry class. I had inadvertently claimed his girlfriend Doris's seat at the beginning of the school year, which had led to his incessant targeting of me. Enough with the banter. "If you're going to hit me, then do it. If not, I'm heading to class," I declared, striding towards the classroom. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my left cheek as I collided with a neighboring locker. I glared at Baker in fury. "What are you pretending to be? Your brother was just outside flirting with our captain's girlfriend. You two should take a good look at yourselves before you dare to pursue other girls." I wonder who our scarecrow will be today. Desiring to avoid further confrontation, I stumbled to my feet, retrieved my textbooks, and resolved to ignore the mindless fool as I returned to my classroom. Once seated, my desk partner pointed out the blood trickling from my left cheek and then turned her attention back to the study materials on the desk. After placing my textbooks down, I dabbed at the corner of my mouth with my clothing, wincing at the sharp pain and the metallic taste of blood that filled my mouth. I intended to forego further treatment and prepare for the lesson. However, during class, the teacher noticed my injury and insisted on escorting me to the infirmary. The school nurse inquired about the cause of my injury. I was reluctant to answer. The school's football team held considerable importance, and Baker had never faced any significant repercussions. After all, incidents like this had occurred 3 times in the past month without so much as a hair falling from Baker's head. The only solace was that he would remain subdued for several weeks following each altercation. Chapter 4. When the super brother must also lie after 3 classes. I intended to find Clark to return home together, but upon arriving at the classroom, I found him absent and instead encountered Chloe. "Have you seen my brother?" I asked. "Oh." He and Peter dashed off to the playground right after class. "You know it's Lana's rehearsal time now. Then when you see my brother, please tell him I've gone home. Bye." By the time I reached home, I discovered that Clark had already arrived, and our father was tossing Clark's drenched clothes into the laundry basket. "Dad, what happened? You don't look too pleased. Your brother was knocked into the river on his way back. He used his abilities to rescue the person. Has Clark been discovered?" "Not to that extent yet, but I suspect the rescued individual is beginning to have doubts." "Do you remember the Luther family?" I recall that it was the Luther family, having annexed the Peter family's factory, who subsequently established a fertilizer plant. Rumor has it that their son has come to manage the factory in our town. Indeed, it is he. Their methods have always been rather unscrupulous, compelling us to exercise utmost caution. That night, The owner of the local garage met an untimely demise due to an unidentified electric shock. Meanwhile, I was at the farm, applying ice to my face while diligently composing a research paper on the Renaissance. The following day, after attending classes and participating in the after-school music club, I returned home trailing behind Clark. Outside the warehouse, a brand-new red pickup truck caught my eye. Upon inquiring with Martha, who was seated on a tractor, I learned that it was a gift from Lex Luthor, whom Clark had rescued the previous day. It was evident that he was quite taken with it. Even asking Martha's mother for the keys, she replied that they were with his father, and immediately, I surmised that the vehicle would not remain with us for long. Jonathan is a loving father, yet he is rather stringent when it comes to moral upbringing. As expected, it was not long before Clark entered the warehouse and a heated argument ensued between him and his father, accompanied by the sound of a lawnmower. I am unsure of the specifics, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, I noticed his father heading towards Clark's secret base in the warehouse. For reasons unknown, when they returned, only his father emerged. It seems this household harbors some secrets. My parents and I waited in the living room until the late hours for Clark's return. They appeared eager to have a conversation with him. However, upon his arrival, he was in high spirits, hastily showering and retreating to his room, leaving us exchanging bewildered glances in the living room. My parents urged me to accompany Clark to school the following day. During recess, Clark left the campus. I speculated that he had gone to return the keys, considering he had driven out. In the afternoon, Clark visited the Torch Society office while I sought refuge in a nearby vacant classroom, intending to rest for a while. Since the previous night, whispers have been echoing in my ears. Sacrifice, devotion. These murmurs were accompanied by a throbbing migraine. I initially intended only to rest my head on the desk, but by the time the janitor roused me, the sky had turned completely dark. When I called home from the janitor's booth to report my safety, I learned that Clark had yet to return, prompting me to wonder if he had gone to the dance. Eager to find him, I approached the vicinity of the dance, only to discover Clark beside a vehicle, where the occupants were soaked and bewildered, oblivious to how they had ended up there. Clark cast a glance in my direction before proceeding towards the dance venue, and I followed him through the entrance. His dream girl, Lana, adorned in a pink pleated skirt and crowned as the queen of the ball, radiated beauty and intellect. Her tousled hair glimmering under the lights and her sun-kissed skin shimmering. She was a fairy tale-like figure, captivating both in beauty and wit. And it was no wonder Clark was so enraptured. Unfortunately, his taste in men appeared questionable. Whitney, the captain of the football team, seemed respectable but was, in fact, an arrogant braggart. It seems that Clark is reluctant to attend a ball. To spare the situation from further embarrassment, it would be best to send Clark home. Upon arriving, Clark retreated to his secret lair, while I continued to indulge in my thesis. An hour later, as I emerged from my room to wash up and retire for the night, Clark, with a forlorn expression, ascended the stairs. While he was in the kitchen getting a drink of water, Martha, who was engrossed in the latest edition of commercial law, called out to me, asking me to deliver some milk to Clark. Reluctantly, I took a cup of milk and stealthily snatched a cookie, munching on it as I climbed the stairs. Just as I reached Clark's door, I heard him invite me in, stating that the door was unlocked. Biting into my cookie, I opened the door to find Clark diligently organizing materials for the Torchbearer Society at a speed I could only envy. I set the milk down on Clark's bedside table and asked, "Care for a chat, big brother?" A gust of wind swept through, causing the milk to vanish, while a warm cup of milk appeared in my hand, and the crumbs from my cookie disappeared. "Oh, thanks, bro," Clark said, turning his back to me as he continued his research on the computer. "But you should really get some rest. Staying up late not only stunts your growth, but your frequent bruises over the past few months are surely due to your late nights and lack of energy." Clark, some emotions, when kept to oneself, can fester within. No one's heart can serve as a trash heap and still remain unscathed. Chapter 5. When Superman's brother must also follow, I rose early to help my parents prepare for the Harvest Festival. Our booth was set to sell my mother's sweet soup and an array of fruits. I caught my brother secretly using his super strength at the booth. But before I could report him, Lana and her boyfriend passed by. I sensed something had transpired between my brother and Whitney. As they assisted in moving goods, Whitney stormed off in apparent anger. While Chloe was lending a hand at the booth, she mentioned a classmate named Greg, who had recently undergone a transformation from being a nerd to somewhat charming. Peter, standing nearby, scoffed, asserting that no matter how he changed, he would always be an eccentric fond of insects. My parents and Clark planned to return home to replenish our stock. while I tended to the occasional arriving customers at our booth. They hadn't even gone long when a loud explosion echoed from afar. By evening, when my mother came to help me pack up, I learned that Whitney's car had exploded and Clark had rescued that detestable individual named Whitney. Yet, I was astonished that Clark remained unfazed by the car explosion. Upon returning home, I circled around Clark, confirming that he was indeed unharmed. His superpowers were enviable. "You look as if you wish to place me on the dissection table for research," I remarked playfully. "Not all, just a tad envious." "There's nothing to envy. Unlike you, I must conceal my abilities. Others see your talents and efforts, not merely the consequences of superpowers." Clark appeared a bit flustered and halted his words. The next day, after class, I heard that Lana and her boyfriend had quarreled, seemingly linked to my brother. It appeared that an opportunity for my brother might be on the horizon. Upon returning home, I was eager to share the delightful news. However, my mother informed me that my brother and Lana were in his secret hideout. Yet, it was not long before Lana emerged, and her expression suggested little progress had been made. That evening, while my father was busy repairing the tiller's blade in the barn, I stood by. As machinery was not my forte, Clark descended from the secret base, intending to join us. Jonathan glanced at me and welcomed a helper who would not merely observe. As Clark prepared to come down, a sudden cry escaped him, and he tumbled down the stairs, fortunately landing safely on the ground. Upon his arrival, he proclaimed that someone had ambushed him. My father intervened, grabbing a flashlight and heading upstairs to investigate. Before we could inquire further, he stumbled down from above, and just as he was about to land on the tiller blade, a shadow flashed by. Clark had positioned himself directly beneath my father, absorbing the impact and deforming the blade. I glanced upward to catch a fleeting glimpse of a figure that seemed familiar, reminiscent of someone I had encountered at school. When Martha arrived, Clark identified the assailant as that insect-loving boy, Grig. My mother recalled that during elementary school, Clark often played with him. He was a child who would not even harm a fly. While inspecting the ceiling, my father discovered peculiar footprints, casting doubt on the identity of the alleged perpetrator. He also noted that the blade had seemingly shifted a considerable distance, glancing at Clark, who shook his head, indicating no involvement. The following day, Clark woke me early, and upon arriving at school, he sought out Chloe to inquire about Grig. Chloe mentioned that aside from his recent lack of submissions, there was nothing unusual. But after recounting yesterday's events, she led us to the Torch Society's editorial room. There, I beheld for the first time their peculiar wall of curiosities. Chloe speculated that Grig's mutations were a result of insect stings. He had a profound fascination with insects, and since the meteor shower, the impact of meteorites on insects had been accumulating. Should Grig be attacked by the multitude of insects he had been nurturing, it could potentially result in his own mutation. Chloe even cited the example of the Amazonian mutations. Having concluded their discussion, they prepared to visit Grig's home, but Clark prevented me from joining them. I gazed resentfully at the trio as they departed, contemplating that my first order of business upon returning home would be to report to my parents. During lunchtime, I took a bus alone to Grig's house. Noticing the bathroom window beside the house ajar, I surmised that Clark and the others must have entered through there. Climbing through the window, I was met with an odd stench reminiscent of rotten eggs, and the corridor was ensnared with dense webs. Upon entering the room, I was confronted by the grotesque, emaciated body hanging in the corner, enveloped in layers of webs, and the overwhelming, acrid odor compelled me to gag. As I struggled to suppress my nausea and prepared to exit through the bathroom window, a sudden sharp pain in my thigh startled me. I turned to find a spider scuttling away. A fleeting desire surged within me to extinguish the spider in a single, decisive slap. Yet, the distant wail of sirens pierced the air, prompting me to hastily vacate the bathroom, turn to secure the window, and dash into the woods adjacent to the Griggs residence. Chapter 6. When might a super brother acquire superpowers? The spider from Griggs' abode possessed an unknown venom, and within minutes, my surroundings began to blur. In the next instant, darkness enveloped me. Upon reopening my eyes, I was greeted by a resplendent starry sky, where the stars seemed to twinkle in harmonious rhythm, revealing an underlying order upon closer inspection, a cyclical and eternal dance. Suddenly, a majority of the stars dimmed, coalescing into a representation of the Bagua, an ancient symbol for my unmasked homeland. This mysterious realm across the ocean, steeped in the oldest cultures, conceals a myriad of wisdom within the annals of history, leaving the world in awe. I had previously scoured the internet for information about China, and the Babel formation was among the findings. The Babel encompasses the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the 5 elemental forces, and the cyclical directions, with some humorously dubbing it an ancient cosmological diagram. However, the Babel in the night sky bore no resemblance to yin and yang, or the trigrams of Qian, Kun, Zhen, and Dui. Beyond the faintly glowing boundaries formed by the stars, the remaining celestial bodies intertwined to create a simplistic depiction of a spider. As the starlight faded, I opened my eyes to find my older brother calling out to me. He extended a hand, hoisting me up and carrying me home, where I soon found myself resting on the sofa. As I rose, I was met with the penetrating gaze of my parents, their expressions a mix of concern and astonishment. "I implore you for a rational explanation, Mr. Kent," Martha intoned gravely, her demeanor unsettling. I must have been overly fatigued from late night studying and fainted on my way home. "Mother, you should have taken me to see a doctor instead of interrogating me," I replied, my face a picture of grievance. Mr. Jonathan Kent stroked his chin, cautioning, "You would do well to confess how it was that you collapsed near the Griggs residence." During the ensuing half-hour of questioning, I also learned of Clark's heroics in rescuing Lana from Griggs' clutches. I recounted my own experience of accompanying Clark to the Griggs home and being bitten by the spider, though I deemed it prudent to omit the fantastical imagery from my dream. Despite my reassurances, Jonathan remained unconvinced and insisted on taking me to the hospital for further examination. It was not until dawn that I finally succumbed to slumber upon a hospital bed, this time devoid of dreams. Unseen by others, a faintly glowing octagonal shape flickered at my temple in the dimly lit room. On the day following Jonathan's request for my absence from school, a classmate delivering my assignments mentioned a rift within the football team, noting signs of scorching throughout the school grounds. When I returned home for dinner that evening, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Martha quietly informed me that Clark had resolved to join the team. Additionally, she mentioned an incident involving the principal's car, which had exploded, necessitating Clark's heroic intervention. This revelation inevitably brought to mind the earlier conversation about the fires at school. In just a day, I have missed so many events, feeling disconnected from the world. Having spent an inordinate amount of time asleep in the hospital, I now find it difficult to rest at home. I take up my diary and sketch the patterns for my dreams. They resemble both text and imagery, as if the characters of my homeland have been embellished with an extra stroke, their lines perfectly aligned. My thoughts are elusive as I gaze out the window into the enveloping darkness, save for the illuminated treetops just beyond, their bark-esque texture strikingly visible. It is only when I notice the delicate white threads drifting from the branches that I realize the designs in my notebook bear an uncanny resemblance to a spider's simple illustration. Yet, what it truly signifies remains a mystery, and I gradually succumb to slumber at my desk. In this institution, aside from seeking out fellow Asian classmates, consulting Chloe, who possesses considerable experience with peculiar occurrences, might be my best option. Chapter 7. When the Super Brother must endure pain after school. I make my way directly to the Torch Club office, passing by a celebration hosted by the Raven team, where my foolish brother observes the revelry as a mere bystander. The newsroom is deserted, and the original newspaper on the desk bears a headline regarding the football team's collective cheating and Coach Watt's maltreatment of the players. "Oh, who is so eager to uncover the latest happenings in our town?" Chloe smiles as she leans against the doorframe. "I merely wish to inquire about certain matters. But is there truth to the football team scandal? Is Clark involved in this?" Chloe approaches the desk. "Of course not. You should know your brother better. He is that quintessential small-town boy who would never engage in such misconduct." Her focused demeanor as she taps away at the keyboard indicates that it is not an opportune moment for a chat. Just as I prepare to turn away, a wave of heat envelopes me, and through the flames, I catch a hazy glimpse of Coach Watt's face. Before I can react, a searing pain radiates through my back, neck, and left cheek, and, as the flames swirl around me, I plunge into a void of darkness. Clark, who had initially been on the first floor, perceives the flames reflecting off the newsroom's windows and senses something amiss. He bursts into the smoke-filled office, rescuing Chloe from the inferno. "Clark, cough, cough, your brother. He is still inside." Chloe wheezes violently. Clark rushes back into the office, spotting Babel collapsed on the floor, and seizes a nearby blanket. He cradles Babel, preparing to escape with his super speed, only to feel a tug at his sleeve. Awakening to the choking smoke, I can only shake my head in silence. hoping Clark understands my meaning before I succumb to another shroud of darkness. When I next open my eyes, I find myself in a familiar setting, the antiseptic smell unmistakable. With Martha holding my hand, her eyes are red-rimmed, and Jonathan sleeps with his head bowed behind her. I wish to comfort them, but a sharp pain sears through my face, akin to having skin torn away and reattached. All that escapes my lips is a scream. Martha grips my hand tightly, and Jonathan jolts awake, rushing to the bedside to hold my face in his hands. It hurts. Oh, my neck, my neck. It's all right, my son. As Martha spoke, she tightly grasped my hand, tears streaming down her face. Doctor, nurse. After Jonathan pressed the call button, he rushed out in search of the nearest medical personnel. Mother, save me, save me. My hands restrained, my feet thumping against the ground in desperation, until the pain rendered me unconscious, plunging me into a deep slumber. After I had been in shock for nearly a day, Clark arrived at the hospital after school to relieve Martha and Jonathan. When they encountered each other at the hospital, Martha seized Clark's arm while Jonathan stepped out to buy soda. I have already discussed it with your father. I will come to the hospital tomorrow night, and your father will take you to the match. But, Mom, you'll be alone. What if Babel wakes up? Clark glanced at the boy lying in a hospital bed, burns stretching from his left cheek to his neck. I can handle it. Remember when your brother was sick before? We both took care of him individually. Now you can read here for a while, and there's a sleeping area designated by your father. You must also go to bed on time here. Tomorrow we will pick you up for school. The principal's accident. 2 students in peril. 1 student burned. Government officials emphasized the school's disaster prevention issues and dispatched investigators for inspection. After spending the night in the hospital, Clark did not enter the school upon arriving at the gate, but instead found Chloe waiting outside. Chloe, clutching her books, wore an uneasy expression. Clark, I'm truly sorry. How was your brother doing? I should have reminded you to take him out earlier that day. It's all right, Chloe. At least you weren't hurt. Have they determined the cause of the fire in the office? Not yet. The investigators sent by the government believe it is related to clutter accumulation and aging wires. But I know it's not that simple. The newspaper that was supposed to report on Coach Watt's abuse of players was completely incinerated in the fire. Players I previously interviewed accused the coach of intimidating them with flames. Clark hesitated. Although the coach was indeed strict, that did not make him a monster who set fires. Chloe, you can ask my informant, Trevor. He was threatened by the coach, and didn't he show up at school today? The class bell rang throughout the campus, and Clark dashed toward a corner, where a gust of wind swept past, causing his figure to vanish into the shadows. Clark found himself at Trevor's house, where Trevor was cowering in a corner of his garage, trembling. After some warm persuasion, Trevor revealed the coach's abuse of other team members, rolling up his sleeves to expose the swollen burn marks and blisters encircling his wrists. Those ugly, red scars mirrored the injuries of my brother lying in a hospital. In a daze, Clark exited Trevor's garage, and only when Trevor chased after him did he realize that Clark had already disappeared from view. In the campus sports lounge, Coach Watt was indulging in a meteorite sauna, savoring his moment of luxury. Clark burst into the sauna, confronting his coach. Amidst their heated argument, the coach, clad only in a towel, seethed with rage, and a fiery serpent materialized from the steam, lunging directly at Clark. Once the flames dissipated, Clark stood unscathed, albeit with his attire singed. In the next moment, he collapsed, knocking over a nearby bag, and kryptonite scattered around him. Coach Watt stepped over Clark and exited the sauna, locking the door behind him. Chapter 8. When Superman's brother still faces hatred as Watt turned to leave the shower room, a sudden thought struck him. It seemed that Clark's brother had witnessed something before the injury occurred. After changing, he summoned Captain Whitney to discuss the strategy for the evening's match and to inform him that he might arrive late. Grabbing the keys, he hurried out. Meanwhile, after waking in hospital and calling out in pain, gradually slipped back into slumber, unaware of a humanoid creature clinging to the wall outside my room. Secretly observing the situation within, it emitted an insect-like rasp, and a swarm of bugs crawled up the hospital's exterior, emerging from the sewers and the trees nearby. Martha awoke from her dream, rubbed her eyes, and made her way to the hospital restroom. Bugs poured from the ventilation ducts, ascending the bed, while a centipede twisted its body around my foreladen hand. A scorpion fell upon the pillow, inching closer to a patch of skin that was charred, yet inexplicably gleaming. The once pristine hospital bed had transformed into a playground for the swarm. The sound of chitinous scraping filled my ears, and the sharp stings on my body jolted me awake. In that moment, fear eclipsed the pain, and I cried out, brushing the insects away. My scream seemed to startle a shadow lurking outside the door, which flickered past, igniting the sheets, chair, and curtains in flames. Smoke billowed from the doorway, triggering the hospital fire alarm. Martha burst from the restroom, water droplets still clinging to her face as she rushed toward her son's room, only to find the crowd moving in the opposite direction, severely delaying her progress. Upon reaching the door to the room, she could see through the nearly opaque glass that the fire was raging within. As she lunged forward to grasp the doorknob, she recoiled in pain, the heat searing her hand. Desperate, Martha called for help from the panicked crowd, snatched a pillow from a nearby bed, and wrapped her hand in it to attempt to turn the doorknob. It turned, but the door wouldn't budge. In a moment of desperation, she seized a saline solution from a nearby nurse and doused the bed, using the soaked sheets to cover her mouth and nose as she barreled into the door. As Martha entered the room, flames leapt forth, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. At the school, Jonathan, noticing that Clark had yet to arrive halfway through the event, dashed to the sidelines to inquire with the coach, who was oblivious to the situation. With no answers, Jonathan proceeded to the locker room. After searching for over 20 minutes, he finally spotted Clark lying on the ground outside the sauna through the glass. Before the firmly locked door, Jonathan and Martha made the same choice, dragging Clark from the sauna at the expense of nearly fracturing a rib. Before they could catch their breath, Watts raised a fire extinguisher behind them and struck Jonathan down, only to be sent flying by a startled Clark. Clark hastily regained his footing and confronted Coach Watts amidst the flames. Although the fire did not harm him in the slightest, Coach Watts was consumed by the inferno within the bathroom. Upon receiving news of the hospital fire, the anxious Jonathan and his son arrived to find Martha, covered in soot and tears, waiting outside the operating room. When she saw her husband approach, Martha, with tearful eyes, fell into his embrace. "Martha, how is Babel now?" The doctor said the burns from this fire are more severe than when he was admitted. Furthermore, it appears he has been injected with numerous trace toxins. The doctor informed me that the situation is rather dire. Martha stifled her sobs as she relayed the doctor's words to the father and son. Jonathan softly reassured her, repeatedly affirming that Babel would recover, while guiding Martha to the restroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, Clark wearily settled into a chair, anxiously gazing toward the operating room door. Chapter 9. When Superman's brother must also play a supporting role, a sharply dressed young bald man briskly walked down the hospital corridor, noticing Clark waving at him. Following closely behind were Lana, clad in a light purple jacket, along with Chloe and Peter. After exchanging pleasantries with Clark, Lex Luthor approached Jonathan. "Mr. Kent, I know this may come across as somewhat presumptuous, but I would like to offer to cover your son's medical expenses." Jonathan stroked his chin, responding, "I greatly appreciate your kind intention, but I can manage my son's situation. Please do not dismiss my offer so swiftly. This is to repay your eldest son's act of heroism in saving my life. For what I understand, the treatment costs for extensive burns can be quite exorbitant. I know my son. He did not save you with the expectation of reward. I will find a way to cover the treatment costs myself. Now, Lex, I must wait outside the operating room for news, and you should return to your estate to rest." Jonathan helped Martha back to her seat, expressed gratitude to the arriving children, and called their parents to come and take them home. During the lengthy wait, Lana's aunt arrived to take her away. As Clark escorted Lana out, something seemed to transpire, and when he returned outside the operating room, the heaviness on his face had slightly lifted. Young people are invariably drawn to one another due to their shared dilemmas, yearning to break free from the constraints imposed by their elders, whether it be Clark, Lana, or even Lex. Babel's surgery concluded successfully, and during the protracted recovery period, a significant event unfolded in town. Lex Luthor robbed his own bank account. Lex even knocked Clark down while he was out shopping, shattering a store window. It was only due to my recovery that the Kents could enjoy a brief gathering, during which we discussed the peculiarities surrounding the Lex incident. As Jonathan's father perused his emails, he stumbled upon compensation letters from both the school and hospital. Upon inquiring with Martha, he noticed the somber expressions of both Clark and Martha. Fortunately, during my unconscious state, the physical education curriculum had progressed to rope climbing, during which the unfortunate Clark had fallen, awakening to an unsettling ability to perceive through clothing and objects, with the exception of lead and kryptonite. I almost doubted my survival of the surgery when I overheard a false Clark driving with the intent to harm Martha. Thankfully, Clark visited promptly and informed me of the suspect Tina, whose physical constitution differed from that of ordinary individuals, enabling him to detect her deception swiftly. Due to my apprehension regarding previous dreams, I concocted an excuse for Clark to conduct an examination of my body. Fortunately, no abnormalities were found, alleviating my psychological burden considerably. That night, while Clark kept me company at the hospital, I was once again visited by a bizarre dream of the starry sky, which, unlike before, illuminated three distinct patterns. One was the somewhat familiar Scorpion constellation. Another bore the likeness of a centipede with countless limbs, and the previously encountered pattern now corresponded to the spider within the Griggs residence. Upon awakening, I found Clark had already been escorted to school, while Martha, although knowledgeable, appeared to possess limited understanding of the insects she feared. My tedious hospital stay came to an abrupt end upon receiving news of Clark being attacked by the imposter Lana. After earnestly urging Martha to return home, I attempted once more to sleep and delve into the realm of dreams. However, I enjoyed a night of pleasant dreams, extending even into the following evening, when I received word of Tina's attack on Lana and her subsequent capture. It seemed that Lana's seemingly perfect life as a campus queen had not escaped the envy of many, had Tina believed that boys lived better lives. Whitney might very well be in the hospital now, given my brother's apparent indifference towards him. Chapter 10. When Superman's brother solves problems himself, a week had passed since the incident with Tina, during which Chloe came to visit me. I sought to inquire about the relevant patterns from my dreams. Chloe, with so many supernatural occurrences at our school, do you think they might be related to Eastern powers? Aside from the meteor shower? Oh, Babel, why do you ask? Do you possess some information? I marveled at Chloe's keen perception, contemplating whether revealing the truth would be prudent. In truth, I followed you to Griggs' cabin that day. After you left, I was bitten by a spider he kept and fainted in the woods. In my dream, a bagua pattern appeared, but the elements within the bagua were comprised of creatures such as spiders, centipedes, and scorpions. I suspect this may be connected to Eastern mysticism, yet I cannot fathom their significance. I gestured for Chloe to fetch paper and a pen, sketching the patterns from my dream. Babel. Rather than suggesting that the anomalies here may be related to the powers you mentioned, it is possible that the spider has awakened your abilities. Are you implying that I might be experiencing a situation akin to Griggs? Babel recalled Clark's description of Griggs' transformation, and his brows furrowed in concern. Chloe, sensing my disquiet, interjected, I will investigate the 5-element and bagua patterns you mentioned. I will inform you at the hospital once I have any news. With that, she tucked away the drawings I had made. Today, Jonathan's father was on duty. As he brought in water, Chloe was just about to depart. When Jonathan escorted Chloe out, her curiosity got the better of her. Uncle, has Babel been acting unusually lately? She inquired. Why do you ask? Did little Babel say something to you? I had witnessed my cousin's severe burns. For a month post-surgery, she was in such agony that she was delirious. Yet Babel appeared remarkably composed. This remark reminded Jonathan of the astonishment expressed by the doctor while examining Babel. Before the hospital fire, little Babel had awoken each time in screams, yet post-surgery, he had not uttered a single word of pain. Unable to garner more information from Jonathan, Chloe refrained from pressing further, preparing to head toward the lakeside party venue for the evening. Upon arrival, they encountered Clark, clad only in a thin jacket. The two approached the heart of the gathering, where Whitney and Lana huddled under the same blanket by the bonfire for warmth. One of the Beck gang, Sean, known for his bullying and callousness towards girls, now approached Clark, quietly asking, Hey brother, is your good friend, Chloe, still single? Clark harbored no fondness for this group, responding curtly, Sean, you're not her type. San, however, scrutinized Chloe as she sat by the fire, the flickering flames illuminating her gentle features and her golden short hair, which lent her an air of brightness and charm. Not necessarily, he retorted, striding towards Chloe. Sean indeed possessed a knack for flirtation. His training with the football team had sculpted his physique, and his bad boy charisma was difficult for girls to resist. Chloe's cheeks flushed slightly as she scribbled her number into Sean's palm. Clark felt a pang of concern regarding Chloe's actions and offered some advice, but it was evident that she was not inclined to heed his words. The morning after the party at the Kent household, Clark, having completed his farm chores, overheard his parents discussing the farm's financial situation. Although Babel had received substantial compensation from the hospital and school, his parents were resolute in not utilizing those funds, reserving them instead as a safeguard for Babel's future. Given the unimaginable challenges he would face due to his extensive burns, Clark's suggestion to drop out of school to join a professional football team was dismissed by his parents as if it were a jest. Outside, Peter and Chloe were calling for Clark, prompting him to hastily finish his breakfast before joining his friends. On the way, Clark asked Chloe whether she had received a call from Sean. Judging by her expression, it was clear that the scoundrel had stood her up the previous day. A dispute ensued between Peter and Clark regarding whether Sean was a good person, which escalated into a discussion about why Clark had not asked Lana out on a date. When Peter suggested that Clark could use Chloe as a practice subject for dating, Chloe indignantly interrupted, asserting that she was not merely a mannequin for honing their romantic skills. As Clark's brother, I sincerely wish for Chloe to impart some valuable lessons to these two young men. Chapter 11. When Superman's brother must also remain an observer on an afternoon free from the responsibility of looking after his brother, Clark encountered Lana, who had been stood up by Whitney at a CAF. Uncertain whether Lex was acting out of genuine goodwill or ulterior motives, he encouraged Clark to invite Lana. Lex was an enigma, and like my father, I harbored no fondness for him. When Clark visited the hospital to deliver food, his overly joyful demeanor betrayed him. Under the pressure of his dear brother's gaze, he recounted his plan to invite Lana to a concert. With concert tickets and a luxurious car service offered, Lex Luthor appeared to be engaging in acts of charity towards our family, though Clark dismissed my grumbling with indifference. Just as the matter of the dream was on the verge of slipping from my memory, Chloe arrived with her investigative findings, accompanied by a plethora of school reading lists, group project assignments, and related essays. According to Chloe, the patterns for my dream were reminiscent of a biological concept known in China as the 5 poisons: centipede, scorpion, gecko, snake, and toad. Modern biology suggests that geckos are largely non-venomous, implying that the concept of the 5 poisons may refer to 5 types of creatures prevalent during seasons rife with illness. The image of a spider surfaced in my mind, perhaps as a variation. Of course, Chloe believed that the position, time, and year in China corresponded to different symbolic animals, and these 5 creatures likely bore profound, unknown significance. In terms of mere dream interpretation, Chloe had done more than enough for me. Noticing Chloe's distracted demeanor after sharing the information, Martha inquired if something was troubling her. Nothing, Mrs. Kent, Chloe replied abruptly, organizing her papers. I heard that big guy Sean has recently taken an interest in you. Has he called? I winked at Chloe. When did Clark become such a blabbermouth? Chloe scoffed, playfully tapping my unburned arm. I'm heading to your house to find your brother and Peter. Make sure to rest well, Chloe said as she stood, greeting Martha before shouldering her bag and departing. Mom, it seems Chloe has a bit of crush on that fellow named Sean, but he doesn't seem very reliable. I lay in bed, watching Martha organize materials beside me. Perhaps not. Chloe's heart seemed to lie elsewhere. Mom, you seem to know something. Please tell me. I'm so bored lying here. I lamented, gazing at the hospital's ceiling and the 4 drip hanging nearby. Your father and I are attending Lex's agricultural charity event tonight, and your brother is supposed to be going out with Lana, the neighbor. Will Dad actually want to attend Lex's gathering? Is something amiss at home? Who cares about Clark and Lana's trivial affairs? My mother did not speak much to me, for I soon succumbed to slumber. In the hazy limbo between wakefulness and dreams, I noticed that the vibrant light outside had faded, replaced by a dim, golden glow spilling onto my blanket. The absence of familiar breaths around me was palpable, save for the sound of the nurse's soft-soled shoes pacing nearby. A distant murmur from the television reached my ears. Jenna, a high school girl from our town, had met an inexplicable demise that afternoon, and the police were in pursuit of a 17-year-old boy named Sean Kevin, reportedly the last person to see Jenna alive. With a sudden jolt, I opened my eyes and pressed the call button beside my bed, imploring the nurse to contact my family. However, it was evident that no one was answering the phone at home. In the far-off swimming pool on campus, a thin layer of ice coated the water, while Chloe shivered at the pool's edge. Clark, who should have been at the concert engaging in lively conversation with Lana, was also present. It turned out that Sean had inadvertently plunged into a lake containing some meteorite debris during a party that day, yet he had managed to emerge from the water alive. However, the meteorite and the frigid lake water had irrevocably altered him. He now needed to incessantly draw warmth from his surroundings, lest he succumb to frostbite. Initially, he sought heat from flames and electrical devices, but gradually he discovered that the warmth of the human body could sustain his temperature far more effectively. Thus, He extended his grasp towards his former girlfriend and other girls who held affections for him. Fortunately, Clark had seen the news and arrived in time to fend off the pallid Sean, escorting Chloe to the torch office for respite. When the phone rang in the office, it was from the hospital. Upon answering, Clark assured me of my safety, and I finally exhaled in relief. I will head to the hospital shortly to explain everything to him in person. For now, I will take you home, Clark said to Chloe. Chapter 12. When a superhero-esque brother must have a divine perspective after escorting Chloe home, Clark intended to seek out Lana for an explanation. However, upon arriving at the CAF, he witnessed Lana and Whitney departing. In the next moment, the CAF's lights abruptly extinguished, followed by the surrounding buildings, plunging the entire town into darkness. This sudden blackout felt decidedly unnatural. Clark ventured into the CAF to investigate, then hastened in the direction where Lana and Whitney had vanished. Not far from Luther Manor, Whitney's vehicle veered off the road, with both the front and rear windows shattered, and the car was devoid of occupants. Clark gazed toward the well-lit manor in the distance. As he examined the interior of the vehicle, a hand grasped his arm, causing a sharp pain. Instantly, a wave of weakness coursed through his body, as if his vitality were being siphoned away. His temperature began to dissipate, his vision blurred, his legs grew feeble, and a thin frost enveloped his face. Sean's pallid complexion momentarily regained color before fading once more, as he turned his gaze toward the manor, the next source of warmth. Upon arriving at the back door of the manor, Sean touched the lock. The door, frozen, yielded to a gentle push, granting him entry into the backyard. Perhaps due to the dropping temperature, Sean identified the warmest spot nearby, the backup generator in the yard. As his hands made contact with the generator, the lights of the manor extinguished in an instant. Meanwhile, Clark, unconscious beside the car, felt the frost upon him steadily evaporating. Martha's mother ventured outside to inspect the generator, just as Sean, freshly invigorated by absorbed heat, appeared before her. "Do not touch her." Clark rushed to protect Martha, and Sean was astonished by Clark's survival. "What gives you the right to stop me?" Sean lunged forward, but Clark urged Martha to retreat, pulling Sean deeper into the woods behind the manor. During their standoff, Sean continuously siphoned Clark's warmth until, once more, Clark crumpled to the ground. This time, however, with the last vestiges of his strength, he hurled Sean high into the air. Sean plummeted into the lake behind the estate, and before he could escape, the lake froze over, entombing him in ice. A day later, a memorial service for the departed girl. Chloe was teased by Peter and others about the perilous allure of the charming rogue. Meanwhile, my foolish brother's invitation to Lana was once again met with a harsh refusal. Clark, who spent his days sighing beside my sickbed, had almost become my sole entertainment for the week. 2 months later, I transitioned from lying in bed to sitting in a wheelchair for outings. In the hospital garden, I basked in the gentle warmth of the sun on my skin and exhaled deeply. "Little bud, I promised Peter I would do 30 hours of community service at the nursing home. Will you join me?" Clark called from behind, holding a cup of coffee. "Clark, can't you see my current condition? I don't even know if my visit to the nursing home will be to serve others or to be served," I replied, attempting to move my stiff head and wiggle my toes and ankles. "You only need to read to them. You don't have to do anything else." Clark gently patted my head. "Do not touch my head," I protested. "Did you not say you were bored? This is a perfect opportunity to get out. Both our parents have agreed. Now you're playing the parental card? Look at my face. The elderly would be frightened. Perhaps it is best to reconsider." Babel gazed at the birds in the trees, soaring freely in the azure sky. "Little bud, do you comprehend what your current mobility limitations imply?" The words sounded ominous. "What do you mean?" "It signifies that you will lose your autonomy for a considerable time," Clark remarked, wrapping his arms around me as he assisted me out of the hospital. Chapter 13. When Superman's brother must play sidekick on the way, I encountered Peter, who incessantly ribbed Clark about his community service at the nursing home, until we turned a corner and Lana emerged. Peter and I exchanged knowing glances. "Lana, so you are volunteering here?" Clark approached her from behind the wheelchair. "Indeed, I have been serving here for 2 weeks. Are you participating in the companionship program?" "I am accompanying Cassandra with little bud while reading," Clark replied with a smile. "She is quite intriguing. The staff here claims she can foresee the future." With that, Lana wheeled away a cart of books. "Lana, if Cassandra needs anything moved or repaired, can little bud be entrusted to you temporarily?" Clark seized the opportunity to shout. As anticipated, all the flattery concealed ulterior motives, transforming a sun-soaked moment into a reading session. Lana did not respond, but turned to Clark and nodded slightly. Peter cast a teasing glance at Clark, questioning whether one now required an entourage even for reading. Upon reaching Cassandra's door, the voice of the elderly lady resonated from within. "Wow, how did you know we had 3 people?" The sounds of a wheelchair and 2 pairs of shoes echoed as they moved. "The loss of sight, though painful, has granted me much, dear children." Seated in the corner of the room by the window, the elderly woman's hair was a mix of gray and white, her eyes devoid of light. Clad in a solid-colored woolen short coat paired with a matching skirt, she embodied a quintessentially British elegance. Seemingly at ease with the passage of time, her demeanor gentle and serene. A Braille book lay open across her lap, had her eyes not been clouded by blindness. One might have mistaken her for a joyful elder version of Martha. "Can you truly foresee the future?" Peter inquired aloud. Clark murmured something I could not catch, though it seemed Cassandra had heard. "What is your name, child?" "Peter, Ross Peter," he answered. "If you seek fortune-telling, do visit the circus." Cassandra replied as her Braille book slipped from her lap. Peter stepped forward to retrieve it, and in the process, Cassandra's fingers brushed against his skin. After picking up the book, she remarked, "Mr. Ross, check your pockets. The journey home may prove lengthy." Peter checked his inner coat pocket, realizing he had forgotten to remove his car keys. "Clark, you and Little B are to take good care of this lady," he said hurriedly before departing. "Now, the gentleman standing and seated in silence, what are your names?" Cassandra rose. The lady before me wore a smile. Yet I sensed an emotion within her, a familiar sorrow reminiscent of my own upon first arriving at the Kent household. "I am Clark Kent, and this is my brother, Babel Kent. I wish to take my brother out for a stroll. I hope you do not mind, madam." "Not at all, Mr. Kent. Let us commence our reading activities for today." Meanwhile, Lana's activities with Mr. Broxton were not proceeding smoothly. Rather than reading, the elderly gentleman preferred to take a walk. The back garden of the nursing home featured a splendid lotus pond, and Broxton, having dismissed Lana, discreetly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. In a moment of tremor, the entire pack fell into the pond. He intended to lean down to fetch it, but the wheelchair slipped backward, sending both him and the chair tumbling into the water. Meanwhile, after Clark and I had completed a chapter of the Forsyte saga, Cassandra requested a glass of water. As Clark handed her the cup, Cassandra froze. "Child, a close one among your kin shall soon pass away. It will happen shortly." Clark's expression turned tense. "Little B, I must return for a moment. Seek Lana if you require assistance." Chapter 14. When Superman's brother feels discouraged, a gust of wind swept through, and Clark vanished from the room, leaving behind a disarray. The window was not properly closed. From whence has this wind come? Cassandra tucked her disheveled hair behind her ears. With a creaking sound, she maneuvered her wheelchair to the window, opening and closing it repeatedly. She recalled Cassandra's hearing. No, the window was firmly shut. It must be the wind from the lobby. Cassandra's room was ideally situated, offering a view of the distant water surface, which appeared to ripple significantly. In the distance, something small floated upon the water. "Oh my!" It was a person. Someone was drowning. I shouted towards the door, but when I turned back, the figure in the water had vanished. Rising quickly from the sofa, Cassandra hurried to summon the caregivers. Perhaps it was a mere illusion. Let us proceed. Frowning, I controlled the wheelchair to move closer to Cassandra. Though I uttered the words to continue, I found myself unable to read a single word from the book before me. My thoughts consumed solely by Cassandra's mention and the distant in the pond. Perhaps if I were to disappear, Cassandra's prophecy would not manifest upon my parents, and I could escape my current ghastly existence. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the sanatorium. Recognizing the voice as Lana's, I instructed Cassandra to wait momentarily as I propelled the wheelchair towards the source of the noise. I encountered Lana, who was explaining something to the nursing staff, and, after a moment's thought, I directed myself towards them. "Is there a problem?" I inquired. Lana glanced back at me, but Clark was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Clark? Was he not with you, Babel?" I mentioned that I had seen someone fall into the water. Could it be related? Looking up at Lana, she seemed poised to dash towards the pond. "Take me with you. I believe I saw him." Lana halted, moving behind me to push my wheelchair alongside the caregivers. Upon reaching the pond's edge, there was no sign of anyone, save for the wheelchair. I turned the wheels to inspect the area by the water, which was murky. At a greater distance from the pond, I noticed a patch of flattened wild grass. I pointed towards it, and Lana, along with the caregiver, pushed me farther from the shore, searching in that direction. As I watched their figures recede, I began to inch closer to the water's edge. The closer I got, the louder the gurgling sounds echoed around me. Suddenly, a chill ran down my neck. Something rough rested upon the armrest of my wheelchair. I attempted to turn my head, only to hear the gurgling once more. What creature could it be? Striving to distance myself from it, I pushed against the armrest, but my legs remained powerless. I was met by the icy waters of the pond, where several green stones lay at the bottom. The sensation of water entering my nose left me in a panic, and I gasped, swallowing several mouthfuls of pond water. Pain shot through my neck. I realized I had been pulled from the water. Clark had returned, just a moment too late. I felt a twinge of regret. Set upon the shore, Clark adjusted the wheelchair and placed me within it, intending to push me back to the sanatorium. I placed my hand atop his. First, go help Lana. The elder she was caring for has vanished. In the blink of an eye, I found myself back in Cassandra's room, and Clark had disappeared once more. I heard something. Who is there? I called out as Cassandra leaned forward in her seat. Although it may sound offensive, it is sometimes challenging to ascertain whether she is truly blind. Babel can't, urge you not to worry, Cassandra. My clothes are drenched and cumbersome, while my eyelids grow increasingly heavy, gradually closing in slumber upon my wheelchair. The vast expanse of the starry sky captivates me as I stand on the grass, gazing upward. A thin stream of water emerges from the distance, rising to my ankles, knees, navel, shoulders, and eventually enveloping my entire being in its chilling embrace. This sensation does not linger long. I barely manage to perceive the 5 points in the sky, 4 of which seem to ignite, followed by light piercing the darkness. Little B, how are you? Clark crouches before me, holding my wet garments. The attire I wear appears to be that of a patient. Noticing my disheartened demeanor, Clark seizes the opportunity to escort me from the sanatorium. In an instant, I find myself lying in bed. Although I feel a twinge of nausea, weariness triumphs over discomfort, and I succumb to the abyss once more. Chapter 15. The future of Superman's brother is set. Clark and Lana, having searched in vain, reached out to Chloe, hoping to publish a missing person notice in the next issue of The Torch. They convened at a CAF for discussions, and, as they spoke of Old Man Harry, a young blonde man behind them turned to engage in conversation. Lana seemed to perceive something in the youth, regarding him with a hint of curiosity. Upon waking, I was startled to find Lex and Clark standing together. Although it was not my first encounter with Lex, his baldness left the most enduring impression on me. I initially believed Clark had come to recruit me back into the sanatorium, only to discover I was hitching a ride with Lex. As the scenery outside the car window became increasingly familiar, I realized they were there to escort me home. Jonathan and Martha had already prepared our residence, hosting a welcome party in my honor. Peter, Chloe, and Lana were present, and I could scarcely discern whether this celebration was for my discharge or for Clark. Before the festivities concluded, Lana was the first to depart. Following Clark's excuse of needing the restroom, it was evident to the others that he would not return shortly. The gathering hastily came to a close after his departure, and I sat in my wheelchair, doing my utmost to assist my parents with the cleanup, which was at least within my capability. Clark had learned from Lana that Old Man Harry had been a murderer in his youth, transferred from prison to the sanatorium due to his advanced age, and that his photographs from that time had vanished. After bidding Lana farewell, Clark visited Cassandra, seeking to uncover the origins of her abilities. Cassandra recounted how a meteor had fallen in their backyard, the explosive light scorching her optic nerves. Clark displayed a look of guilt before her, yet Cassandra felt indifferent. For her, that fleeting moment irrevocably altered the course of her life. During this visit, he sought answers to several pressing questions. Cassandra urged Clark to take her hand, and as he did, the scene around him transformed, placing him amidst a rain-soaked night, surrounded by dark, imposing gravestones. First came Jonathan and Martha, followed by Peter and Chloe, and then Lana and my gravestone. Surrounding him were the familiar tombs of friends and family. It seemed as though his life was an elaborate funeral procession, the raindrops drenching him, while sorrow enveloped him. Clark broke free from his reverie, exclaiming no. Cassandra was taken aback. Did you see it too? In a fleeting moment, Clark vanished from the room, leaving Cassandra still ensnared in her earlier despair, covering her tear-filled, vacant eyes with her hands. On that morning, when I was relieved from the obligation of school, I was stirred awake by the debate between Clark and the others. It appeared that Cassandra had foretold a global demise, with Clark destined to be humanity's sole survivor. Yet my parents remained skeptical of Cassandra's prophetic claims. I called out loudly, and in an instant, Clark whisked me to the breakfast table. During the meal, Jonathan's father elucidated the commonality among all prophecies, asserting that they merely represented potential futures. Even extraterrestrials could not fully fathom the entirety of what lay ahead. I had recently delved into various texts, including a renowned work in our country called Babel 2, celebrated for its foresight into the future. Yet, the accuracy of these predictions hinges upon our interpretations. Perhaps your life is destined to be far longer than ours, bound to witness our cycles of birth, aging, illness, and death. Or perhaps you have sought your own kin, departing from us, akin to our own demise in your world. Shaba, what nonsense are you speaking? I would never forsake you, nor this family, Clark retorted, as a faint golden mist began to emanate from him, enveloping his form and caressing his features, only to vanish in the next moment. These particles bore a striking resemblance to the sorrow I had sensed from Cassandra, akin to the feelings my own troubles evoked. Perhaps the transformations in my dreams were not so straightforward. When I glanced at my parents, they appeared devoid of anything unusual. Chapter 16. When Superman's brother must be perceptive, do these so-called abilities come at a cost? Cassandra lost her sight, while I sacrificed my healthy skin and appearance. Those who harmed Clark and his companions lost their sanity. But what price did Clark pay for the powers he acquired? As I remained lost in my thoughts, Clark had already taken his breakfast and left, delightfully unaccompanied. Although he struggled to walk well for the time being, he could meet most of his needs at home. On the farm, I sought to catch up on my studies that I had neglected. While at school, Clark encountered Lana in the torch office, awkwardly visiting the peculiar wall. The outcome was that, under the cover of night, Clark and Peter convened in his solitary fortress. I could glean nothing of their discussions or conclusions, only observing as they departed together during dessert. A person unable to move freely, I watched their clandestine actions unfold without being informed. Fortunately, I had my dear Martha, who informed me of a grim incident in our small town, a murder with the victim seemingly slain by wire. This unsettling news was overheard by Peter's mother while she was enjoying coffee with a close friend. She intended to bring me a slice of their family's cake, but the shocking revelation caused her to forget. The coffee shop had encountered trouble. This was the information my father brought back from town, suggesting that an employee had been assaulted. Clark returned home bearing further details. Zoe, a barista at the CF, had been attacked, and when he intervened, the assailant hurled her before a truck, which he managed to avert. Currently, the perpetrator remains in the hospital, yet has not been taken to the police station. It is likely that multiple individuals are aware of Clark's abilities, one of whom is Cassandra, who directed him to save Zoe. Jonathan's father, with grave seriousness, expressed that your fate may be to protect others, but ours is to safeguard you. It seems that fulfilling this destiny will prove exceptionally arduous. As I glanced at my burns and observed Clark's distracted demeanor, Lex contacted Clark, summoning him out at night. He still possessed the Porsche from his accident, which made Clark uneasy. The following day, Lana reached out to inform Clark that the elderly Harry had returned. Upon Clark's furious return from the nursing home, he hurried to the torch office. Lana received word that Harry had escaped from the facility once more, and while Mother was reading in the evening, a gas inspector named Ket arrived at our door, claiming to have been sent by my father. The timing of his visit was rather peculiar. As Mother reached for the phone to inquire, he forcefully entered. "What do you want?" she asked. "I want to kill your husband," Ket replied bluntly. I maneuvered my wheelchair closer to my mother, grasping a nearby vase, eyeing him warily. "What has Jonathan done to you?" "Nothing, but his father harmed me." Ket lunged at us. Martha, acting swiftly, struck him unconscious with a plate before abandoning her wheelchair and ushering me out of the house. As we passed by the car, she discovered a flat tire. Martha opened the car door, thrust me inside to hide, and dashed toward the barn. Ket, upon spotting her, bypassed the car entirely. In the ensuing chase, Martha concealed herself in the barn, while Ket entered wielding a crowbar. Martha deftly pulled a rope, causing a deluge of corn to cascade down, knocking both her and Ket to the ground. Just as the corn was nearly covering Martha's head, Clark and my father returned home. I flung open the car door and tumbled out, shouting for my mother, urging them to find her. Clark surveyed the surroundings with his keen sight, noting the human bones beneath the pile of corn. Father and Clark dashed to the barn, clearing the corn aside and lifting Martha from the heap. Fortunately, She was relatively unscathed, but Ket lay lifeless, transformed into the deceased Harry. To prevent any misunderstandings, we had no choice but to dispose of Harry's body, allowing Clark to place him in the pond at the nursing home. Death seldom arrives in solitude. On the following morning, Cassandra departed from this world. Although Clark refrained from probing too deeply, I discreetly inquired with the caregivers during Cassandra's funeral. It was said that the last person she encountered before her passing was Lex. Thus, one ponders whether Cassandra's own future had reached its conclusion, or if Lex had revealed something to her. Yet, all remained shrouded in mystery. For time does not halt for a riddle. Chapter 17. When Superman's brother could still hold back laughter after a week of diligent effort, I finally stood on my own, no longer the dependent little brother. However, campus life unfolded as I had anticipated. Upon shedding the marks of my disability, the scars on my face only intensified the bullying from Beck and his companions. Judy, a member of Chloe's craft class, also faced ridicule simply for being slightly more robust, enduring a fate even more lamentable than mine. While many still harbored sympathy for me, both boys and girls alike mocked her to her face and behind her back. This relentless torment led her to neglect her meals, subsisting solely on vegetable juice extracted from her own garden. Chloe and Peter felt a deep sense of injustice and sorrow for her plight. Who does not aspire to the slender beauty of a cheerleader, to radiate allure? Who would not wish for the agility and strength of a football player? The tyranny of physical appearance has shackled far too many. Yet the sole consolation I find is that I no longer need to concern myself with my looks. Even if I were to gain weight, I would merely be a portly version of Frankenstein. Recently, Clark received an invitation from Lana to tutor her, learning the delightful news that Whitney would try out for the college team on Lana's birthday, at least on our way to school. Peter and I unanimously deemed this favorable news. Indeed, Clark, worried about the prospect of my being bullied again, insisted I join our trio for the journey to school. Before we could reach the entrance, Peter was hailed by none other than Judy, yet she appeared transformed. She had lost what seemed like 30 pounds overnight. Her face gaunt, as if sculpted from bone. Peter shyly exchanged pleasantries, but after expressing her gratitude, Judy directly invited him to be her date for Lana's party. Amidst the playful encouragement from Clark and Chloe, Judy blushed and hurried away, clutching her bag. How peculiar, Chloe mused, observing Judy's retreating figure. Hey, it's quite normal for a girl to invite me, Peter countered. No, it's as if Judy has shed a significant amount of weight overnight, Chloe silently pondered, considering whether this development could grace the pages of the Torch. Should she succeed, half the school would scramble to uncover this secret. After Clark's words, he turned to leave. Just as I was embroiled in a dispute with Jonathan over the necessity of attending the party, Lana knocked on our door. You've been visited by Lana both during your hospitalization and upon your release. Attending her party is the least you can do. For the Kent family is not one to be ungrateful, Clark whispered in my ear. Lana had come to deliver the list of food required for the festivities, her demeanor not reflecting the enthusiasm typically associated with such occasions. Clark, in his conversation with Lana regarding Whitney, proactively offered himself as Lana's party companion, allowing him to evade a multitude of admirers' invitations. The sheer absurdity of his excuse nearly elicited a laugh from Martha. Clark, promise me you will definitely attend this time. Lana's words echoed like a siren, unlocking the final barrier of my composure, prompting me to laugh aloud before I hastily retreated upstairs under Clark's resentful gaze. Thanks to my dear brother, attendance at the party was unavoidable, and I was also burdened with the task of contemplating a birthday gift for Lana. On a day when inspiration eluded me, I sought Clark's counsel at the barn, only to find Chloe had approached him first. A new intrigue had arisen, and this time, I resolved to browse independently. In a quaint little shop, I stumbled upon a fan from Huagua, adorned with grand and atmospheric ink-wash landscapes. I spent an entire month's allowance to procure this splendid gift. Chapter 18. When Superman's brother musters audacity at school, I caught a glimpse of Lex hastily departing and contemplated inquiring about his destination. However, upon rounding a corner, I encountered Judy flirting with a boy. She appeared markedly different, having lost considerable weight since the previous days, yet she had arranged for Peter to be her date, while simultaneously engaging with another boy. Truly perplexing. Perhaps my thinking was overly traditional, but I could not reconcile this behavior with the Judy I once knew. As I pondered, they exited the building, and from the window, I could see their path leading to the school's playground. Should I inform Peter, as his brother, of this development? What if my misunderstanding led him to lose a potential date? It was perhaps wiser to refrain from meddling. My brother's friendship with them was too precious, and I believed he regarded them as family. Due to Judy's interruption, I failed to catch up with Lex, and it was only upon reaching Chloe's office that I learned he had offered her an internship opportunity. It seemed to stem from her shared belief with Dr. Hamilton that the town's peculiarities originated from the meteor shower rather than from their fertilizer plant. Various signs indicated that Lex was quite intrigued by the meteor shower and my brother's secret. During lunchtime, the news of Dustin's unconsciousness and subsequent hospitalization swept through the entire grade. While it was not uncommon for adolescent boys to find themselves hospitalized for various reasons, it was striking that my brother had never been injured or ill, unlike me, who seemed to suffer ailments with alarming regularity. Yet, hearing that Dustin had been admitted while appearing gaunt, as if he hadn't eaten in weeks, was shocking, especially since that morning he had seemed perfectly fine during Beck's prank. When I recounted this to Chloe, I learned that Clark had rescued Dustin. Evidently, the trio had no secrets among them. Chloe and the others noticed Judy, who was ravenously devouring food at a table, claiming she hadn't eaten all day. The sight of her reminded me of the latter incident. Lacking appetite, I made an excuse about an unsubmitted report and quietly took my leave. Dressed for the evening, I initially intended to wait for Clark to leave together, but it seemed he was dawdling in his room, the air filled with an overwhelming scent of cologne. Considering my sensitive nose, I informed my mother and decided to head to the manor alone. As the party commenced, Clark had yet to arrive, and neither had Peter. These two truly resembled brothers more than Clark and I did. Lana appeared disappointed by Clark's tardiness, and after cutting the cake, she retreated to the terrace for some fresh air. Lex followed her outside, and while I assumed he sought to glean information about Clark through her, their conversation turned out to be rather innocuous. As the festivities neared their conclusion, Clark still had not shown up. After learning the situation through a phone call, he expressed his apologies to Lana, left a gift, and hurried home. Clark mentioned that Judy was consuming fat, claiming that after drinking an excessive amount of vegetable juice infused with kryptonite radiation, her fat was depleting rapidly, nearly leading to an attack when Peter came to escort her. Fortunately, Clark intervened just before she could strike Peter. She has since been taken to Metropolis for treatment. But is there truly a remedy for her rapid fat loss at Metropolis Hospital? Could her current condition inadvertently be marketed as a weight loss product? Such a conspicuous effect could easily attract countless admirers in the future. Thankfully, Clark is not as daft as he might seem. He then sought out Lana to celebrate her birthday, refusing to divulge details, only to return home near midnight. Chapter 19. When Superman's brother knows his place. As the weather gradually warmed, everyone began donning lighter jackets. My parents' wedding anniversary was approaching, and this year they planned to celebrate in Metropolis without Clark and me to intrude. Their enduring affection over the years remained palpable, often making me feel slightly uncomfortable in their presence. Fortunately, a week prior, I had gathered dried flowers, and after 2 to 3 days of drying and a day of crafting, the botanical ring was completed just in time for the occasion. Observing Clark beside me, holding a card, I bit my lip, stifling a smile. Such sweethearts, how thoughtful of you. Martha pressed our faces together before getting into the car. Remember, while we're away. Be good, she said. I'll miss you. Yet, as she spoke, the car had already driven off. For reasons unknown, Lex invited me to spend the night at their manor, mentioning that his personal therapist had arrived and could assist with moisturizing care for my burn scars. Clark also encouraged me to stay over, and seeing their conspiratorial expressions, I sensed they were up to something. However, after enduring half a winter without proper care, my scars had indeed worsened. Assuming that Clark would only invite Lana, Chloe, and Peter over for the night, I acquiesced to the request, especially since Luther had been persistently attempting to approach us. To my surprise, on the very night of our arrival at the estate, Lex did not make another appearance after dining with me, much to my delight. However, I was abruptly awakened by the cacophony of fireworks in the middle of the night, which left me rather restless. Before I could catch up on my sleep, Lex roused me, informing me that an incident had occurred at Clark's solitary fortress and that someone was now in the hospital. Without the luxury of indulging in a second round of therapy, I hastily dressed and, upon Lex's invitation, climbed into his vehicle, returning home. As I opened the door, I was greeted by a pungent aroma of alcohol intermingled with the remnants of vomit and food, nearly causing me to regurgitate my dinner from the previous night. The house was strewn with discarded plastic cups, chips, and nutshells. Clark entered after me and, upon witnessing the disarray, managed a stiff smile. I shrugged and raised my hands in a gesture of nonchalance, stepping back outside. The clattering sound of chaos echoed within, evidently too late to conceal our escapade. As my parents had already appeared before me, the noise not escaping their ears. Following them into the house, the tumult faded, and the interior appeared immaculate, as if nothing had transpired the night before. Clark reclined on the sofa, exhaling in relief, only to be met with the sound of applause from behind. "You've been quite industrious today," my father quipped, his voice reminiscent of a demon's whisper from the abyss. "You returned early, ha." Clark chuckled weakly, casting a glare in my direction. "We couldn't locate you. We made 6 phone calls and spoke to 6 different individuals, yet no one knew your whereabouts." Martha's mother stated gravely, a tone rarely heard from her. "It has nothing to do with me. I wasn't home," I interjected, eager to evade any potential trouble. Clark grimaced, noting that it was supposed to be a private gathering. My parents stood to the side, demanding a candid account of our whereabouts. "The hospital," we replied softly. "Luther Estate," we added. Jonathan's father shot me a disapproving glance, yet he and Martha's mother approached Clark. "The hospital? Who has met with misfortune?" "It's Earl. He has become rather unhinged, incessantly shouting that he needs to find you," Clark divulged. "What has happened to him?" my father inquired, upon hearing the familiar name. After a moment's contemplation, Clark responded, "He has turned into a murderer, and I cannot approach him." "Was he arrested by the police?" "No, but whenever I get close, I feel an odd sensation, as if standing beside a meteorite fragment." Our conversation was brief, as Martha's mother needed to prepare ingredients for the shop, and my father led us to the hospital to see Earl. It is worth mentioning that Earl, having assisted at our home previously, was quite familiar with Clark. However, due to my inability to contribute physically, I had little recollection of him. The doctor informed us that Earl was experiencing prolonged, involuntary spasms, currently attributed to mineral poisoning, though the specific mineral remained unidentified. It was suggested that this was related to a factory explosion 6 months prior, an incident that both officials and employees were unaware of. After my father concluded his remarks, he entered the ward to discuss the events with Earl. According to Earl's account, on the day of the factory explosion, he was engaged in cleaning on the 3rd floor, which was designated for agricultural experiments. The explosion caused some substances to embed into his skin. 2 months prior, his body began to exhibit spasms, and in his quest for healing, he sought to locate the 3rd floor of the factory, only to be informed that it did not exist. Outside the hospital room, we observed tears welling in Earl's eyes. Clark inquired whether his father believed the events to be true, yet Jonathan's father remained skeptical. Through the window, I noticed various colored particles entwined around him, and a wave of anguish and resentment emanated from his being. Feeling unwell, I hastily followed Clark out. Chapter 20. When Superman's brother must embrace adventure originally. There are no classes scheduled for the day. We were supposed to visit the Luther factory. However, due to an incident earlier this year, my mentors had decided to allow me some free time after much deliberation. Seizing the opportunity, I set out to search for the remaining venomous snakes. Yet, the vicinity of the small town offered little in terms of snake sightings, particularly poisonous ones. Nonetheless, there were indeed enthusiasts for insects and serpents, and I managed to find a few locations online where people had reported snake appearances in nearby pools and woods. During this transitional season between winter and spring, the grass lay barren and yellowed, with bare branches and dead trees scattered about. Even the weather seemed to reflect this gloom, as a cool breeze swept in, signaling that searching for snakes may not be prudent at this time. However, my earlier encounter with a toad at the sanatorium suggested that something unusual was transpiring either in the town or within me. After spending an entire afternoon wading through pools and traversing the fields, my shoes and pant legs soaked, I finally discovered a snake still in hibernation. I found it by a small pool. As I stepped ashore, I inadvertently collapsed its hibernation burrow, revealing a portion of its tail, which appeared to be that of a copperhead. Grabbing a nearby stick, I pulled it out and placed it into a glass jar, then hastened homeward. On my way back, I encountered Baker's father, who, despite Baker's less than amiable disposition, was quite affable. He was returning from the direction of the factory with Baker and informed me that an incident had occurred there, where children had been taken hostage to threaten Lex Luthor, claiming that a 3rd floor existed in the factory. However, the madman had already been apprehended, and it was said that my brother had rescued Lex. Now, my parents and brother were accompanying Lex at the hospital. I expressed my gratitude to Baker's father and sought the nearest bus station to head to the hospital. Fortunately, my parents had not yet departed, and it seemed Lex had not suffered any serious issues. However, the glass jar I carried began to stir. It appeared that the temperature in the hospital was quite warm, as the small gray creature had awakened from its slumber and was now climbing within the jar. Considering my fortuitous presence at the hospital, I wondered if it might be wise to experiment now, as any mistakes would not cost me my life. While my parent awaited Clark, I found a secluded corner and opened the lid of the glass jar, cautiously inserting my finger inside. It seemed the snake was indeed quite hungry, as it promptly latched onto my fingertip, sending a sharp pain coursing through me. In retaliation, I swiftly prodded its eye with my other finger, and it appeared to release its grip in response to the pain. Securing the lid, I gazed at the bloodstains lingering on my fingers, cursing my own foolishness for making such a rash decision. My parents appeared to be less than entirely supportive of Clark's act of saving Lex, and it seemed increasingly difficult to conceal my brother's secret from Lex. How long, I wondered, could I keep my own secret hidden from my parents? Before I could contemplate further, my mouth grew parched, a throbbing pain radiated from my right temple, and the floor before me undulated like a turbulent sea. The scene blurred, my eyelids grew heavy, and I stumbled to Martha's side, resting my head on her shoulder before succumbing to slumber. Babel, Babel, I hazily opened my eyes to find Clark standing before me, clutching my backpack alongside my father. What was happening? Jonathan's father held something shiny, resembling the bottle from my bag. My mind raced back. I raised my hand to inspect my fingers. The wound had not vanished, yet it had scabbed over, as if a week had passed. Surveying my surroundings, it was clear I was still in the hospital, and not much time had elapsed. This was the biology project I had prepared for free movement. With little time to spare, I blurted out a random excuse. Silence. An oppressive silence. Jonathan's father regarded me with a sigh, then turned to leave with the bottle. I yearned to explain further, but Clark restrained me, while Martha gently patted my head. While lost in my thoughts, Jonathan's father returned, the bottle nowhere to be seen, and he announced it was time to go home. It seemed intentional. Martha sat in the back seat, leaving the front passenger seat for me, and I couldn't think of anything to say to Jonathan's father during the quiet drive. After a while, he finally spoke. Babel, I know you, your brother, and our family have been through a lot lately. This middle-aged man, nearing 50, could indeed be quite daunting at times. I meekly responded with a simple mm. No dangerous items are permitted in our home. His words struck like a heavy stone, shattering the atmosphere in the car. I had just begun to defend myself. But whatever interests you have, as long as they are beneficial, we support you. A slap on the wrist, though I was uncertain of what Jonathan's father had imagined. His educational strategy was undeniably sound. I shall not bring such peculiar items again. Receiving my response, he then turned to Clark. Clark, I am proud of you for saving lives, but you must first ensure your own safety. Without waiting for Clark to interject, he continued. You know, my notion of protection extends beyond the physical realm. I understand, but Lex would not repay kindness with malice. I merely showcased a slight edge and strength. As we approached the farm entrance, the atmosphere of judgment began to dissipate. Martha briefly recounted today's events, and I expressed my relief at having narrowly escaped trouble, casually remarking that as long as I stayed away from Clark, misfortune would not befall me. I had anticipated that everyone would laugh and jest, yet the expressions on my parents' and Clark's faces swiftly turned somber. Stepping out of the vehicle, burdened by strange thoughts, I had no intention of dining. After a brief wash, I ascended the stairs and fell into slumber. Chapter 21. When a Superman brother is constantly concealed, I slumbered through the night without dreams, awakening only to daylight. It seemed the traces of venom were not merely from a bite, or perhaps the serpent I had captured was not venomous. The breakfast atmosphere mirrored that of any ordinary day, as though the bizarre ambience from yesterday's car ride had been nothing but a figment of my imagination. Lex, who made his appearance thrice a week, arrived once more at my home. By now, I had grown accustomed to his presence, as one might to the very air we breathe. This time, he came to invite Clark to a gala at the Metropolis Museum, which would showcase 10 exhibition areas and 100 historical artifacts. As I had predicted, Lex extended his invitation solely to Clark. It appeared at first he intended to invite me, yet it was merely a fa aude, I wisely declined. Who would have thought that Clark, that unreliable brother, would stir up trouble during his visit to Metropolis? Not only did he rescue someone, but he also found himself in the newspapers. Neither the articles nor the participants in the exhibition mentioned the potential dangers of such actions. Perhaps my lack of ability and ambition leads me to desire nothing more than to safeguard our humble abode. Clark is destined for greater heights, soaring beyond the confines of our small pond. Although I did not entirely agree with his choices, my parents, taking the lead, praised him, leaving me no grounds to assert myself. I remained merely a specter in the background. Life resembles a still pond, seemingly tranquil at times, yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents always swirl. Chloe published an article in yesterday's Torch suggesting that the meteorite might have been the culprit behind the town's mishap. Consequently, today, the principal suspended her. I had intended to spend the night at the Torch office, hoping to sneak into the school specimen room to seek out snake specimens for study. Alas, such hopes evaporated effortlessly. I had also contemplated approaching a teacher to propose a research topic, requesting raw materials from school. However, the scarcity of serpentine creatures near the town rendered any research endeavor futile, leading to my teacher's dismissal of the idea. Upon returning home, I found my parents and Clark gathered in the kitchen, each wearing a frown. The police from Metropolis had discovered Clark's uniqueness and demanded his assistance. I hold great affection for Clark, yet this time, he truly acted thoughtlessly. Ever since he became the Scarecrow, his use of abilities had grown less prudent. As night enveloped the land, Lex visited the farm in search of Clark. My father seemed to have made a phone call and was wandering around the vicinity of the farm, driving off somewhere as the clock neared 9. The following day, during physical education class, they were all warming up for a run while I, nursing my injuries, sat on the bleachers sipping soda. A passerby approached, commenting on the rumors that your father had been involved in a scuffle at the CAF yesterday. Rather fierce indeed. Have you experienced domestic violence at home? Should we contact a social hotline for you? This individual had also been bullied by Becker, and we had conversed a few times, but after my return to school, we had lost contact. In a moment of confusion, I chose to disregard their chatter and headed towards the Torch Society, where Clark was present. His presence always ensured a degree of caution from others. As I approached the entrance, I overheard Chloe's voice and immediately knew she would take Lana's side. For whenever matters pertained to her, objectivity seemed to elude me. Just as I hesitated to turn back, Chloe emerged, tears glistening on her cheeks, upon spotting me. She hastily wiped her face and said, "Your brother is inside," before swiftly walking away. I had intended to discuss matters concerning my father with Clark first, but given the current circumstances, I decided to accompany Chloe instead. Upon exiting the school gates, I passed by a convenience store and quickly dashed in to purchase 2 lollipops, which I offered to her. "I'm still angry with your brother. I suggest you distance yourself from him." Although I hadn't noticed it before, it seemed that along with her anger, there was a subtle hint of melancholy in her demeanor. I held the lollipops aloft, refusing to lower them. "Are you still a 5-year-old child?" Without addressing my question directly, Chloe averted her gaze, bypassing the candy as she continued onward. "How about the cake at that CAF?" I took some of my pocket money from Clark's piggy bank. I then retrieved 2 bills from my coat pocket. Rather than sulking alone, why not spend his money for a bit of joy? What do you think? Chloe's expression appeared to waver. I raised a finger, adding, "and a cup of iced Americano." Noticing her reluctance dissipating, I linked my arm with hers, and we hastened towards the CAF. Chapter 22. When Superman's brother has unspoken sorrows, seated by the window, Chloe stirred her coffee with a spoon, her gaze vacant as she observed the bustling crowd outside. "You seem different today, Babel." Her voice was calm and steady. "How so?" I replied, nibbling on a piece of Black Forest cake, my words muffled. "You used to be indifferent to our affairs with your brother. Whenever we greeted you, you would merely exchange a few words and depart. A person so averse to trouble is now clinging to me." Chloe's eyes finally regained their focus. "Part of it stems from your previous assistance in gathering information for me," I continued, the remainder of my words lodged in my throat like cake that was difficult to swallow. "What are the other reasons?" Chloe inquired, lifting her coffee to take a sip. "This time, I believe I discern your feelings towards my brother. Fundamentally, it is because of him that I feel a sense of guilt." For a fleeting moment, her expression faltered before she quickly regained composure. "What are you saying? My brother and I have been the best of friends since childhood. My irritation towards him is merely a result of the Torch report." Yet, as she prepared to leave, I noticed a familiar spark about her that I hadn't seen in ages. compelling me to observe closely. However, her blatant falsehoods made me suspect that her feelings for my brother ran deeper than I had anticipated. It seemed burdensome for someone who cared so deeply for him to experiment with her abilities, weighed down by such guilt. Yet as I spoke of that incident, particles emanating from her became disordered, and while I extended a tissue towards her, a portion of it seeped onto my hand. I was revisiting the sensation of being mocked by that individual during physical education class, mingled with an indescribable, slightly bitter experience. Chloe appeared unaffected, her demeanor lightening as she lifted the cake to savor it. Meanwhile, I gazed at my hand, still somewhat perplexed. The questions did not trouble me for long. Upon returning home, I found myself cornered by my parents at the refrigerator, interrogating me about Clark's whereabouts. That fellow had clearly rushed home before me. I had even caught a glimpse of him at the CF, struggling to conceal my presence for a considerable time. After divulging my ignorance regarding his location, I turned the inquiry back to Jonathan's father concerning the CAF, whether he had not heard or chose to disregard my question. He picked up the phone to contact Peter's parents. Feeling ignored, I glanced at Martha's mother, who merely pursed her lips and shook her head. It was not until the blaring of police sirens roused me that I descended the stairs to witness Jonathan's father being taken away in a police car. Silently, I retreated to the restroom to splash water on my face, daring to confirm that I was not merely dreaming from the weight of stress. I hurried to catch up with my mother as she drove to the police station. With no leads on clearing my father's name, I was sent back home by my mother, only to discover that a pillar in our house had broken. With no time to investigate further, I noticed a distant light flickering. From the entrance, it appeared to be a middle-aged man with dark hair, peering through binoculars at our house. It was not difficult to deduce that he must be the detective from the Phelan precinct. I flung open the door and dashed outside, but by the time I reached the entrance, the vehicle had already sped away. A faint, dull red particle floated before me, and upon lowering my gaze, I realized it was emanating from my clenched fist, consistent with the so-called anger I had observed earlier. While I busied myself running between the police station and school, I failed to notice that Clark had once again vanished after nightfall. Following Metropolis's return, it seemed I rarely caught sight of him. Given the current state of affairs at home, it was hard to fathom what could possibly be more pressing than my father's situation. Regardless of how potent the emotions may be, the absence of an outlet can render one powerless. This sentiment twisted within me when I encountered Clark that morning. Even upon learning that Jonathan's father was returning home with the news of the charges being dropped, I found no relief. It felt as though something was igniting within me, an anger steeped in the musty scent of history, reverberating from my heart to my lungs. While still deliberating on Clark's gifts, I found my thoughts wandering. Indeed, why could Clark so freely display his abilities before his family? I merely had a few inklings, yet chose to conceal them, as if I held no complete trust in this household. Shaking my head to clear my thoughts, I opted to join in the smiles of my parents, striving to blend in harmoniously. Chapter 23. When Superman's brother feels a twinge of pain, I had thought that life would become mundane following Phelan's demise. In a matter of weeks, the school was once again beset by ghostly occurrences during daylight hours. Every institution possesses its own enigmatic tales. Yet a spirit manifesting in the boys' locker room in broad daylight is indeed a rarity. The school initiated a blood donation campaign, which had been one of the two activities I was willing to partake in. However, following my burn injuries, I was still on medication, effectively rendering me ineligible for participation. Clark, on the other hand, was even less inclined to engage in such an endeavor, having never once witnessed him with even the slightest scrape throughout our lives. During routine health checkups when blood was required, he would deftly pilfer the necessary equipment to draw from my own arm instead. In retrospect, having such a brother meant I was not only financially contributing, but also offering my own blood and toil. To my astonishment, this year Lana was in charge of the blood donation event, and after a day spent in the library, I learned that Clark had become a volunteer for the initiative. I noted his foolishness in my diary and wagered with Peter that before he completed 1,000 foolish acts, my brother and Lana would never become an item. Martha's mother summoned me to deliver pre-ordered tulips to Lex, as Jonathan's father was not particularly fond of Clark frequenting the estate. Yet, whenever I displayed the telltale needle marks on my arm and cast a pitiful glance at Clark, he could never resist the urge to turn and embrace the bouquet as he departed. When Martha's mother brought out cookies and discovered Clark was missing, I was nestled on the sofa, resting my eyes. She perched on the armrest, gently pinching my cheek. "You are bullying your brother again." "I am not. He volunteered for this." Before my hospitalization, he had taken me to the sanatorium, ostensibly to spend time with Lana. I buried my head into the back of the sofa, presenting Martha with the back of my head. The following day, Clark's mood inexplicably brightened, his smile more radiant than the rising sun. My hallucinations, however, became increasingly frequent. While Clark and I were reading at a CAF, Amy, who resided at Luther Manor, approached with comments regarding Luther's current girlfriend. I could perceive the red and green particles surrounding her, and as I drew closer, an impulse to shatter my coffee cup surged within me. Curiously, while Clark endeavored to draw nearer to Lana, he also seemed to be courting Whitney and had become Amy's emotional sounding board. When did Clark's kind-heartedness gain such a notorious reputation? Whenever I attempted to approach Amy in the same class at school, her brother would invariably appear to thwart my efforts. His gaze and the particles emanating from him suggested that had I possessed any ill intentions, he would undoubtedly have delivered a punch as a lesson. Even more troubling was the growing desire I felt to converse with Luther after my interactions with Amy. This sudden and unwelcome urge prompted me to avoid close encounters with her at school. However, within just 2 days, Amy moved away from the small town, granting me a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, Martha's mother informed me that Clark had discovered Whitney's father was soon to undergo heart surgery. I understood that in such moments, Clark often made choices that were exceptionally harsh on himself. For a week now, he has sequestered himself in his fortress each evening after dinner, refusing to emerge. His parents find it uncomfortable to counsel him on this matter, and I could discern none of the previous spark within him, leaving me at a loss for words to console him. At school, he maintains a facade of normalcy, yet he is evidently distancing himself from Lana, leading me to believe that this chapter had closed. However, recently I borrowed his favorite shirt without asking, and he erupted into a quarrel with me. Though it bore a slight stain from my meal, Clark himself often sullies his own garments. He was not previously so irritable. Perhaps he secretly yearns to vent his frustrations on me, as a series of events unfolds in his life. His extraordinary talent, accompanied by the meteorite, has recently thrown his existence into turmoil. Ironically, due to this very gift, he finds it impossible to express his pent-up emotions freely. Adolescence is a time for self-discovery and the flourishing of individuality, yet Clark can only cocoon himself like a chrysalis, layer upon layer, concealing his secrets and true self, presenting an enigmatic facade to the world. I comprehend his longing for Lana's affection, her love for the authentic him. Yet, the current circumstances and my reason compel me to remain a distant observer, allowing time to soothe his discontent and anger, much like my own. Chapter 24. When Superman's younger brother harbors secrets in my quest across the small town for another snake, I devised a new plan. If I could not find one here, I would venture to Metropolis, where the zoo invariably showcases snakes. Clearly, with a face marred by misfortune, it was unlikely I would find any decent part-time work in the town, while I failed to uncover any profitable avenues. I did hear rumors of interest in purchasing our family farm. Initially dismissing it as mere gossip, I returned home to find my father, Jonathan, repeatedly slapping his own face in disbelief. Inquiring with Clark revealed that a pest control company Rickman had just visited and, astonishingly, my father had signed a contract to sell the farm. My father holds our family farm in the highest regard, and this decision seemed wholly out of character for him. He appeared genuinely shocked by his own actions, which was perplexing. Although Martha, my mother, was at the farm, she consistently monitors business news. She and my father began researching to see if there were any clauses that could render the contract void. The information they found online indicated that the Rickman factory had achieved considerable success, but had inflicted damage upon the local environment. Such a notorious individual would never find my father as an ally. Ever since receiving threats from Leon, my father has harbored a deep-seated animosity towards them. Perhaps only one explanation suffices. This man possesses some bizarre ability, capable of influencing others, perhaps even more profoundly than I. Lana suffered an unfortunate fall while riding, and Whitney suspects that the town's oddball, Kyle, frightened her horse. Shortly after Lana's incident, Whitney bizarrely encountered an attack by Kyle at his residence. Despite the lingering doubts, the police seemed decidedly inclined to trust the promising captain of the high school football team, while the obviously destitute Kyle found himself apprehended and brought to the precinct. Clark felt a deep sense of indignation as I wandered around the town, ultimately locating the so-called Rickman outside a flower shop. Sir, I am unaware of the sordid tactics you have employed, but our town does not permit the establishment of environmentally destructive enterprises such as yours. Ha ha. You must be the ugly son of the Kent family. Spare me your efforts. Your father has already signed the contract, and no amount of persuasion on your part will change that. The man leaning against his car adjusted the collar of his expensive coat, adding, if I were you, I would remain indoors to avoid being a nuisance to the public. His disdainful and mocking demeanor was infuriating. Suddenly, familiar red particles began to swirl around me. My focus, however, was not on the particles but rather on the smug expression of the man across from me. The cluster of red particles enveloped us both, and just as I became aware of a shift in our surroundings, the particles vanished completely. The man's expression remained unchanged, further fueling my ire. Just wait, you despicable and shameless merchant will one day find yourself behind bars. Turning away, I intended to seek out Chloe for a solution, but after taking only a few steps, a powerful force knocked me to the ground. Rickman's eyes glimmered with anger, mirroring the look I had just given him. In a state of confusion, I heard the blaring of a car horn. As the vehicle approached, I quickly dashed across the street. Yet Rickman seemed to have his fury dissipate in an instant, furrowing his brow as he glanced around before climbing into his car and driving away. It appeared as though my emotions could influence those of others. Did that mean I was destined to become one of the peculiar occurrences in this town, much like Clark and the rest? If both Clark and I possessed such gifts, would Jonathan and Martha also share a unique secret with me? Chapter 25. The oddities of Superman's brother, ignoring the scrutinizing gazes of those around me. I sprinted towards the farm, my mind racing with thoughts of how my parents would react upon learning the news. I could even envision using my abilities to reclaim our farm. And what of Lex, who always frequented our home? Could I truly fathom what he sought from our family? Upon opening the door to our home, I found newspapers and documents strewn across the floor, tables, and sofa. Jonathan and Martha were each engrossed in a stack of papers, their glasses perched on their noses as they studied the contents with a mix of focus and tension, their furrowed brows capable of squashing a fly. The familiar smiles that once adorned their faces had vanished, revealing the fine lines at the corners of their eyes and the deepening creases on their foreheads. The mundane struggles of life had worn them down, and with my presence adding to their burdens, they had become shadows of their former selves. Swallowing hard, I took a deep breath and approached my father, inquiring about his needs. "Good boy, why don't you make us a couple of cups of coffee?" Jonathan said, patting my cheek before returning his attention to the documents in his hands. Upon turning and entering the kitchen, I poured coffee grounds into the filter paper and boiled water, preparing the brew as Martha's mother had instructed. With the coffee set on the table, I donned my coat and quietly slipped out, intent on tracing the footsteps of a successful businessman, preferably seeking out another prosperous individual for inquiries. Arriving at the entrance of Luther Manor, I learned that Lex was not in and decided to wait outside for his return. The doorman seemed to recognize me as Clark's brother, often frequenting the estate, and suggested I head home instead, as Mr. Luther and Mr. Rickman had gone out, leaving with an absent-minded demeanor that hinted at unresolved matters. At a loss for a solution, I resolved to return home and ponder my next steps. Passing a small shop, I noticed the television broadcasting news of the local authorities apprehending the unemployed Kyle, who had escaped. Yet, the town appeared unaffected by the fugitive's flight. Everyone was aware that Kyle's crime amounted to merely throwing a few punches at a football player. Police vehicles adorned with swirling blue particles sped by, and the individuals I could see were enveloped in hues of red, gold, blue, and yellow, rendering the entire town akin to a ridiculous animated scene. The familiar path home became unrecognizable, prompting me to find a seat at an outdoor table of a nearby shop, closing my aching eyes. The particles persisted in their shimmering dance, and, as the sun descended and darkness enveloped the streets, I cautiously made my way home, avoiding passers-by. Clark stood with his back to me, 3 conspicuous holes punctuating his shirt, and, as I opened my mouth to inquire, the brilliance of the blue particles surrounding him and our parents was nearly blinding. Feigning discomfort, I retreated to my room, worry weighing heavily upon me until sleep finally claimed me. The following day, I awoke to find Clark peering out of my door, entirely alone, which brought me a sense of relief. However, when I descended to see our parents, the particles enveloping them obscured their faces, though I could sense their worry for me. Gazing directly at them felt uncomfortable, so I turned and ascended the stairs to retrieve my long-hidden sunglasses. I then found Martha's mother and half-truthfully explained my current predicament. The incessant brightness was overwhelming, causing discomfort to my eyes. Upon hearing this, Jonathan's father immediately drove me to the hospital. During the visit, he shared the news of Rickman's disappearance and the preservation of our farm, yet I merely met his gaze with indifference. I suspected that Rickman's situation was somehow entwined with the events surrounding Clark from the previous day. His remarkable talent rendered the multitude of problems before him trivial. Conversely, a disabled child who had yet to master his own abilities found himself ensnared by them. Clark always remained exceptional, radiating brilliance. Regardless, the examination of my eyes revealed no structural abnormalities. He then excused me to converse with Jonathan's father. It was not difficult to surmise that he would suggest I had concocted a lie to garner my parents' attention or that my burns had somehow affected my mental state. To this day, I remain uncertain whether my abilities are genuine or merely a figment of my imagination. Even now, my circumstances differ drastically from Clark's. His abilities are stable and perceptible, whereas my own capabilities remain shrouded in ambiguity. After numerous discussions during dinner, my parents ultimately acquiesced to negotiate with the principal, allowing me to attend class while donning sunglasses. As for the opinions of my peers regarding the bespectacled oddity, that is a matter beyond my consideration. On Monday, apart from wearing sunglasses, I reluctantly accepted the arrangement to visit the administration building daily for psychological counseling. This entailed nothing more than casual conversations with the teachers, with no significant changes emerging. Gradually, as I became well acquainted with Jason, the school nurse and counselor, I even found myself able to have lunch in his office, bypassing the cafeteria where I faced exclusion. Chapter 26. The perpetual worry of being Superman's brother, the monotony of my existence, was momentarily interrupted during the mineral collection practice in natural science. On the bus heading to the field, few were willing to sit beside me, save for a boy named Eric. He was somewhat introverted and timid, often reprimanded by his father, a teacher at the school, which rendered him an outcast. I had previously believed we belonged to the same social tier. Evidently, he did not share this sentiment, as my friendly greeting fell into a void. Where my sunglasses could not obscure, I observed blue particles emanating from his being. After more than a month of investigation, having scrutinized over 100 strangers, I nearly correlated these particles, visible only to me, with specific emotions. Blue indicated annoyance. The dark red particles frequently surrounding me were likely associated with anger. Green particles generally signified hatred. The earthy yellow particles often belonged to those harboring resentful thoughts. And the golden particles were nearly synonymous with frustration. Indeed, a peculiar individual attending a field trip while wearing sunglasses must be quite bothersome. Since he sought a tranquil environment, I resolved to remain silent and gaze out at the scenery. Kansas is a premier location for geological exploration in the United States. With an abundance of collectible rocks such as limestone, shale, and sandstone, complemented by the local specialty of meteorites. This excursion promised an exceptionally fruitful collection endeavor. After assisting Clark in unearthing a fragment of a meteorite, I placed it in the lead box Lex had gifted him and retreated to a quieter corner to indulge in my role as a miner. As dusk descended, 80% of participants had successfully gathered the specimens on their lists, prompting the accompanying teacher to call for our immediate return to school. It was only when the teacher, upon counting, realized Eric was missing that I discerned this educator was indeed Eric's father. Darkness enveloped us more swiftly than anticipated. The clouds intertwined ominously, and a piercing thunderclap struck, sending half of the occupants on the bus into startled cries. I pressed my head against the window, my fingers rhythmically tapping the edge, as I awaited the return of that foolish brother who had volunteered to search for Eric. When he finally appeared around the corner, supporting Eric's frame, the weight in my heart fell with a resounding thud. Clark seemed oblivious as he passed by me, casually winking as if to convey that all was well, before heading to Peter's seat in the back. The following day, when Jonathan's father's truck became ensnared in mud, he first called for Clark and shortly thereafter summoned me. Confused, I was soon enlightened by Clark, who explained that he was not feeling well that day and lacked the strength. This was merely the first of the peculiar incidents. After chemistry class, I sought out Chloe, only to learn that Clark had twisted his ankle during gym class. Before heading to the infirmary to find him, I deliberately surveyed the area, noticing no classmates adorned with meteorite jewelry. The mystery remained unresolved as I dashed through 2 corridors and pushed open the infirmary door. "Clark, how are you?" Upon seeing my alarmed expression, Clark chuckled, teasing, "This injury is nothing compared to your last bout of flu." The infirmary was crowded, and I had little desire to engage in such trivial banter. Instead, I turned to Peter for assistance, compared to my newly reached height of 1.7 meters. Clark seemed like a towering giant, and I was certain I could not support him. After we exited the bus, with Peter and I each supporting Clark on either side, an uncomfortable silence enveloped us until Peter broke the ice. "Goodness, Clark, you look so lean, yet you feel so heavy." His jest struck a chord with me. Indeed, it felt as though he was crushing me. "Clark, you ought to eat less at breakfast and lunch. Save some for me." Observing our height disparity, one might assume our parents favored me in a rather cruel manner. "Babel, did you know your brother, despite his imposing stature, turns into a quivering mess in front of the girl he likes?" Peter's vivid storytelling prompted me to chime in. How else could my parents describe him as frail and me as perpetually unlucky? Clark remained silent, tightening his arm around my shoulders and shooting me a sidelong glance. After settling Clark onto the couch with a strained smile, my arm went numb, and I lay back, while Martha's mother offered Peter a small dessert. Once I bid him farewell and closed the door, Clark's interrogation commenced. I glanced around. Apart from Lana, no one in gym class had donned meteorite jewelry. I turned the conversation to Martha's mother. "Clark, your physical condition today seems unusual. Do you feel unwell?" "No, I feel all right, but something seems off," he replied. My extraordinary strength and speed seemed to have eluded me. Our parents exchanged glances, perhaps attributing it to the aftereffects of being struck by lightning at the dam. A couple of days of rest might restore him. Clark pursed his lips, and his usual signature smile vanished in an instant. Adjusting his sunglasses, he appeared impeccably clean, devoid of any trace of distress, although a hint of disappointment lingered. So far, I had not observed any particles indicative of positive emotions like joy or relaxation, making it impossible to induce a sense of calm. With his superhuman gifts seemingly vanished, Clark still possessed a youthful physique, and recovery came swiftly. By the next morning, his legs had healed. Once restored, he eagerly dashed outside, suggesting that his spirited nature had not faded alongside his abilities. Chapter 27. When Superman's brother forever lags behind, after much effort, I managed to secure an unpaid apprenticeship at a CAF for the past 2 months, where I could learn the art of brewing coffee and occasionally glean tidbits of information about the school. On my first day of work, the influx of familiar faces from my school provided me with more news than I had gathered in the entire previous month. 2 individuals by the windowsill were engrossed in a conversation about how Eric assisted the editor-in-chief of the school newspaper in apprehending a robber. Once timid, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. You wouldn't believe he sent the robber flying and shattered a car window in the process. Thankfully, I had never crossed him. Who would have guessed he was capable of such ferocity? Upon returning home that night, eager to share the latest gossip, I found that, unsurprisingly, Clark was already aware of it. His strength is rather extraordinary. I was nearby at the time. That is certainly not a power possessed by an ordinary individual. Clark stated earnestly. Could it be that he, like others, was altered by fragments of a meteorite? Our parents, lacking first-hand knowledge, could only hypothesize. Perhaps. But my abilities have vanished while he has manifested his. It seems a bit too coincidental. If your powers have manifested in him, we must act swiftly. Clark and my parents wore solemn expressions. But perhaps this is the destiny I deserve. Eric is using his gifts for good, while I can simply be an ordinary boy from small town. Jonathan, my father, did not respond but placed a reassuring hand on Clark's shoulder. My brother was still grappling with his thoughts when Lex arrived at our door, inviting him to the estate. I had intended to accompany him, but my foolish brother waved me away. After 20 failed attempts to inject irritable particles into a mouse, he returned home in a foul mood. It appeared that Lex had clandestinely continued his investigation into Clark and our family. Since retaining the damaged Porsche, he had enlisted private detectives and police to relentlessly pursue his inquiries. In front of Lex, Clark had inflicted a wound upon himself to prove his ordinariness before storming away in anger. I knew well that there was nothing good to be found within the Luthor family. Their intentions were as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Jonathan's pent-up resentment exploded in that moment. Indeed, Clark often conceals things, What matters is that he has at least been honest now. While we have not been entirely forthright with him, my mother timely redirected the conversation. Your secrets are not exactly hidden from others, are they? Oh dear, you cannot pull the leash without causing pain, I thought to myself as Clark pulled me away from the scene. I was oblivious to the ensuing conversation. I slammed the door behind me and retreated to my dreams. Before we could devise a plan to address Eric's situation, he had already emerged as the new star of the town, thwarting 3 car accidents, capturing 2 robbers, and even assisting the current cheerleading captain with a push. While others perform good deeds anonymously, he seeks fame in his benevolence. Every patron at the CAF spoke of him with fervor and accolades. Eric seemed to revel in the attention, a state of affairs that left one feeling uneasy. Our concerns regarding Eric's uncontrollable behavior finally came to a head during a confrontation with the cheerleader captain's boyfriend. When he effortlessly sent that football player flying with a single kick, launching Clark in a perfect arc, the onlookers were engulfed by a dread as palpable as wild grass growing unchecked. Just as I had crafted my first milk flower and was about to capture the moment, news surfaced about Eric. He is now wanted. How do you know? I lived diagonally across from them, and just moments ago, I heard a scream emanating from their home. When my mother inquired, she was told that Eric's father had been knocked unconscious. Who would dare approach his family now? It's likely he is involved. So, he must have already been taken to the police station. To be honest, in the past couple of days, every time I recall the strength he displayed, I am plagued by nightmares. Indeed, attempting to impose moral constraints on a superpowered individual, especially a minor, is quite absurd. The television in the CAF interrupted the patrons' conversations with breaking news. Good day, everyone. A male high school student has openly resisted arrest and assaulted police officers, resulting in significant societal harm. Anyone with information regarding his whereabouts is urged to contact us promptly. If this power remains with Eric, it could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences. I used the CAF's phone to reach home, and it was my father who answered. However, Clark had been gone for quite some time. At 2 in the afternoon, the CAF lights flickered ominously for 10 minutes before finally stabilizing. Chapter 28. When Superman's brother feels inferior after that day, Clark's daily solitary journey resumed. His efforts to uplift his spirits were continuously passed around until they finally reached Chloe. The timing coincided perfectly with Chloe's plan to interview Lex, the busy billionaire heir, who was too preoccupied with work and leisure to spare her any time except late at night. Thus, Chloe enlisted the help of the honorary member, Clark, and they set off for the Luthor estate. The evening without Clark was eerily quiet. I was alone in my room, attempting to stimulate the particles within myself, though regrettably, the results were not promising. After numerous attempts yielded little progress, I drank the milk that Jonathan's father had brought upstairs and prepared for sleep. Suddenly, my father's voice echoed from downstairs. There's a thief. Are you all right? In an instant, my drowsiness evaporated. I jumped out of bed and raced downstairs, only to find Jonathan's father grabbing his coat and truck keys, preparing to head out. What happened to Clark? I inquired. He's fine, but Chloe has been hurt. I need to check on her. Jonathan's father stepped outside. Take me with you. Chloe has helped me so much. I want to see her, I said, rushing down the stairs, slipping on my usual spare shoes, ready to follow him. No, you stay here, he said, turning around and pressing a finger against my forehead. Look at the time. Are you really comfortable leaving your mother Martha home alone? Worried sick? Mom can come too, I protested, swatting away Jonathan's father's finger, only to be held back by a hand from behind. Little buddy, your mother has things to do at home. You stay here and keep me company. Besides, you always envy Clark's height. If you don't sleep early, you'll never catch up to him. Martha's mother covertly exchanged glances with my father, mistakenly believing I was oblivious. Consequently, there was no room for negotiation. My father embarked on the drive to the estate alone. Meanwhile, I curled up on the sofa, devoid of energy, and let out a languid yawn. Although Martha's mother claimed to have matters to attend to, she accomplished little. Noticing my reluctance to ascend the stairs, she retreated to the kitchen. Upon her return, she provided me with a glass of water, tossed me a towel, and settled beside me. You ought to clean your feet. Just look at the dirt on your soles. As I propped my legs up and meticulously wiped my feet, I rinsed the towel and returned it to the bathroom. Martha's mother was engrossed in a hefty tome titled New Perspectives in Business Management. Resting my head on her shoulder, I felt compelled to voice a lingering question. Mother, if one day I were to possess abilities akin to Clark's, would you be proud of me? Martha's mother chuckled softly, wrapping her arm around my shoulders and gently patting my head. "What is this? Are you envious of your brother?" In truth, I believe it was evident that whether Clark possessed talent or not, he and I were equally cherished by our parents, just as you are. While teachers often proclaim that each individual is unique, my brother's allure is indeed remarkable. Realizing I had not articulated my thoughts with sufficient clarity, I sought to elaborate. His enigmatic charm is something everyone admires, while I feel burdened with only my awkwardness and peculiarities. Perhaps sensing the weight of my melancholy, Martha's mother fell silent for a moment. After 2 or 3 minutes, she handed me the water. "You do not yet understand yourself. Perhaps at present, all you perceive are your scars and the malice surrounding you. However, you must recognize just how extraordinary you are in the eyes of your father and me. Clark may be audacious, but you possess a delicate grace. Where Clark can be reckless, you exhibit patience. You view your scars as painful reminders and sources of humiliation. Yet you do not dwell in sorrow. My child, strong and brave scarcely encapsulate you. Like Clark, you are a priceless treasure, a divine gift." In that moment, I could not discern Martha's mother's expression, yet I sensed she might have shed a tear. No visible droplets appeared, and I could not ascertain the emotion behind her tears. All I felt was a tightening in my throat and an itch in my eyes. Chapter 29. When the super brother takes advantage, forcing my voice to carry a note of mirth, I declared, "Then I shall be the diamond of our parents." Clark is merely a sapphire at best. Indeed, either one is beloved by mothers. Although Martha's mother did not smile, her tone had softened considerably. "Mother, you often provide food for the volunteer organization. Could you take me and Clark along next time?" What prompted this sudden interest in such activities? "You have typically shied away from them," Martha's mother inquired while glancing at her phone. "Clark and Dad have both participated in the School S football team, and I long for some shared family activities. Of course, we could use some youthful energy in the team. If you back out, your favorite tomato stew will be absent for a month." After I firmly declined, I huffed and picked up a nearby magazine. Gazing out the window, I pondered the nature of the thief who could inflict harm upon Chloe right before Clark. When my father and Clark returned home, I was nearly asleep on Martha's shoulder. Clark recounted how the 3 thieves moved like phantoms, with walls seemingly non-existent before them, leaving him feeling utterly powerless in their presence. He made no mention of Chloe and hurried upstairs. I wished to inquire further, but Martha gently intervened, urging me to retire to my room and postpone any discussion until the morrow. An hour later, as dawn began to break, the farm, which had been illuminated throughout the night, succumbed to darkness. The chirping of birds roused me before the sun had fully risen. After sitting up for a moment to gather myself, I swiftly descended from my bed. I insisted that Clark take me to the hospital. The disheartening news was that she had yet to awaken from her coma. However, there was a glimmer of hope as I once again witnessed particles manifesting around Clark. As I feigned comfort, I accidentally bumped his arm, absorbing a significant portion of the particles enveloping him. Clark's expression shifted subtly as he glanced at me, then shook his head. "Oh dear, don't be foolish while she remains unconscious, Clark." The moment the particles vanished from him, I instinctively stepped back, vividly recalling the stark contrast of standing beside Clark while gazing out the window. Before long, Clark announced his intention to check on Lex's condition, leaving me to keep Chloe company. I, too, could not linger for long, realizing my work shift was approaching. I exchanged greetings with Uncle Sullivan and hurried outside. Upon reaching the store entrance, I was already 5 minutes late. I removed my sunglasses and peered in to assess the manager, who displayed no signs of particles escaping from him, suggesting I might escape severe reprimand. Quietly, I slipped inside. For reasons unknown, throughout the morning, not a single customer discussed the theft or robbery at Luther Manor. Instead, the topic of Whitney's failure to secure a college scholarship was repeatedly brought up. Given his past actions towards Clark, I should not have felt sympathy for him. Yet, reflecting on Clark's relentless pursuit of Lana, I felt he deserved a brighter future. I didn't dwell on it for long. After all, with compensation funds supporting me, I had no need for a scholarship, and such matters soon faded from my mind. During my afternoon shift, Clark passed by, purchasing a cup of coffee and engaging in brief conversation with me, mentioning he had yet to uncover any leads on the previous day's thieves. In such moments, I missed Chloe's intelligence. Ordinarily, she would have already brought Clark face to face with those miscreants. Upon completing my shift, my first task was to pack a selection of discounted pastries from the store, intending them as today's dessert. Humming a tune, I hurried home with the takeout box. A vehicle belonging to Lex sped past me. He did not close his window, and I noticed what appeared to be a black briefcase in his left hand. Could it be that the robbers had made off with all his cash yesterday, prompting him to visit the bank today? The life of the affluent is beyond my imagination. I would prefer to be a blissful country sibling, free from labor. Chapter 30. Convincing others is a Herculean task. Clark hurriedly departed after dinner, presumably intent on seeking out those malicious robbers from yesterday. Before I could mention my encounter with Lex today, he had already vanished from the house. Almost immediately, I heard Clark's distant voice calling for assistance with the hay bales, repeating his pleas several times. Originally, I had intended to sneak upstairs to study, but I reluctantly found the electrician's gloves at the door and made my way to the barn to help Dad Jonathan. Every time I assisted him, I returned feeling utterly exhausted, my body aching and slumped in a chair, with my father nearby lamenting my lack of efficiency. Last time Clark lost his superpowers, his work efficiency was comparable to mine. His fingers traced circles on the table as a glass of cold milk was set beside him. A glance to the right revealed my father, barely suppressing a smile, although he had yet to utter a word. I could wager that Martha had surely relayed yesterday's conversation to him. Your brother, despite possessing superhuman abilities, is still just one person. You must frequently lend us a hand. For managing the farm is a family endeavor. Dad stood up to record today as incoming hay and the food orders to be addressed tomorrow. Adjusting to the aches in my body, I prepared to step outside, only to be met by Clark, who had mysteriously disappeared after dinner. He carried with him the coolness of the night air, and my complaints were still unuttered. Babel, are you aware of Whitney's situation? His words were clipped, as if he had heard something at school. It was the topic of conversation among the guests. Whitney had not received the scholarship. Additionally, his relationship with Lana had grown somewhat distant. Although it may be deemed unethical, don't you think this presents a splendid opportunity? He works at the sporting goods store in town. I spotted him looking rather downcast. Later in the evening, I saw him drunkenly wandering the streets with those robbers from before. Clark gulped down a mouthful of icy water. Then you. I almost asked a foolish question. Whitney likely knows their whereabouts. You should inquire with him and then alert the authorities. I had the same thought, Clark replied, but your relationship with him is too complex. Convincing him will be arduous. One it? The moment felt amiss. Typically, such matters would be shared with Peter or Chloe. Are you suggesting I approach Whitney for a conversation? No. You know how those football players look down upon me, and I harbor no respect for them either. He attempted to retreat upstairs. As I was about to exit the kitchen, you reminded me that Chloe had assisted you before. Clark's annoyance was palpable. He squinted for a moment before turning to face me. I can only have a chat. I cannot guarantee any results, and you must accompany me. After a taxing day, my limbs ached, and just as I reached the school gate, I spotted Clark waiting for me. This was the first time he had proactively awaited my release from school since my injury. Enduring excruciating pain, I leapt onto his back, insisting that he carry me. Otherwise, I would not budge. He reluctantly adjusted his backpack to the front and quickened his pace. Once we were out of sight, he gathered his strength and charged forward. The familiar sensation of impact against the wall, coupled with a howling wind, enveloped me. In mere moments, we arrived at the sporting goods store. I jumped off Clark's back and patted my stomach, feeling as if I had just been sprawled across a marble statue. Upon entering the store, Clark momentarily vanished, only to reappear and gesture toward the direction I should take. Whitney, clad in a cobalt blue work vest, was busy organizing the athletic shoes on the shelves. Excuse me, may I? I attempted to feign a chance encounter. Upon seeing me, Whitney picked up a nearby document and turned away. I hurried after him, exclaiming, Hey, that is quite rude, Captain. Whitney halted, blocking my path. Let us be frank, Kent. Yesterday, it was your brother. Today it's you. Are you not thrilled to witness the fall of a rising star? Even more captivating than a soap opera? Calm your temper for a moment. You Haven T bullied me, and I have no intention of mocking you. I raised my hands, affirming that I had indeed come to find him. Did you drink with 3 others yesterday? You're spying on me, he retorted, gripping my collar. Oomph. I coughed, startled. Those 3 are not good company. I swatted Whitney's hand away, explaining that they had robbed Lex and caused Chloe to be hospitalized. Whitney released me with disdain. Don't threaten me. If the Luther family had been robbed, it would have made headlines long ago. Even if Chloe's injury was their doing. What does it have to do with you or me? He straightened his clothes and strode toward the cash register. Hey, even Lana wouldn't want you getting too close to them. My only feeling now was one of isolation. I hardly had time to use my abilities. The particles around him were abundant, yet when he moved to strike me, I found it impossible to concentrate and absorb them. Clark's request was beyond my reach, and I shook my head toward the entrance. Chapter 31. Even Superman's brother cannot preserve his job. Clark walked directly to Whitney. After a brief exchange, Whitney turned and left. Waiting at the store entrance, all I received was the command to head home and the sight of my brother's retreating figure. At least I wasn't burdened with carrying the bag home. As I prepared to leave, a backpack flew toward me from a distance. "Hey, can't you manage to return it home yourself with such speed?" I placed both Clark's and my backpack in the CAF's locker and began my part-time work at the CAF. Although I didn't absorb any particles from Whitney today, I inadvertently gathered quite a few from the customers. Their uplifted spirits as they left might just encourage repeat visits. I packed the discounted pastries I had bought today into Clark's bag as a token of gratitude. Suddenly, a familiar black car approached, almost splattering me with mud. Upon closer inspection, I recognized the license plate as belonging to that bald man, Lex. As I remained fixated on the car, I felt a sudden tug on my backpack, leading me to mistakenly believe I was about to be robbed. Just as I was preparing to abandon Clark's bag and flee, I was relieved to see it was, in fact, Clark, who was also gazing in the direction I had been. "Why are you still here, small bus? Have you forgotten that I have a part-time job?" After a moment of panic, I playfully punched Clark and made my way home. We couldn't dissuade Whitney. "Perhaps you should consult Lana," I suggested. Noticing Clark's intent to open his backpack, I quickly shifted the conversation. "Indeed," Clark replied, his actions momentarily pausing as he continued on his way. Upon returning home, Clark made a phone call and headed toward the barn. I had no desire to involve myself in their affairs, so I retreated to the kitchen to prepare the pumpkin porridge I'd seen online. In Huagua, various types of porridge seemed to serve as nourishing food for the ill. Clark promised to accompany me the next day to visit Chloe in the hospital, so she could experience the warmth of the Kent family. After enduring the wait until school was over, I heated the porridge, only to find Clark had vanished. I knew there was a 99 chance he had stood me up. With no other option, I called out to Jonathan's father, asking him to drive me to the hospital. Upon arrival, I discovered that Chloe had not been feeling well lately, and my porridge was destined for my own consumption. However, Chloe informed me about Clark's whereabouts. Those three thieves had taken Lex's vital business documents, and Clark had teamed up with Lana to convince Whitney. They were likely on their way to retrieve Lex's stolen discs. She also shared her hypotheses regarding the capabilities of these thieves, suggesting that the ink in their tattoos contained meteorite components, allowing their molecules to move at supersonic speeds, and, consequently, enabling them to pass through solid objects. After spending over an hour consuming the surplus pumpkin porridge I had brought, I was just about to rise when Chloe's father entered. "Chloe, I bring good news. The scoundrels who harmed you have been apprehended by the police, and they will be imprisoned for over a decade." Chloe and I exchanged smiles, realizing that Clark's mission had been successful. Later, during a follow-up interview with the victims, Chloe learned that no tattoo ink had been found at the scene, prompting her to eagerly apply for discharge from the hospital to conduct a thorough investigation at the site. A new CAF was set to open in town, and the manager, anticipating potential challenges, opted to cut costs. Just as I was about to face 2 months without pay, I was unexpectedly honored with my first-ever dismissal. Upon inquiring with Clark, I discovered that the CAF, named Talon, was a new venture being established by Lana and her aunt with Lex's investment. Chapter 32. When Superman's brother attracts trouble, preserving the architectural characteristics of the previous generation while integrating popular elements of coffee culture, transforming historical relics into a fashionable news center for the town. Since learning of Lana's intention to revive the Talon Theater, Clark has been reporting there daily to assist, neglecting his household chores and returning home only to tend to domestic duties. After tending to horses, feeding sheep, repairing vehicles, and weeding, he helped deliver a calf for his family's cow. Once he had freshened himself up, he hurried off to interview the disheartened captain of the football team from last week and write an investigative report. In a twist of fate, Clark, who seemed to forget his brotherly bonds in the face of attraction, chose Lana, while Chloe selected Clark, and Peter opted for Chloe. Recently, after an argument with Whitney, Lana chose Peter. They formed a coalition, quietly leaving me behind, despite the fact that I had some rapport with Whitney after our last encounter. During his lunch break at the sporting goods store, he spent half an hour gathering basic information, planning to retrieve additional details through the Torch's computer. Whitney Fordman was born on August 7th, 1989, in Alberta, Canada, while his family was on holiday. After his birth, the family settled in a small town. Standing at 188 centimeters tall, he joined the football team as a freshman and became captain by his sophomore year. His father currently suffers from heart disease. Whitney's favorite film is Legends of the Fall, and he possesses remarkable athletic talent, proficient in football, basketball, tennis, sprinting, and more. His long-term aspirations include becoming a national rugby player or a member of the American military. Risking his own safety, Clark interviewed the team's coach, players, and Whitney's mother. It was evident that Whitney exhibited the fierce and fearless traits of a Leo, displaying loyalty towards his teammates and enjoying considerable popularity among the opposite sex at school. However, from the perspective of teachers and non-athletic students, Whitney's academic performance was unremarkable, and he showed indifference towards non-team members and cheerleaders, appearing proud and aloof. Those who admired him cherished him like a treasure, while detractors regarded him as worthless. In retrospect, he seemed to be an ordinary individual intoxicated by the fleeting attention of high school football fame. Naturally, concluding my report with Lana's interview would be ideal. As I approached the Talon, I discovered the police had cordoned off the area and called out to an officer. "Excuse me, could you tell me what happened at the Talon? The specifics cannot be disclosed at this time. May I have your name and the purpose of your visit? I am Babel, a student from the local high school. I am here to interview the owner of the Talon for my report. The owner is currently cooperating with the investigation. You might want to postpone your report for a few days and head home now, child." Nearby, an ambulance harbored a middle-aged Caucasian man, his head wrapped in heavy bandages and blood seeping through. He appeared fatigued, his complexion pale, and he trembled slightly under a blanket, clearly a victim of a mysterious incident. Navigating around the officers, I approached the man, sensing a plethora of emotional particles surrounding him, green, dark red, and ochre hues mingling in the air. Focusing intently, I drew the particles into myself, and as the man's expression softened, I settled down within an arm's reach of him. "Uncle, that person seemed terrifying, but I'm relieved you are unharmed. Did you see that individual?" The middle-aged man cast off the blanket enveloping him and grasped my arm. Indeed, after he emerged from Taryn, he headed in that direction. "What had you done to offend him?" I gestured vaguely towards a direction. "How unfortunate it is. Who has wronged whom?" Clearly, it was that scoundrel Luther who committed the heinous act. Why must I bear the consequences? He muttered to himself, unresponsive to my attempts at communication. Inside the ambulance, a tall black man appeared before the middle-aged individual, exuding an air of palpable fear as he retreated until he collided with an unseen object. He raised his hands defensively, yet a glimmer of cold steel flashed, severing his right hand, leaving him to collapse on the ground, wailing in agony. I blinked hard, and the black man along with his severed hand vanished, suggesting that the particles had conjured some illusions for me. It was likely a crime scene from Taryn. The perpetrator seemed ruthless, indicating a premeditated act. It would be wise for me to steer clear of such matters. Chapter 33. When Superman's brothers pursued, the tranquil night enveloped the small town, where young couples frolicked by the roadside, exchanging kisses and laughter, while elderly individuals walked their dogs leisurely. As I departed the town center, the streets became increasingly sparse. One could walk for 10 minutes without encountering another soul, particularly along the stretch towards the farm, where apart from a few nearby residents, hardly anyone passed through. Typically, such desolate night roads were commonplace for me. I had traversed them regularly during my 2-month part-time stint. Perhaps having witnessed an indirect crime scene, I sensed a faint echo of footsteps behind me, and upon turning, found only emptiness. A child raised on a farm ought not to fear even a wild wolf. There would always be some famished beast visiting the warm, blood-rich locales during autumn and winter. In a straight sprint, our 2 legs would struggle to outpace 4. So regardless of whether the sound behind me were genuine, I plunged into the bushes beside the road, dashing into the woods. My instincts proved correct. Urgent footsteps followed closely, and just as I caught a glimpse of a shadow, gunfire erupted. It was the criminal. He must have been present at the scene, having observed my conversation with the victim, believing I possessed some clue. Now is not the time for regret over my actions. I weaved through the trees, searching for the mark that Clark had carved for me in the bark during my childhood. I recalled the days when I could not even address Jonathan and Martha as my parents, consumed by thoughts of running to the hospital to find them. Each time I dashed down the main road, I would either be discovered by a neighbor who would escort me back or be caught by Clark. who would carry me home. Eventually, I wised up and learned to slip through the broken fence at the edge of the farm, running into the woods where few ventured, making it difficult for Clark to find me. Yet, I was far too young and naive. While the forest could conceal me from others, its vastness, lacking a proper sense of direction, could easily engulf a life too young. That day, I hastily departed without even partaking in breakfast, wandering aimlessly through the woods, utterly unable to discern the correct path. As the stars adorned the night sky, I collapsed beneath a decade-old evergreen. The gnawing hunger within my belly, coupled with the cool breeze that stole my warmth in the humid night, soon rendered my nose congested and my throat itchy. My body was no longer cold, yet a restless heat surged within me. Trembling in response to the chorus of insects, my heavy eyelids weighed down by a profound drowsiness. A sharp sting on my cheek jolted me awake. No sleeping permitted. My parents and I had not rested in our search for you. How could you possibly sleep? Listening to the irksome words, I beheld Clark's eyes glimmering softly under the starlight, feeling utterly depleted, unable to cry out, tears welling up in my eyes, suspended in uncertainty. To confirm my consciousness, young Clark grasped my hands and gently pulled me onto his back, carrying me home to the farm that night. My fever abated quickly. By the third day, I could rise for bed. Yet Clark insisted on bearing me to the tree where he had found me, pointing at the trunk. If you wish to leave, neither I nor your parents can stop you, but you are too foolish to navigate this forest. He continued, see that mark? I carved it. One direction leads out of the woods, the other back to the farm. I have marked dozens of trees. Wherever you choose to go, we will support you. With that, he set me down and vanished. That evening, the three of us gazed upon the woods, spotting a small figure emerging from the thicket, and we laughed joyfully for quite some time. The footsteps behind me were not particularly hurried, granting me ample opportunity to inspect the surrounding trees. However, the night's dim light compelled me to draw close to the bark, taking time to ascertain each detail. Despite my efforts, I found no marks and could not shake off the shadowy figure trailing me. Instead, the footsteps grew increasingly distinct. In an instant, I altered my course, dashing deeper into the forest, unwilling to linger. The trees seemed to retreat like a reversing vehicle, while the starry sky advanced alongside my movements. Several branches scraped against my clothing, yet the pursuer clearly could not keep pace. After running for 10 minutes, my frail body craved more oxygen. I took a deep breath and climbed the nearest tree, the rough bark tearing in my calloused hands, but my arms remained capable. As I ascended 2 meters, my strength began to wane, forcing me to press my body tightly against the bark, clinging to the trunk like a gecko. Counting silently, I breathed through 100 breaths, enveloped in silence. Gradually, I released my grip and fell to the ground, disregarding the pain in my tailbone, and sprinted forward once more, pausing only to search the trees for marks. After a brief search at the zenith of the moon, I finally discovered a distinct carving on an ancient tree, now nearly obliterated by the encroaching bark, leaving only a faint trace. A double-headed arrow, the bold end indicating the direction of the wind, surely pointed toward the farm. Stumbling forward, my feet caked in mud, I appeared at the doorstep, startling Mother Martha, who promptly ushered me into the bathroom for a swift shower before I donned my favorite short-sleeve shirt. I languidly reclined on the sofa, while my parents stood with arms crossed, silent, until Clark broke the stillness. Babel, do you have any idea what time it is? I don't know. I nearly died, so I couldn't care less. I weakly raised my hand to wave dismissively. What happened? Jonathan's father noticed the fine scratches on my hand, inflicted by tree bark. I just wanted to loan to gather materials from Lana. And then, Clark carried the medical kit downstairs, pouring alcohol onto a cotton ball. I couldn't get in, so I asked a middle-aged man in the ambulance. He said he saw a black man's hand being severed. Clark furrowed his brow, seemingly questioning this response. Did the middle-aged man have a head injury? What were the black man's characteristics? How does this relate to your near miss? As he spoke, he continued to apply the alcohol-soaked cotton to my palm. Yes, it seemed like he had a ring on his hand. After I asked, someone followed me home, and... Phew, chasing was exhausting. And the cotton wiped over my wound. Be gentler. It feels like you're slaughtering a pig. In an instant, he yanked me back from the brink of unconsciousness. You're the one who sounds like a slaughtered pig. Now, clarify what you meant. I had lost my train of thought. I heard someone pursuing me, so I fled into the woods to hide, and I even heard gunshots. Had it not been for my good fortune, tomorrow you all I intended to make a joke, but suddenly noticed my parents standing just behind Clark. I'll call the police. Little Babel, don't sleep yet. Wait for your brother to tend to your wounds. Jonathan's father picked up the phone, cautioning me intently. Mother Martha took an alcohol swab and moved to inspect whether I had other injuries, clearly noting the scratches on both hands. Are you certain that middle-aged man mentioned anything about a black man? Clark applied the alcohol with his customary firmness. Of course, why would I lie about something so grave? Lives are at stake. My features twisted in distress. Chapter 34. When a Superman brother becomes a suspect, the police arrived promptly, examining my wounds, taking notes, and assisting in creating a suspect sketch. I had not seen the perpetrator, but the description of the black man I provided clearly matched that of the deceased. After conversing with the sheriff and his officers, they approached me. Babel Kent, is it? Yes, sir. I will reiterate. Was it a middle-aged man, significantly balding on the top of his head, with facial hair around his mouth, who recounted the assault or even murder of a black man with a distinctive ring at Talon? Yes, except for the part about the black man being harmed at Talon. Everything else is accurate. Given that you're a suspect in this case, we must take you in for questioning. You have the right to legal representation. Please follow that officer. I gazed incredulously at the portly sheriff, my status as a suspect weighing heavily upon me. I am not guilty. I was attending classes today, and you may verify this with the school. We will conduct a further investigation. For now, please accompany us. A young officer approached from behind, the cold metal of handcuffs clamping around my wrists. You cannot take him away. He is merely a frail child. What grounds do you have to believe he possesses the strength to commit a crime? Jonathan's father shouted at the sheriff, tugged back by Martha, his mother. Officer, my brother has only recently recovered from an illness. He neither has the means nor the motive to harm anyone. Clark interjected, positioning himself in front of the young officer. Mr. Kent, I recall that you were apprehended not long ago on suspicion of murder, and your eldest son has been implicated in several cases, only to be released each time due to insufficient evidence. Now, your youngest son is also connected to this case, making it difficult for us to forego further investigation. Please cooperate with our work. The sheriff adjusted his hat, one hand brushing aside his coat to reveal the holster at his hip. My mind was a complete blank as I was escorted into the police vehicle by the officers on either side of me. Arriving at the station, I remained in a state of shock and confusion until they confined me to the interrogation room. The very sheriff who had detained me, along with the officer who had cuffed me, took their seats across from me. Name. Officer, why do you suspect me? Name. You already asked this during the previous record. I will ask you once more. Name. Babel Kent. Gender. Male. Age. 16. Nationality. You are aware of my adoptive parents. Why pose such a question? Nationality. Fine. I am of Chinese descent, and I wish to be returned to my homeland. If you continue to obstruct our investigation, we will charge you with hindering official duties. Chinese American. Where were you last night between 8 and 10? I was at home assisting my father with the farm's fencing. Why were you seen outside Talon at 7 this afternoon? I had a social project for school that required me to investigate people around me. I chose Whitney Fortman, and I went to Talon to speak with Lana, his girlfriend, to gain insight. Why did you seek out the contractor at Talon? What is your connection to him? I have no connection to him. Today was our first meeting. Seeing him injured, I thought he might know the details of the case. Speak the truth. I am speaking the truth. I was merely curious and wanted to inquire. The officer's loud questioning made my head throb, as my strength had yet to fully return. Surrounding me were dark red and blue gold particles, dispersing unlike before, radiating from me like pellets, permeating the bodies of the sheriff and officers. The officer's eyes glowed with irritation as he presented a photograph of a man of African descent from the illusion before me. I do not know who he is. How'd he die? His hand was severed. He likely bled to death. Where? What was the murder weapon? I am uncertain, truly uncertain. While I am aware of the victim's manner of demise, his identity eludes me, as does the location of his death and the weapon employed in the heinous act. Babel Kent, do not presume us to be fools. The last proclamation was nearly shouted in my presence, and I could feel droplets of spittle land upon my face. I genuinely do not know. It was that middle-aged man who informed me. What is the name of this middle-aged man? I cannot say. Our conversation was brief, and we were not acquainted enough to exchange names. Are you suggesting that an unfamiliar individual recounted a crime scene to you, a terrified bystander who witnessed the entire event, clearly and comprehensively narrating the entirety of the Taron case? The young officer's eyes were bloodshot, likely the result of sleepless nights dedicated to this case. I reiterate, I truly do not know. There are individuals who wish to take my life today, and I am utterly exhausted. I implore you, allow me to return home. You are quite astute, lad. You and your peers possess a cleverness that belittles others. The sheriff, seated nearby, suddenly ceased his silence. I have not. This is discrimination. Although I wish to express my anger, my body felt as parched as a dried-up well, devoid of any energy. This African-American man, named Max Cacique, resided in the metropolitan slums with his family of 10, surviving solely on the meager wages of himself and his sister. Now that he is deceased, his 80-year-old mother and 10 children weep daily, yearning for the day the pillar of their household will return home. The sheriff's tone softened slightly, yet the implications of his words unsettled me. I felt sympathy for his plight, but the events that transpired concerning him held no relevance to my existence. I had not even known him until today. Very well, you claim that someone is pursuing you. Might I inquire as to the identity of your would-be assailant? Have you encountered him before? The darkness obscured my vision, rendering me unable to discern who it might be. Little Ba, is it? Your parents call you Little Ba. As your elder, I shall also refer to you thus. We are aware of your commendable performance at school. Indeed, you possess a promising future, and it is only natural to wish to safeguard it. We can reach an accord. Your future and past will be sealed away. And all you need do is spend a few months in a juvenile facility, provided you speak the truth to us. I assure you, I'm speaking the truth. It became evident that they now regarded me as a suspect undergoing scrutiny, utterly disbelieving me. I buried my face in my hands, which were restrained upon the table, disregarding their subsequent inquiries. The voices of the police, though loud, began to fade into obscurity, and my consciousness gradually sank into darkness. A sharp, piercing noise erupted in my ears, akin to countless sharp blades scraping against a metallic surface, compelling me to cover my ears. It bore no rhythm or melody, simply wailing incessantly, inducing a sense of agitation. Awakened by this inexplicable sound, I noticed that the officers and the sheriff had vanished, standing beyond the confines of the interrogation room. Tighter, Barber, does the daily accompaniment of our police station sound pleasant? You appear exceedingly weary. Do you long for the warmth of your home, blankets and pillows? Simply divulge the truth, and we shall send you home immediately. Ignoring them, I lowered my head against my palm and vigorously rubbed the aching spot on my temple, waiting for time to pass slowly. Chapter 35. When a super brother becomes an emotion detector, the protracted night was underscored by the cacophony of loud music and the relentless ticking of clocks, rendering me unable to sleep, yet scarcely awake. Throughout, the officers' incessant and intrusive inquiries deepened my disdain for them, even in my silence. The clock's hands pointed to 7:10, and an unknown disturbance outside the police station exceeded the soundproofing of the holding cell, reaching my ears. During this time, the young officer who apprehended me brought a glass of water and a sandwich, which was obviously still cold. As I chewed the gritty bread filled with vegetables and sour sauce, I felt grateful that the porridge I had previously cooked was at least tasteless. The officer before me busily devoured a hot dog generously slathered in ketchup. I could not fathom what merit there was in flaunting a hot dog, my mind drifting to the cheese lasagna prepared by Martha. After taking a few bites of the sandwich, I nearly forced it down my throat with gulps of water, pushing the plate away and sipping from the glass. Just as the young officer had consumed half of his hot dog, the sheriff entered, demanding, "Who are your accomplices? Why did you kidnap Lex Luthor? Where has that middle-aged man disappeared to? Speak." In his fervor, he snatched the cup from my hands, spilling water across my face. I reiterated my ignorance, referencing an old adage from Huagua: to add a crime, one need not fear a lack of excuses. You've already deemed me guilty. Why waste breath? Go seek your evidence. Wiping my face, I leaned back in the chair, closing my eyes to gather my thoughts. My parents and Clark outside must be frantic, and I pondered the origins of this predicament. How could I prove my innocence and escape these unfounded accusations? As I mused, a surge of warmth enveloped my body, akin to lying in a perfectly tempered hot spring. Upon opening my eyes, the room was filled with particles of various colors, some emanating from the two officers before me, while others flowed through the walls of the interrogation room from the outside world. It was evident that the negative emotions of those within the police station coalesced and became a cacophony. My feelings yesterday had been confined solely to this room. The two officers across from me continued to speak, but their presence gradually faded into the background, much like a freshly painted ink wash that had been doused with clean water, rendering the details and brushstrokes nearly indistinguishable. This space was now occupied solely by my consciousness and the particles within, twinkling as they narrated the stories behind emotions. Seeing me with my eyes tightly shut and unresponsive for a prolonged period, the sheriff approached my side, shaking me gently. In that moment, I resembled a doll in his grasp, subject to manipulation, yet devoid of any response. After testing my respiration and pulse, they concluded that I was likely in a state of coma or shock. When the forensic expert was summoned to investigate, his findings were largely consistent with theirs. As an unverified suspect in a case, any incident occurring within the precinct would inevitably lead to accountability from the media and the public, a consequence that the Kent family, with their long-standing history and connections in the town, was keen to avoid. As the ambulance arrived at the police station, carrying my stretcher through the doors, the dissipating particles vanished, and I awakened from that enigmatic state. The paramedics employed a small light to assess my reactions and conducted several tests from head to toe, only to be escorted back to the interrogation room by officers. The sensation of my spirit detaching from my body, along with the resonance of particles, paralleled the experience of lights dimming before sleep, as my attention shifted from visual, tactile, and olfactory stimuli to my own consciousness. I could hear faint voices outside the walls and the occasional passing vehicle on the road. After several hours of interrogation, compounded by my exhaustion, my focus on my physical state waned while my awareness of my feelings intensified. The officer before me no longer emanated any particles. Rather, I seemed to sense the irritation, anger, and fatigue that clung to them. The good news: I no longer needed sunglasses. The bad news: I had become a receptor of negative emotions, perpetually and unceasingly. Chapter 36. When a super brother is wronged, the daily sessions of psychological counseling imparted a crucial lesson. It is vital to immerse oneself in a positive emotional environment. Prolonged exposure to negativity inevitably leads to self-destruction or madness. I had acquired a potential superpower that could lead me toward ruin, a rather fitting characteristic for a small town. Other individuals with abilities either possessed strength that could rival Clark or were influenced by meteorite radiation that affected him. As of now, it appeared that no other powers were manifesting within me. I concentrated inward, silently counting, striving to disregard the negative emotions radiating from those passing by. A strange emotion emerged from beyond the wall. It lingered outside the interrogation room for a moment before the young officer who had apprehended me entered and removed my handcuffs. I sincerely apologize, Babel. The suspect in the case has been apprehended, and you are free to leave. Despite his apologetic words, the emotion he exuded was one of resentment. Given the events of the day, I had even lost the strength to be angry. Could you tell me what exactly transpired? I'm afraid that information is confidential and cannot be disclosed. I hope you understand. The response was nothing more than a formulaic, indifferent remark. At least let me catch a ride home. Our police vehicles have already been dispatched for duty. Rest assured, we have notified your family, and they will be here shortly to collect you. With no resolution in sight, I stumbled out of the interrogation room. As I stepped outside, I felt an overwhelming urge to retreat. The negative emotions of the prisoners and officers in the station swirled around me like a legion of restless spirits, disrupting all my senses. Though I could feel them through the wall, upon exiting, it was as if I were confronting a gale force head-on. Emotions surged within me like relentless tides, causing my limbs to feel swollen and heavy, rendering my body difficult to navigate. Stumbling out of the police station, I found Jonathan's father had just parked the car. Martha rushed from the vehicle, leaving the door ajar, and enveloped me in her embrace as I teetered on the brink of collapse, gently placing me in the back seat. "We cannot linger here. We must leave quickly," I shouted, clutching my head. Martha swiftly entered the car, and upon noticing my distress, Jonathan's father released the clutch and started the engine without hesitation. Inside the vehicle, tangible objects faded from view, replaced by a tumult of new emotions on either side, while the old ones dissipated behind. The only constant was the persistent worry and anxiety looming ahead. "Barb, how are you feeling? What transpired at the police station?" Jonathan inquired. "Little Barb, are you unwell?" Receiving no reply, Martha turned her gaze to Jonathan, who was driving, and suggested, "I think we ought to visit the hospital." Just as Jonathan prepared to turn the steering wheel, I urgently protested. No, we cannot go there. I want to return home, to rest. I cannot endure the chaos of the hospital. It would overwhelm me. Summoning my strength, I conversed with my parents. What exactly happened? Why were they so suddenly willing to release me? Clark discovered Lex and the perpetrator at Zero Club. It was that middle-aged contractor who was responsible, Jonathan explained. But why did he commit murder and abduct Lex? Why does the sheriff presume I am the culprit? Martha remained silent, while Jonathan continued. It was Lex's previous romantic entanglements. In his pursuit of a girl, he inadvertently caused her boyfriend's death, leading the girl to take her own life. Her brother, the contractor, sought vengeance against Luther. Then why is the police so certain of my guilt? I merely provided a lead. Now you see the consequences of excessive curiosity. Did you ever consider the repercussions while probing into the case, Jonathan? Martha's dissatisfaction with Jonathan's sarcasm was palpable. Our family's entanglement with the police has become far too frequent. Little Barb assured me that I should distance myself from such matters as much as possible. Jonathan's serious demeanor in the rearview mirror sent a chill through me, despite his emotional steadiness. You know, as long as Clark possesses his abilities, we cannot extricate ourselves from these affairs. Just take care of yourself and be an ordinary, safe child, he replied. That is no longer possible, nor will it ever be. I muttered softly in the back seat. Little Barb, did you say something? Nothing. I merely said I would do my best. My tone was uncertain, prompting a sigh from both Jonathan and Martha. Chapter 37. When Superman's brother is in big trouble, Clark cannot refrain from involvement. And as for Lex, the other troublemaker, I can certainly keep my distance. However, plans often falter in the face of change. Clark and the instigator Lex were waiting for us at home, with a bald man holding a cake in his hands. Upon my arrival, the cake was promptly placed before me. I extend my sincerest apologies for the troubles I caused in my youth, which undoubtedly brought you distress. I shall investigate the police department's unusual demeanor towards you, and rest assured that the instigator will not escape unscathed. The sincerity reflected in one's gaze is truly irresistible. Aside from him, Clark nodded in agreement beside me. I accepted the cake with a mere gesture, noting the thick layer of cream that bore little adornment. The base was a delicate millefeuille layered with fresh mango, a premium offering from the CAF. The Luthers, who have established a commercial empire, certainly excel in delivering apologies that are impeccable and replete with sincerity. There was little time for pleasantries, and I soon excused myself to the upstairs, citing a lack of sleep. The longer I remained in his presence, the more I perceived the formidable essence of the Luther family. Even Clark exhibited fleeting moments of negativity. Lex, however, was different. It was only when I was in close proximity that I could sense anything at all, though it remained elusive, shrouded in a veil of mist that obscured the complete picture. Lex's self-control and self-deception transcended the normal human realm. He commanded the wealth and resources of Luther Corp, and his future held the potential for either great benevolence or catastrophic destruction. Since my return from the police department, Lex's visits have become increasingly frequent, and his concern for me has grown day by day. Each time, he leaves me a small token of affection. In an effort to honor the promise made to my parents, I have skillfully evaded our meetings with various excuses. Yet, Lex's enthusiasm has not waned. At times, when I am unable to meet him, he sends his driver with electronic toys to amuse children. It feels inappropriate to return them directly, so I have asked my parents to keep them, planning to eventually use some compensation money to present Lex with a more substantial gift. Initially, when he spoke of punishing the culprit, I assumed it to be mere consolation. However, I later learned that the town sheriff, who had served for a decade, was suddenly ousted and replaced by an officer from the metropolis. This news, initially a mere local tidbit, was relayed to me by Lex's driver, who presented it less as information and more as a boast. My attempts to maintain a semblance of normalcy and distance from Lex's life were once again shattered by a car accident on the outskirts of town. At school, Clark was summoned by the principal with the news that Jonathan's father had been involved in an accident. Clark left me a note, but the next moment, the principal realized he had vanished. Surrounded by the incessant emotional turmoil of others, I seized the opportunity to skip class, greeting my teacher before hastily making my way to the bus stop. Upon arriving home, I found Lex once again in my house, seemingly receiving a reprimand from my father. I wished for no entanglement between our family and Lex Luthor. After my father retired upstairs, I caught a fleeting glimpse of Jonathan's father, who appeared burdened with a myriad of emotions: worry, weariness, lethargy, and even a hint of greed. By the time lunch concluded and Clark and I prepared to return to school, Jonathan's father had yet to descend from upstairs. After our chemistry class, Chloe approached me, seeking my assistance in participating in a survey aimed at uncovering the innermost desires of the students. My yearning is to no longer be disturbed by the emotions of others, to live a solitary life in peace. Such a response is impossible to articulate, so I casually mentioned a vague notion of earning vast wealth to appease her. As I began to inquire about the investigations of others, they all seemed to revolve around themes of sex and violence, as noted by Chloe. This outcome resonates with my feelings. High school students are often engulfed in anger, arrogance, and desire. The words of a renowned coach who has since passed away are not without merit. Chapter 38. When Superman's brother witnesses a tragedy, Chloe exuded a subtle aura of discontent and resentment. A feeling so faint that its diminishing intensity suggested it stemmed from her previous encounter with Clark. "Chloe, did my brother do something to disappoint you?" I asked. She pressed her lips together, a semblance of a smile playing on her face. "No, why do you say that? When you mentioned Clark earlier, your expression was rather off." I observed. "You're being absurd. I need to seek out others for my investigation," Chloe replied, gathering her folder and departing. Jonathan's father's emotional outburst ultimately unsettled me. After the only class of the afternoon concluded, I hurriedly pulled Clark back home. On the way, Clark halted as he spotted his father's pickup truck, reminiscent of a teenager who had just acquired his driver's license. His driving was reckless, nearly colliding with another vehicle, prompting Jonathan to shout, "How are you driving, you fool?" Afterward, he slammed the steering wheel, and the vehicle careened through the intersection like a toy, the screeching of tires causing pedestrians to cover their ears. Some individuals on the sidewalk were knocked down by his truck, and Clark, using his speed, reached his father just as Jonathan stopped the vehicle and retrieved a shotgun meant for scaring off beasts. Clark stepped forward to intervene, but Jonathan bellowed towards the town hall. "I've dedicated myself to this town, yet they only seek to exploit me." Clark attempted to wrest the weapon from his father's grip, but he never dared to exert full force against family. The gun was reclaimed by Jonathan. With a deafening bang, Jonathan fired at Clark, who clutched his abdomen where he had been hit. Though it did not hurt, his face was filled with disbelief. Jonathan held the gun, appearing dazed for a considerable time, muttering Clark's name, before collapsing, unconscious on the ground. Breathless, I arrived at the scene, finding only my father lying on the ground and Clark, his shirt in tatters. You fought with Dad?" I inquired, unable to mask my sarcasm. Clark ignored my jibe, driving his unconscious father to the hospital. Several hours later, the doctor informed us that Jonathan had suffered anaphylactic shock, with the allergen unknown, leaving us uncertain of how to proceed with treatment. The incident stemmed from the car accident, and the allergen likely resided nearby. The area was too vast for Mom to leave the hospital. The search for the cause consumed too much time for Clark and me, but Chloe and Lana volunteered to assist us at the scene. Regrettably, they returned with no substantial information. Anxious about Jonathan's condition, we barely managed to sleep. Yet Clark and I still had to attend school, as usual. Clark was reluctant to attend class, opting instead to linger in the Torch Society office. Meanwhile, I, having missed too many classes due to illness, was preparing to submit my work. Just as I was about to drift into slumber, snippets of conversation from my peers reached my ears. Lana had publicly broken up with Whitney, and it seemed my opportunity had arrived. However, I was disinterested. Whitney was now preoccupied with his father, rendering him quite dull, far less engaging than either Clark or Peter from the team. Speaking of which, Lana's attire today was undeniably striking. She truly embodied the title of campus beauty. Once again, the gossip surrounding campus figures circulated, and I planned to seek out Clark in the Torch Society after class. Chloe mentioned that Lana might be allergic like her father, and she intended to approach her. I was on the verge of finding someone who might know the reason behind your father's illness. Would you accompany me? Clark was nowhere to be found. We needed to leave immediately. Spring had yet to arrive, and as we traveled, the landscape was barren, with only desiccated grass and sparse trees lining the roadside. It appeared that few resided in this direction. We were in search of Dr. Hamilton, who had been spotted near the woods by the accident site the previous night. Your father's ailment was undoubtedly linked to him. In the dimly lit laboratory, a foul herbal scent permeated the air, while various scientific vessels housed meteorite fragments of differing sizes, emitting a natural green luminescence. Several obscured items draped in cloth remained shrouded in mystery. "Doctor," I inquired, "what were you doing in the woods yesterday?" I had heard an unusual noise, only to discover that students were gathering there. A sense of guilt, unease, and anxiety, emotions that often accompany deceit, were evident in him. Unable to extract any information, I prepared to approach him in hopes of swaying his emotions to reveal the truth. However, Chloe excused herself at that moment, beckoning me to depart with her. Chapter 39. When Superman's brother eavesdrops on secrets, Chloe drove me to the hospital before swiftly heading back to school for further investigation. As I watched her vehicle disappear, I refrained from entering the hospital, instead making my way toward the bus stop, convinced that Dr. Hamilton was privy to this matter. I stealthily entered the secretive doctor's laboratory, only to find Hamilton absent from his desk, engrossed in his research. I must admit, the collection of meteorites here was indeed astonishing. I had long been curious about the influence of meteorites on Clark. It seemed that proximity to these objects rendered him utterly powerless. Using a transparent glass rod from the table, I extracted a fragment from the aquarium, carefully wrapping it in laboratory gloves before placing it in my backpack. As I zipped up my bag, I noticed that several of the previously covered items had been unveiled, leaving only an empty cylindrical glass dome. One remaining object, yet to be revealed, emitted faint thumping sounds, reminiscent of knuckles tapping against glass. Surely, Hamilton's experiments had begun to involve human subjects. Through the concealed fabric, words transcending emotion echoed: procreation, survival. All the individuals I encountered previously require my focused attention to perceive and interpret their emotions. Yet this time, the emotions could articulate themselves. My innate abilities evidently fell short of this milestone. I could only manage what lay beneath the obscuring cloth. After much hesitation, I lifted a corner of the gray fabric, revealing no bloodshed, nor exposed veins or lacerated skin. Beneath lay twisting floral branches and foliage. The upper portion of the flower stem was the source of the rhythmic thumping, its reproductive part resembling a protruding pump, expelling a pale green liquid that swiftly transformed into transparency with each inhalation and exhalation, setting aside its capacity for independent movement. Its appearance alone distinguished it from all commonplace flora in the town, even from the modern plant varieties taught in biology classes. As I tore away the cloth, intending to remove the glass dome, I anticipated a magnetic switch at its base, yet my attempts merely left smudged fingerprints upon the glass. Behind me came the natural fluctuations of unease and agitation. An individual was approaching this direction. Thankfully, the laboratory was well equipped and shrouded in an atmosphere of dimness, allowing me to conceal myself behind a large apparatus that emitted a continuous beam of light while scanning its surroundings. The ongoing infection incident of Negatimer persisted, and even a single fatality would spell disaster for us. Let us not forget that it was your subordinate who pilfered from my laboratory, instigating this calamity. Since this is a plant you revived, you ought to have conducted prior research. Now, tell me, how long will it take to develop its antidote? You must grant me time. I have found a direction. There are records of indigenous peoples who survived the Negatimer infection. They must have had a method for detoxification. This matter is indeed intertwined with the affairs of Dr. Hamilton. Another voice, quite familiar, seemed to belong to Lex. However, the apparatus was too distant from their location, and the light obscured their figures, rendering it impossible for me to ascertain if it was Lex. If I could approach just a bit closer, I would discern Lex's unique emotional shielding technique, edging closer to the shadowy figures. Why is there still a specimen here? Did I not instruct you to relocate all of them? Without a source of infection, how can we demonstrate the efficacy of the antidote? I am now questioning the wisdom of my initial decision to fund you. Even if you need to retain samples, they must be well concealed. Should the allergen be discovered in your laboratory, I will not grant you bail. You are merely the financier and need not meddle in my experimental methods. Though I voiced these sentiments, a figure swiftly moved, removing the glass dome, rendering me momentarily frozen in shock. Chapter 40. When a super brother faces a crisis, the elder will resolve it. In the distance, the footsteps of several individuals echoed, and upon reaching the two of them, silence ensued. They appear to be a group. Rather than determining whether the other individual was Lex, I preferred to make my exit, trusting that Clark would find a way to handle these intruders. Several footsteps echoed as a few individuals departed, prompting me to glance over. They carried away an object, leaving only the initial two who had entered. One of them whispered something before hastily heading towards the exit. With their departure, the laboratory felt emptier, and aside from the humming of the machinery, I could distinctly hear my own breath. The device behind me seemed to have completed its task. The flickering lights ceased, and the figure seated at the table, presumably Dr. Hamilton, advanced towards my direction. The footsteps grew clearer, marked by an air of impatience and a burgeoning sense of anger that intensified within my perception. Akin to a person drawing ever closer, their facial pores becoming discernible. He halted before the machine, and his emotional emanations brushed against me, akin to a tactile contact with his skin. During my time at the precinct, I had struggled to grasp the nuances of influencing others' emotions after my abilities had evolved, rarely achieving success. As he activated the apparatus, I held my breath. His negative emotional essence trembled before abruptly solidifying, transforming as if from gas to solid, as though the emotional entity had ceased to breathe. An unexpected burst of laughter erupted from behind the machine, startling me. Forget Lex Luthor. He always seemed eager to take a vacation. With a resounding thud, he switched off the device, and a cheerful skipping sound indicated his departure from the laboratory. Peeking out, I found the lab deserted, and my mastery over the abstract manipulation of emotions had ascended to a new level. Stealthily, I made my way towards the exit. Dr. Hamilton had already covered some distance, yet his singing still reached the doorway. I was relieved he had not chosen a career as a vocalist. Almost without pause, I dashed into my father's hospital room, only to find Clark absent. Mother Martha held Father Jonathan's hand, her silhouette exuding solitude. Upon hearing my entrance, she turned, her face marked by streaks of tears, which she quickly wiped away. Child, what is the matter? Your father's condition isn't as dire as it seems. Take a moment to breathe. I know who is responsible. Babel, are you implying that your father's ailment is man-made? I sank into a chair, taking a gulp from the glass of water Mother had brought me. I'm not certain of the details, but Father has contracted the venom of Hamilton's resurrected plant. Hamilton? ISNT he focused on meteorites? What connection does that have with flora? According to him, it was through the energy of meteorites that long-extinct plants were revived. They must currently be developing an antidote. Do they have a solid chance? I fear time is not on our side. Mother Martha expressed her concern, glancing at Father in the bed. From her, I learned that Clark was presently at school, worried that my influence on Hamilton might delay the antidote's research. The call to the Torch Society office was answered by Peter, and Chloe had also uncovered information regarding Nicodemus, suspecting a connection to Lex. Suppressing the questions within my heart, I relayed to Peter the news of Hamilton's futile search for a cure, urging him to inform Clark without delay. As Dr. Hamilton busied himself packing, he clutched the phone between his shoulder and ear, contacting a travel agency to finalize his upcoming itinerary. When the second call connected, Hamilton impatiently pressed the transfer button. Hamilton, where have you gone? Not searching for the cure in the lab. Are you intent on dragging us down with you? Lex, you insolent brat, just because you've got some money, you think you're impressive? I'm in a good mood today and have no intention of engaging with you. After hanging up, he returned to the travel agency to continue booking his tickets. A gust of wind swept through his room, scattering the neatly packed clothes onto the floor. And there stood Clark before him. In a sudden panic, Hamilton drew the handgun from beneath his pillow and fired a shot at Clark, who effortlessly crushed the bullet into a lump of copper, letting it fall to the ground with a metallic clatter. What manner of creature are you? Stay away from me. After 3 shots rang out, Clark remained standing tall, while Hamilton, drenched in sweat, leaned against the bed. A chilling sensation, as cold as a serpent and as heavy as iron, clung to him, constricting his organs and making it difficult to breathe. When he turned around, the handgun, the figure across from him, and the bullets on the floor had all vanished. Touching his forehead, he felt only the coolness of sweat, devoid of any fever from an infection. Confused, he gazed at the disarray of his room, struggling to recall how he ended up at home. The last memory he could grasp was searching for a cure in the lab. Grabbing the keys from beside the wardrobe, he stepped outside. Chapter 41. When Superman's brother is always in the hospital, my mother asked me to help keep an eye on Lana, who had been admitted earlier that morning, brought in by Clark, and was now in the room adjacent to Dad's. Lana's room was devoid of any caretakers. Her aunt was occupied with Taryn, and 2 temporary workers had fallen ill, leaving no one to take their place. Fortunately, there were nurses present in the hospital. Lana had not changed out of her admission clothes, which were rather insufficient for the current weather, and the dark purple eyeshadow around her eyes had yet to be properly cleaned, making her appearance incongruous in the hospital setting. They remained in a stable state of unconsciousness, with only the rhythmic fluttering of their eyelids indicating the movement of their eyes. Though they lacked overt expressions, a subtle emotional presence lingered, suggesting they were ensconced within a dream. Throughout the afternoon, aside from explaining my identity to the nurses who came to check in, I closed my eyes and attuned myself to the ever-shifting currents of emotion surrounding me. From within the room, I could discern how many people passed by outside. A nurse was now pushing a patient in a wheelchair toward the restroom, while a doctor, having just completed his shift, hurried to the changing room to change clothes and head home for some rest. A male nurse approached, drawing near to the ward. I held my breath as he walked past me, unaffected by my presence. I focused my attention on another nearby family member, whose sorrowful emotions were faint, while anger and hatred flickered like lights in the darkness. Conscious disturbances, those flickering flames of emotion, seemed to quiver gently, as if caressed by a soft breeze, only to return to their original state. Not only did they restore their appearance, but they even began to extend towards me, akin to a bullet piercing the back of my skull. Once again in the hospital, once again in the ward, the figure before me transformed into a woman of about 40. You have accompanied me for a decade, from my coming of age until now. Why do you still resist the call of death? A youthful male voice emanated from my being, yet I had not uttered a word. Suddenly, the woman's hand rose, seizing a sheet of paper laden with white powder from the table. She climbed from the bed, moving stiffly towards me, one hand gripping my chin, her wrist flicking to pour the powder into my mouth. The illness abruptly pushed her away. I remained seated, while the serene Lana on the bed appeared unchanged. Yet my hands reached out peculiarly. The clock on the wall of the ward indicated 2000 hours. Had I lost an hour of memory? Lana's aunt entered the room, carrying a bouquet of daisies, their fragrance jolting me back to clarity. "Oh, Babel, your mother informed me of your willingness to help care for Lana. I truly appreciate it. Now, you should rest. I will keep her company." I intended to return and check on my father, believing that Lana's condition was stable and that the doctor would soon heal her. I hoped for the swift recovery of our family. She removed a vase from the corner of the ward, placed the bouquet of daisies within, and set it on the small table beside Lana. Before I could reach my father's room, another patient was brought in, Peter, still partially conscious, mumbling something incoherent. Hatred, sorrow, anger. His emotions mirrored those of a criminal apprehended at the police station. Images of Clark and Lex flashed before me, and I felt as though I still held a firearm. In the next moment, Peter's bed receded from my view as Clark approached me. Peter was infected in Dr. Hamilton's lab. "Don't worry, little Babel. He will recover, just like your father." With that, he ushered me into Jonathan's room. Jonathan had been in a coma for quite some time, his temperature unyieldingly high, while Martha's brow was perpetually furrowed. After enduring 2 arduous days in the hospital, Clark and I returned to our studies, though Clark had to tend to the farm at home. Following the provision of a special serum by the Luther Corporation, my father, Lana, and Peter's fever subsided, and their vital signs stabilized. Lana and Peter's infections were brief, and they regained consciousness that very afternoon, while Jonathan remained unresponsive for an entire day. When he finally awoke, I was on my way to school, and Clark, exhausted, had taken a leave to rest in the ward. "Clark, my child," I gently prodded his head. "Father." Clark lifted his gaze. "Where are your mother and Babel?" Clark did not respond. "Jonathan." My dear Martha's mother rushed into the hospital room and collapsed into my father's embrace on the bed. "Martha, what has happened?" Jonathan asked. "There is not a single reliable person in your Kent family," Martha's mother murmured through her quiet sobs. After awakening, my father felt no discomfort and insisted on being discharged the same day to return to the farm. The other patients left without any adverse effects, and the doctor reluctantly acquiesced to his request. Indeed, both Jonathan's father and Clark retained their obstinate natures as before. On the other side of the small town, the laboratory had been stripped of its intricate instruments, leaving only a floor littered with refuse and an atmosphere thick with damp and murk. Chapter 42. When Superman's brother still competes after my father's recovery and return to the farm, my life resumed its monotonous rhythm of attending school and taking evening strolls to seek opportunities for experimentation with my abilities. Occasionally, when Clark visited Lana, my father would enlist me as a helper, People's personalities and subconsciousness are akin to foundational stones, solid and unyielding. While emotions are transient behaviors birthed from the chemical reactions in the brain combined with external stimuli. Despite my persistent efforts, the majority of attempts to alter people's emotions ended in failure. The few successful instances yielded results and durations that paled in comparison to a sarcastic remark or a thoughtful gift presented to them. After several days of fruitless endeavors, I had to accept that my response during that laboratory incident was perhaps a manifestation of my innate abilities. Today, fortune did not favor me. I encountered a bully who not only failed to participate in the experiment, but nearly extorted my pocket money as well. "I'm back," I announced. The hall was empty, and I contemplated raiding the kitchen for something to eat. A small boy was seated in my usual spot, with black hair and dark eyes, clad in a worn-out, tattered jacket. His clothes, pants, and shoes were all caked in mud as he savored spoonfuls of hot soup. "Who are you?" I inquired. "Ryan," he replied. "Once you finish your bath, let Clark help you with your wounds. You can wear my son's old clothes." Martha's mother produced a blue short-sleeved shirt and jeans from my childhood. I recalled that it was the first outfit I had purchased after becoming part of the Kent family, and I was astonished that Martha's mother had kept it. "I'm full now," Ryan declared, laying down his spoon and gazing at Clark, who had brought him a cup of milk. His emotions appeared pure, tinged only with a hint of fear and concern, suggesting he was harmless. Ryan turned to me, his expression scrutinizing, which made me feel somewhat uneasy, and just as I was about to speak, the small boy hopped off his chair. He accepted the cup of milk from Clark with both hands and took the clothes from Martha's mother, thanking her before heading to the bathroom. "Have you brought this boy from somewhere? Even though I've grown, I'm not so old as to require replacement," I remarked, tilting my head as I walked over to Clark and snatched the other cup of milk from his hands. Almost immediately, I felt a sharp pain at the back of my head as Ryan unexpectedly appeared in my path, causing my mother to nearly collide with him. Unaware of his identity, we resolved to allow him to recuperate at our home. During this period, you shall reside with him and must not bully him. Martha's mother placed his dishes into the sink, casting a glance in my direction. Understanding her intent, I promptly rolled up my sleeves and began to tidy up the plates. "How long will he be staying?" The social services informed us that locating his guardian would require a few days, though it should not take too long. After washing the dishes, I wiped my hands on a nearby towel, and the daily experiment that impacted Clark commenced. When I finally settled beside him, I realized it was not quite feasible. Today, his negative emotions were alarmingly scarce. Not only did it not affect him, but I could hardly perceive his emotional state. Bane had imparted a positive influence upon him, a fact that delighted me as I confiscated the plain potato chips from his grasp and ascended the stairs. After finishing an entire bag of chips, I peacefully drifted off to sleep on the floor of my room. Although the floor was unforgivingly hard, I enjoyed a sweet slumber. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, dancing upon my eyelids, compelling me to awaken. There was no sign of the little boy on the bed. The covers were neatly arranged, leading me to ponder whether yesterday's encounter with Ryan had merely been a meaningless nightmare. Before I even descended the stairs, the aroma of pancakes and fried eggs wafted through the air. "Wow, who prepared breakfast today?" The scent was remarkably inviting. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I found Ryan wielding a spatula while my parents and Clark were already seated at the table. With no one responding, I felt a touch of awkwardness and naturally made my way to my seat. Clark turned to me, saying, "Did you know that Ryan can guess what you wish to eat? Quite remarkable, isn't it? So what are you in a mood for now? What else could I desire?" The privilege of being the youngest in the Kent household was about to shift, leaving little room for appetite. "It seems you are not particularly fond of my pancakes," Ryan remarked uncertainly. "I also have fried eggs, sausage, and bacon," he added. Concerned that I might come across as a cruel tormentor of a young child, I replied, "Just a plain pancake with one fried egg will suffice, thank you." I glanced at Clark, who wore an expression of feigned reproach, while my parents exchanged amused looks. "Ryan, your breakfast is exceptionally delicious, but you need not go to such lengths," I assured him. "Indeed, your sole responsibility in our home is to focus on your recovery. However, I do hope that what you have prepared will impart some positive influence on Clark and Babel." I took a slice of pancake accompanied by a fried egg, cutting it into small pieces to savor. The soft pancake lacked strong flavor, but combined with the gentle aroma of the egg, it was delightful, and a sip of orange juice further eased my stomach. "Ryan, what were you doing on Highway 90? I inquired. "I don't remember," he replied. "Do you recall any information aside from your name?" I pressed. I already told you, I don't remember, he said, leaving the table and bolting from the house. Under my parents' relentless guidance, breakfast was hastily concluded. Clark went to chat with Ryan, while Babel and I headed to feed the cattle. Reluctantly trailing behind Jonathan's father, I observed Clark approaching the child seated upon the tractor. A decade ago, on this very farm, under the same sunny sky, the scene mirrored itself. Yet I was no longer that child in need of solace. Their conversation was rather brief. Clark tossed the basketball to Ryan, and the joy of Clark's impromptu coaching brought a smile to young Ryan's face. Meanwhile, Jonathan's father and Martha watched from a distance, reflecting on how adopting Babel had bestowed upon Clark these cherished brotherly moments. He seemed to genuinely enjoy Ryan's company, prompting the suggestion of whether we should adopt a Kent brother. My father embraced my mother from behind, noting that it wasn't just Clark who harbored immense sympathy for lost children. Exhausted and sweaty, I lingered behind them, contemplating how splendid life was at present. Observing the heartwarming scene, my mind drifted to thoughts of a warm bath, the comfort of a thorough scrub, and, as I toweled off my still damp hair, Jonathan's father passed by, informing me that Clark had taken Ryan to school, urging me to hurry to class. Yes, sir, I replied, hastily drying my hair before setting off for school. Chapter 43. When Superman's brother has secrets, I was uncertain how Ryan and Clark fared in the Torch Club office. But my paper on Renaissance drama barely met the standards. The teacher remarked that my exposition was excessively steeped in individualism and nihilism, lacking an objective perspective and multidimensional argumentation. Had I not been temporarily unable to divert my emotions, I would have felt as sorrowful as he did. However, as he critiqued my work, he shared recent news from our school. The local high school had an ongoing academic exchange program with a certain school in England, and this year they planned to send 3 exchange students to study at each other's institutions for a month. Given the current circumstances of our school, along with the diversity of achievements, one of the spots was likely to be mine. Teacher, I inquired, I can comprehend the significance of grades and diversity, but could you perhaps recommend me to the board member who put my name forward? The teacher was unsure, only knowing that this board member had recently invested and become part of the board, seemingly backed by a major corporation akin to Luther's. Well, don't ask too much. Are you interested? Absolutely. What is the name of the school in England? I wish to research it in advance. The teacher donned his glasses and extracted a sheet of paper from his folder. It's called Coal Mountain School, which has nearly a century of history. It boasts some of the finest facilities in British education. Moreover, the teacher leaned closer, removing his glasses. I've heard that the area where this school is located, like ours, bears traces of extraterrestrial activity. Sensing my inclination to inquire further, he shook his head and handed me the application form. Regardless, if you choose to participate as an exchange student, it can be counted as an honors course, which would greatly benefit your growth. I nodded, tucking the application into my backpack. The teacher's demeanor remained steady, much like the previous days, suggesting that this was merely a routine occurrence. Engaging in the exchange student program necessitates a prior discussion with my parents. However, before that, I should first locate Clark and Ryan and return home. In the Torch Society office, only Chloe is present, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as lines of code swiftly populate the computer screen. Though my understanding of programming is limited, it is evident that she is crafting something akin to a web crawler, poised to extract certain data. Chloe, it's you, babbler, she exclaims, nearly losing her grip on the mouse. How can someone aspiring to be a journalist exhibit such a lack of composure? I settle into an empty desk. Haven't T, my brother, and the others arrived yet? The young boy seems somewhat bored. Clark has taken him to Toulon, a lively place where Ryan might conjure some ideas. Chloe presents me with a photograph of Clark and Ryan together. I just took this. Don't they resemble brothers? I should feel offended, and indeed, a twinge of sadness lingers. Yet Chloe's unchanged demeanor indicates that her comment was unintentional. Chloe does not linger in nostalgia for long, returning to her hacking pursuits. Since they have ventured so far to Toulon, I opt to head straight home. Once in my room, I complete the remaining paperwork. However, I find myself pondering for quite some time before the parental signature line. My parents would likely be pleased to send me away from our small town, distancing me from Clark, allowing me to experience an ordinary life. Yet what of Clark? Am I truly prepared to be away from him for an entire month? Since my arrival at the Kent household, every step of my growth has borne Clark's imprint. Departing from his presence in my parents' life is entirely uncharted territory, fraught with uncertainty. When Clark returns home with Ryan, The latter is covered in dirt, exuding an odor reminiscent of a sewer. Ryan's emotions, fear, hatred, anger, and profound unease, are palpable. Clark mentions that he found Ryan in a garbage truck, though the reason for his entry remains a mystery. After a shower at home, Ryan responds to nothing and simply retreats upstairs to sleep, while Clark prepares to assist his father in modifying the pickup for barn work the next day. An unexpected guest, Lex, has left an English dictionary on the table, instantly conjuring an image of the bald school board member. Ryan needs to lie beneath the covers, avoiding disturbance. So I place the application and the dictionary into my backpack, switch off the light, and quietly descend the stairs to hasten the week's report. After Lex's departure, Clark's initial calmness belies a turbulent undercurrent of sorrow, a sadness intertwined with notions of parting and loss. For a fleeting moment, I suspect that Lex has just informed Clark of my impending departure, yet the sorrow evokes thoughts of Lex alone, along with that young boy, leaving no trace of my own image. Chapter 44. A day of leisure for Superman's brother on a weekend morning. Devoid of Clark and the father who requires assistance with farm chores, I awaken on the floor, only to find that Ryan is still absent from his bed. Having finished breakfast, I stepped outside for a stroll, only to find a vehicle parked at my doorstep. This road is sparsely populated, frequented only by passing cars and merchants visiting the farm. The occupant of the vehicle noticed my gaze, and with the engine roaring to life, it drove off into the distance, leaving behind an air of suspicion, though the car was now gone. My father's vehicle approached from afar. "Old Kent, where have you been so early in the morning?" "Babel, Kent, it's nearly noon. Just look at the blazing sun. It is no longer morning. Ryan has been assisting me since dawn, and we have already procured our lunch from Talon." The paper bag in Ryan's hand exuded a delightful aroma, likely that of chocolate mousse. Rarely unencumbered by trivialities, I intended to purchase some household essentials while exploring the small town, and I still owed a gift to Lex. Tina's antique shop had a new proprietor due to previous events and continued to sell the old stock. Perhaps I might find a treasure within. Amidst the array of Ming and Qing artifacts, ancient tomes, classic oil paintings, Native American jewelry, and time-worn clocks, I sought something befitting Lex's character, perhaps a monocle, a lion's head, or a leopard's skin. A single telescope would suit Clark, yet its price exceeded my budget. In a nearly dust-covered corner, I noticed a weapon, which I drew from a large vase. The sword was 2 meters long, a one-handed blade with a grimy handle that possessed an antique charm. The 2 horizontal protrusions aligned with the grip, serving as the guard of a Western sword, though the blade was rusted. Weighing it in my hand, I estimated it to be around 1 kilogram. A bit cumbersome for an adult, but Lex, being a fencing expert, would wield it with grace and finesse. When I presented the sword to the shopkeeper, he scrutinized it for a long while, seemingly unable to recall its origins. Despite its lack of proper maintenance, it was undoubtedly a century-old artifact of considerable value. For Kent's sake, I shall let it go for $2,000. His offer was straightforward, yet the amount of my compensation did not permit me to make such a hasty purchase. I possessed merely $100. "Babel, I have known your family for more than a year or two. Your compensation would suffice for years of joy in this town. Is that so? Are you truly intent on extracting money from a person like me?" I turned my scarred face away. Upon returning my gaze to the slender man before me, I sensed a fleeting shift in his demeanor. Positive emotions eluded my perception, but guilt and shame were clearly absent. He indeed relented to $1,000, his absolute minimum. $200, and I shall retrieve the money. I brandished the bank card my father had given me before him. $800, $250, $500. I shall not sell for less. He grasped my hand, which held the bank card. I exited the shop, circled the entrance of the bank, and re-entered the store, offering him the crumpled bills from my pocket. As I walked home, I caught sight of Chloe's car, and not far off stood Clark and Chloe, each holding a blue backpack. They retrieved something from the bag and exchanged a few hushed words, causing Chloe's cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. It seemed they were retreating, glancing towards the thicket nearby. When the vehicle finally departed, I exhaled in relief and stepped back onto the main road from behind the trees. The lingering emotions were few, tinged with a hint of regret and sorrow, soft negative feelings likely emanating from Chloe, while Clark's demeanor bore an underlying sense of oppression. The bag and the one-handed sword I carried made my arms ache, but in the distance, I could see the farm, my escape from this burdensome hell finally in sight. Upon reaching the entrance of the house, a sweet and tangy scent of green apples wafted through the air, the aroma of Martha's legendary apple pie. Today marked the day Ryan was to leave. "Mother, your most beloved youngest son has returned," I exclaimed with a laugh. "Ha ha ha, Babel, hand me the fine sugar you bought." I rummaged through the recently set-down bag. "Mother, where are Clark and Ryan?" I inquired as I stepped into the kitchen, where she was laying pastry dough into the mold. "They were just here. You might want to look for them. The pie will be ready soon. How about we enjoy a long-awaited afternoon tea then?" She continued speaking, but I had already slipped out through the back door. Chapter 45. When the Superman brother was exposed, Clark and Ryan stood by the barn's basement door, which was ajar. I approached them, greeting them with a wave. They ran towards me. "Hey, aren't you going to close the basement door?" I intended to pass by them to shut it, as I seldom engaged in farm work. The basement was a realm I had scarcely ventured into. Since it was before me, a small adventure seemed enticing. "Don't go in there, they're mice," Ryan shouted at me. Oddly, my eagerness to explore the basement seemed so apparent. I halted, turning to Clark. "Dealing with mice can't be too daunting for you." "There are too many. We were just about to get some rat poison," Clark lied, his gaze involuntarily shifting, betraying his unease. "How do you know that?" Ryan suddenly interjected. "Know what?" I turned to him, sensing my actions had surprised him. Ryan quickly regained his composure, yet his anxiety only intensified. I concluded that perhaps venturing into the basement was unnecessary. Martha's apple pie was far more important. I left them behind, knowing the pie was about to come out of the oven, and I would be left with only half a piece. Ecstatic, I took my seat at the dining table. Despite my aversion to afternoon tea, I poured myself a glass of cold, refreshing milk, perfectly complementing the delightful taste of the pie, with its sweet and tangy apple essence mingled with rich egg flavor. The exchange of glances between Clark and Ryan was utterly perplexing, as they exchanged furtive looks and made discreet gestures towards me. "Speak your mind. You two are conspiring behind my back." "Clark, do not compel me to have my mother scold you." Clark's demeanor returned to normal as he inquired, "Babel, are you particularly sensitive to the emotions of others?" He has discerned my silence. How could he know? A soft sound emanated from beneath the table. Clark's gaze turned scrutinizing. "Babel, I ask you earnestly, have you been affected by meteorite fragments?" At this, Martha's mother rose, questioning if Clark's assertion held any truth. The atmosphere of interrogation momentarily left me speechless. "First and foremost, today's focus is on Ryan. Secondly, please refrain from such nonsensical talk in Ryan's presence." "Clark." I cast a sidelong glance towards Ryan. "Ryan possesses a unique talent. He can read your thoughts as effortlessly as perusing a book. You need not deceive us." Babel. Clark's eyes, gleaming like a puppy's, regarded me just as they had a decade ago when he looked at me from the edge of the woods. Silently, I retreated from the dining table and made my way to my room. Footsteps followed me to the staircase before retreating. I was unsure how to face those downstairs. Even after dinner, I found myself staring blankly at the open pages of my book. Tucked within its cover was my exchange student application. Perhaps now was the opportune moment to reveal the news. This household harbors countless secrets. Yet as a member, I am denied the luxury of maintaining my own significant secret. The doorbell rang downstairs, and the conversation was indistinct, likely government personnel, Lee, arriving to fetch Ryan. Yet, to do so at such a late hour seemed rather unwise. "Babel, Ryan is leaving. Are you not coming down to bid him farewell?" Martha's mother called out. "Ryan, I am feeling unwell. I shall not descend." "Farewell, take care," I shouted, closing my door. "Downstairs," Ryan replied. "It's all right. Goodbye, Jonathan and Martha." "Goodbye, Babel." His voice resonated to my room. "I'm sorry, Babel," he uttered, the words dissipating in the gentle breeze, vanishing into the night of the farm. After Ryan's vehicle drove away, another sound of a car echoed in the yard. Dinner had concluded, and in this small town, uninvited night visits were rare. Perhaps it was Chloe, or Lex, or Peter come to bid Ryan farewell. The vehicle departed and returned, a third car now. What should have been a tranquil day transformed into an unusual night of frequent visits. I left my room. My parents were absent, and I sought the solitude of my castle. Clark was also gone, leaving only a prisoned photograph of a man on the table. The man looked familiar. He was the driver from the car that left yesterday. A criminal had appeared near our home. What were his intentions? What schemes did he harbor? What could a nearly bankrupt farm possibly hold of interest to him? The entire farm was devoid of people. What had this man done to my parents? Yet, he could not succeed, not with Clark around. The telephone rang at home. It was a call from my parents. I was still outside searching for someone when the call went to voicemail. Upon re-entering the house, I was alerted to a pending message. Babel, we are concerned that you may have gone downstairs. The individuals who just took Ryan are criminals, and we are searching for him. Do not worry, we will return shortly. Two ordinary people were bravely facing the danger outside, while I, as a being of radiation, could only remain at home, awaiting their return. 2 hours may not seem long. It felt like an eternity. My parents eventually returned home, bringing the reassuring news of Ryan's safety. Then came Clark, accompanied by tear-stained Ryan, who was fraught with panic, fear, and a sense of helplessness, lingering upon him like the aftertaste of strong liquor. Poor child, caught in the perilous balance between life and death. Danger had grazed his tender face, and his extraordinary gifts felt more like a burden, a poison weighing down on his frail existence. After hastily handing over the gift of a rapier to Lex's guardian, I rushed home to find that Ryan's aunt had already arrived at the farm. I owed him a farewell, a promise that would not go unfulfilled a second time. The woman appeared anxious and worried. She might prove to be a good guardian, provided she could one day embrace Ryan's uniqueness. Together, they could form a happy family. Ryan left behind his cherished comics for his hero, leaving me with a parting note. Be cautious of Lex, and do not fret about your secret. That night, at the dinner table, I pulled out the application for an exchange program. My parents and Clark were present. I wished to go to England as an exchange student. My parents did not respond immediately, stating they would inform me of their decision the following morning and took the application from me. Clark said nothing. Ryan's departure, combined with my own intentions, thickened the atmosphere with his sorrow and anxieties, like mercury spilling across a surface. No one mentioned my abilities, as if they were indifferent. I knew they were willing to wait for me to share this secret when I was ready. Chapter 46. When Superman's brother loses his powers months ago. Martha had promised to participate in an event, but her attendance had been sporadic. Besides the farm, she frequently attended business lectures and exhibitions in Metropolis, leading a rather hectic schedule. Recently, the volunteer team provided services to a nursing home, and Martha had been sourcing nutritious meals for the elderly. A number of boxes filled with organic vegetables and fresh meat were too heavy for Martha and me to manage alone, so we enlisted Clark's help. I recognized that Martha was striving to bridge the gap between Clark and me. In truth, Clark had done nothing wrong. However, since Ryan's departure, our conversations had dwindled, and I found myself increasingly invisible at school. My parents had spoken to me once, expressing concern that I was erasing my own presence, despite my life appearing quite normal. Whether moving supplies or during car rides, Clark attempted to engage me in conversation, but I merely smiled softly and offered no response. Clark shrugged at Martha, who opened her mouth in a silent exclamation. Clark and his mother discussed fishing with Dad next week, clearly indicating his lack of enthusiasm for the outing. A middle-aged man, adorned in a plaid shirt and sporting a distinctive mustache, greeted us with an air that embodied the quintessential American gentleman, in stark contrast to Jonathan's father. His physique was even more impressive than that of many television actors, leading me to suspect that it was this very quality that had captivated Martha's mother at first sight. Martha, Clark, Babel, allow me to introduce our newcomer, Tyler Landau. I hope you can impart some volunteer skills to him. Hello. A young man with medium-length hair emerged from the house. His brown locks nearly concealed his amber eyes, and his prominent nose was a striking feature, rivaling that of Clark and my father, the most exquisite I had encountered. A subtle dimple graced his right cheek when he spoke. Such a handsome, charming, and compassionate youth. He bore a noticeable stubble around his thin lips, and he wore heavy carpentry gloves which he did not remove even as he shook our hands. Upon meeting us, he extolled the virtues of our family's products, much to Martha's mother's delight. What brings such a young man back to our quaint town? I've returned to attend to matters following my mother's recent passing. He appeared to have reconciled himself with his mother's demise, smiling naturally, devoid of any emotional turmoil, a testament to his resilient spirit. So, who will you visit first? Tyler guided us into the house. We could start with Mrs. Hicks. She would be pleased to see us, Martha's mother inquired. But her dog Clark interjected. Little Pepper hyacinth tea, that dreadful, Mother retorted, making her way toward Mrs. Hicks' room. Tyler had initially been ahead of us, but had unwittingly drifted to my side, clutching a bouquet of Alice flowers that Mother had brought, though I vaguely remembered that these were not Mrs. Hicks' favorites. As we entered the room and introduced Tyler to Little Pepper, the dog began to bark furiously as soon as Tyler drew near. He seemed even less favored by the animal than Clark, who had only been met with a growl after petting little Pepper's head. It was a pity, for the image of him with small creatures should have been harmonious. Martha's mother exchanged greetings with Mrs. Hicks upon entering, and it appeared that Mrs. Hicks was somewhat perplexed as Tyler stepped inside. "Clark has undergone some changes lately." A faint and murmurous voice emanated from within. No, this is Tyler, the new driver for the volunteer organization. "How may I assist you, ma'am?" "Oh dear," replied the elderly woman in a red silk nightgown, her silver hair elegantly arranged despite its disarray. The wrinkles on her face could not conceal the allure of her youth. At that moment, she clutched her abdomen. "Are you all right, Mrs. Hicks?" Martha's mother inquired with concern. Pain. Her feeble cries evoked memories of my time spent in the hospital, as I stared at her in a daze. "Babel, it is impolite to stare," Mother remarked. Having noticed my distraction, "My medicine, please, my medicine." Taylor seized a bottle of medication from the nearby cabinet, pouring a few pills into his palm. He watched her swallow the tablets and promptly handed her a cup of water. As she ingested the capsule, he picked up the bouquet he had previously set down and presented it to her, a cluster of Alice flowers from Mrs. Kent, offered to the lovely lady. His demeanor appeared more proficient than that of certain caregivers, suggesting that his mother had imparted all necessary skills to him. Hicks, holding a bunch of flowers, silently hoped that the young man before him would not succumb to illness or age. Such thoughts were futile. Taylor seemed moved, declaring, "I shall bring you more Alices tomorrow." "Dear lady, I adore roses, particularly white ones." "I knew it," he replied. "Mrs. Hicks favors the purity laced with a touch of elegance." His words were tinged with a hint of sorrow, yet he bore no trace of negativity. I had observed volunteers encountering the elderly in their beds, their faces marked by concern, compassion, and sadness. Yet he appeared sorrowful in visage while devoid of any emotional burden. Such a charming exterior belied a distasteful hypocrisy. Yet the more one delves into the emotions of such individuals, the more intriguing they become. After 2 hours in Taylor's company, his unwavering gloves aside, he displayed meticulous care for the elderly and radiated warmth towards his colleagues. Unlike Lex, whose emotions were shrouded in ambiguity, Taylor exhibited not a flicker of feeling, resembling a mannequin or a corpse in a graveyard. Chapter 47. When the superhero's brother comes out, Babel, it is time to return home. Mother Martha had just concluded her visit with her ageless friend, Mrs. Nina, and the elderly vases brimmed with fresh Alices. Clark was still assisting Uncle Sis, who struggled with his wheelchair, while Mother and I intended to wait for him in the car. "Babel, you seem quite concerned about that young man named Taylor." "It's nothing, Mother. I knew I couldn't escape your discerning gaze." "Little Babel, do you recall our agreement regarding the exchange? No more secrets." "But Mother, sometimes the truth. Do you truly wish to know?" "Let me try, Babel. As your mother, I can face any challenge the world presents." "Well then, if you must know, I quite like him. He is strikingly handsome. Is that answer acceptable?" I hastily concluded, glancing at my mother's reflection in the rearview mirror. "Well, you know our family is a quintessential farming household, yet our minds, at least mine, are quite liberal. As long as you are genuinely fond of him, I certainly wish for your happiness." "Really, Mother? Do you truly believe me?" Her straightforwardness and acceptance compelled me to nod. "Babel, your father, and I noticed signs since you were a child. When you shared a bed with Clark, we often found you nestled on his chest. That was because listening to Clark's heartbeat provided me with a sense of security, akin to how a newborn sleeps soundly in a mother's embrace. Even your brother possesses magazines featuring scantily clad women, while you, who clearly have no fondness for sports, own an even greater collection of sports magazines than he does. Please, those were merely left in my room by Clark after he perused them. I simply have yet to discard them. One day, I intend to bury Clark in those magazines." In your diary, the bully who torments you, Becker, has his own chapter, yet there is not a single entry pertaining to girls. They, who consistently ignore me for not being Caucasian, are not worth discussing. Well, you may assert what you will, but at least you do not wish for Clark to alleviate our concerns. Martha's mother deliberately averted her gaze from the rearview mirror, feigning a sigh of relief. "What on earth, Mother, do you usually ponder?" "Including this instance, I do not fancy this person named Lyle or Tyler. He exudes no negative emotions whatsoever." Surprised by Martha's mother's jest, I hastily concluded my remarks. "Perhaps he has been exceptionally cheerful and composed during this time." "Mother, I have encountered hundreds of individuals. Any human can easily be provoked into negative feelings by the slightest incident. I ask, How could one remain devoid of any negativity after encountering so many helpless, aging patients within a span of 2 hours? Even you, mother, have experienced 5 fluctuations of negative emotions within that time frame. Martha's mother glanced back at me, seemingly verifying the truth of my words. I met her gaze. Her eyes remained warm and sincere, at times resembling a tranquil pool, transforming all suffering and trials into mere bubbles. Martha's mother averted her eyes, turning her body back as if releasing a sigh. Apologies, Babel. Clark's talent is indeed remarkable, yet we can see and feel it. Your ability, however, is too extraordinary, too metaphysical. Without Ryan, we may never have discovered it. Now, let's discuss why Tyler exhibits no negative emotions. There are only 2 possible explanations. Either he is a robot or he is deceased. There exists a third option. The individual who repaired the wheelchair has arrived, prompting me to immediately close my mouth and sit still. Tyler may be a meteorite anomaly. Clark, Martha's mother, widened her eyes, fixating on Clark. A meteorite-endowed individual. A meteorite-endowed individual, she reiterated, nodding as she spoke. On the way home, Clark disembarked midway. It was evident he intended to visit Talon. Initially, Martha's mother wished for me to accompany him. Upon Clark entering Talon, a bald man parked his Porsche outside the CAF. Mother, do you still intend for me to meet with Lana? Martha's mother, aware only of my opinion regarding Lex, started the car and took me back to the farm. Upon returning home, I found my father welding his damaged tools in the barn. I possess no talent in that regard, choosing to refrain from intruding. Recently, my abilities have undergone a transformation in my mind. I can still sense people's negative emotions, yet my gift seems particularly attuned to certain feelings. While observing Taylor earlier, I noticed that the suffering and despair etched upon the elderly man he visited shone as brilliantly as sunlight reflecting off a tranquil lake. It was not merely one individual, but each and every one of them that bore such a countenance. Even after 2 hours with no opportunity to experiment, I was left pondering whether it was Taylor's choice of visitors or if every elder served by the volunteer organization shared this same plight. In Chapter 48, when Superman's younger brother was summoned for reconciliation, a stranger clad in a black suit emerged from barn. Judging by his expression, his attempts to seek out Jonathan's father had not borne fruit. Clark had ventured next door early in the morning and then vanished without a trace. It was only later that evening, while Jonathan's father was assembling a fishing rod, that I learned he had gone to see Whitney's father. I refrained from passing judgment. Thankfully, after Jonathan's father broke his fishing rod, I was placed on the blacklist for fishing activities. The monotony of waiting for fish to bite while drifting on the water was hardly enthralling. Upon hearing the sound of a door opening, I vanished from the presence of the adults and ascended the stairs. The downstairs would surely become a battleground. As anticipated, the discord surrounding fishing, compounded by other factors, led to an unusually heated argument between Clark and Jonathan's father. As Clark stormed upstairs in a fit of anger, my head remained just outside the door. Before he could utter a word, I swiftly retreated into my room and closed the door behind me. The moonlight was as cool as water, and the night was serene and undisturbed. Clark's room was enveloped in silence, save for the occasional creaking of furniture. Clark's emotions had seemingly evaporated. He was no longer present in the room. Excellent, excellent. A mere quarrel had driven him to consider leaving home. I resolved to inform Martha, his mother. I pushed open my door to find my father downstairs, tidying up the fishing gear he had brought out. With boldness, I opened Clark's bedroom door. The darkness enveloped the room, and I flicked the switch on the wall. The bed was neatly made, devoid of wrinkles, and the window stood wide open, allowing a gentle breeze to waft into the room. Not a single note was left behind. As I turned to descend the stairs and call for my parents, Clark's voice emerged from the desk area. I thought you wouldn't bother with me before your trip to England. He sat there in his pajamas, half turned toward me, his pale skin glistening in the light. I must admit, the advantages of racial traits can sometimes be quite evident. I would not incite further trouble. I intended to leave without uttering a word about the earlier events. My concern was not that the discord between Clark and his father would spill over onto me. Babel, we've grown up together. Do you genuinely believe that my conflict with Dad is merely about fishing? If it weren't for the troubles you've caused of late, our spirits would be far lighter. Had I known that silence would only invite more trouble, I would have engaged sooner. You continue to seethe with anger. The little deceiver shall take my leave. Once things return to normal, I shall reveal to you a secret regarding your innate talents. My foot lingered at the threshold, suspended in midair. Noticing my prolonged silence, Clark continued, "You should believe in the secrets that Chloe helped me uncover. To express a disinterest in fishing, the art of tantalizing one's appetite is indeed commendable. You go first. It was also due to your prior request for Chloe to gather information about the Huan nation that I made this discovery. You have been successively stung by 5 venomous creatures: the spider, centipede, toad, snake, and scorpion, thereby acquiring your abilities. This is likely connected to the traditional sorcery of Hua, an area where our resources are somewhat limited, though a scholar from Metropolis University has published related articles. These writings elaborate on the historical association between the 5 poisons and the 5 elements in ancient Hua. The spider corresponds to wood, potentially representing the enduring malice akin to the longevity of trees. The scorpion is associated with fire, embodying tumultuous aggression and fearless ferocity, a symbol of violent wrath. The centipede, categorized under earth, signifies stubbornness and silent resentment that quietly proliferates. The toad, linked to metal, embodies human vices such as greed and irritation. The snake, representing water, is insidious and sensitive, thus a source of distress. As I pondered these extensive revelations, I understood your implication. My encounters with the 5 poisons have amalgamated the 5 elements, enabling me to perceive the human emotions and sentiments they symbolize. Chapter 49. When the extraordinary brother is not ordinary, Chloe remained unaware of the full scope. I merely requested her assistance in gathering information regarding emotions. The remainder was deduced through my own remarkable intellect. Therefore, it is your decision now whether this information elicits any sympathy for your unfortunate brother. As I spoke, I presented the compiled materials before me. I took the documents into my hands, performed a courteous gesture, and withdrew from Clark's room. Certainly, Clark's dossier contains much more than this. It includes numerous references to myths, fables, and fairy tales, suggesting that what has been regarded as mysterious may merely stem from extraterrestrial civilizations or advanced technologies from the future, leading to misunderstandings among subsequent generations. Throughout the millennia of Hua's history, the enigmatic figures within it have sparked numerous speculations about whether their abilities are linked to extraterrestrial energies. My talents arise from the rich genetic lineage of Hua, awakened by fragments of meteorites, the vast expanse of the starry sky, accompanied by the twinkling Bagua diagram, bridges the ancient and the contemporary, allowing the strength of my ancestors to manifest in the present day. At least my gifts are no longer without origin. Yet the 5 poisons merely illuminate the coarse circle of the dreamlike night sky. What patterns may emerge from those stars awaiting to shine amidst the inky darkness, and what they may bring forth remains unknown. As I contemplated my abilities through the night, the swirling inspirations in my mind failed to conjure that wondrous dream once more, resulting in a night of restful slumber to welcome the new day. Mother Martha expressed great satisfaction with our performance at the volunteer organization yesterday, preparing a delightful souffle for breakfast, a fluffy and soft indulgence for both Clark and me. The atmosphere between Clark and father felt somewhat awkward. After Mother received a phone call, the ambience at the dining table shifted entirely. She covered her mouth while listening. Has she left nothing behind? I wondered. Very well. When is her ceremony? Our family will certainly attend. After hanging up the phone, the 3 of us gazed at Martha, our mother, on the verge of tears. Is everything all right? Mrs. Hicks passed away last night, and this morning, Taylor discovered that her bed had been reduced to mere ashes. The morning's cheerful disposition evaporated in an instant as I gloomily stuffed bits of souffle into my mouth. During the process of entering the classroom and taking my seat, Beck's antics failed to elicit a response from me. I merely stared blankly at the teacher as he scribbled on the blackboard. Spontaneous human combustion. This was the information I had seen while at the Torch Society office. Chloe, are you looking for me? Chloe was engrossed in typing, seemingly attempting to enrich her article, though I harbored doubts about the identity of one of the new volunteers. Clark mentioned that you suspected the new volunteer, Taylor, might be a meteorite wielder. Do you think he's connected to Mrs. Hicks' bizarre death? Well, I was merely jesting with Clark yesterday. Taylor has been exceptionally attentive to the elderly gentleman and harbors no motive to harm Mrs. Hicks. Is that so? Perhaps I'm misunderstood, but could you share the details about the new volunteer? Taylor Landau, previously from Metropolis, returned to our small town following his mother's passing. He appears quite amiable and wholesome. Have you reconciled with your brother? Clark didn't mention it, but his mood seemed significantly improved today. I flipped through the newspaper in front of her, nodding, my thoughts already drifting towards the volunteer organization. You seem a bit off. It doesn't appear to be related to Clark. Do tell, what has happened? Nothing much, nothing at all. I've let go of certain matters and feel a bit lighter. However, thinking of Clark doesn't quite lighten my spirits. Is there some unspoken rivalry between you brothers? Never mind, I'd rather not know. Chloe was evidently engrossed in the investigation of Mrs. Hicks' spontaneous combustion. Lingering any longer would only disturb her work. The weather was pleasant today, and since Beck and his crew had no team practice, I decided to take a stroll near the playground. The warm sunlight kissed my face as peers engaged in sports, shouting and laughing. I had heard that the exchange list would soon be announced at the semester's end, and I eagerly anticipated the quintessential British campus experience. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over me, and the next moment, I found myself sprawled on the ground, accompanied by the thud of a basketball bouncing nearby. As I propped myself up, I spotted the group I wished to avoid. Hey, Frankenstein, could you kindly retrieve the ball for me? That familiar, infuriating face accompanied by his band of friends. I rubbed the spot where I had been struck. It stung a bit, but I ignored Beck's taunts, pulling the hood of my sweatshirt over my head and walking onward. Someone came sprinting up from behind. It was likely that group again. I ran desperately forward. Once I reached the school building, they would likely cease their pursuit. At times, I felt immense frustration, despite possessing talent. My physical prowess remained unchanged as I sensed the figure behind me, radiating anger and humiliation, drawing ever closer. Beck cornered me against the basketball court, glancing back. I realized I had barely managed to flee 10 meters. The brothers behind him stood either with arms crossed or rubbing their hands together. It seemed inevitable that I would endure a beating. Barber, since your return to school, do you believe we would cease to trouble you? His tone was accusatory. Why do you not respond when we speak? Why do you not comply? One of his hands struck my left cheek, leaving the gritty sensation of gravel and the acrid scent of the basketball's rubber on my skin. A sudden pain erupted in my abdomen. It appeared Beck had grown impatient, for he no longer issued warnings before striking. My legs felt weak, and I nearly collapsed to the ground. Hey, Beck, stop! A familiar voice resonated nearby. Upon closer inspection, it was Whitney, and beside him stood my brother, clutching a basketball. Whitney, have you been mingling with the Kent family lately? Beck's assault was interrupted, his expression darkening. Shut up. Don't stir trouble at school, or else you'll have to run an extra 5 laps for the rest of the semester. The captaincy of the football team seemed to hold some weight, for upon hearing this, Beck and his entourage retreated back to the court. Clark and Whitney approached. The two were engaged in a game of basketball, and my brother appeared astute, though perhaps only in appearance. Thanks. Their presence made me reluctant to linger, and I contemplated slipping away, but Clark's gaze halted me. Your brother has taken to meddling in others' affairs. Perhaps he should focus more on you, lest you find yourself bullied without knowing to cry for help. His fierce demeanor betrayed a hint of anger, guilt, and hesitation. My brother must have said something that struck a chord, yet Clark's earlier gaze suggested he was urging me to probe Whitney's emotions. Given Whitney's demeanor, I surmised Clark's chances of persuading him were 50-50. Whitney returned to the basketball court, while Clark guided me towards the infirmary. Chloe appeared midway, glancing at me as I cradled my abdomen. She seemed about to speak, but ultimately refrained. The school doctor examined my heartbeat and gently probed my recently injured abdomen. Finding no internal damage, he applied iodine to the bruise on my forehead and instructed me to rest on the hospital bed. After I lay down, Clark and Chloe departed, evidently following leads on Mrs. Hicks' case. My abdomen throbbed slightly. The current state of affairs did not lend itself well to visiting a crime scene. Chapter 50. When Superman's brother must be responsible, the school doctor remained behind his desk, intermittent chuckles escaping his lips, suggesting some joyous event had transpired. When he received a phone call, he dashed out, leaving me waiting throughout the afternoon for his return, which never came. The sounds of campus life gradually faded, and the setting sun bid farewell to the clouds. Chloe appeared at my bedside. Wake up, Barber. It's time to go home. You and your brother are polar opposites. He never falls ill or grows weary. Yet you can sleep the entire afternoon. Chloe's words jolted me awake. I had merely been struck once, yet I had succumbed to an afternoon slumber. Had that blow inflicted internal injuries, or was there an underlying issue with my health? Did Clark not return with you? He discovered a white rose at Mrs. Hicks' residence and seemed intent on conversing with your new acquaintance. The words of Mrs. Hicks echoed in his mind, pondering whether that seemingly handsome and kind gentleman had blood from innocent elders staining his hands. On the other side of the town, Martha's mother stumbled upon a surplus of vegetables and fruits at home. Rather than waste them, it was better to maximize their value. Without prior notice, she drove to the volunteer organization, surprising the supervisor with her arrival as she deftly moved the produce into the organization's warehouse. Taylor Blando, having completed his morning tasks, was resting in the warehouse, a rare moment to shed the coarse, rough woodworking gloves. Martha's mother's unexpected presence prompted him to instinctively take the basket from her hands. The fresh, earthy produce, which had been recently harvested, began to decay, their vibrant hues fading into dust. As the basket fell to the ground, Martha's mother gazed blankly at Taylor. "It was you. You were responsible for what happened to Mrs. Hicks." At that moment, Hank, the supervisor, entered the warehouse. "Martha, what has transpired?" "Hank, do not intervene. Go call the police." Taylor abandoned the dazed Martha's mother and dashed toward the warehouse entrance, colliding with Hank, who seized his wrist. Before Martha's eyes, Hank screamed, his body exposed to the air turning gray, flesh giving way to dust, and bones gradually crumbling to ashes. Martha's mother covered her mouth, striving to suppress any sound as she slowly retreated from Taylor. Blando, clearly unwilling to let Martha escape, advanced towards her. Suddenly, Clark appeared before Taylor, startling him. Clark lunged at Taylor, attempting to pull him away from the warehouse, away from his mother, while Taylor's hand pressed against Clark's left cheek. It must be said that Clark's sharply defined features were somewhat unyielding. When others touched his face, it felt uncomfortable. The decaying force spread through him at an agonizingly slow pace. Where Taylor made contact, the color drained from Clark's face, a pallor overtaking his left side before creeping towards the right. The pain, akin to a swarm of biting insects, and the fading vitality compelled Clark to instinctively resist, grasping Taylor's left hand and hurling him outward. Taylor collided with the warehouse wall, tumbling into a pile of empty cardboard boxes. After casting aside Blando, the burning sensation of corrosion on his face was swiftly replaced by a rapid itch of healing. Clark inhaled deeply, while Martha's mother looked on with concern at the strange discoloration on Clark's face. After a brief moment, Clark gradually adjusted to the discomfort, and upon glancing at the chaotic array of boxes by the wall, he found no trace of anyone. Shortly after returning home, Clark drove his mother back, supporting her as they entered the house, her pale complexion eliciting deep worry. Clark and I assisted Martha's mother upstairs to the master bedroom, where she could lie down and rest. Clark poured her a glass of water before retreating to his fortress, just as father returned from tending to the farm's horses. I briefly recounted Mother's plight. He rushed upstairs, oblivious to the mud coating his hands. Meanwhile, I contemplated that dinner might consist solely of American-style spaghetti, retrieving the meat sauce Martha had prepared 2 days prior, as I readied a handful of noodles for boiling. As father dried his hands with a towel and descended the stairs, he noticed me in the kitchen. "Well done, young man. Your brother is in his castle," he remarked, nodding while drizzling olive oil into the hot water. I understood without needing to turn around that father was seeking out Clark. Their stay in the lonely fortress was not prolonged, for as I lifted the noodles from the boiling water, Jonathan's father returned from the barn. His downturned mouth and body language spoke volumes. I could sense that the rift between him and Clark remained unresolved. The police were scouring the town for Taylor Blando, creating an atmosphere of unease. Clark retreated to the bathroom to freshen up, donning a coat as he ventured outside. He passed by me, the sweet scent of summer soda lingering in the air, likely from father's aftershave. It appeared he was heading to the new youth center in town. Having taken an afternoon nap, I anticipated a burst of energy for the evening. However, after preparing the spaghetti, I found myself growing drowsy on the couch. Father, intending to call me to help patrol the farm, noticed me nearly asleep and ventured out alone with a flashlight. Chilled to the bone, I awoke to find I had indeed dozed off on the couch for 2 hours. The home phone rang, but by the time I regained my senses, the ringing had ceased. I checked the messages. "Clark, is Whitney's father all right? Has Taylor resorted to violence?" The voice of Clark's dream girl echoed in my mind. What trouble had arisen between Taylor and Whitney? They were supposed to be strangers. When Clark returned home, his expression was one of gloom, disappointment, and guilt. An overwhelming sense of helplessness permeated the atmosphere. Has Taylor been apprehended by the police? I wondered aloud. Clark remained silent, hanging his coat on the rack by the door before sinking into the sofa, tilting his head back to gaze at the ceiling. His mother was alive and had now recovered, returning home. Then, Babbler, Jonathan's father called out as he entered, casting a puzzled glance at my father, who merely shook his head. I swallowed the question that had been on the tip of my tongue. Chapter 51. When the superhero's brother causes his own demise the following morning, rumors swirled at school that the Sharks were coming to practice, even borrowing Whitney as a backup quarterback. The principal commended Whitney over the intercom and announced the temporary closure of the school playground. At the dinner table, Clark invited father to watch the Sharks practice at school, while mother and I remained silent, observing the two as they exited our home. Babbler, may I discuss something with you? Certainly, mother, when you need me to cook in the future. Please retrieve the restaurant's number from the cabinet by the door and have them deliver the meal. All right, Xiaoba? Reluctantly nodding, I took a hearty bite of the chicken leg on my plate. Mother exhibited no semblance of guilt or remorse. All her efforts from the previous day seemed in vain. Feeling somewhat dejected, I finished my dinner, washed the dishes, and ventured out for a walk. In my hand was the address of Taylor's mother, which I had taken from Clark's room. Although the young man was no longer present, his mother still lived. The miraculous recovery from her grave illness occurred simultaneously with the heart-wrenching loss of her son, and her emotional state, along with her transformation, piqued my curiosity while also evoking a sense of trepidation. To me, Taylor Blando represented an intriguing enigma, and I found myself eager to meet the woman who raised such a young man and to discern her character. After strolling for about an hour, the Blando residence came into view. Even at night, it appeared to be a cozy little house, though the vegetation in the yard, neglected, had withered. The pathway leading to the front door had clearly been tidied, with nothing but decorative stones remaining pristine. It was likely shortly after dinner, Mrs. Blando had recently recovered from her illness, and the caregiver was probably still present, yet the house remained devoid of any light. Upon reaching the front door, I paused for a moment of contemplation, but ultimately decided to intrude for a brief visit. I gently knocked, and the door opened slightly. The caregiver had not locked it. A faint aroma of garlic lingered in the air as I pushed the door open and made my way towards the master bedroom. Despair, regret, and helplessness overwhelmed the scent of garlic as it filled my nostrils. I cautiously opened the window, daring not to turn on the light. Bathed in the moonlight that filtered into the room, I beheld the frail, trembling arm of the elderly woman lying on the bed, its skin sagging and lined with wrinkles. Mrs. Blando, are you all right? I called softly. She did not respond, only emitting faint, incoherent sounds. As my fingertips brushed against her arm, her body convulsed violently, and she began to spasm. Help! Help! I stammered, warm tears cascading down my cheeks. An invisible force seemed to constrict my throat as I watched the elderly woman, clad in a pale blue sweater, struggle to rise from her bed and lean against her wheelchair. I pushed the wheelchair into the nearest room, where a metal canister awaited. It took her a considerable amount of time to engage the latch on the window. Turning back to the metal canister, she twisted the red switch on the open lid and gradually maneuvered her wheelchair back to the bedroom. Just before losing consciousness, she collapsed on her bed. Mrs. Blando, in her desire to end her life, found herself torn at the precipice of death. The instinct to survive compelled her to reconsider, pulling her back from the brink. Yet, when confronted once more by the specter of death, she remained fearful and unwilling to let go. Covering her mouth and nose with her sleeve, she groped her way into the adjacent room, shrouded in darkness devoid of moonlight, where her hand could not discern anything. Following the strongest scent of garlic, I stumbled upon a metal canister and recalled that it was a gas canister once purchased by Jonathan's father during my childhood. The canister's opening served as the valve for releasing gas. As I tightened it clockwise, a wave of drowsiness enveloped my consciousness. The surrounding darkness ceased to be intimidating and instead enveloped me in a comforting embrace. The pungent aroma of garlic transformed into a nostalgic reminder of bustling markets and the savory scents of kitchens. Closing my eyes here for a brief respite seemed quite appealing. Yes, just a moment's pause, then I shall awaken. From another room, a sound of terror pierced through, pricking my emotions like needles. I hastened to the main bedroom, where I took several deep breaths before holding my breath and turning to lift Mrs. Blando from the bed. Fortunately, the Blando residence was but a single story. I dragged her to the window and leaped down. The fresh air, devoid of any noxious scent, was reassuring. After a moment of catching my breath, I propped the elderly woman's head up. Her breath was faint, and her eyelids fluttered slightly, almost imperceptibly. Even in her weakened state, her remorse, helplessness, anger, and guilt had not dissipated. Rather, they intensified. Her emotions had transformed from despair into a desperate yearning for survival, as if she wished to ignite a pathway to life with her feelings. In her final moments, the negativity was no longer a sign of weariness or descent into ruin. It was hope, hope for survival. Her breathing steadied as she opened her eyes to gaze upon me. "Taylor, is that you? My dear." Her voice was hoarse and heavy, almost a whisper. Before I could explain, Mrs. Bludow's breaths quickened, her inhalations becoming labored and increasingly audible. She grasped my hand tightly, her eyes brimming with tears, searching mine intently. Even during my time at the volunteer organization, I had witnessed an elderly person's passing, but I had never encountered such agonizing struggles as this. I stood frozen, uncertain of how to assist her. As her breathing intensified, her emotions surged forth, enveloping me like tendrils of her despair. Unlike the particles I had previously encountered, her current emotions resembled soft ribbons, tangible and pliable, entwining around my hand as if pleading, "Help me. Can you save me?" Whether this transformation stemmed from innate talent or the impending demise of this elderly woman was unknown. Yet, I understood that I could not bear witness to a life slipping away. I could not prevent Taylor Bludow's departure, but I was determined to save his mother. "Is anyone there? Is there a doctor? Please, save her." The cries echoed through the tranquil town, stark against the background of cicadas and the rustling trees stirred by the evening breeze, lacking the vital human voice of hope. Mrs. Bludow's emotions continued to grip my hand, as if they believed I could do something, but I was utterly at a loss. The evening wind swept through the house, which groaned in sorrow, mourning the life that was about to end. In that moment, I realized I did not even know whom it mourned. I cried out for nearly 10 minutes. My voice, like the breath of the elderly woman on my arm, gradually grew faint. My throat throbbed with a burning discomfort, as if molten lava had been poured into it. Warm liquid flowed incessantly from my eyes. I ceased my cries and gently rested Mrs. Blandow's head upon my knee, silently praying for her to depart in peace. The moment her breath ceased, the evening breeze's lament faded from the air, leaving only a chilling night and a solitary apology. The emotions binding my hands suddenly tightened, conjuring a thought, a desperate call within my mind. "Would you save me? How do I do it? I do not know what to do. Would you save me? Would you save me? I would. What must I do?" I shouted into the frigid air and at the remnants of warmth. It tugged my hand towards Mrs. Blandow's ribcage with such swiftness that my hand pierced her skin, and I touched the soft organs within, similar to a thick balloon filled with air, surrounded by warm conduits, yet no longer functioning or pulsing. "You exchange yours for mine." The emotion left behind one final phrase. Endless particles of emotion erupted from me, akin to a stone splashing into the water's surface. Before me lay only the radiant light of the particles, like a sun yet chilling. The phrase "you exchange yours for mine" reverberated between the particles, again and again. As my lips uttered, "I exchange yours for mine," a profound sense of suffocation enveloped me, my throat feeling as if it were lodged with a hard stone, obstructing the exchange of air between my lungs and the outside world. I opened my mouth, seeking salvation, yet all that emerged were muffled sounds, devoid of words. My previously struggling limbs gradually grew stiff. The radiant light of the particles dimmed into fuzzy-edged circles, then faded to a grayish hue, ultimately vanishing, leaving only the darkness of the night. Chapter 52. When the superhuman brother was half dead in the season when the grass grows and the orioles sing. The attire of the youth on campus became vibrant and colorful as mosquitoes, bees, and butterflies began to appear. Students suffering from pollen allergies not only had to carry masks at all times, but also stocked their bags with allergy medication and a large supply of tissues. I was neither among those well-dressed, socially active students, nor part of the second group. Ever since that fateful night, I had transformed into the third type. On that extraordinary evening, while I lost consciousness, Mrs. Blandow unexpectedly awakened and summoned an ambulance to her room. The doctor diagnosed me with acute lung damage due to excessive gas inhalation. I was not only required to attend monthly checkups, but also forbidden from entering dust-polluted environments. And I had developed asthma as a lifelong complication. My bag now contained an array of medications and inhalers, marking a definitive farewell to farm labor and sports. Furthermore, the medical expenses for treatment could not be claimed from Mrs. Blando, nor could I find any means of compensation, resulting in the depletion of my prior insurance benefits. The aforementioned is not the entirety of the consequences. My capacity for emotional perception began to wane from that fateful night. Regardless of how fervently others expressed their emotions or how close they were, they appeared to me as mere blank slates. Nonetheless, life persists. As long as one has not truly perished, one must find a way to carry on. Unable to assist with the farm's labor, I took on the responsibility of managing some of the farm's accounts. Aside from tax calculations, the rest were relatively straightforward, although there were minor deficits scattered throughout. Additionally, I assumed a portion of client management, which my mother entrusted to me, consisting mainly of familiar acquaintances from the town. While there were occasional misunderstandings, they tended to be forgiving towards me. Regarding the exchange student program, my parents broached the subject with me 3 times following my discharge from the hospital, each conversation culminating in my near-hysterical outbursts. I presumed they had acquiesced, for who would dare to provoke a recently discharged patient? Overall, there were both ups and downs. Martha and Jonathan appeared somewhat relieved upon learning of my diminished abilities. At school, my string of misfortunes not only affected the principal and teachers, but also reached the ears of the students' parents. It seemed that Beck and his peers received a stern reprimand from their parents, warning them to maintain their distance, lest I bring misfortune upon them. Approaching nearly a year in high school, I had finally liberated myself from the relentless bullying. My situation was but a minor ripple in the high school landscape, as the principal topic of interest in our small-town high school was the selection of the student council president. The shy and introverted, yet capable student, Sasha, a seasoned council member with a profound understanding of its structure, was a strong candidate. Paul, brimming with leadership qualities, creativity, and enthusiasm, emerged as the prime contender for the presidency. Both individuals were intelligent, capable, visionary, and promising, yet they lacked the influence and popularity that high school students often prioritize. They could collaborate on meaningful endeavors, engage in competitions, and undertake significant reforms. Phyllis, adored by the majority, stood out as the captain of the cheerleading squad and a prominent figure on campus. Her dramatic flair was undeniable, not to mention her striking blonde hair and blue eyes, along with a graceful figure that captivated many adolescent boys. As a fellow Chinese, I resolutely supported Paul. However, he indeed faltered in his public confrontation with Phyllis. Witness the formidable allure and charisma that even the most typical adolescent boys find difficult to resist. Phyllis held a considerable advantage. Were there a betting pool, I would wager half my chips on her. Paul, however, remained undeterred. He swiftly rebounded from the public setback and began to rally his classmates, articulating his vision for student support. His clear logic, terms benefiting the majority of students, and ambitious proposal to incorporate Ivy League management models showcased considerable persuasive power and emotional resonance. Should he manage to host a few well-executed parties before the official voting, the likelihood of his nomination would significantly increase. Of concern, however, were the jibes from passing members of the football team, who mockingly referred to Paul as the yellow skin glasses kid. Such comments continued to circulate, and this group of muscle-bound, semi-literate individuals could profoundly influence many. These concerns are not pressing at the moment. I shall address them tomorrow once I become a member of his campaign team. Today, I must collect a teaching presentation from Coal Mountain High School as I seek to familiarize myself with their curriculum and pedagogical approach. In a week's time, we shall receive recordings of their classes, allowing us to further acclimate, along with materials regarding class exchanges and host families. The teacher assured me that most host families are comprised of retired teachers from Coal Mountain High School or alumni, so there is no need for concern regarding accommodation. As night fell, I found myself bewildered by the nuances of British and American English within the presentation, and the symptoms of my mild asthma began to manifest. My dedicated study time has diminished to half of what it was prior to these events. I reminded myself to breathe normally and lay in bed, anxious as I prepared to sleep. In a corner of the town, the buzzing of bees and distant cries disturbed the slumber of nearby neighbors. The following morning, I sacrificed my breakfast time to prepare a brief student resume. Upon entering the school grounds, I was met with a headline in the school newspaper: "The dark horse candidate for student council president stung by hundreds of bees and hospitalized." The pixelated photograph within was unsettling, and the article detailed none other than Paul, the candidate I intended to support. Poor young man. According to the doctor interviewed by Chloe, his life is not in danger, but full recovery from the widespread stings will take at least 3 months, perfectly missing the election day. I dined alone at lunch when Clark approached me unexpectedly. He mentioned that Peter had recommended I run for student council president. What do you think about this idea, Babel? Chapter 53. When Superbrother is a tool. You, student council president. I found it difficult to articulate my current feelings, yet I silently gave him a thumbs up in encouragement. Since Phyllis has already entered the race, as a star athlete of the football team, you undoubtedly possess the qualifications and potential. However, since Clark had approached me, I could sense someone watching us. A glance revealed Sasha in the distance, hunched over and fixated on Clark's back. Clark, I understand your back is broader than that of the average boy, but surely it does not warrant such intense scrutiny from Sasha. Instead of merely observing you, she should perhaps seize the opportunity to visit the team's locker room. She perceives my candidacy as a trivial pursuit, believing I have belittled the significance of this endeavor, and now harbors a distaste for me. Clark pushed the chicken breast around his plate, attempting to ignore the gaze behind him. He took the news of his candidacy home, where his father, who opposed Clark participating in sports and teams, surprisingly expressed support for his running for student council president. The rationale of my parents is quite understandable. The election for student council is entirely based on one's abilities and charisma. In this arena, Clark's athletic prowess holds little sway. Such a fair and impartial setting allows Clark to compete and shine as an ordinary individual. What is there to lose? Yet, I do not wish to be under the scrutiny of others. Clark voiced his doubts, twisting the cap off his milk bottle, preparing to blow into it. Clark, Martha's mother signaled to him with a glance at his hand. Clark fell silent as Jonathan's father retrieved the cup from the cupboard, wiping it clean with a towel before handing it to Clark. You may withdraw, but do not forget that withdrawal can foster an inextricable habit. Since the quarrel over fishing had subsided, the unspoken bond between Clark and his father had reached an enviable depth. The words spoken by his father had visibly altered Clark's demeanor, shaking his resolve. At this moment, he lacked merely the final impetus. He stepped outside, and I could surmise the destination he had in mind. Recently, the CAF where I work began to emulate Talon by introducing various themed beverages and giveaways. With a decline in foot traffic at Talon, Lana had taken to frequenting it whenever she wasn't in class, disappearing from school gossip altogether. It was likely that Lana would encourage Clark to run, yet unbeknownst to me, Clark had also sought out Lex and even drew inspiration for his campaign slogan. Tomorrow's star, from him. This simple yet hopeful motto, crafted with Lex's linguistic finesse, was truly captivating, with my brother's affable nature earning him a network of supporters. Coupled with the popularity brought by the football games and the assistance of the slogan, his campaign preparation progressed remarkably well. As my brother embarked on his candidacy, he garnered considerable attention, undoubtedly aided by the on-site coverage from the campus reporter, Chloe, when discussing his campaign platform and perspectives on school reforms. My brother found himself at a loss for words, appearing more as though he were being thrust onto the campaign stage by impulse and popularity, which might lead to his election without significantly benefiting the future of the student council. Assigned by Peter to post Clark's campaign posters. I assure you it was not due to the promise of 10 ice creams, nor was it a bribe in the form of concert tickets offered by Peter. I merely adore my remarkable brother and am ever prepared to be his pillar of support. The main popular spots in the school had nearly all been covered, and Clark and Peter were preparing to head to Talon to affix a few more posters while discussing the arrangements for a campaign meeting there. Along the way, Clark was not only deliberating over his promotional activities, but also lamenting why Chloe, as a friend, seemed more inclined to support others. Fortunately, I had refrained from disclosing my interview with Paul's campaign team. Otherwise, my seemingly straightforward, yet truly petty brother would have made a year without the sight of ice cream. Business at Talon exceeded my expectations, albeit mostly comprising familiar faces. However, the CAFS in town predominantly catered to the youth, particularly those from our school. Centrally seated was the imposing figure of Beck, who had recently vanished from my view. I walked to the front desk to leave a stack of campaign posters and hurriedly affixed one to the corner of Talon's sign. Before I could enjoy the coffee my brother had bought for us, I swiftly exited Talon. It was not out of cowardice, rather in their presence. The recollections of past transgressions and humiliations flooded back, and distancing myself from them had always been my foremost choice. The flyers in my possession were few, so I searched the vicinity for several bulletin boards, meticulously removing the posters. Eager to return home, I skimmed through the first page of the class materials, making no further progress. While awaiting Clark's arrival with ice cream, the television broadcasted an interview with local beekeepers. It seemed that several beehives in the town had recently been abandoned, leading to a mass disappearance of bees. Coinciding with this event, Paul had been hospitalized due to a bee sting. One cannot dismiss the occurrences in our small town as mere coincidence. As I savored the chocolate cone Clark had brought back, I shared this peculiar coincidence with him, to which he replied that Chloe had mentioned it the day before. He then began to assemble his outfit for a party he planned to attend that weekend. I had often heard that American and British English could lead to misunderstandings if one was not cautious. From the perspectives of vocabulary and grammar, British English indeed appears more antiquated and traditional, requiring a week or two to acclimate to its nuances. The day after Clark announced his candidacy, rumors spread about a heated argument between Phyllis and Sasha at the school gate. By lunchtime, the tale of the principal being frightened to tears had overshadowed the previous gossip. Soon, the identity of the individual who had frightened the principal became the talk of the town. Phyllis had been swarmed by bees, and the principal had witnessed the incident. Now, both students and the principal lay in the infirmary, receiving treatment. I sought out Clark, hoping to persuade him to withdraw from the election, but when I arrived, he and his supporters were gleefully tallying their poll results. Chloe approached them, and my brother's lingering discontent toward her was evident in his sharp words. Chloe, exasperated, observed the childish behavior of the two, noting that Phyllis's injuries were far more severe than Paul's. My brother recalled something and abruptly stated that he remembered Sasha had been stung by a swarm of bees last year, resulting in her withdrawal from school for several months. Do you think she acquired the ability to control bees during that time? Chloe questioned, her uncertainty palpable. I will investigate, but you must exercise caution. The only candidates remaining are you and her, I cautioned. Unlike Chloe, I was not as diplomatic. Clark, I believe it would be prudent for us to withdraw from the election. Babel, there is nothing to worry about. This matter may not be significant to you, but for someone like Sasha, it is perhaps the only highlight of their high school experience. For both safety and compassion, you should step aside. No, little brother. If you remember what Dad said, you wouldn't advise me to give up. Clark left, carrying his tray and the results of his campaign. Chapter 54. The perilous adventures of Superman's brother. Had I known it would come to this, I should have dissuaded Clark when he first approached me. Alas, it was too late. With the support of our parents, first love, and close friends, Clark had become as immovable as a bull. A few words could not alter this course. With no classes in the afternoon, I skipped the Go Club's activities and hastened back to the farm, arriving at the doorstep breathless. I had never before realized how blissful it was to run freely and gasp for air. Jonathan's father was in the barn, clearing the weeds that had ensnared the tractor's body, his hands smeared with grease and grass. Upon noticing my approach, he removed the towel from his shoulder to wipe his hands and led me out of the barn. Babel, did you not promise us to refrain from frequenting the barn? It is filled with dust and chaff, detrimental to your recovery. At that moment, my father was not concerned with my well-being. The selection for the student council president had dwindled to Clark and a madman who controlled bees. Clark now stood a good chance of becoming the target of that lunatic, and we needed to persuade him to withdraw from the race. Jonathan's father placed his hand on my shoulder and gazed into my eyes. Babel, you must trust your brother's ability to protect himself. Even if Clark lacks talent, I believe he can navigate the risks of the campaign. Your concern for Clark stems from familial love. You can stay by his side, support him, and contact us immediately should any issues arise. That is your duty. My father's unwavering support for Clark exceeded my expectations. Mother was still absent, and perhaps seeking Lana would be more feasible, as I still held fond memories of tending to her in the hospital. As I approached the Talon gate, the shop door was closed, coinciding with the time when people typically ventured out, which raised suspicions about the closure. Peering through the frosted glass of the door to assess the situation inside, I found the shop deserted, with no lights illuminated. After knocking and waiting for a quarter of an hour without a response, I noted that the outer door of Talon was unlocked, suggesting a hasty departure. Pushing the shop door open, I felt a significant drop in temperature inside compared to the outside, and beneath my feet lay a thick layer of soft granules. Bending down for a closer inspection, I discovered a layer of deceased bees, their delicate bodies dusted with a layer of white frost. Sasha had indeed taken action. I dashed outside, Passing by the CAF where I had previously worked, I entered and immediately grabbed the phone to call home. Martha's mother answered, and upon learning of my concerns, her tone softened as she reassured me that Clark was currently chatting with Lana at her doorstep. After apologizing to the staff, I took a nut muffin, one of Clark's favorites, and made my way home, calming my breath as I walked. By the time I arrived home, Clark had already retreated to his room for the night. Father informed me he would be rising early to meet Sasha. I wrote a note and attached it to the cake packaging, placing it in the refrigerator as a breakfast for Clark. Awakened abruptly by the alarm clock, I experienced its clamor like never before, compelling myself to rise. If Clark was to embark on an adventure today, I needed to keep watch from a distance. I knocked on Clark's door, but it appeared he had already left. The cake packaging lay discarded in the trash. Indeed, no one could resist a small cake. Just as I was about to leave in search of Clark, I heard the barn door being pushed open. Today, Father was out, and Mother was driving the tractor to inspect the cornfield. They were not home, and Clark had gone out to find Sasha. Lex had irritated Jonathan's father, and he had rarely been seen at the farm lately. There was only one possibility. Had Sasha discovered Clark Kent's secret hideout? The daily activities of Clark within his base remain a mystery, yet the entire family is aware of his voyeuristic tendencies towards Lana. This knowledge brings to mind numerous reasons to challenge a candidate who engages in such unbecoming behavior. After all, who would elect a peeping Tom as president? I tread lightly towards the barn door, where faint footsteps can be heard within. Judging by the weight of the steps, they're closer to that of a girl. Come out, I call. I have received a note you left in my warehouse. Since you intend to withdraw from the election, I believe we could turn adversaries into allies. To my surprise, a familiar sound of footsteps emerges from the barn. Those unmistakable strides of Clark. He has deliberately lured Sasha here, accusing her of orchestrating the recent swarm of bees as a sordid campaign tactic. Sasha remains silent, and when asked what she is doing, she responds unexpectedly and bluntly. Teaching you that the essence of political maneuvering is sacrifice. I know your skin is thick, she continues, but what of your mother and your frail, sickly brother residing in this manner? A cacophony of buzzing suddenly fills the air, drawing my gaze skyward, where a massive shadow looms ominously, spiraling towards the farm. As it approaches, the dark mass splits into two swarms. One veers towards the cornfield, while the other heads directly for me. The speed of the shadows and the intensity of the buzzing leave me momentarily stunned, as I can clearly see the bees diving with their stingers poised. In the next instant, the scene shifts, and I find myself sprawled on the basement floor, with Clark dragging my mother into view. Beads of cold sweat trickle down her forehead as she stares blankly at Clark, exclaiming, "I have never witnessed bees attack in such a manner." The buzzing outside gradually diminishes, eventually fading into silence. A gust of wind sweeps through the space as Clark stands at the top of the basement stairs, sunlight pouring in through the open door. The swarm has dispersed. He declares, "Mother, you and Barbara should return home and secure the doors and windows until I come back." With that, another gust of wind whisks him away, leaving me in a state of shock. As I gaze at the sunlight outside, I take a few deep breaths, and Martha's mother grips my hand tightly, eager to vacate the basement. "Mother, I am scared. Let's linger here a moment longer. There may still be bees outside." Martha's mother herself trembles, yet she urges me to be brave, insisting that returning home is the safer choice. The basement appears secure. If the bees were to surge in, our exit would be sealed. At the very least, we should find something for protection. Looking around, I spot a large piece of fabric behind us. Its contents unknown, yet slightly smaller than a tractor. Without waiting for Martha's mother's reaction, I advance and pull back the coarse burlap, revealing that it should adequately cover most of our skin. Observing the hesitation on Martha's mother's face, I sense I may have made a grave mistake. Could there be a carcass beneath? In my panic, my gaze descends slowly, but Martha's mother's words of caution come too late. I have already set my eyes upon the object beneath. It was a streamlined capsule, adorned with 3 prominent tail fins, and its silvery exterior, along with its reflective quality, suggested it was crafted from metal. Chapter 55, when Superman's brother uncovers the truth. If it were not for the fright or the series of injuries that had left me mentally unstable and prone to hallucinations, given my current knowledge and experiences, I would undoubtedly conclude that this was an extraterrestrial spacecraft. The reason for its presence in our cellar is quite evident. Before being affected by the meteorite, my parents and I were no different from ordinary people. Thus this vessel must belong to Clark, who has possessed innate gifts from a young age. Judging by the dimensions of the cabin and seats, it appears excessively cramped for adults, leading me to believe it was designed for children, suggesting that this spacecraft has been here for at least 15 years. Why have my parents never mentioned this? When I first discovered Clark's abilities, they offered no explanations, merely stating that some unique groups exist in the world. At that time, I naively felt a sense of pride in having a brother with comic book-like superpowers, which led to a period of arrogance during elementary school. Reflecting now, the bullying I faced in high school might well be a karmic retribution for my earlier behavior. Furthermore, there were the peculiar actions of my father and Clark in front of the cellar, which I had previously dismissed as mere excuses involving mice. Clark, being an alien, made everything fall into place, those bizarre abilities, and each time I inquired about our origins, the topic would swiftly change. Thus, the remaining questions are why my family concealed this from me and Clark's age. Was he a child born during that meteor shower? Are the strange occurrences in our small town all a result of the meteorite, with Clark knowingly playing the role of a behind-the-scenes hero to earn the goodwill of those around him? If that is the case, then Clark and Lex are fundamentally no different, both duplicitous and insidious characters. Little Bus, this matter can be elucidated. Martha's mother released the fabric strip she had been tightly grasping and regarded me with an ambiguous expression as I pondered. Mother, let us discuss certain matters when Father and Clark are present. Unsure of my own thoughts, I left Martha's mother behind, ascended the cellar stairs, and made my way directly into the house. Upon entering, I hastened to my room, locked the door, and rummaged through all my diaries to examine the signs I had previously overlooked in my daily life. March 15th, sunny Wednesday. Today marks the 15th anniversary of my parents successfully adopting Clark. As a birthday gift, they promised him the choice of any present within a budget of $5,000. Clark expressed his desire for a more professional astronomical telescope to observe the brilliant starry skies and the distant universe up close. When asked for his reasoning, Clark surprisingly stated that the night sky gave him a sense of security and belonging. Typically, when a child expresses such sentiments, parents would be delighted, nurturing aspirations toward becoming an astronaut. Although my parents smiled, I sensed something different in their demeanor. August 7th, overcast, Tuesday. Ever since Lex delivered the car and my father requested Clark to return it, Clark has been acting strangely, constantly gazing at me, not with affection, but with a complex expression, as if observing me with a hint of envy. I am aware of my intelligence and maturity from a young age, which has endeared me to my parents as well as the uncles and aunts on the neighboring farm. Has this charm reached a level that incites jealousy? How outrageous! That scoundrel Clark patted my head again, treating me like a pet. For heaven's sake, just because I'm a bit shorter does not mean I should be likened to a cat or dog. October 1st, overcast, Friday. Today marks the National Day of Huagua. I've heard that every year around this time, the capital becomes quite lively. My parents even mentioned that my birth certificate, prior to my adoption, states today as my birthday. However, I have never been fond of celebrating birthdays. Receiving gifts from others only means writing thank you cards and reciprocating. Remarkably, Clark did not present me with a gift today. Instead, he made an exception by teaching me to use his treasure telescope. As he explained the various galaxies in the sky, I recalled something I had read, that the starlight we see has traversed countless light years, and by the time its radiance reaches Earth, that celestial body may no longer exist. Thus, what we behold is merely the splendid past of those stars. That night, Clark remained in his castle until the early hours. I fell asleep on the sofa waiting for him, and he carried me back to my room. In my drowsiness, I seemed to see 2 streaks of tears on his face. Over 800 days, nearly 100,000 hours, and so many clues I have carelessly overlooked. In retrospect, I wonder if I've always been perceived as a cherished pet, well cared for in terms of sustenance, shelter, and health, yet excluded from the personal matters of my guardians. In fact, I am perhaps regarded as less than a pet, for people confide in their pets. It turns out my intuition was not misguided. My abilities have not faltered. Each time I witnessed the guilt and remorse in my parents, I assumed it stemmed from my burn injuries, not realizing I was merely a naive little one kept in the dark. As the thrill of unraveling the mystery faded, I was left with confusion. How should I confront them now? What must I do to earn their respect and treatment as a true family member? Perhaps I should leave home for a while, allowing them to ponder how they ought to regard me. What secrets do the 3 of them still harbor from me? Downstairs, Martha's mother is likely on the phone with my father, while I must wait for Clark to resolve his matters before he appears. Pulling back the curtains to gaze towards the cellar, I feel a sense of disappointment. Yet beneath that disappointment lies a deeper envy. There is an unbridgeable gap between my parents and Clark. Conflicts and contradictions dissipate naturally within days. My parents have always been aware of Clark's non-human identity, treating him without fear or caution, loving him as if he were their own flesh and blood. During my prolonged stay at home, despite receiving love and treatment identical to that of Clark, I have always harbored a sense of alienation, feeling isolated from my family. In my childhood, I believed it was my own rejection that caused this disconnect within such a loving household. The truth, however, is that they too have not fully embraced me. As my thoughts spiraled into chaos, contemplating the forthcoming revelations I would share with them, I felt a profound fear of their reaction upon learning the truth about me. I retrieved the suitcase I had prepared for my journey to the United Kingdom, packed with some of my daily garments and the bank card for my compensation. I opened the window and first cast my luggage outside. Gradually, I maneuvered myself along the ledge of the window to the nearest tree, leaping with trepidation and narrowly landing on a branch. I then slid down the trunk and collected my belongings, hastening towards the dilapidated fence of the farm. I climbed over the gap in the fence and plunged into the woods bordering the farm. Chapter 56. The failure of the superhero brothers hiding. Since my escape through the woods, I have occasionally wandered in the nearby forest, etching my own marks into the trees, fearing that one day I might need to find my way out. Today, those preparations proved invaluable. Within 10 minutes, I reached the main road. Talon is currently undergoing renovations, and I could hide in its uppermost room for a few days before contemplating my next move. As of now, the renovation crew has yet to arrive, and only a plastic sheet encloses the exterior. I stealthily entered Talon through a corner, finding that the previous occupants had vanished, leaving only traces of condensation on the walls and various pieces of furniture. The damaged pipes, vandalized by Clark, have been removed, awaiting new installations. I scanned the surroundings for any signs of life and ascended the staircase successfully, entering a room cluttered with miscellaneous items, including an abundance of decorative fabrics. With a little tidying, I could fashion a makeshift bed. Hearing the sound of the door opening, I swiftly moved behind it and locked it. I envisioned replacing the dilapidated furniture with pieces that exude a more indigenous charm. In another corner, I planned to remove the tables and chairs in favor of a single performance stage. I would send you the reference for the specific style tomorrow. All right, are there any other requests? For now, that will suffice. Listening closely, I discerned that Lana and the head of the renovation crew were below, engaged in prolonged discussions, followed by the sounds of hammering. After a lengthy wait with no one ascending, I began constructing my makeshift shelter, stacking empty boxes and unused equipment to create 2 makeshift walls and draping a tattered cloth over the exit. With a slight sense of security, I resolved to find a moment to speak with Lana privately. If she posed any risk of disclosure, I would need to change my location. In moments of reflection, I realized how little I truly wished to take with me as I fled my home. After more than a decade, the only possession of genuine significance to me is a single backpack. As I continued to peruse my recent journal entries, I unearthed revelations about my own carelessness and folly. Fatigued from reading, I inadvertently dozed off on the makeshift bed I had fashioned. Throughout this time, not a single sound disturbed my slumber. Upon awakening and glancing at my watch, I found it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Leaning against the door, I discerned no noise emanating from outside. Peering through a narrow crack of the door, I noted that the lights in the hallway were extinguished. Having scarcely eaten throughout the day, I first sought any remaining desserts in Talon. If none were to be found, I would have to brave a venture outside. Upon reaching the counter, I attempted to open the freezer on my left, but aside from milk and some syrups, it was stocked only with unfamiliar ingredients. The pastries that had once been on display in the glass case were completely absent. Not even a crumb remained. I resolved to settle for milk to tide me over for the night, just as I was closing the freezer door. Suddenly, the main door of Talon swung open. Lana, have you truly not seen Babel today? We have scoured the homes of every classmate he interacted with, even his previous EAF, and found no trace of him. Clark, remain calm. Let's search Talon. It is deserted here. Perhaps he has chosen to rest temporarily. Now, tell me what transpired between you and Babel. It seems he is on the verge of running away from home. This must be serious. Lana's voice was soothing, akin to gentle hands offering comfort, particularly in this moment. I found myself captivated by Clark's concern. It dawned on me that if one were to have such a charming companion, attentive, empathetic, rational, and intelligent, surely even a seasoned veteran like Lex would find himself ensnared. Clark's urgency provided me with a sense of reassurance, yet their scanning of Talon left me feeling trapped. Then, with a sudden crack, the lights in Talon illuminated brilliantly. Why did Clark's significant disruption not affect the circuit? Resolutely, I opened the nearby horizontal freezer, gathered all its contents, and curled myself within, gently closing the lid above me. Once I completed this task, I realized I had seemingly overlooked a crucial detail. Before I could ponder further, the lid of the freezer above me was abruptly lifted, and the overhead lights of Talon shone directly down. All my concealment was rendered futile before Clark. Ever since he awakened this ability, I had subconsciously chosen to forget this talent of his. After all, it was likely that we would appear either bare or as mere skeletons before him. Not a pleasant scenario by any means. A powerful force surged from my neck, and I found myself outside the freezer, curled up before Lana like a fledgling chick. This was hardly the time to concern myself with dignity, but there was one thing I had to assert. Clark, I have no regard for appearances. Put me down. After all, being discovered was less significant than maintaining my composure. The swarm of bee women outside remained unresolved, yet you found time to worry about your disabled brother. Sasha had been hospitalized due to an attack from her own swarm, and now you have two choices: return home by yourself or allow me to carry you back. Initially, I intended to remind Lana of her presence, but observing her demeanor, she seemed utterly unfazed by Clark's strength. Indeed, during the renovations at Talon, Clark frequently lent his assistance, and I am certain he has performed for Lana numerous times. I shall proceed on my own. However, I still have my belongings in the restroom, so allow me to retrieve them. A gust of wind swept through, and I found myself seemingly transported back into the Talon lobby. You are deceiving. Your bag is not in the restroom. The wretched super speed. Moments ago, it whisked me directly to inspect. In familial disputes, superpowers are nothing short of unfair advantages. Had my own talents been intact, I could have inundated Clark with a plethora of negative emotions in mere moments, relishing the sight of his embarrassment before Lana, rendering him incapable of pursuing me. Resigned, I gestured towards a room upstairs, indicating that my bag resided within. Please fetch it for me. Lana is right here, so there is no need to worry about my escape. In truth, once he discovered my presence, I had already forfeited any chance of evasion. Lana observed as Clark ascended the staircase and took a seat beside me. Would you care to share what transpired? She inquired. Perhaps we could devise a solution together, as you need not tackle this alone. Lana, may I first pose a question? How do you perceive my brother? Clark is remarkably kind-hearted, exceptionally intelligent, astute in his observations, loyal, and radiates warmth. Indeed, everyone perceives only this facet of him. Who could unveil the other side? I murmured softly. What did you say? Lana turned her gaze towards me. In stark contrast to the cosmic wonder reflected in Clark's eyes, Lana's gaze sparkled as well. Yet her luminescence resembled the gentle warmth of a spring sun, evoking an immediate fondness. Oh, I merely mentioned that Clark bullies me at home daily, and I can no longer endure it, hence my decision to run away. Had I confided in you beforehand, would you have assisted in concealing me? I was curious about Lana's stance. I would advocate for addressing issues face-to-face, should you truly be unwilling. I could enlist my aunt to help mediate between your family and yours. Lana's response was as I anticipated. I was reluctant to divulge the issues plaguing my household, leading to a loss of conversation between us and an ensuing awkward silence. Chapter 57. A tender moment with Superman's brother. Just as the sound of a door opening upstairs echoed, Clark descended with my bag in hand. I overheard someone preparing to speak ill of me. Rising, I made my way outside while Clark and Lana were bidding farewell behind me. If it weren't for you, we would still be searching for him. Thank you. I hardly contributed, I replied. You are all family. Any issues should be resolved promptly. Next time, I expect to see you both together at Talon. It's a promise. Farewell. Clark hastened to catch up with me, yet I remained silent, and he too refrained from initiating conversation. We walked towards our destination, resembling two strangers traversing the same path. How did Sasha get injured? You are not one to harm a girl. Hold your tongue. Let me guess. Sasha's ability is to control swarms of bees. I inquire with Chloe, and she believes the bees consider her their queen. However, she is unable to produce and nurture new bees, nor can she direct them in their nectar-gathering endeavors. Consequently, Her primary role lies in orchestrating the hive's defense. When her swarm repeatedly falters against you, your presence undermines her resolve, and the bees discern her inadequacies as a leader, redirecting their aggression towards her. I should not be far off in my assumptions. I awaited Clark's agreement or dissent. He slung my bag over one shoulder and continued onward, leaving only the remark that we would discuss it at home. The journey was silent, as I gazed at the familiar roadside scenery, lost in thought about what to say to my parents upon returning home. Once standing atop a moral pedestal, my earlier advantages had evaporated since I had run away from home. I worried about potential consequences awaiting me. Upon reaching the doorstep, I hesitated to step inside. "Xiaoba, come in, it's so cold outside." Martha's mother's tone did not seem particularly angry. I cautiously peered inside, only to be met with 3 scrutinizing gazes. Feeling disinterested, I lowered my head and stepped inside, bracing myself for the impending storm. Regarding Clark, my parents had indeed concealed matters from you for many years. But soon Clark would be aware, so do not take your anger out on him. If you have grievances or accusations to voice, both your mother and I are here to listen. We are allowing you the time to express your pent-up frustrations. Countless questions swirled in my mind, momentarily lodged in my throat, leaving me uncertain where to begin. Before them, I could only see the small boy with his head bowed, shaking it in response. You do not wish to inquire or speak. We will not press you. Whenever you feel ready to share, we will be here to listen. For now, let us set aside the matter of Clark. Let us discuss your decision to run away from home. Reflect on whether your actions were right or wrong. I gritted my teeth, suppressing the urge to assert my innocence, while warmth gathered around my eyes, and the floor before me began to blur at the edges. Since you cannot articulate it, I will assume you recognize your misdeeds. Your mother, and I do not believe your departure was wrong. If you desire, we can arrange for you to attend a new school. You may stay in the dormitory. What pains us is that our child, whom we have raised, chose to evade difficulties irresponsibly, causing worry for the family. Do you still wish to remain with us? I nodded in response, unable to see their faces, uncertain of their reaction to my answer. Then you must accept a 2-week confinement. Your brother will escort you home directly after school. All right. Tears, previously contained, began to spill, warm droplets cascading down my eyelashes onto the floor. Why so serious? Xiaoba, come sit with us. Martha's mother stepped forward, embracing me and gently patting my back. My silent sobbing transformed into quiet weeping as she wiped away my tears, taking my hand and leading me toward the back door. In a state of confusion, I noticed we were making our way toward the cellar. We entered the cellar, where my father and Clark stood beside the spacecraft. Babel, do you remember the meteor shower of '89 that has long circulated in town? Clark made his appearance during that time, didn't he? The tears have been wiped away, and I fixate on the sleek spacecraft nestled upon the ground. Indeed, it was in the cornfield not far from here that your mother and I discovered him. For at that time, we were childless. After caring for him for a day, we found ourselves unable to part with him. Thus, we adopted Clark and concealed the spacecraft in the cellar, a secret known only to your mother and me. Clark learned of this matter only last year. We chose not to divulge it to you, firstly to ensure his safety by limiting the number of people aware, and secondly, to spare you from bearing such a heavy secret throughout your life as we have. Now that you are aware, I need you to promise me that you will never reveal your brother's secret to a 5th person. Very well. Do not rush to agree, even to your future partner. You must not disclose it without the consent of our entire family. No problem. I am only angry because you concealed this from me, and I would never do anything to harm Clark. Upon hearing my assurance, my father softened, approached me, embraced me, and said I was a good child. At that moment, the Kent farm was filled with harmony due to the resolution of a conflict, unbeknownst to the young people that the shattering of promises was imminent. Chapter 58. When Superman's brother relishes gossip, the familial discord had been resolved, yet my spirits had not yet recovered until Clark brought me delightful news. He was not selected. The eventual victor was Paul Chun. I leapt from the sofa, raising my arms in jubilation. Clark cast me a peculiar glance. I chuckled awkwardly, recalling that there was a question Clark had yet to explain regarding Sasha. You have yet to elaborate. You will discover the answer at school tomorrow. At that moment, the swarm attacked her, making it exceedingly difficult to protect her. I detonated the gas canister in the warehouse, obliterating it and eradicating the swarm. I thank you on behalf of the bees. You remain cheeky. I shall not plead with Mom and Dad to allow you to attend the Talon campaign's closing party. specifically organized for Paul. Given Paul's injury, he will undoubtedly not attend, and I'm not fond of crowds. Please ask Lana to pack me a small piece of cake. Suddenly, a thought struck me. When I still possessed the capability, I recognized that a dilemma was troubling you. If you seek answers, Mom and Dad will not hinder you. Everyone should understand where their roots lie. Clark responded that his roots are on the farm. Yet even without my current abilities, I know this statement does not wholly reflect his true sentiments. Life continued as usual, and this conflict was cast aside, no longer a topic of discussion. The confinement was not overly arduous. The days of freedom approached swiftly. During this period, some classmates transferred out, while others enrolled, including one who returned from a leave of absence. Previously, we shared an art class, but upon his return, our schedules no longer aligned. He had once been infatuated with Chloe, and sometimes, while we painted at adjacent easels, he would regale me with tales of his investigations into Chloe during breaks. Let us not dwell on trivialities. It is evident that the art teacher holds a considerable admiration for Justin's artistic prowess. During class, he often whispers, yet the teacher scarcely pays him any heed. It was only after his injury and subsequent leave from school that I discovered he was the illustrious Fire Crow, a revelation that deprived me of the joy I derived from the school newspaper. Recently, the school has commenced a series of career planning sessions, featuring various industries presenting their fields. Chloe has enrolled with the Planet Daily, while Peter has secured an internship at the mayor's office. I had long made arrangements with Peter's mother to work at the courthouse, but as for my brother, well, you may inquire about him. I have not seen him recently, and Chloe has been rather distant towards me as well. It remains to be seen when the fragile dynamics between these three close friends will unravel. Even the most perceptive observers find it exhausting to keep up. In the morning, I pondered this very conundrum, and by the afternoon, Peter informed me that he had revealed to Clark that Chloe harbors feelings for him. When I rushed to the school newspaper office, eager to witness the unfolding drama, I was met only with the sight of Clark crouched on the floor, assisting Justin in gathering art materials. There was no uproar, no altercation. The scene was devoid of gossip or excitement. Before Chloe and the others could notice my presence, I discreetly retreated to the farm to attend my British video lessons. The farm has been increasingly tranquil of late, free from Lex's disturbances and devoid of any undisclosed secrets waiting to be uncovered. However, ever since that incident, Lana has been visiting our home more frequently to discuss raw materials and to enjoy my mother's delectable apple pie. It was already apparent that, given Martha's mother's expertise in making apple pie, winning an award would be a certainty. On the second day of career week, I began to familiarize myself with the basic materials that Peter's mother provided regarding the courthouse. My responsibilities would be quite elementary, primarily consisting of serving tea and filing documents, as well as handling miscellaneous tasks related to applications. Peter's mother advised me that if I wished to truly learn, I should pay close attention to the legal professionals and previous cases from the region during my interactions with them. While I was packing my bag to move to the next classroom, I encountered Justin. I greeted him, but he responded with a blank expression, saying, "Tell your brother to mind his own affairs and refrain from speaking ill of others behind their backs." This remark struck me as utterly perplexing. I had only seen him during breakfast and dinner lately, and was unaware of any misdeeds on his part. Yet, Justin's demeanor was decidedly confrontational. Surely, minor conflicts among classmates could not warrant such anger. Contemplating a conversation with Clark, I spotted him in the corridor engaged in a dispute with Chloe. Before I could approach, Chloe had already stormed away. "Why are you constantly provoking others? Have you lost your charm?" Clark offered a wry smile, and in an unprecedented turn of events, took me to Talon, under the impression we would share coffee and confide in one another. However, he merely instructed me on how to retrieve the apple pie bento box that had been delivered the previous day. I carried it away while he donned an apron, assuming the role of a server. As night fell, I was engrossed in organizing my notes from the past few days of video lessons when my mother abruptly entered, informing me that Principal had tragically passed away in a car accident. The sudden passing of the school principal necessitated an urgent revision of Chloe's school newspaper content for printing in the morning, leading to a shortage of manpower that even resulted in my recruitment. While reviewing Chloe's article layout and word choice in the office, Peter was busy selecting photographs of the principal from his lifetime. It was a splendid opportunity for flattery, yet Justin failed to seize it and had mysteriously vanished. As my brother entered amid our frantic efforts, Peter was sent to the archives, and I was tasked with gathering tributes from students for the principal. The palpable tension in the air left me reluctant to refuse, and I escaped the office with Peter as comrades in arms. On our way, we encountered Paul, who was recovering, and Whitney, conducting a brief interview before hastily returning to the office to submit our work. Chloe glanced at the material I had collected and deemed it too meager, insisting that I interview at least 10 more students. Her standards were typically stringent, but this time there seemed to be an emotional undertone. Just before lunch, we submitted the master copy to the printing house, expecting a smooth distribution in the afternoon. However, I noticed that Clark was absent from the cafeteria, and Chloe's demeanor seemed off, prompting me to search for him. Peter mentioned that Clark seemed to be investigating matters concerning the principal and was likely at the principal's home. After sorting through a mountain of documents about the principal, I could almost recite the address of his residence. Chloe had not eaten anything and left with her tray in hand. Perhaps it was a loss of talent, for I felt as though I had been cursed lately, as others consistently departed in silence before my eyes. When I arrived near the principal's home, I only saw his son, Danny, driving away, with Clark nowhere in sight. My mother had planned to take us to a poetry reading at Tarlawn, and with time running short, I needed to return home to retrieve the poetry collection I had selected. Leaving a note for my mother and Clark, indicating that I could take my time, I went upstairs to grab the book, had a glass of water upon descending, and then heard a car approaching. A glance out the window revealed it was Chloe's vehicle. She exited but did not head towards the house, instead making directly for the barn in search of Clark. As I intended to remind her that Clark was not at home, I had just reached Chloe's car when I noticed a dark shadow from the corner of my eye. I barely had time to turn my head and discern that it was a stone the size of a fist before a sharp pain struck my forehead, plunging me into darkness. Accompanied by excruciating pain, I awoke on the sofa to find my father applying something wrapped in a towel to my head, the chill making me flinch. My mother waved a flashlight in front of me and asked how I felt. Aside from a slight headache, I felt relatively fine. "Jonathan, we need to go to the hospital. You might have a concussion," my mother said as she headed towards the cabinet where the car keys were kept. Frequent visits to the hospital had made me almost desensitized to the smell of antiseptic and the sight of white coats. I felt fine, truly exhilarated, and thought such drastic measures were unnecessary. What about Clark? I saw Chloe come here looking for him, and just as I stepped outside, I was attacked, unaware of who it was. Honestly, that stone felt as if it flew towards me on its own. I did my best to reassure Martha's mother. "Your brother has just escorted Justin to the police station and is now bringing Chloe home." Jonathan's father restrained me as I attempted to rise. "It was Justin who assaulted you. He possesses telekinetic abilities and also attacked Chloe and Clark in the barn. Are you certain there are no visual disturbances before you? No sensations of numbness in your limbs?" Jonathan's father pressed 2 fingers against the inside of my wrist, glancing at his watch with the other hand. "No, everything appears normal. It feels as though my head is about to freeze." Father sighed with relief. "My pulse must still be regular. You should lie down for a while. If any symptoms arise, we will take you to the hospital immediately." Mother took a hair tie she no longer needed and secured the ice towel on my head. Lying on the sofa, feeling dazed, I worried whether this bruise would leave another mark on my face. My good skin is already scarce, and if it leaves a scar, I will be compelled to undergo facial treatments as soon as I reach adulthood. Even if the outcome is less than pleasing, at least it would possess character. As these thoughts lingered, a wave of fatigue washed over me, compelling me to close my eyelids. The familiar nightfall enveloped me. I stood on the ground with my hands covering my eyes. Yet I could still perceive the twinkling constellation of the Big Dipper and the intricate patterns of the 5 poisons within. Beyond the toad's celestial map, another shape was illuminated, no longer a solitary organism, but rather a rudimentary illustration of the lungs from a biological perspective. I recalled coming across some traditional Chinese medicine literature while researching the 5 poisons, noting that both the toad and the lungs belong to the element of metal. The concept of lung metal has been passed down since the pre-Qin era as a principle of self-cultivation, associated with autumn, the planet Venus, and the number 9, among others. Moreover, the connection between the lungs and toads appears rather abstract. Perhaps the toad symbolizes robust lung health. Captivated by the changes in the night sky, I remained oblivious to a detail I had overlooked until I woke up. However, the external transformations evidently offered no opportunity for contemplation, as Clark and Chloe were about to embark on a date. At times, reality can indeed be more surreal than dreams. Another matter to note is that Whitney's father passed away in the hospital. On the day of his funeral, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Lana stood beside the grieving Whitney, holding an umbrella for him, while Clark and Chloe each held their own umbrellas at a distance. Mrs. Fortman broke down several times on site, ultimately relying on Whitney to support her as they exited. Clark expressed a desire to be alone, and after Mother and Chloe departed, he thrust the umbrella into my hands as the last to leave, urging me away with a peculiar glance. When he returned home, drenched from head to toe, he appeared to me nothing short of a fool. Chapter 59. When Superman's brother collects meteorites. As the spring prom approached, various flirtatious couples emerged in every corner of the school, a congregation of masculine hormones inviting their desired companions, along with girls either waiting or taking the initiative. Then there were those like me, individuals at the bottom of the school hierarchy, neither seeking to extend invitations nor expecting any in return, placing all focus on maintaining relationships with our farm clients. Uncle York, at the quaint little restaurant in town, often reminisces about the abundance of admirers he had at my age, suggesting that I might as well pursue studies at a seminary. The only one in our household who might consider attending the ball, Clark, has persistently refrained from inviting Chloe. Perhaps this is why Chloe has remained engrossed in her internship in the metropolis, not having been seen for an entire week. After the funeral, Whitney and Lana reconciled, rarely appearing alone, while Clark has been spending increasingly long hours at the farm, his words growing scarcer. As the weekend draws to a close, my mother and I ponder how to address the farm's debts. In her correspondence, I've discovered several letters from Mr. John. I once surreptitiously opened one, revealing it to be from my mother's father. This grandfather, whom I have never met, exudes the aura of a successful individual through his eloquent prose. If I were to seek his assistance regarding the farm's financial troubles, the urgency might not be so pressing. I'm torn about whether to write him a letter in secret, subtly gauging my parents' views, but each mention is swiftly silenced by Martha's mother's disapproving gaze. I have chosen not to inform Clark of our familial troubles, for he has his own burdens to bear. Lana and Whitney were caught in the explosion of an underground gas pipeline while riding, and now lie in a hospital bed. Due to Whitney's presence, Clark cannot remain by Lana's side for long at the hospital, and at home, he is perpetually morose. During one of my idle moments at home, he took me to the site of Lana's injury. The picturesque pasture had been marred by a patch of blackened earth. The exploded pipeline had been hastily dealt with, yet the air still reeked of sulfur. Clark paced anxiously at the edge of the blast zone, more diligent than ants seeking honey. I wandered nearby with my hands in my pockets. The majority of the pasture was relatively smooth, with a few pebbles scattered about, and in the distance, a glimmering stone lay concealed among the blades of grass. "Clark, there's a meteorite here. Don't come over," I called out, crouching to place the meteorite into my pocket before waving to him from afar and making my way home. I had long desired to collect meteorites and had previously found a spot near my home, digging a shallow pit to bury my find. This would allow me to amass a collection to take to England, as far from Clark as possible. After concealing the meteorite, I returned home to await lunch. Yet Clark had not yet returned. I surmised he must have gone to the hospital. Shortly after finishing my meal, as I prepared to wash the dishes, the phone rang. Clark was calling from the hospital to inform me that Lana had regained consciousness. His usual cadence belied the joy he must have been struggling to contain. My parents, occupied with their tasks, asked me to visit the hospital in their stead. Lana lay on the hospital bed, appearing frail yet not haggard, her complexion still retaining a healthy hue. It seemed that even illness had a particular fondness for beauty. Whitney had gone to fetch lunch for Lana, leaving only my brother in the room. Lana furrowed her brow, engaged in conversation with Clark. As I entered the room, their discourse came to an end, and Clark raised his gaze to me, inquiring, "Have you heard from Chloe recently?" I shook my head. Chloe has been interning at the newspaper, and one would expect them to see each other daily. Clark asked me to keep Lana company while he stepped out of the hospital room, his destination unknown. I sat by Lana's bedside, observing the stark contrast between her lively spirit and her current frail appearance. Before coming here, I had visited the entrance of Talon. The crowd was still bustling, and your aunt was handling it splendidly, assuring you not to worry. Chapter 60. When the superfamily faces calamity at that moment. Lana seemed disinterested in the news. "What did you and Clark discuss?" I inquired, noting the troubled expressions that had passed between them. After a moment of contemplation, Lana replied, I just witnessed some distressing images, and I'm concerned about Chloe. It could be a hallucination triggered by the stress of your injury. Your primary focus now should be on recuperating, I reassured her. My brother and I will look into it. Lana nodded, her brow still furrowed in worry. Whitney entered with Lana's lunch, prompting me to discreetly exit the room. Outside stood a figure resembling a human statue. No, it was my brother, Clark, who gazed blankly into the room, where Whitney was feeding Lana. It took considerable effort to pull Clark away from the doorway. I feared for his mental state if he continued to watch. How is Chloe? Have you managed to reach her? The phone is unreachable, and her father says he can't find her. Clark finally emerged from his daze. You don't think Lana's premonition has come true, do you? Perhaps it's merely a side effect of her concussion. Chloe often goes off the grid due to work. She'll contact her father soon. Clark didn't disclose his uncertainty, but his thoughts were solely with Lana. We agreed that I would keep a close watch on any news from Chloe's family and relay it to him. If we hadn't heard anything by the end of the day, he would check her internship location. Upon returning home, Clark received a call from Peter, who invited a cheerleader to be his dance partner and inquired about Clark's situation. Clark candidly admitted he hadn't invited anyone yet. Didn't you promise to ask Chloe out? Why the reluctance? Peter pressed. I distinctly recall you mentioning going on a date with her after your last injury. Little brother, aren't you aware of what your brother is thinking? Martha had gathered some business newspapers she had perused earlier. Given Whitney's current circumstances, Lana would certainly not abandon him for another partner. I smiled at Clark, reassured that I need not worry about the partner issue. I will handle it myself, Clark replied, providing no definitive answer. As a peer, I could surmise Clark's thoughts. He had never invited anyone to a dance before, making this first invitation immensely significant. I couldn't fathom why they placed such importance on it. To me, it resembled a mere extracurricular task of high school, adding points to one's high school experience, whether completed or not, with the choice of partner being utterly inconsequential. Brother, you need to decide swiftly. If you hurt your friend's feelings, you won't just lose a friend. I'll be coming after you. Clark, as anticipated, is likely to harm Chloe. I hope he can be more resolute or perhaps delay his actions. Chloe's family has yet to receive any news, and my parents have urged us to return home swiftly from a farm. My mother's tone was quite urgent. Once we exited the hospital, Clark sped towards the vicinity of the farm. The grazing fields outside the farm were cordoned off, accompanied by the blaring of sirens. While I was still fixing my hair, Clark was already making his way towards the gathering crowd. Upon joining the throng, within the confines of the blockade, several pipelines had ruptured, and a dark green liquid flowed from the fissures, coursing chaotically across the pasture. Our herd of cattle and sheep lay scattered across the ground, some lifeless. One of them was a calf I had personally delivered, barely 2 years old, and it seemed unlikely to survive. Lex Luthor stood just beyond the perimeter, handing a check to Jonathan's father, appearing to mitigate the losses to some extent. This check should suffice to temporarily address our debt predicament. Chapter 61. When Superman's brother witnesses a crime, Lana's injuries were not severe. After a day of rest, she was nearly ready for discharge. Meanwhile, at school, Clark was grappling with the myriad challenges surrounding the impending publication of the torch, including delays with the printer, scanner, and spring dance information, which nearly overwhelmed him. I had plenty of free time, but my ability to assist Clark was limited. Even if I could, he would undoubtedly accomplish tasks faster than I could. So I chose to focus on my court internship instead. Although I was interning at the courthouse, the experience was not much different from working in a CAF, with the only notable change being the irritable clients transformed into equally irritable employees. It seemed that Lana, during her time at Talon, had once again experienced a vision concerning Chloe. Clark reached out to inquire if there were any updates from Chloe's family. Mr. Sullivan was also persistently trying to contact Chloe, but to no avail. Burdened by multiple concerns, Clark and Mr. Sullivan formally reported the situation to the police. However, when the officer arrived to record the details, he dismissed Lana's account with disdain. Bad news followed swiftly. Chloe's vehicle was discovered in a remote wooded area, and her disappearance was acknowledged by all as a grim reality. Given Chloe's relatively straightforward social network, the officers were gathering statements from Chloe's cousin in Metropolis while simultaneously conducting interviews with us. When it was my turn, I offered only vague and commonplace information, as it seemed Lana was the one who knew the most about Chloe's disappearance. Nevertheless, the police were reluctant to trust Lana's testimony, and their search relied solely on manpower and police dogs, raising concerns about their efficiency. For now, we could only hope for Lana's vision to manifest once more. Indeed, she experienced a third vision, but it was only when I found her in the fortress of solitude that she revealed having seen a gigantic windmill. Clark had already gone to seek assistance. The next news regarding Chloe came from Clark, who rushed home to inform us that he had taken Lana and me to the hospital to visit Chloe. At this moment, she lay upon the hospital bed. Initially, she could respond to Clark's inquiries with jest. However, as she delved deeper into the harrowing narrative of her abduction and near burial, her emotions surged, and tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. She expressed her gratitude to Clark for his timely arrival, to which he humbly replied, "You should not thank me. You ought to thank Lana." "Indeed, thank you for becoming rather unconventional at such a crucial moment," she responded. Lana felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just as we prepared to allow Chloe some much-needed rest, she grasped Clark's hand and asked, "Could you stay with me for a while? The perpetrator who kidnapped me has yet to be apprehended." Lana and I discreetly withdrew from the hospital room, making our way toward the entrance. Suddenly, Lana appeared dazed before she abruptly turned back. "Lana, are you feeling unwell?" Observing her demeanor reminded me of the sensation when my abilities were activated. I quickly inquired, "What did you see?" Following Lana's gaze behind us, I found nothing but a pile of hospital-sterilized sheets and patient gowns. She shook her head and departed without another word. After waiting at home for Clark for what felt like an eternity, I could no longer bear it and retreated to my room to lie down. To my astonishment, I awoke the following day to discover that visiting hours had passed. Clark had quietly slipped back inside to keep Chloe company throughout the night. Learning that Chloe's condition had slightly improved brought me a measure of solace. My father, having finished feeding the livestock that morning, intended to take Clark to the bank to cash a check. However, upon their return, not only had the money eluded them, but the check had also vanished. Furthermore, my father had engaged in a heated debate with Clark regarding Lex Luthor, evidently lowering his opinion of him to a new low. While I lamented the loss of what seemed to be a sure gain, our family had also suffered the loss of 25 cattle and 5 sheep, a significant blow indeed. I contemplated surreptitiously seeking Lex to reclaim that check, but feared my father's wrath. Given that he had not spoken to me for an entire week after I had attempted to use my compensation to fill the void on the farm, pondering how to transform a dire situation into something beneficial for the farm, I received a call from Clark, instructing me to meet him at Talon. Departing from home, I arrived at Talon only to find that Clark had yet to arrive. The doors stood ajar, yet the interior was deserted. Venturing inside, I noticed a man in police uniform carrying a large bag as he exited, while an officer lay unconscious in the main hall. This suspicious individual had evidently assaulted a police officer at Talon. Where was Lana? At this hour, she or her aunt should have been tidying up the store. After a swift search of the premises, I found no sign of either Lana or her aunt. It seemed that the answer lay with the man before me. I shook the officer on the ground, but he would not awaken in the immediate future. Realizing I could not allow the perpetrator to escape under my watch, I retrieved a pen from my pocket and inscribed my findings, name, and the direction the suspect had taken on the officer's hand. Then, I exited through the back door and sprinted in the direction my memory recalled. The assailant, burdened with his prize, was not moving quickly, and it did not take long for me to glimpse his silhouette in the distance. However, it appeared that he had arrived at his destination. As I raised my gaze, I realized it was the amusement park in the small town that had been closed for some time, only reopening during holidays. He hoisted a bag and opened the large iron gate of the park, noting that this was the only entrance, making it easy to be discovered if one were to enter. I waited behind a dilapidated vehicle nearby for a few minutes, startled when the lights of the amusement park suddenly illuminated. Since the individual inside had located the park's light switch, he must be in the control room and would likely not notice what was happening at the entrance for the time being. I crouched low, stealthily slipping through the entrance on tiptoe. The vast expanse of the amusement park left me uncertain of where to search. I surmised that he would not drag his hostage around, but would instead opt for a concealed location to restrain them. The nighttime amusement park was ablaze with lights, yet eerily silent. The stark contrast between the visual splendor and the absence of sound sent chills down my spine, while the wind that blew against me jolted me from my momentary excitement. This was not the place for me to play the hero. I had unwittingly stepped into the den of thieves and needed to find a suitable vantage point to hide. Should the perpetrator make a move, I would then determine my next course of action. Scanning my surroundings, the Ferris wheel remained stationary and too conspicuous. while other attractions were either too secluded or prone to exposure. I quickly chose to conceal myself in the fortune teller's tent, which boasted a prime location just inside the entrance, with other attractions nearby, making it less likely for me to be discovered. Little did I know that after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the criminal had not arrived, but instead, a cacophony of terrifying sounds erupted nearby. Gunshots, the shattering of glass, and the piercing screams of girl. I parted the tent fabric, creating a small opening through which I could peer. The sounds originated from the dollhouse area, where after some time, I saw a figure standing protectively in front of another. Suddenly, the person being shielded emitted a series of brilliant sparks from their hands. The gunfire I had heard came from them. The one protecting them was remarkably brave, enduring several shots yet remaining upright, until the assailant appeared to succumb to madness, discarding their ranged weapon and moving closer. The individual facing away from me was thrown a considerable distance, exhibiting extraordinary prowess, almost comparable to Clark. As they turned, I realized with astonishment that my foolish brother had tracked me down so swiftly. Just as I contemplated revealing myself, the distant wail of police sirens reached my ears, prompting me to abandon the idea. Clark, who had been visible moments ago, was now nowhere to be seen, but the person on the ground had risen, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation, and darted beneath the central table of the tent. Gunfire erupted outside. It felt as though mere seconds had stretched into an eternity. After a silence enveloped the scene, I cautiously emerged from beneath the table, grateful for my timely concealment, as two small circular holes appeared in the tent above. The police had shot the gunman and began to survey the area. As I pondered how to escape, Clark rushed in through the entrance. I grasped the tent fabric, shaping it into an arrow reminiscent of the markers Clark had made for me in the woods. Fortunately, my brother, though lacking in emotional intelligence, possesses keen eyesight. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, we had already found ourselves outside the amusement park. Once I steadied myself and surveyed the surroundings, I noticed that Clark was absent from the scene. However, a dark shadow seemed to flit past the corner of the wall, not far away. Lana had also been successfully rescued, and all that remained was for me to cooperate with the police to complete a statement. As I descended from the police vehicle, I spotted a middle-aged man in black attire on the stands not far away, attempting to exude coolness while wearing sunglasses at night, hurriedly evading the officers and vanishing into the shadows. After indulging in a hearty breakfast, I finally managed to catch my breath from the previous day's chaos and was preparing to express my gratitude to my brother when Chloe had already sought him out. It was not my intention to eavesdrop, yet their conversation was utterly unguarded. I could hear Clark say from the doorway, "I was wondering if you would like to be my dance partner." I forgot Chloe's response, but it was likely one of eager acceptance. I could discern Clark's burgeoning affection for Chloe, yet the image of him bravely facing bullets that night lingered in my mind. I had initially assumed that Chloe, in comparison to Lana, might have a greater inclination towards Clark, believing she would be more accommodating of his unique talents. However, last night, I witnessed the intensity of his feelings for Lana. As he shielded her from harm, yet he still chose to invite Chloe. His motives were becoming increasingly elusive. Chapter 62. When Superman's brother becomes the target, the atmosphere of the spring dance was gradually permeating the entire town. Not only the children, but also the parents began to scour for formal attire, corsages, and embroidery. The local car rental businesses were experiencing a surge in demand for the new season. Even the disheartening news of Luther's factory closure could not dampen the prevailing joy. I gathered a fair amount of information about this matter from various relatives, but I found the most accurate account to be from Chloe's father. The factory's closure was instigated by Lionel Luther, who was coercing his son to return to Metropolis. A blatant act of defiance. It remains uncertain whether this occurrence will become a permanent reality or simply a fleeting spectacle for the affluent. While Clark was still deliberating over the color of his tuxedo and bow tie, I had wisely settled on a traditional all-black ensemble, thanks to my mother's invaluable advice. My parents, having found each other, undeniably share a refined aesthetic, and it was clear that aligning with my mother's taste in attire was a prudent choice. The dilemma that lingered at home was swiftly resolved for Clark upon his arrival at school. As I was organizing my locker, he passed by, showcasing a flyer for a striking red tuxedo. It was a splendid ensemble featuring a red velvet lining and a black outer coat, the black harmonizing with Clark's hair color, while the red symbolized his passionate and kind-hearted nature, an excellent choice indeed. Initially, I had feared he might opt for an all-black tuxedo like mine, as clashing with Clark in attire was hardly an appealing prospect. In my childhood, I often donned Clark's old garments, and each time my mother insisted on altering them slightly to fit me before I could venture outside. Martha's mother would tease me about it, suggesting that raising me gave her a sense of having a daughter. Clark intended to borrow Lexa's large automobile to transport Chloe, thus sparing me from such concerns. My father has been troubled lately by the impending closure of the factory. His involvement had initially led Luther to establish a factory in our small town, a move that breached their commitment to environmental preservation. Now, after decades of operation, a significant number of townsfolk rely on the factory for their livelihoods, and its sudden closure would plunge the town into chaos. Jonathan's father has always believed that his connection to Luther's establishment bears some responsibility, and thus he feels a sense of culpability for the repercussions Luther's family inflicts upon the town. Currently, the town has become a pawn in the chess game between the two fathers, and if they wish to prevent the factory's closure from adversely affecting the community, they must hope that Lex can devise a strategy to divert their conflict towards other matters. Clark learned from Lex that he already has a plan in motion, yet my father remains skeptical, leaving behind a rather philosophical remark. Sometimes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. As the date of the ball approaches, Clark seems elusive. Every time I visit the Torch or Talon, I am informed that he has already left. While I have not located my missing brother, I have received two crucial pieces of information. Chloe and Whitney are certainly entangled in some predicament. Chloe has been making frequent errors in her reporting, an area she usually excels in, while there seem to be no issues on Clark's end, implying that the trouble likely originates with her. When Lana converses with me, she appears quite normal, yet she deliberately avoids the small trinket Whitney gifted her while tidying her desk, as if she wishes to ignore it entirely. Perhaps they have quarreled again. Their issues remain unspoken, making it inappropriate for me to inquire further. However, it has been several weeks since I lost my abilities, and I have finally begun to regain some of my previous observational skills. With Clark absent from home and my parents away, I often feel as though I'm being watched. I have noticed the same tire tracks at our doorstep on 3 or 4 occasions. I shared this peculiar occurrence with Jonathan's father, who promised to keep an eye on the vicinity of the farm. 2 days later, my father found nothing amiss. However, while purchasing snacks in town, I encountered the man in sunglasses from the amusement park. He did not seem startled upon seeing me, but instead turned and blended into the crowd. Despite my efforts to pursue him, I lost sight of him. On the afternoon after the sunglasses man's appearance, Clark's truck exploded on the farm, and the uncanny timing led me to associate that strange man with the incident. Since learning of the mysterious sunglasses man's presence nearby, my parents and Clark have canceled their recent outings, and our town has become ensnared in a troubling vortex. The townsfolk are striving to prevent the factory's closure, leaving our household in a state of unrest. Reflecting on Lana and Chloe's troubles, I find myself lacking the energy to devote to their concerns at this juncture. My parents have imposed restrictions on my outings, yet after school, I wandered around the town. Although I remain uncertain about the man's intentions, his decision to reveal himself before me suggests that this encounter will not be a solitary occurrence. The closure of the factory has suddenly left the townsfolk with an abundance of free time, leading many to occupy various CFS. A group among them appears to be deliberating on how to raise funds, seemingly intent on purchasing the factory themselves, though the local bank has denied their loan applications. Later that evening, Clark sought me out, yet the mysterious figure had not made his next move. To my surprise, Chloe and Lana's little secret was unveiled the following day. Whitney is set to join the Marine Corps, continuing his father's legacy. A piece of news that has spread throughout the town. As for Chloe, she confided in only a few friends, myself included, that due to the factory's closure, her family plans to relocate to the metropolis, potentially necessitating a school transfer following the dance. Chapter 63. When Superman's brother becomes a villain's guide. These coincidences seem to intertwine, leading Chloe to believe that fate is orchestrating a union between Clark and Lana. Perhaps it is merely my imagination, but there is a tinge of resentment in Chloe's words regarding Clark. The factory situation has resulted in several teachers taking leave, which means I must rush to a classroom on the other side of the school for my next lesson. In my haste down the corridor, I caught sight of Clark kissing Chloe and instinctively covered my eyes, hastening forward as if to shield myself from the sight. Alas, in my distraction, I inadvertently collided with a girl ahead of me, Lana. Her presence before me implied she had witnessed the scene. I muttered an apology and maneuvered past her, internally lamenting Clark's dimming prospects. I wished to prevent Clark from neglecting Chloe due to Lana, opting not to inform him about the class situation for the time being, though he appeared to be in remarkably high spirits. With no further classes, Clark headed towards Talon, anxious that Lana might disclose what had transpired that day. I fabricated a story about Chloe needing him in the office, arriving at Talon a step ahead of him. As I approached a crossroads near Talon, a car barreled towards the sidewalk where I stood. Fortunately, an elderly lady behind me grasped my arm, pulling me out of harm's way as the vehicle crashed through the window of an abandoned shop. Stunned and shaken, I repeatedly expressed my gratitude to the lady. As I turned to look at the car, I was bewildered to find it empty, save for a large stone inside. This suggested a calculated plot against me, akin to Clark's ordeal with an exploding vehicle while I faced a runaway car. The police arrived at the scene, collecting the vehicle and the stone. As a victim, my role was limited to providing a brief statement. I found myself less informed than the bystanders nearby. Once the police finally released me, I dashed towards Talon, relieved to find Lana absent from a CF. As I contemplated exiting, a figure caught my peripheral vision. A sharply dressed man with a receding hairline loomed in the corner. He bore no sunglasses or dark trench coat, yet the moment I laid eyes on him, I recognized him as the ominous figure threatening my family. An abrupt premonition caught me off guard. The man noticed my gaze and feigned ignorance, offering me a smile and a nod. At that moment, Clark entered the Talon, and his first words to me were, "Babel, why did you deceive me? Chloe claims she has not sought you out." The man in the corner approached us, leaving me no time to respond, my eyes shifting towards his direction. "Hello, I am Roger Nixon, a journalist from The Investigator. I wish to chronicle your story." A familiar aura reminiscent of Roger wafted in from the entrance, prompting me to turn slightly. It was Lex, who had long since ceased to acknowledge me. It was peculiar that I sensed a similarity between him and Roger. Roger's subsequent remarks extinguished my interest in the pressing matter at hand. "I saw you escape unscathed from the vehicle that exploded." Clark clearly appeared anxious. I was nowhere near that car. The journalist seemed skeptical, a smirk gracing his lips, his piercing gaze intent on unearthing Clark's hidden past, a look I had only witnessed in Chloe, who had never possessed such a fierce demeanor. Perhaps in this regard, I found him akin to Lex. Lex's timely interruption halted the exchange. I noticed dirt and dust clinging to Roger's cuffs, the hue akin to the stones I had observed moments prior. Sensing my scrutiny, Roger rolled up his sleeves and naturally turned to Lex, extending his hands for a handshake. He was well acquainted with Lex, which was unsurprising. As a wealthy heir and a notorious playboy, his exploits could easily fill a documentary. Yet, he seemed equally familiar with the Kent family. Lex candidly dismissed The Investigator as a third-rate publication, belittling Roger to insignificance. Lex's aversion unsettled him, prompting Roger to leave his business card with Clark before hastily departing. As I recovered from the shock of the news brought by Roger, I realized Lex was standing before us. The peculiar sensation that had previously lingered around him now intensified. If Roger was a lamp in the darkness, Lex was a lighthouse by the bay. Clark conversed with him effortlessly, seemingly unaffected. My peculiar gift was at play once more, surveying the scene. I noted a dozen individuals present, all devoid of any recognizable aura. I withdrew from Clark's conversation, stepping outside the Talon to observe the passers-by, who also exhibited no signs of this strange awareness. What commonality existed between Roger and Lex that prompted such phenomena? Chapter 64. When Superman's brother encounters trouble again wandering about. I sought to encounter Roger once more, though my perception of him was faint. As soon as he exited the Talon, my unusual awareness of him faded. The previous instances at the amusement park and within the crowd had found us in close proximity, with no barriers between us. Upon returning home with Clark, we discovered our parents in the barn. Clark recounted the incident involving the reporter from The Investigator. Initially taken aback, our parents realized that if the reporter had already witnessed certain events, there was little we could do to erase them. Jonathan, our father, encouraged Clark to lead a normal life and attend a dance. This response was not beyond our expectations. However, just as Clark was about to leave the barn, he paused in his tracks. I observed him turn away from us, and my mother directly inquired if there was anything else Clark needed to share with us. I learned that Lex had found a missing part of the spaceship. his desk adorned with an octagonal piece of metal identical to the one that was absent from the spacecraft. My father stepped forward, questioning the certainty of this discovery. He must have found it in the wild, he asserted. Martha, who had previously maintained neutrality concerning our relationship with Lex, added, he wouldn't be connected to us. Your mother's right. We should keep a low profile, my father advised. Clark, when you work on the farm, refrain from showcasing your abilities and avoid the cellar. Clark nodded and made his way outside. My father instructed me to keep an eye on Clark without elaborating further. As I left the barn, I noticed a vehicle parked at the farm with its windows tightly shut, making it difficult for my gaze to shift from such an overt presence. I turned and shouted for my parents, but by the time they emerged, the car had already departed from our doorstep. My father patted my head gently, reminding me to be cautious without becoming overly paranoid. No, there truly was a car parked right at our doorstep, so conspicuous it was almost under our noses. I believe you, Babel, my mother reassured me. Your father and I will keep an eye on the entrance of our farm. Upon entering the house, Clark did not ascend the stairs, but rather sat on the steps, gazing at me. When did your vision improve to the point of spotting a car at the farm entrance? What do you mean? I'm not nearsighted. I can see distant vehicles clearly. Clark pointed outside. Look at the sky. Yes, it's nighttime now. How did you manage to discern a car 2 kilometers away in the dark? I retorted, realizing it was beyond my capabilities without employing any special abilities. Momentarily a loss for words, Clark's questioning caught up with me. Babel, you promised that we brothers would have no secrets. Has your ability returned? I truly haven't regained it. I can't sense your emotions at all. Recently, some individuals merely appear to me like light bulbs. Though Clark's eyes reflected doubt, he chose to trust my words, insisting that in the future, he would inform me immediately if such occurrences arose again. Not only Clark, but I too harbored questions regarding my current state. These inquiries did not linger for long. The following day at school, I noticed several classmates exhibiting reactions akin to Roger's, albeit less intense than Lex's. These boys and girls were outside my social circle, so I hesitated to approach them directly. Instead, I asked my desk mate in chemistry class, who occupied a middle ground status within the school hierarchy. Known for his friendliness toward those at the lower levels and for his interactions with those at the top. Cheerleader Shia, Roger from the drama club, and the vice president of the student council all bear signs of injury. Have you not heard? They ventured into the caldera of the dormant volcano in town and encountered a seismic event, resulting in burns from scalding steam. However, this lead regarding the volcano seems of little value. My father Jonathan previously took me there, and we found nothing unusual. By the way, they mentioned discovering meteorite fragments of varying colors near the volcano, and they even purchased some as keepsakes. This presents a promising avenue. Yet, the town is littered with meteorites. What distinguishes Lex, Roger, and the other townsfolk? Different colors? Aren't meteorites typically green? You remain unaware that a quarry previously unearthed blue meteorites, and the ones from the volcano are reportedly red. Moreover, a company claimed to have excavated golden meteorites, mistaking them for gold and contemplating smelting them for extraction. I had found a piece of meteorite myself previously and felt no peculiar sensation. Thus, this lead regarding unique meteorites warrants investigation. Chapter 65. When Superman's brother encounters secrets, I inquired among several classmates who possess unique perceptions about the red meteorite, yet they were reluctant to sell it to me. Roger is elusive, leaving me with few points of entry. My only remaining option is Lex. Today, I must ascertain whether their allure towards me stems from the special meteorite. It has been nearly a year since my last visit to Luther Manor, following Lana's birthday celebration. From the exterior, the manor exudes opulence and grandeur. Yet during my previous visit, I was preoccupied with leaving swiftly and had little time to appreciate its beauty. One cannot overlook the exquisite medieval European architectural style and the garden's design. Indeed, wealth can easily procure refined aesthetics. Though I seldom visit the manor, its security seemingly recognizes me, allowing my immediate entrance to the second reception room. However, I sense nothing unusual from them. Upon entering the reception room, the individual who escorted me closed the door behind me. Despite the impoliteness, I quietly opened the door slightly to observe outside through the crack. A shadow flitted past the entrance. Although I could not discern his face, he emanated a familiar perception akin to Roger Nixon, his steps light as a triumphant General S. While at Talon, they maintained an air of unfamiliarity. Turning, Roger approached Lex, a sight I did not wish to witness, for if they allied, Clark's secret would be easily uncovered. Hearing another set of footsteps, I hastily closed the door and sat on the sofa. Lex opened the door and immediately apologized. My apologies. I was discussing matters concerning the factory. You should visit me more often with Clark. I would be delighted to welcome you both. Lex wore a broad smile. Yet the authenticity of his enthusiasm was difficult to decipher. You have given many gifts before, and I feel it necessary to express my gratitude in person. Did you receive the last gift I sent you? Your taste is impeccable. That sword is quite remarkable. Therefore, I assume you did not come today merely to inquire about my opinion on your gift. Lex's words were unequivocal, and I too wish to be direct. Since childhood, I have harbored a fascination for the meteorites found in our quaint town. I have heard that you possess a considerable collection of meteorites, and I wonder if you have acquired any of the recently discovered iridescent specimens. He appeared somewhat taken aback by my inquiry, given that the Kent family had previously shown no interest in meteorites. I had assumed that you were indifferent to such curiosities. My parents disapprove of meteorites, believing that meteor showers wreak havoc, yet my curiosity remains unabated. So, do you have any? I possess a few meteorites from our town, which I once found quite significant, but having spent so much time here, they now seem rather ordinary. Would you care to take a look? Lex seemed to over-explain. I have always held the belief that a merchant either reveals the unvarnished truth or ensnares one in a web of meticulously crafted verbal traps. His demeanor inclined decidedly towards the latter, indicating that obtaining straightforward answers from him would not be a simple endeavor. Recognizing the futility of the situation, I resolved to return home to prepare for the ball and decided not to press further. My primary interest was in witnessing the iridescent meteorite. I had heard you possessed a remarkable paperweight on your desk. Might I have a glimpse? Unfortunately, that paperweight was discarded by the cleaning staff last night. I have recently hired a new chef who excels in baking. We shall sample his creations at dinner, and I will escort you home afterward. Indeed, it is getting rather late, and I must return to change into my ball attire. If it is not too much trouble, could you give me a lift? Certainly. As I rode home in Lex's car, I silently prayed that my father would not spot me, lest I endure another lengthy lecture. Lex, however, seemed entirely unperturbed, inquiring about Clark before heading directly to the barn to find him. It was fortunate that my father did not see me alight from his vehicle. He would have immediately deduced that I had returned with Lex. Once Lex had walked away, I hastily explained my purpose in seeking him. I had witnessed Roger emerging from his office, claiming that he had lost the fragments of the spacecraft he had found. I spoke in a rush, awaiting my parents' reactions. Jonathan, my father, was the first to respond. Babel, do you recall our stipulations? Do not engage in dangerous activities. This is not dangerous at all. I reiterated my commitment to protect Clark, expressing my concern that Roger and Lex might conspire together, thereby exposing Clark's secret. Do not panic. You must first enjoy your ball. Tomorrow, we shall devise a plan together. Jonathan removed his glasses and gestured towards the suit laid out on the sofa. Chapter 66. When Superman's brother encounters a tornado, I took up the freshly pressed suit, and my mother informed me that my father had ironed it. I was pleasantly surprised by Jonathan's exceptional skill in ironing. The suit bore almost no wrinkles. When I had selected the outfit, I had not tried it on meticulously, and the waist of the trousers was rather loose. However, no one at the ball would likely notice my ill-fitting attire. Little Bar, come over for a group photo. We can hardly wait for Clark, the slowpoke. Mother, why does Clark possess super speed, yet always arrive late at critical moments? My mother commanded me to stand beside my father, camera in hand. In a gesture of care, Jonathan's father crouched slightly, minimizing the disparity in our heights. Thank you, Dad. A trivial matter. With a click, our photograph was captured. It was now my turn to pose with my mother, who needed not exert herself. Martha adjusted my crooked tie just as Clark entered through the door. Hey, here's a picture of me and Martha, I said, as he unwittingly became part of the frame. Clark, displaying good sense, stepped aside. After finishing the photo with my mother, Martha guided Clark to join us for a brotherly picture. He patted my head, and I playfully punched his stomach, only to feel the sting in my hand, hoping that my father had not captured this moment. Once my parents and Clark had concluded their photo shoot, Martha handed Clark the boutonniere and wrist corsage, playfully brushing our cheeks before sending us on our way. Outside, the air was damp and gloomy, a stark contrast to the usual weather of our quaint town. Clark hopped into Chloe's car, while I opted to ride with Lex once more, not wishing to intrude upon their moment. However, Lex's route was not aligned with mine, and he had to drop me off midway, leaving me to walk towards the school, surrounded by vehicles filled with classmates heading in the same direction. Before the school was even in sight, a fierce wind swept across the open fields, nearly knocking me off my feet. With no suitable shelter nearby, I sought refuge at a bus stop that offered a meager cover. My clothing was now disheveled, and my neatly styled hair had succumbed to the chaotic gusts, which showed no sign of relenting anytime soon. Amidst the cacophony of howling wind and rain, I discerned an odd noise, reminiscent of a long-rusted bagpipe being played by a wandering musician, or perhaps the rhythmic clattering of machinery long past its prime. Glancing around, the landscape revealed only fields and forests, devoid of any objects that could produce such sounds. The wind intensified, forcing me to press against the bus stop's post in a feeble attempt to maintain my balance. At school, most attendees had already arrived at the dance before the winds grew fierce. Clark and Chloe rushed inside, their clothes and dresses tousled by the tempest. They encountered Lana and Whitney, who was soon to enlist in the military. In a bid to reconcile with Clark, he requested that he look after Lana for the year, a request Clark, for reasons unbeknownst to him, accepted. Standing at the school gate, Clark observed Lana and Whitney depart, lost in thought. Lana, witnessing her boyfriend board the military vehicle, was overtaken by a swirl of emotions as she drove home. As I stood at the bus stop, wavering in the howling storm, an unexpected visitor arrived at my home. The reporter Roger, who had been probing into our family's secrets and now seemed to have stumbled upon the cellar. Camera in hand, he unveiled the dusty cover over the spaceship, gazing at the reflective, otherworldly cabin beneath. He could not help but exclaim, "Roger, you are about to become exceedingly wealthy." As Lana drove against the wind, she passed by the station where I stood. Initially, she did not notice me. It was my inability to withstand the cold that compelled me to shed my suit jacket and wave it desperately in the air upon seeing a vehicle approach. Fortunately, she caught sight of my peculiar gesture in her rearview mirror and, rather than being alarmed, displayed kindness by reversing her car to rescue me. "Do you still wish to attend the ball? I can take you," she offered. I glanced at my disheveled appearance, lamenting how I had come to this state. This suit had been purchased with my own meager funds, and once again my little savings slipped away. In the school hall, the live band played with enthusiastic vigor, while couples danced gracefully in the midst of the dance floor, completely unaffected by the raging storm outside. They embodied the essence of joy and youth. Clark and Chloe leaned into each other, slowly twirling on the dance floor, when suddenly, a massive object hurtled through the air, crashing against Lana's windshield. Amidst the chaos, whether it was my scream or Lana's I could not tell, the car veered off into a field. Thankfully, we avoided a collision, and both Lana and I emerged without any visible injuries. Trembling, Lana opened the car door to assess the situation, but, for reasons unknown, rushed back inside, locking the door behind her. Noticing the confusion in my eyes, she pointed toward the rearview mirror. The ominous sky swarmed with debris, and a gray-white vortex approached us menacingly. I attempted to open the door, but Lana urgently stopped me. "It's too late. We wouldn't outrun a tornado on foot. At least in the car, we have some protection," she asserted. My legs trembled while Lana gripped the steering wheel tightly, closing her eyes and taking deep breaths to calm herself. She fished out her phone, trying to dial for help. After the vehicle was battered by the flying debris, we experienced a disorienting sensation of weightlessness, followed by a chaotic tumbling within the car, akin to a bowling ball rolling around. My nose and left brow lost all sensation, and I could feel warm liquid trickling down several parts of my face. Meanwhile, as my parents tended to the livestock on the farm, my father noticed the cellar door ajar. Just as he descended the stairs, he encountered Roger emerging from the cellar. Roger introduced himself, but my father forcefully shoved him against the wall. "You're the journalist threatening my sons, aren't you? Who sent you? Lex Luthor?" "I don't need Lex Luthor. I will inform the world about your sons," Roger retorted. With a powerful farmer's punch, my father knocked Roger to the ground. "My goodness, Jonathan. Look." My parents were captivated by a hovering spaceship nearby, and in that moment of distraction, Roger scrambled up the stairs and out of the cellar. Upon seeing Roger escape, my father immediately pursued him. "Jonathan, there's a tornado outside. Don't go," my mother exclaimed, grasping Jonathan as he stepped onto the stairs. "But he knows everything," my father shouted into the storm, racing toward the cellar exit. Behind Martha, the spaceship's hatch slowly opened, revealing a blinding warm light within, while she stood frozen in astonishment, gazing at the vessel. At the dance, the atmosphere between Clark and Chloe intensified as they swayed gently, on the verge of exchanging playful banter, when a tornado warning abruptly interrupted the festivities, prompting the teacher to urge us to return home swiftly. Lex returned to his office, only to find the once-filled octagonal metallic box now empty. Just then, Lionel Luther barged in, leading to a heated argument regarding Lex's defiance. The tension between them escalated to a near-physical confrontation, the glass before them emitting a mournful sound before suddenly shattering, unleashing a gust of air that knocked Lex and Lionel to the ground. Lex rose, his head likely having struck the wall, blood streaming down his right cheek, while Lionel was struck by a toppled bookshelf, a sharp shard of glass measuring 30 centimeters dangerously close to his chest. "My son, save me, help me," he pleaded. Nearby, Lex stood, blood continuing to flow from his head, his right cheek resembling a visage of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, while his left side retained its handsome features, embodying a union of mortal and fiend, or perhaps a noble possessed by malevolent spirits. As he beheld his father in peril, Lex's expression remained stoic, devoid of any emotion, merely gazing at the outstretched hands reaching for him. Chapter 67. When Superman's brother was conveniently rescued, I was still reeling in Lana's car when I heard her call out, "Clark, Clark!" Struggling to overcome a severe wave of nausea, I had no time to contemplate the significance of her words as she vanished inside her vehicle, the door on her side disappearing, allowing a torrent of wind to slice through the car like a blade, producing a nauseating creaking sound. "Clark, I'm still in the car." I wondered if he could hear me, but the subsequent events faded into darkness for me. Within a lavish mansion, chaos reigned in the office, thunder reverberating throughout the estate, jolting Lex from his previous state. He placed his hand on the bookshelf atop Lionel, straining with all his strength to lift it slightly, allowing Lionel to maneuver his aching lower body free. Just as his feet cleared the danger zone, the glass fell directly to the ground, shattering into fragments and leaving thumb-sized dents in its wake. Amidst the fierce winds and swirling dust at the farm's edge, Dad struggled to maintain his balance while laboriously advancing. Roger, burdened with too much equipment, found it challenging to navigate the storm. He removed the memory card from his digital camera and discarded the rest of his gear. Though he paused briefly, Dad quickly caught up to him, seizing the card in his grasp. In the gusty winds, Dad lost control of his strength and inadvertently knocked Roger unconscious, with the tornado dangerously close behind them. Looking up, Dad spotted a row of abandoned houses in the distance. In the hospital, injured patients filled the rooms, while doctors and nurses rushed about, drenched in sweat. Clark cradled Lana in his arms, with me on his back, tightly secured at his waist, as I drifted in and out of consciousness, feeling discomfort throughout my body. He gently laid Lana on the vacant hospital bed and summoned the nearest physician, loosening the strap around my waist to ease me down beside the bed. The doctor examined the pulses of both Lana and myself, reassuringly noting that our heartbeats were normal, indicating that we would be all right. Before the words had fully left his lips, the sound of the wind reached my ears. The tall boy had vanished without a trace. Amidst the refuse and debris of the farm, a dark trail swiftly cut through, rushing into our home and then out again. The cellar door nearby swayed slightly, and Clark darted inside, calling out, "Mom, Mom." Beside a pillar in the cellar lay what appeared to be a person, their shoes still the same ones Martha had worn when we left. Clark helped his mother up, insisting, "I must take you to the hospital." His mother, eyes filled with fear, responded, "Your father and your brother Babel is already at the hospital." "Where is Dad?" "Your father ventured into the storm to chase that reporter, Roger. You must go find him." As Clark prepared to leave, he noticed the center of the cellar was empty, asking, "Mom, where has the space capsule gone?" Martha turned her head. The vessel that had shimmered with light moments before had now vanished. In the hospital, Lana was already able to sit up unaided, while I remained faintly conscious beside her, with Leon, who had been prioritized for surgery, undergoing a medical examination. His spine had sustained minor damage, and there were issues with his optic nerve. Lex, half commanding, half inquiring, insisted on transferring his father to Metropolis Hospital. Amidst the chaos surrounding the farm, Martha and Clark called out for their father, with Martha stating this was the angriest she had ever seen him. Lana contacted Chloe, and by the time Chloe arrived at the hospital, Lana had already gathered her belongings, preparing to return home. I gradually regained consciousness, feeling as though my bones had been shattered and then reassembled. At this moment, Clark brought his mother to the hospital, where she was diagnosed in the bed adjacent to mine. There was no time for words before Clark disappeared again within the hospital. "Mom, are you all right?" I asked. "I'm fine, just a bit shaken." "Your father. What happened to Dad? Why didn't he come to the hospital with you?" "Babel, Mrs. Kent, are you both all right?" A familiar voice emerged from the side. Lex seemed to have suddenly appeared from the adjacent room. Chapter 68. Introduction of the protagonist. Non-plot related protagonist. Babel, second son of the Kent family. Age: 16, a sophomore in high school. Protagonist's abilities. His powers stem from the historical framework of China. The current manifestation of the Bagua illusion within him is merely the superficial expression of his abilities, which are divided into various stages. At present, Babel has emerged following a sting from a fictitious entity known as the pseudo-5 poisons, granting him the ability to perceive the negative emotions of others. After an incident in which he saved a patient, his powers temporarily vanished when their lungs exchanged with his own, leaving him in search of the underlying cause. Growing pains. 1. As a member of the Kent family, Babel endures significant anguish living in a predominantly white community. His adopted status, coupled with his distinct skin color, engenders a profound sense of insecurity, leading him to constantly fear betrayal and abandonment by his family. 2. In his childhood, Clark served as Babel's anchor of emotional security. However, as Clark pursued his own aspirations and first love, their relationship has gradually become distant. This estrangement is exacerbated by the family's concealment of Clark's abilities from Babel. 3. Due to his physique and skin color, Babel suffered persistent bullying throughout high school over trivial matters, rendering him increasingly reluctant to share his innermost thoughts with others. 4. Amidst the tumultuous hormonal changes of adolescence, Babel is also on a quest to discover the nature of his own feelings, currently leaning towards an attraction to boys, which will subsequently trigger a series of events. Interpersonal relationships. Jonathan Kent, Babel's adoptive father, who adopted him out of guilt and strives to shield him from the superhuman events associated with Clark. Babel holds him in high regard and often becomes the target of Babel's reports. Martha Kent, Babel's adoptive mother, who initially opposed his adoption, yet has become a steadfast protector of Babel in their daily interactions. She is the one who genuinely worries for Babel and is his most trusted confidant. Clark Kent, Babel's older brother, who was once Babel's emotional anchor in his youth. Though they appear to have a harmonious relationship as adults, Babel's blind pursuit of his brother's shadow has caused him great suffering. Long overshadowed by the extraordinary, Babel's admiration for Clark has morphed into envy, as he grapples with his own ailments in stark contrast to Clark's invulnerable health. Chloe, a close friend of Clark, who harbors feelings for him. She has assisted Babel multiple times and has become a friend to him. When gathering information and analyzing incidents, both Kent brothers willingly consult her for resolutions. Peter, a friend of Clark, who in high school resembles more of a brother to Clark than Babel. Babel regards Peter as a friend, though the potential for a deeper connection remains limited. Lana, Clark's secret crush. Initially, Babel held a low opinion of Lana, but through several shared experiences, they have forged a strong friendship amidst adversity. Lex Luthor's friend, the heir to the Luthor group, Babel, harbors a sense of wariness towards Lex. Yet Lex feels an inexplicable affinity for him, a sentiment that Babel remains oblivious to. Current events include Clark's heroic act leading to the demise of Babel's parents, the Electric Man incident, the Insect Man, the fire-breathing coach, the Invisible Tina incident, the Heat Absorber Sean incident, the rejuvenation of elderly residents in a nursing home, the Vegetable Man liposuction incident, the factory's third-floor incident, the Black Police threat incident, the Invisible Man's theft incident, the Hypnotist invasion incident, the Clark power transfer incident, the Tattooed Robber incident, the Talon Limb incident, the Nicodemus incident, the Telepath Ryan incident, the Bone-Altering Taylor incident, the Queen Bee presidential campaign incident, Clark's identity exposure incident, the Principal's death incident, the Lana Vision incident, and the Journalist's visit incident. The next event. A British exchange student remains undecided in the small town. Chapter 69. Superman's brother embarks on his studies abroad. 8 months later, as I set foot on foreign soil, inhaling the cool, damp air of London, so distinct from the warm embrace of Kansas, I found myself adapting for nearly 2 months. Of course, I still struggled to accept the half-pretentious, half-absurd English accent. My classmates at Coal Mountain High School appeared to welcome the American exchange students, yet privately held disdain particularly for me, the conspicuous Asian. White classmates in shorts frequently asked whether I hailed from Korea or was a kneeling citizen of another land. After countless explanations of my Chinese heritage, it became evident that these peers would never truly remember. Despite the myriad of vexations, I found little inclination to address the pranks of my contemporaries. Since the storm, my family had remained safe. However, during that tempest, a journalist who could have safely evaded disaster underground perished alongside my father while fighting for a camera. Though my father was rescued by Clark and seemed unchanged, the occasional furrowing of his brow betrayed his unresolved grief over the journalist's death. What should have been the cancellation of my study abroad plans persisted due to my parents' unwavering resolve. As I prepared to leave, Martha, lying in bed, said to me, "My child, we had hoped you could grow up here in an ordinary and healthy manner, but it seems that departing may be the wisest choice." Clark's affection for Lana intensified after Whitney enlisted, and in the days leading up to my departure, he resembled a golden retriever, endlessly circling around her. Luther, having heard of my peculiar collection of special meteorites, presented me with a bag of variously colored stones as I was about to leave. Upon receiving them, I immediately realized they held no effect on me and promptly returned them to him to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude. Upon arriving at school, I discovered a parcel of meteorites awaiting me on my dormitory desk, sent by Luther. This individual truly seemed inescapable, evoking a sense that he was privy to some hidden knowledge. As I gazed at a package of meteorites, a sense of headache washed over me, prompting me to shove it under my bed. For reasons unknown, Clark's act of rescuing Lana amidst the storm lingered in my mind, replaying incessantly before my eyes. Following that incident, apart from Clark's apology, I had scarcely spoken to him until our arrival in the Shadow Realm. Perhaps out of guilt, he had not made any effort to reach out to me either. My parents were right. Leaving the small town felt akin to the meteorites and superpowers drifting further from my grasp. My ability to perceive emotions had notably diminished, yet, on a positive note, the discomfort in my respiratory system and lungs, previously exacerbated by strange occurrences, had inexplicably eased. Unfortunately, this country had also witnessed numerous peculiar events. Prior to my arrival in the Shadow Realm, I could find no trace of the alien incidents that had transpired in London, such as the attack by plastic humanoid figures or the Big Ben being struck by a spacecraft. It was as if people had been eerily distracted by puppeteers. For after these events, aside from news reports and online records, no one dared to mention them again. I had anticipated a lack of friendships at school, yet it was worth noting that a blonde girl in the cafeteria had been remarkably kind to me, occasionally offering me extra pork chops or fries. I discreetly glanced at her name tag. While I couldn't recall her surname, her first name was clear. Though she possessed a tall, slender figure and seemed to shimmer with a starlit glow, I wondered why someone so seemingly destined for stardom or modeling would be working in a cafeteria. Out of politeness, I refrained from asking. Speaking of the cafeteria, the fries were delectably salty and crispy, truly a delight. However, for reasons unknown, I could always detect a metallic odor, leading me to suspect the school might be using inferior materials. After sampling them once, I resolved never to try them again, feeling a pang of guilt for wasting the girl as kindness. Chapter 70. Is the Super Brother a fool? Recently, another matter has been troubling me. I had thought I possessed a modicum of cleverness, but upon arriving at this school, I was introduced to the true essence of genius. The formal classes had commenced, delving into the mathematical theories of cosmic strings, molecular reconfiguration in the submicroscopic realm, genomics, and even some entirely unfamiliar concepts. Even those classmates who had previously lagged behind in the transition courses seemed to undergo a miraculous transformation overnight, completing all course requirements within 2 days and receiving invitations from the principal to join the so-called gifted class. Fortunately, the principal did not send me back to Berry Country. It seemed my delayed progress led to my complete disregard. After my meager self-esteem had been thoroughly battered, I finally completed the transition course and prepared to accept my fate in the ordinary class, merely gilding my experience before returning home. Shortly after acclimating to the class, the instructor responsible for nuclear physics announced her pregnancy and took leave, resulting in the appearance of a substitute teacher named John Smith. He was exceedingly lanky, with a thin face adorned with a faint stubble, and beneath his oversized coat, he wore a rather snug-fitting suit. When Mr. John, clutching a chestnut-hued satchel and speaking with a genuine Scottish accent, commenced our first lesson, An ability that had long lain dormant was suddenly stirred, only to swiftly subside. I sensed a stream of inconsequential emotions emanating from him. He appeared to be infused with excitement tinged with anticipation. Perhaps he was a novice instructor, his enthusiasm for teaching a mere course somewhat bewildering. Thus, he repeated the word physics with a nervous cadence, before posing several questions to us regarding the electrodynamics of nylon strips, the method of measuring voltage with nickel-chromium alloys, and even the possibility of exceeding the speed of light. A boy named Milo adeptly answered all inquiries, startling Mr. John momentarily, before he rapidly shifted his demeanor and resumed teaching within the bounds of conventionality. Struggling to keep pace with Mr. John's brisk tempo, I felt as though I had traversed an entire lecture, my mind in a haze as I made my way to the cafeteria. Mr. John had already prepared his meal, seated near the wall, while a young lady diligently cleaned around him with a cloth. This proud Scottish man, wielding a fork, seemed to direct her efforts. I noticed he had sampled each item on his plate, then ceased to eat. The young lady suddenly lifted a fry from his plate. Their familiarity was unmistakable, her radiant smile reflecting a bond forged over countless years. This moment felt reminiscent of the playful banter between my parents each morning, as well as the teasing I often endured from Clark before significant events. They resembled bumbling agents, their identities concealed, yet their acquaintance unmistakably evident. Mr. John turned his gaze toward me, so unexpectedly that I barely had time to withdraw my own. He squinted slightly, as if assessing me, and I surmised the young lady would inform him of our connection. Fortunately, he quickly averted his eyes, seemingly resuming a casual conversation. The afternoon class proved to be another arduous endeavor to keep up, my thoughts nearly petrified. I sighed and hurried back to the dormitory after school. On my way back, a tall, slender figure lingered by the roadside, nearly blending into the lamplight. Under the glow, Mr. John had removed his glasses. Despite the absence of fine lines or bags beneath his eyes, they conveyed a sense of weariness and age. Beneath the scattered stars of the night sky, he emanated an intangible air of authority and indifference. He held aloft a white envelope, declaring, "Babel, I have a letter for you from your family in America." I hastened to seize the letter from his hand, took a few steps back, thanked him, and swiftly departed. An instinct warned me against lingering in his presence. A man so enigmatic entering this institution did not bode well. Unbeknownst to me, the man observed the retreating small figure, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the stillness. Chapter 71. The Super Brother Encounters a Monster. The letter was sent by my mother, who incessantly reminded me to remain vigilant in this foreign land. She shared snippets of daily life on the farm and seemed to harbor a hope for reconciliation between Clark and me. She recounted an embarrassing incident involving Clark. A strikingly attractive new biology teacher had recently arrived at school, igniting a new ability within him that inadvertently led to a classroom fire. When my parents inquired about the incident, he remained tight-lipped. In truth, when my parents visited the school and encountered that teacher, they likely surmised that Clark might be undergoing some form of development. Out of respect for him, they chose to allow him to address it in his own time. Upon reading this, I turned my gaze out the window. The temperature at home must be soaring. I wondered if my father had repaired the cooling system. The oppressive heat is certainly ill-suited for a young and impetuous Clark on the brink of adulthood. Speaking of which, does this extraterrestrial being even comprehend the concept of adulthood? It seems he still possesses similar needs to those of Earthlings. Yet one must ponder what kind of individual could possibly satisfy his desires, given his extraordinary physique. I shook my head to dispel such unwholesome thoughts and retrieved a green meteorite from a box beneath my bed. Since my previous power had been triggered by Mr. John, I contemplated whether this meteorite might evoke any phenomena in his vicinity. After pondering for a moment, I wrapped the meteorite in a handkerchief and placed it in my backpack. Meanwhile, within the now dimly lit school building, 4 unexpected guests had arrived. The new teachers, a new cafeteria employee, a previously unseen African-American gentleman, and a friendly woman who had burst in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, pretending to be a reporter. They were drawn to the kitchen by the man's scream, where they discovered a considerable stash of vacuum-sealed rats in the freezer. Subsequently, they stumbled upon 13 large bats sleeping in the principal's office. In the dead of night, I was roused from my tranquil slumber by a horrifying scream echoing across the campus. Approaching the window, I beheld a grotesque figure, far larger than any bird. circling ominously above before swiftly vanishing into the night. The following day, I awaited Mr. John S.'s arrival in class, but the bell had rung long ago, and he was still absent. The very teacher I was muttering about was currently confronting the principal, or rather, a creature resembling the principal, by the pool, as it urged our dear new teacher to collaborate with it. After enduring an entire class period of waiting, we were eventually summoned back to the classroom via the intercom. As I approached the teacher's lounge, intent on finding Mr. John, I was met with piercing screams, roars, and the sound of gnashing teeth emanating from within. A strong, metallic scent of blood seeped through the door, and sensing impending doom, I hurriedly descended the stairs. I collided head-on with the principal, whose gaunt visage seemed to mock my high hairline. He admonished me, saying, "Skipping class is not the behavior of a good child," as he seized my collar. I had never felt such humiliation due to my height before. Struggling against his grip, I attempted to strike his hand, but my efforts were futile, leaving no mark upon his skin. He is indeed a monster, akin to Clark. Or perhaps it is not Clark who is the monster, but rather he too could transform into such a terrifying figure. The principal, rather than attacking me immediately, brought me to an expansive multimedia classroom. On the screens of all the computers, a green emblem floated. Just a glance transformed the room into the desolate, dark expanse of the universe. Externally, my body was positioned before the nearest computer by the principal, my hands gliding over the keyboard, typing rapidly. If I retained any awareness, I would undoubtedly be astonished by my own swift dexterity. Meanwhile, the principal faced Mr. John, the young lady, and Ms. Sarah Jane, who had already discerned that the principal and his companions were extraterrestrial beings attempting to breach the cosmic code through human children, aiming to ascend to a higher dimension and seize control of the universe. Consciousness drifted within the cosmos, and I beheld countless figures akin to myself, wandering in search of something. In a moment of bewilderment, I recalled the kryptonite and Clark. An irresistible force drew me away, transforming the surrounding starlight from points into lines. As I left countless rays trailing behind me, my rapid movement ceased before a tranquil, desolate planet, its surface fragmented into myriad pieces, floating around it. Beneath the surface, exposed rocks emitted a faint glow reminiscent of meteoric light. The planet oozed dark red liquid in several areas, which upon closer scrutiny revealed leaking magma, eerily still, akin to the Dead Sea, reflecting the lifelessness of the entire sphere. This could very well be the planet of Clark and his biological parents, evidently devoid of any signs of life. Chapter 72. The Super Brother is about to be blown up. My left hand was lifted as the cosmic darkness rapidly faded, the young lady urging me to flee the classroom and descend the staircase. Ahead, Mr. John S.'s billowing coat and the slender, poised figure of a woman led the way. As we hurried down, a young black man joined us, pulling along a slightly plump classmate, while behind us, sharp howls echoed, accompanied by bat-like creatures resembling the grotesque, dripping beast. In a state of panic, we rushed into the dining hall, pursued by the principal and the monsters. During our flight, I heard a slightly overweight, curly-haired classmate pose a question to Mr. John. "Are they our teachers?" The impersonating teacher, fixated on the circling creatures above, replied blandly, "Yes. I am very sorry." At the very moment the monsters launched their aerial assault upon us, a beam of light struck one of the creatures. A silver, dog-shaped mechanical entity glided nearby, suggesting to the mature woman that we should evacuate swiftly. At that moment, I was still troubled by the bat-like monster, momentarily oblivious to the significance of my foreign excursion. Not only was I suffocated by the pressure from my classmates, but I also could not evade the bizarre occurrences. "Mr. John opened a door, and we all rushed inside, while the woman attempted to usher the mechanical dog in as well. However, the door was swiftly locked, accompanied by the sound of violent banging. The life form of the kitten cannot come into contact with grease. Teacher John ran his fingers through his hair and declared resolutely, "We must proceed to the kitchen." The young lady approached Teacher John, but the predicament of everyone trapped here raised the question. How could they reach the kitchen? Bats are presumably quite sensitive to sound. One of the male students casually set off the fire alarm and glanced at the three who were still in distress. Teacher John's eyes lit up. Upon hearing silence at the door, he opened it and beckoned us all to exit. The monsters attempted to cover their long ears, and as we passed by, the fresh scent of blood lingered in their mouths. When we encountered the aging principal, he seemed to gather himself to seize me. Once again, trouble sought me out. Was I truly the softest persimmon in this world? A surge of anger welled up within me as I shot a glare at the old man, whose eyes began to show fine blood vessels, and his once human ears elongated into pointed ones. The sound of the fire alarm intensified his discomfort, prompting him to cover his ears once more. On the path to the kitchen, the young black man prepared to awaken the student who was decoding according to our earlier arrangement. I called out to a few ahead to assist him and swiftly ascended the stairs. I did not follow him, but instead headed toward the classroom where we had previously held lessons. The meteorite was still tucked away in my textbook drawer, and if the monsters discovered it here, it would spell disaster. Before I could reach the classroom, a cacophony of electronic alerts and hurried footsteps reached my ears. My classmates must have already been rescued. I hastily retrieved the meteorite from my pocket and dashed outside. As I raced down the stairs, they were deserted. A distant heat wave was palpable. I couldn't help but begrudge the students from the shadowy realm for their academic prowess. Did their skills in evasion match their studies? I plunged toward the entrance. The doorway to the teaching building, once my cherished haven, now felt like a place of loathing, its distance seemingly insurmountable as the terrifying heat closed in on my back. Just when I thought I might only find solace in the underworld or the depths of hell for Clark's sake, a door materialized before me, and a powerful force propelled me through it. Chapter 73. The Physical Examination of the Superhuman Brother. Upon seeing something round roll into the room, the young lady promptly shut the door and exhaled a sigh of relief. Babel, Kent, she said, as a teacher, I must inquire what you're thinking, lingering in such a perilous place, and as a doctor, I need to ascertain what items you carry in your pocket that are emitting dangerously high levels of radiation along with over 300 cosmic energy signatures. My entire back felt as though it had been struck by Clark. The pain was unbearable. With great difficulty, I raised my head to behold a bizarre control panel, adorned with no fewer than a dozen buttons, knobs, handbrakes, and multiple displays, with a glass tube the diameter of a human head oscillating with a buoy. Meanwhile, Teacher John operated the panel with astonishing speed, his hands moving so swiftly that they appeared to leave afterimages. After a violent tremor subsided, Teacher John ceased his actions and approached me. He crouched down before me, aiming a small tube in my direction. I heard a series of beeps as his hand moved from my head to my left pocket. He then directly retrieved the meteorite, which was wrapped in a handkerchief. Before rising and returning to the operating table, I gradually regained my composure, propping myself against a nearby railing. Sir, you're infringing upon my rights to privacy and property. In truth, he was not of this earth, and thus not bound by our laws. A young lady from behind helped me up and offered me a smile. Is she also an alien? I wondered aloud. She shook her head, pointing to her chin and declaring, pure English blood. From the operating table came a voice. You have been thoroughly influenced by extraterrestrial material. Logically, your body should exhibit deformities, yet scans reveal only heightened activity in your amygdala, hypothalamus, cingulate gyrus, prefrontal cortex, and hippocampus. Oddly, your lungs have also begun to exhibit transparency. How could this be? Teacher John donned the glasses he had previously worn in class, intently gazing at the screen. While the meteorite had seemingly vanished from his possession, I remained silent. His demeanor resembled that of a detective akin to Sherlock Holmes, muttering to himself rather than inquiring of others. Your true identities cannot merely be those of substitute teachers and cafeteria workers, I remarked, glancing at the slender figure of the young lady, now dressed in casual attire, as she watched the operating table. She shrugged nonchalantly in response. I call him the doctor, not that doctor, but simply the doctor. You may perceive us as cosmic volunteers or as travelers of the universe. The monitor began to display various shapes and peculiar symbols, presumably the doctor analyzing the meteorite's data. Indeed, it is quite an antique, a mineral from Krypton, destroyed 80 years ago. Young boy, where did you procure this? The doctor turned to me, now genuinely seeking my response. Before I could utter a word, he interjected, I nearly forgot. My predecessor had discovered this type of mineral falling to Earth, and as an international exchange student, it is not unusual for you to possess such a specimen. I intended to inquire about this Krypton, but his words reminded me of past incidents, prompting me to exclaim, if your predecessor discovered this mineral, why did he not eliminate it? Was he unaware of its effects on humans? He dismissed my rudeness without a hint of concern. calmly replying that there was no evidence of human interference, suggesting that the meteorite's descent to Earth was a natural occurrence, or perhaps an inevitable phenomenon. The impact of such minerals on individuals largely depended on themselves. We bore no obligation for your psychological or physiological states. As the doctor spoke, he approached me. By the time he finished, he stood directly before me, his tranquil gaze reflecting my youthful silhouette, mirroring my own powerless silence. You recently mentioned Babel's cerebral activity and the transparency of his lungs. Is there any treatment we can pursue? Sister addressed the doctor, her tone a blend of imploration and hope. I had previously stated that the influence of meteors on individuals is a choice made by themselves, and Babel's current predicament seemed to stem from his own actions. I nodded gently. Your decisions are yours alone. Others cannot alter them. Sister appeared poised to utter something more, but the doctor preemptively shook his head. Chapter 74. The school of the Super Brother has vanished. The doctor extricated me from that surreal space, and I found myself gazing upon the verdant lawn outside the educational building, which was engulfed in raging flames. My classmates were jubilantly rallying around the boy who had previously accompanied us, expressing an exuberant delight at the destruction of our school. I turned my head to behold a fleeting glimpse of a blue police box, with the surrounding figures of the black gentlemen and the competent ladies having vanished without a trace. What was to be done about the school's obliteration? Merely a month and a half after our departure abroad, as I stared at the inferno consuming the educational edifice, the meteor that the doctor had taken away flashed through my mind, and I buried my face in my palms, despair enveloping me as I shut my eyes. The British police swiftly cordoned off the area and began to interrogate us regarding the incident. Their assertion that a boy had detonated the campus did not seem to garner much credence. After enduring a series of inquiries, an organization with marked vehicles arrived, subjecting us to yet another round of questioning. This time, their focus shifted from the cause of the school fire to the peculiar behavior of the educators, particularly inquiring about an individual known as the doctor and even collecting blood samples from all of us. Following 3 or 4 rounds of inquiries and the signing of a confidentiality agreement, the students were permitted to leave with their parents or return to their dormitories. Only I and a classmate named Mage remained behind. A woman, impeccably dressed in a suit and high heels, with the stature of a model and a bob of golden hair, approached us. Her rank appeared to be quite elevated, as both the police and the organization members complied with her directives. Mage mentioned that 2 men and 2 women were present at the school, but later vanished. Yet Babel, your account makes no mention of this. Can you elucidate why? She leaned closer, locking her gaze onto mine. Her commanding presence rendered me momentarily speechless, prompting me to cast a glare at Mage, my mind racing to formulate a suitable response. Let me pose another question. Do you know the identities of those 2 men and 2 women? I am unaware. I only know that 2 of them were Mr. John and the sister who works in the cafeteria. The others are strangers to me, I stammered. Is that so? Well, Mage claims you did not exit with him prior to the explosion. What exactly were you doing at the school? Her inquiry was strikingly direct. I simply wanted to retrieve my backpack. Babel, do you realize that the perpetrator of this explosion and fire has yet to be identified? If it were to be concluded that a deceitful foreign high school student orchestrated this act as revenge against the institution, do you believe such an incident would suffice to warrant the student's deportation, or even more severely, confinement in a juvenile facility? I unconsciously lower my head, a single finger pressing against my brow, compelling me to confront her once more. What a splendid youth, what a promising future, so tragically marred by a few petty lies. Gazing into the cold depths of her eyes, I swallowed hard, daring not to blink. I did not lie. Previously, I refrained from speaking out to avoid trouble. But now that you all are aware, further deceit would only complicate matters. The lady scrutinized my face as if perusing a document, retracting her finger. Beads of sweat trickled from my forehead down my cheek, akin to ice melting against my skin. Let me ask once more. Do you truly not know the identities of those individuals? I shook my head vigorously, causing a droplet of sweat to fall onto the table, forming a small, circular puddle. Perceiving that I had nothing of value to offer, the lady instructed the officer named Meg to leave, leaving me alone in the inquiry tent. Outside, the sounds of fire engines, the splatter of water, the hurried footsteps, the activation of electronic devices, and the clatter of keyboards filled the air. I remained in the tent, lost in thought about that peculiar doctor, seemingly remorseful, and a meteorite that had been taken away. Suddenly, a wave of panic washed over me. I had neglected to handle the package hidden beneath my bed. Given the lady's demeanor towards me, if they were to discover it, I would find myself in yet another predicament. However, I merely needed to assert that it was a souvenir brought from my homeland. They would uncover the truth through their investigation, which wasn't too troublesome. Yet, the prospect of losing such an extraordinary meteorite, one that I had yet to study, pained my heart. After an interminable period of cold treatment, a young policewoman lifted the tent flap and entered. "Hello, Babel, is it? We have received notification to transfer you to the Cardiff campus today, where classes are proceeding as normal. Please return to pack your belongings. We shall depart shortly." To my surprise, she made no inquiries regarding the meteorite, instead promptly arranging my relocation. Upon exiting the tent, I was enveloped by the chaos outside the teaching building, the airborne ash and rising steam stinging my nostrils. The fire had been swiftly contained, sparing the dormitory. While fellow exchange students clustered in the first-floor common area, some engaged in animated discussions, others staring blankly at the teaching building, and some queuing to make international calls home to assure their families of their safety. As I followed the policewoman, I attracted numerous curious glances, disregarding the looks of confusion, suspicion, and scrutiny. Ascending the stairs, I was unsurprised to find the room that should have been locked wide open, its contents seemingly organized, yet displaced from their original positions. I glanced back at the officer trailing behind me. She looked at me with a hint of confusion, clearly unaware of the events that had transpired. Chapter 75. The urgent transfer of the superbrother after sifting through my belongings and discarding some items to make room for the meteorite beneath my bed. I gathered my packages and followed the officer downstairs. "Excuse me, have all the international students been transferred to Cardiff?" The students on the first floor were still in a noisy gathering. "Their arrangements have yet to be finalized for the moment. My sole task is to escort you to Cardiff." It appears that no further information can be gleaned from the police officer, as the organization has evidently refrained from disclosing anything to the authorities. Having just touched the meteorite, it seems it has already been substituted, for both its weight and shape are now entirely different from before. As we journeyed towards the branch school, the vehicle was enveloped in a heavy silence, with the officer's gaze fixed solely on the road ahead, while my thoughts drifted to that peculiar space and the enigmatic man. The overcast sky released a fine drizzle, its rhythmic patter echoing against the car window. Gazing out with my backpack in hand, I observed the rain intensifying as we approached Cardiff. In the distance, dark clouds loomed ominously in the sky, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour our path and future. Amidst the torrential downpour, we finally arrived in the city. The back alley of Vincent Hospital was cordoned off for 3 blocks nearby. Her radio crackled with this information, signaling the commencement of our lengthy detour. I glanced at her. The congested streets offered little solace, and they certainly did not inspire the normally reticent officer to engage in conversation. Just before midnight, the police car halted in front of a somewhat antiquated red brick building. The officer led me into the lobby, rapping on the glass window behind which no one seemed to be present. An elderly lady, clad in a wool coat over her nightgown, appeared behind the glass, slowly adjusting her glasses to peer out. They say the greatest benefit of attending school is the regularity of one's schedule, yet here I was, still required to rise in the dead of night to tend to 2 nocturnal souls. The front door creaked open slightly. The female officer dragged my suitcase into the rather narrow lobby, exchanged a few hurried words with the elderly lady, and promptly departed, leaving me alone with my suitcase and her. After a brief conversation, I learned that the elderly lady's name was Teeny's, the dormitory supervisor of this building. She asked me to wait for a moment and turned to disappear behind a wooden door in the lobby. The torrential rain whispered and pitter-pattered against the exterior brick walls and glass door, creating a symphony of varied sounds. Teeny's reemerged, fiddling with a large set of keys, pulling her glasses halfway down her nose to examine the keyring. She deftly selected one from the bunch and handed it to me. "Room 305 on the 3rd floor. This is your key. The bed should be clean, but you'll need to tidy up the room yourself tomorrow." I glanced at the clock on the wall, which had just struck midnight. It was quite late. She instructed me to rest for now and to meet her at the entrance at 7 a.m. the following morning, when she would arrange for a senior student to assist me with my enrollment. "Now, go upstairs," she said, turning back to her quarters. What a forthright lady she was. Clutching the key and pulling my suitcase, I ascended to the third floor, where most inhabitants had already surrendered to slumber, though a few rooms still echoed with hushed whispers. Guided by the dim light in the corridor, I found room 305 at the end of the hall, a place that seemed to have been untouched for quite some time. A thin layer of dust settled on the welcome mat. With a gentle turn of the key, the door creaked open, releasing a waft of stale air mingled with a faint scent of disinfectant from within. At least it was better than I had imagined. The compact little apartment resembled a hotel room, complete with a modest bathroom for showering and other necessities. A petite single bed and a small table accompanied by a matching stool furnished the space. One commendable aspect was the view from the window. The torrential rain lashed against the bay's horizon, illuminated by scattered lights, evoking memories of the golden wheat waves of Kansas. Today had indeed felt interminable. I forced myself to wash up and slipped into seldom-used pajamas, collapsing onto the sheets while listening to the rain, gradually succumbing to slumber. Chapter 76. The Superhero Brother Under Night Attack. My face was assaulted by numerous cool droplets, and the sound of wind and rain grew increasingly louder. Struggling to open my bleary eyes, I was startled to find a tall silhouette standing by the window. Just as I was about to scream, the shadow stepped forward and covered my mouth. It was then I realized this figure was indeed a person, emanating a strong scent of wetness, with droplets continuously cascading from his hands. Something peculiar happened to you today. Oh, I mean yesterday. Let us have a chat, he said, his deep voice surprisingly infused with a lively undertone. Little boy, I'll turn on the light. If you can remain quiet, just nod. Rationality advised against compliance. Yet the freshness of his scent and the calmness radiating from him suggested no ill intentions. Noticing my silence, the shadow proceeded to switch on the light. And as illumination flooded the room, my mind began to clear. Why did this person also trigger my abilities? Since arriving in the shadow realm, he was the second individual, after that doctor, to inadvertently awaken my powers. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I beheld him and couldn't help but admire. He was indeed a strikingly handsome man. Although drenched from the rain, his pale green eyes radiated a steadfast yet gentle glow. His thick brows arched dramatically, sharp at the peaks, with a thin upper lip contrasting a slightly fuller lower lip that held a hint of allure. He seemed to relish his rather impudent gaze upon me, a subtle smile dancing at the corners of his eyes. Little boy, is this your first encounter with such a mature and handsome man? He pulled out a stool and sat opposite my bed. Not at all. I've already seen one today. I inadvertently blurted, echoing my thoughts about the doctor. Unlike the chiseled features of Clark, the doctor and this stranger bore a palpable sense of weariness. They appeared warm and approachable, yet facing them felt akin to confronting exquisite antiques from the Middle Ages, meant only for distant admiration. Are you satisfied? If not, you can continue to observe shortly. With that, he produced a blindfold and placed it directly over my eyes. As my vision faded, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped me, and the man swiftly lifted me, raindrops splattering against my face. He directly helped me climb out through the window. Then, there was the soft cushion and the sound of the car engine. So, you still Haven T told me your name. I'm Cole. I didn't have the chance to introduce myself. My name is Babel Kent, 16 years old, residing in the small town of Smowell, Kansas, where my family runs a farm. Though currently, the farm's economic situation is quite bleak. It was yet another organization that had conducted thorough research on me, and I weakly inquired, "So you must realize that kidnapping me is not profitable?" A burst of laughter echoed in my ears, followed by a voice from the front driver's seat. "Colonel, don't tease him. He is still just a little boy, laced with a hint of discontent. All right, since the charming one has spoken, allow me to introduce myself. I am Colonel Jack, and the place we are heading to is called the Torchwood Research Institute. You must be quite curious as to why we are taking you to Torchwood. Not wanting to relinquish control entirely to them, I decided to pose a question to test the waters. Are you a subordinate organization? Do you still believe I am acquainted with that so-called doctor?" A brief silence enveloped the vehicle. What is this child attempting with such futile probing? I heard Colonel Jack mutter. It was not mere speculation. We are certain you have had contact with the doctor, and you possess a significant amount of cosmic radiation energy. We need to conduct a thorough examination of you. Chapter 77. The Super Brother Undergoes Blood Extraction. The lies were ruthlessly pierced, the meteorite taken away. But as long as Clark's secret remained intact, the situation was not dire. May I ask a question? Currently, I know nothing about the two major organizations and the doctor. It would be better to extract information from them. Go ahead. I will answer based on my mood, Jack replied, perceiving the childish inquiry with a hint of amusement. You all carry a strong scent of blood. I thought perhaps you got wet from climbing through the window, but the entire car feels damp. Have you just done something? His teasing tone was infuriating, rendering my original questions unvoiced. So, compared to the doctor and our organization, you were more curious about this? As we spoke, I felt his warm body draw closer. He seemingly whispered in my ear, we just resurrected someone. Quite amusing, quite humorous. I assumed he was merely jesting. Little did I know, the driver was glaring at Colonel Jack through the rearview mirror, his eyes brimming with dissatisfaction and ire. For some reason, Jack laughed aloud at his gaze. Later, I learned that day they had temporarily revived a deceased individual using alien gloves to solve the case. As for the driver's expression, whether it was reproach towards Jack for revealing the truth or discontent with Jack's flippant demeanor, only he knew. However, blindfolded as I was, I merely thought he was mocking me. Since your organization is so formidable, who exactly is the doctor you are all searching for? I thought you wouldn't ask. Well, the once hearty laughter was replaced by unspoken words. His previously tranquil emotions now fluctuated with a sense of nostalgia and loss. The vehicle had not traveled far before it came to a halt at some location. As I disembarked, I could hear the sound of waves amidst the wind and rain. Someone grasped my hand, leading me up the steps, followed by a sensation akin to weightlessness experienced in an elevator. A sharp, piercing shriek resonated around me, prompting an instinctive retreat. Do not move if you wish to avoid harm, came a voice, low yet indifferent, contrasting sharply with the colonel's gentleness. It likely belonged to the driver. I refrained from making any movements and clutched the hand of the person beside me tightly. The sensation of weightlessness dissipated, and that hand guided me back onto solid ground, after which the blindfold was removed, before I could fully comprehend my surroundings. A sudden pain shot through my arm as a man with brown hair, holding a syringe, proceeded to draw blood from me. This organization was even more domineering than I had anticipated. At least they did not immediately extract my blood. After filling 2 vials, the man tore a sticker from his white coat and affixed it to the site of my injury, staring at the cartoonish design and the various badges on his coat. I momentarily lost my words. Dr. Owen Harper, your examination will primarily be conducted by him. It was then that I realized the person gripping my arm was not Jack. It was Mr. He was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, appearing more composed and reliable than anyone else present. Noticing my gaze, Mr. released my hand, while Jack and Owen continued forward, oblivious to my presence behind them. Just before they vanished from sight, Jack glanced back at me, likely signaling me to follow. I trailed behind them, passing an Asian woman and another lady who seemed to be of Italian descent. They regarded me as if I were a rare specimen, sending a shiver down my spine. Do not mind their stares. After all, individuals like you are quite rare here, I mused. I quickened my pace to keep up with Colonel Jack. What kind of person am I, and why am I considered rare? Is it because I am of Chinese descent? They led me to a space reminiscent of an enormous sunken swimming pool, devoid of water, where numerous reagents and a machine akin to an MRI awaited. Owen labeled the blood vials and placed them into a cylindrical metal container, pointing at the machine below. Remove your outerwear and pants and lie down. I cast a slightly awkward glance at Jack. He chuckled and raised his hands. You do not expect me to assist you with your clothes, do you? I am not inclined towards such peculiar preferences. Annoyed, I shot him a glare and began to remove my pajamas and bottoms, timidly inquiring, what about my underwear? No need. Just lie down, Owen replied, his demeanor somewhat irksome. I thought this as I descended to the bottom and reclined on the machine's platform, without delving into its appearance. The examination itself bore remarkable resemblance. Blue light commenced scanning my body from head to toe as my mind drifted into emptiness. Chapter 78. The Superhuman Brother uncovers the truth about the meteorite. Voices echoed from above. Did you not inquire why individuals like you are so rare? In the year when the meteor fell, we commenced our studies on these celestial stones that descended from the heavens, which caused mutations in all local life forms. Do you not find it curious? A place marked by the impact of a meteor has maintained an astonishing tranquility for so long. This is the result of negotiations among various global powers, and those like you affected and mutated by the meteor are collectively referred to as kryptonite mutants. Strangely enough, when other nations attempted to extract kryptonite from your Kansas, aiming to replicate the mutants, they invariably met with failure. The mutated creatures from your quaint town, upon leaving Kansas, may exhibit short-term mutations, yet over time, their vital signs gradually revert to the standards of ordinary life. Thus, I assert that you are exceedingly rare here. I reclined on the platform, feeling as though I lay upon a colossal ice block, the chill encroaching from all directions. That charming little town has become a petri dish for the world, with its inhabitants and creatures serving as mere laboratory mice. Colonel Jack, growing animated, leaned over the railing above and called out to me. Have you observed the recent surge in international student exchanges from your town? Have you not noticed that since the meteor's descent, these numbers have escalated dramatically? Furthermore, have you kept track of how many returned to your town after their journeys? A multitude of faces suddenly flashed before my eyes. Sean, the coach, the elderly man from the nursing home, and the dashing yet shy Landau. We are but pitiful piglets beneath the hand of giants, believing ourselves to be inhaling the fresh air of freedom, while the price has long been set, awaiting sale. Just a jest, they can all return, but during their time abroad, they will undergo extensive medical examinations, and your diets may well contain more peculiarities than others. Colonel Jack added with a wry smile. What more can I do? I gazed at the smooth interior of the device, my mind questioning itself. The only thing I could do and wished to do was safeguard Clark's secret. In a world where one can treat their own kind as mere experimental subjects, how does one regard solitary, exceptionally gifted outsiders? Are they revered as deities or feared as malevolent spirits? Can that radiant Clark, with a smile as bright as the sun, withstand the malice of humankind? Were you pondering, so quiet for so long? Colonel Jack inquired, noticing my prolonged silence. I am thinking about when the medical examinations will conclude. I am also considering whether, having learned so much, I will be able to walk out of here alive. My mouth was bitter, yet I endeavored to keep my voice calm. It will be over soon. As for the rest, what do you think about becoming a specimen here? I would place you beside the temporal traction machine, in the most conspicuous position. What is that? I recall no one has introduced it. Do you remember? It was in that space earlier, next to a hand. Suddenly I recalled that there was a hand, preserved remarkably well in a liquid glass jar, as if it had just been severed moments ago. I swallowed hard, pondering the notion that the Torchwood organization ought to be a legitimate entity, one that would refrain from engaging in heinous acts such as murder or the illicit trade of human remains. Who claimed we were an official organization? Hardly any authority governs us. I was pulled from my relaxed position by Jack, who casually tapped my head. Mind your language, Jack admonished, observing me as I shielded my head with my hands. He gripped my head with his arm, dragging me to the location where Owen was situated. Owen was evidently engrossed in analyzing the data he had just collected and was reporting to Jack. In comparison with the national database of the United Kingdom, the radiation levels of his body mirrored those of other kryptonite mutants, rapidly declining since leaving Kansas. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked that under these circumstances, within half a year, his bodily metrics would revert to that of an ordinary human. Colonel Jack finally relinquished his hold on me, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. So, what is your ability? What ability? I feigned ignorance, spreading my hands to indicate my lack of understanding. I've already mentioned that I am aware of your kind, and we certainly know of your abilities. Playing the fool serves no purpose. Regardless, I felt my usefulness had diminished. Perhaps it was indeed the decline in my metrics that would lead to the disappearance of my abilities. I do not know. I possess no abilities. Another finger thudded against my forehead. Do as you wish, but regarding the Dr. S affairs, you must provide us with an explanation. The organization has informed us of the relevant events, and without a clear account from you, you shall not leave this place. Chapter 79. The superhuman brother shares intelligence in a flurry. I hastily donned my clothing, leaning against the railing and gazing up at the seemingly endless ceiling of the base. My heart racing, I spoke with a feigned nonchalance. Let us exchange. For each answer you provide, I will offer one in return. Indeed, a childlike game of tug-of-war. Very well, I shall indulge you. You may ask first. Who is the doctor? I require as comprehensive a background as possible, not merely a brief introduction. That counts as 2 queries, Colonel Jack replied, extending 2 fingers. Unable to contain my burgeoning curiosity about the doctor, I nodded in agreement to his terms. The doctor, as he is commonly referred to, is known by few by his true name. Presently, it is known that he is the final time lord in the universe. His age incalculable, for it is said that Time Lords possess the ability to manipulate time. His home planet, Gallifrey, has vanished, and it is rumored that the Doctor bears more than 10 distinct faces. And what of his companion? What of his box? You have not mentioned these. I felt disgruntled at the scarcity of information being traded for 2 of my inquiries. Those are separate questions. Now, my turn. What is the name of the Doctor's companion? Even though the other party seemed dismissive, having given their word, I replied hesitantly. She originally referred to herself as such, but her true name appears to be. You should not inquire about what transpired between the Doctor and me. Why did you first ask about his companion? Do you know her? Are you certain this is the question you wish to pose? I have observed that ever since I encountered Colonel Jack, the smile upon his face has remained unwavering. No. Please proceed with your next inquiry. Well then, why not share what the Doctor has done to you? TSK. We are back to this question. He pretended to be our physics teacher during class, conducted a physical examination on me, and then simply vanished. My dear child, you are being rather naughty. The school has been blown up. Do not claim that the Doctor's hand did not play a role in this. I shook my head, insisting that this was not the work of the Doctor, as I had no part in it whatsoever. Clever. Now, let us move on to the next question. What is the relationship between you, the young lady, and the Doctor? On what grounds do you assert that the 3 of us are acquainted? What if I only know one of you? Then would you be willing to exchange answers with me? Leaning against the railing, I pulled my back a bit. We once traveled together as companions. However, the Doctor abandoned me. Is your relationship truly that simple? What do you believe our relationship resembles? Colonel Jack's tone was indifferent. Yet he no longer gazed at me, but rather into the expanse, as if something lay beyond. That old man who speaks only half-truths. Go ahead and ask what truly transpired in that school. I demand a thorough explanation, devoid of any verbal games. Colonel Jack withdrew his gaze. It appears that some teachers and staff were replaced by the Kreletons, who continue to serve us fries made from the grease they produced, purportedly to enhance our intellect. Colonel Jack regarded me with curiosity, assessing my intellect. I did not partake. That substance emitted a peculiar odor, and I could not fathom how they managed to consume it. This is nothing short of academic dishonesty. Spare me the trivialities, you low IQ babbler. Finish your tale. They intend to decipher the cosmic code through the intellect and imagination of us children, thereby achieving their goal of manipulating the universe and becoming its overlords. The remaining details likely involve the Doctor and his associates going to the kitchen to eliminate the Kreletons with their grease. However, I am truly unaware of the explosion, as I was not present. Very well, this aligns with our assumptions. Follow me, I shall escort you back. Colonel Jack rose and proceeded towards our point of entry, arriving at a large cylindrical machine where a stone platform awaited. He retrieved that familiar eye mask from his pocket, offering you a choice: don the mask or consume my specially concocted amnesia potion. I accepted the eye mask in silence. Can one simply drink such a potion? What if it renders me mentally impaired? The sensation of weightlessness returned, and as I was assisted into the vehicle, I was asked one final question, an exchange without answers. But whether or not to respond rests with you. My vision obscured, my tone weakened considerably. You wish to inquire about that blue box, do you not? He whispered in my ear. I shall only tell you it is called the TARDIS. As for the rest, wait until you encounter the Doctor again, and let him reveal it to you himself. When the riddle maker plays his role so thoroughly as he pulls me down from the vehicle, I find myself standing beneath that open window. Colonel Jack returned to the car, and I immediately inquired, how am I supposed to return to my room? Figure it out yourself, he replied, shutting the door with a finality that left me seething with anger. At that moment, as the vehicle roared to life, I caught a fleeting glimpse of sadness etched upon Jack's features, my heart silently yearning for that emotion to swell. Inside the car, Jack sensed something amiss and cast a peculiar glance in my direction. Watching the vehicle fade into the distance, I could only observe my surroundings in resignation. The brick wall had aged, adorned with various pits, seemingly suitable for climbing. However, after stumbling 5 times before managing to clamber into the room, I was reminded not to underestimate the post-rain brick wall. It appeared sturdy and easy to scale, yet once grasped, it proved both slick and abrasive, leaving my hands sore. Surveying my damp, splotchy nightgown, I could only chuckle at my misfortune as I changed clothes and buried myself beneath the covers. After encountering numerous oddities, even my dreams offered no solace. I found myself once again in that expansive cybernetic-themed control room, where the Doctor and Jack were present. both looking as if they had just returned from a lengthy and exhilarating adventure, glistening with sweat. However, upon catching sight of the individuals flanking them, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 80. The challenge of the Super Brothers transfer. Awoken by the blaring alarm, I noticed that part of my pillow was damp. As I touched the moisture at the corner of my eye, I recalled that yesterday's dream, though not sorrowful, lingered in my mind. Hastily wiping away the traces of tears, I rose to take a shower, donning one of my few casual outfits and slinging my identification bag over my shoulder as I hurried downstairs. Continuously twisting the watch my father gifted me, a cherished possession of his, possibly one of the few tokens bestowed upon him by my grandparents. I recalled him at the airport, placing a hand on my shoulder, advising keep track of time, eat and sleep on schedule, and most importantly, return home promptly. Before me, the undulating waves of golden wheat danced, and I found myself yearning for the apple pie meticulously crafted by Martha. I wondered if Chloe and the others had encountered any new kryptonite mutants. Lost in thought, I arrived at the entrance of the room where teenies rested yesterday, noticing students gradually descending the stairs with their backpacks. Observing the Asian boy in front of Mrs. Hall's door, they exchanged furtive glances and whispered amongst themselves. At 7:15, the door creaked open. Unlike yesterday, as amiable elderly lady with her unruly silver hair and pajamas, teenies today sported impeccably styled hair and a fitted light gray suit, exuding a shrewd and capable demeanor. "Oh, young man, you've arrived quite early. Your senior has yet to come down," Teenies remarked, glancing at her wristwatch. "Ms. Teenies, is there a phone here? I would like to contact my family in Kansas." In seeking assistance, a smile unconsciously graced my face. Teenies advised that it was not an opportune moment for calls, suggesting I complete my transfer procedures first and return in the afternoon to make the call instead. As I calculated the time difference, it was just afternoon, coinciding with lunchtime at home, so it was likely that Martha's mother was at home. "Here, come over here," Charlie called Teenies from behind me. A boy with warm, curly black hair extended his hand towards me. "Mrs. Teenies, are you looking for me?" "Little Charlie, this is a student who has transferred from our school. As a senior, I would appreciate your guidance in helping him familiarize himself with the campus." "I have already discussed the details with the grade director," Mrs. Teenies remarked, tossing an apple to Charlie. "Remember to eat the apple, boy. You're too thin." Charlie caught the apple and smiled shyly, saying, "All right, Mrs. Teenies, I will take him now." He glanced at me, gestured towards the door, and I instinctively followed him with my identification pouch in hand. On our way, I managed a brief introduction. "Hello, I am Babel Kent, an exchange student from Berry Country. It's a pleasure to meet you." Charlie extended his palm, a rare display of goodwill since arriving in this land. I grasped his outstretched hand. No wonder Mrs. Teenies remarked on his thinness, for his hand felt like nothing but bone and skin. Following Charlie, I navigated the morning's intricate enrollment procedures. Most of the school's documents had not made it to Cardiff, necessitating the reprocessing of many steps. Thankfully, Charlie, the senior, exhibited remarkable patience, making the arduous process bearable. Although there were no classes that morning, we were constantly on the move, and I was utterly famished, my stomach pressing against my back. Charlie, too, appeared weary, yet he showed no inclination for lunch, opting instead to rest his head on the grass-covered table. The apple he had placed in his bag remained untouched. Surely, continuing in this manner would affect his health. Using my reluctance to dine alone as an excuse, I insisted Charlie join me in the cafeteria. To my dismay, the only offerings were salads, fried fish, fries, hamburgers, steaks, and seasonal delights like summer slushies and winter roasted chicken. Surveying the standard fare, I carefully avoided the fries and noticed that after a lengthy deliberation, Charlie had barely filled a corner of his plate, ultimately placing the morning's apple onto the tray before finding a seat next to me. As I awkwardly shoved some greens into my mouth, I heard a voice exclaim, "Charlie, is that you?" Charlie, who had just picked up a fry, set it down again. Turning my head, I was met with the sight of a strikingly handsome golden-haired boy approaching us, carrying a fish sandwich and a bottle of juice that hardly seemed appetizing. The young man was nearly twice Charlie's size, his muscular build causing his uniform to stretch taut. He settled nearby, leaning against Charlie. Charlie appeared to recognize him, greeting him with a soft word, though his cheeks and ears flushed crimson, leaving him momentarily unable to introduce us. The golden-haired boy, exuding cheerfulness, directly addressed me. "Nice to meet you. I'm Nick, Charlie's classmate in math. I'm Babel, an exchange student." "So, you're just classmates? You seem so happy to see Charlie," remarked Nick, his buoyant demeanor making him quite likable, inciting a desire to tease him. "We have become quite good friends, having visited each other's homes." As Nick spoke of his dog, Dolly, and Charlie's talent for playing the drums, Charlie sat beside us, playfully tapping an apple against his lips with a shy smile. Observing Charlie's bashful demeanor, I expressed my gratitude to him, noting that my paperwork was nearly complete. I intended to find a place to rest in the afternoon before returning to the dormitory to make a phone call, no longer requiring Charlie's guidance. Chapter 81. A crisis at Superman's brother's house with Charlie and Nick accompanying each other. I seized the opportunity to stroll around town since I had no classes that day. Cardiff is a city of considerable charm, boasting modern architectural marvels such as the new government building and the Wales Millennium Centre. In the plaza before the centre stands a towering column over 10 meters high, its smooth surface reflecting the light, with a gentle stream of water cascading from its pinnacle. After playing with the water for a while, I grabbed a Cardiff tourist brochure and set off towards Roald Dahl Plaza. Unbeknownst to me, as I walked away, a figure briefly appeared on the column surface while I focused on orienting myself. Just as I exited the plaza of the Millennium Center, a buzzing sound heralded the arrival of a blue police box in the square. The door swung open, revealing a white man with a buzz cut, who peered out while holding a small box, murmuring to himself, "How peculiar! This time Rift is exhibiting dual waves of temporal disarray." After surveying his surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he exited the phone booth, locked the door, and walked away, clutching the box. As a delightful and fulfilling day drew to a close, I returned to the dormitory and knocked on Mrs. Tinney's door, hurriedly inquiring about the dormitory phone number before dialing home. To my surprise, Martha's mother answered, but her tone was noticeably off, her usual calm and gentle demeanor replaced by a hint of impatience, and she quickly urged me to hang up. "Mom, your speech always quickens when you're lying, and you tend to be dismissive with everyone," I thought, sensing her discomfort. Realizing her ruse had been uncovered, she fell silent, and I knew she was about to end the call. "Mom, if you don't tell me, I will simply buy a ticket home. I will forego this exchange program," I declared. I then heard Martha's mother let out a heavy sigh, expressing her exasperation with the men of the Kent family. Subsequently, I learned of a bizarre and melodramatic tale. Clark's new teacher, as mentioned in the letter, turned out to be Lex's fiancée. On their wedding day, both Clark and his parents attended the ceremony. Shockingly, the female teacher attempted to seduce Clark, who relayed this incident to Lex, but to his disbelief. In the aftermath, Clark and Chloe discovered that this teacher had been married to several wealthy men, all of whom had willingly given her their fortunes, only to meet tragic ends. Before Lex could come to his senses, Clark was arrested by the police for suspected arson. Martha's mother had just concluded her negotiations with Lex in the morning, yet returned without success, while Jonathan's father was also nowhere to be found. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over me, recalling Jack's earlier words about the town being a breeding ground for aberrant creatures. "Mother, it seems that all these events were instigated by that teacher. Could it be that my father is affected as well? If that teacher were to be influenced by the meteorite, it would not be unusual for him to exert control over men." At the sound of my conjecture, Martha's mother's breath momentarily grew heavy, reflecting her own concerns. "I shall visit the Luther household. You must rest well." "No, do not go, Mother. If Father is indeed being manipulated, he might unintentionally harm you. Let us wait for Clark to emerge. He is merely a suspect and should be released within 24 hours. After pondering for a while, Martha acquiesced and hung up the phone. I refrained from divulging my transfer to another school or the truth about the town. The series of overwhelming events had already left our family in disarray. I would not add to their troubles. Dinner consisted of hot dogs purchased from outside, sparing us from the cafeteria's lackluster offerings. Upon returning to my room, I discovered a stack of books and a class schedule on my doorstep. Those were the textbooks intended for future studies. I had planned to procure them from the teaching office tomorrow before attending classes. Why were they lying here? Perhaps it was Charlie's doing. I resolved to find an opportunity to express my gratitude to him tomorrow, and thus carried all the books back into my room. Observing the dust-laden environment, I knew I could not rest just yet. I rolled up my sleeves and began to tidy up. I toiled until darkness enveloped the sky. After a hasty wash, I collapsed onto my bed, expecting to drift into slumber swiftly. However, every word spoken by Martha's mother replayed in my mind. I found myself back in the town, where the townsfolk pointed and whispered as I passed. I encountered Lana, who seemed both resigned and regretful upon seeing me. She turned and locked the door to Talon behind her. Soon after, I ran into Lex, who, for no apparent reason, struck me with a punch. I dashed back to the farm, only to find Martha's mother curled up on the sofa, weeping. The house bore the portrait of my father, while Clark's absence was palpable. My mother choked out that Clark had been deceived into killing my father and was now missing. I touched my father's portrait, tears streaming down my face, only to turn and see Clark's bloodied visage, his eyes glowing red like those of a demon. Chapter 82. The invited brother to dinner. I awoke from the dream with a shout, the sky outside shrouded in gloom. The hour was far from the start of classes. I sat in bed, dazed for a while. After quickly preparing myself, I dashed downstairs to call home, but given the time, it was the dead of night for my parents. I left a message, hoping for a prompt reply, whether good or bad. The cafeteria typically does not serve breakfast. Yet many dormitory students in their growth phase require a morning meal. Thus, we have two options: either purchase bread and milk from a nearby shop or utilize the simple ingredients provided by the cafeteria for self-preparation. Gazing at the lettuce, white bread, and cherry tomatoes laid out on the cafeteria table, alongside numerous boxes of juice, I lamented the hardships faced by the children in this country. Casually clutching a piece of bread and a tomato-stuffed sandwich, I made my way towards the teaching building with the juice in hand. Throughout the day, the pace of courses at the Cardiff branch did not differ significantly from that of the local high school, nor did it delve into any advanced topics. In fact, my classmates were considerably friendlier than those at my previous school. Reflecting on my previous experiences, it seems much of the discomfort stemmed from the incident involving fries. In hindsight, I regretted not indulging a bit more. It was a missed opportunity to relish the sensation of being a prodigy. After enduring the trials of breakfast and lunch, I planned to venture out for a better dinner. However, upon exiting the school gate, I encountered a man in a black cloak leaning against the entrance, none other than Jack, whom I had not seen for a day. My legs faltered, urging me to retreat back onto campus. Suddenly, a hand landed firmly on my shoulder. "Boy, why do you shy away from acquaintances? Such behavior is rather impolite," he remarked, his fingers gently tapping on my shoulder. A chill ran down my spine. This was not the suave, worldly Colonel Jack I had come to know. I wondered what brought him to our school. Should a situation similar to the last incident arise, I would appreciate a heads up. I would promptly gather my belongings and return home. Slowly, I removed his hand from my shoulder and faced Jack, mustering a smile reminiscent of Nick's demeanor that day. "Seeing you so delighted, are you perhaps fond of me?" he teased, slipping his hands into his pockets, presenting me with a profile view. I am unworthy. Please, let us maintain a respectful distance, for the sake of minors. Thank you. The colonel tossed me a helmet, mounted his motorcycle, and gestured for me to take the rear seat. Holding the helmet, I contemplated the possibility of making a swift escape. Noticing my hesitation, Jack offered an irresistible incentive. "I know the finest pizza place in Cardiff. Without me, you would never find it." The mere mention of pizza ignited a hunger within me, and with the helmet secured, I climbed onto Colonel Jack's motorcycle. Before we even reached the pizzeria, the fierce wind and the trailing cars made me question whether there were any traffic regulations here. After a belly full of wind, our ride finally halted, but the establishment before us resembled a high-end restaurant more than a pizzeria. I removed my helmet and followed Colonel Jack inside. This restaurant, adjacent to the bay, boasted a wall of reinforced glass, offering a clear view of the breathtaking seascape. Each dining table was adorned with vibrant lilies, silver candle holders, white candles, and exquisite silverware, accompanied by a live pianist playing in the background. The sophisticated and elegant dining atmosphere made me realize I had been deceived by Jack. I immediately declared, "I have no money. If you intend to dine and dash, then I assure you I will call the authorities." Colonel Jack remained silent, instead reminiscing. "I once dined here with a dear friend, and we were accompanied by an intergalactic fugitive preparing to take her to trial. Years have swiftly passed. With people coming and going, I thought I had grown accustomed to it. Yet, when someone truly departs, the heartache remains profound." After a long pause, during which I had already placed my order, he finally requested a glass of red wine and uttered his next words. "Can you alter a person's emotions, correct? Not their thoughts, nor their consciousness, and certainly not their desires, but their emotions, yes?" In that moment of fury, was retribution to be swift? With my gaze cast downward, I chose not to meet his eyes, The woman who recently appeared in our town. Her abilities must pertain to desire or something similar, I surmise. As for you, your conduct at the police station suggests, according to our conjectures, that you can perceive the emotions or inner voices of others. Yet on that day, your actions towards me confirmed your exact capabilities. Thus, I shall inquire once more, can you indeed influence emotions? I nodded, just as our meal was served. I wondered if Jack across the table had noticed. Do you recall the woman in gloves from that day? His words raced ahead, leaving me momentarily bewildered about his intentions, compelling me to respond. I remember, I even speculated whether she was of Italian descent. She was Swedish. She took her own life right before my eyes. To this day, I can still feel the warmth of her blood splattering onto my face. She was the first member I gathered for this division, yet she was also the first to perish. This agony lingers, weaving through me incessantly, and I cannot afford any distractions in my work. Could you extinguish this emotional turmoil for me? As expected, nothing comes without a cost. I pushed the shrimp around my plate, contemplating this nearly impossible task. Chapter 83. The Failure of the Superbrother. What you ask of me is beyond my capabilities. What is it that you desire? A reward, money, privileges, or extraterrestrial artifacts? Just name it, and I shall endeavor to fulfill your request. Colonel Jack took a sip of red wine. I'm not here to extort compensation. What transpired with you that day is irreplaceable. Since acquiring my abilities, aside from this instance with you, I have succeeded only once. I have made numerous attempts, all of which have failed. I finished the creamy mushroom soup served to me. You should give it a try. Regardless of the outcome, I would be grateful. Jack polished off his wine, snatching my steak and cutting into it on his plate. Resigned, I closed my eyes, allowing my thoughts to drift towards Jack. I perceived an emotion within him, or rather, a singular emotion overshadowing all others. The profound sorrow surged like a searing fire, choking my heart. It was also as vast and enduring as the ocean's depths. These emotions, layered and accumulated, were not born of a moment. They resembled a fruit tree bearing yearly fruit that remains unharvested, unable to drop its bounty spontaneously. The old fruit rots and emits a foul stench, while the new buds continue to sprout and grow. Over time, the entire tree risks being crushed or succumb to disease. My mind endeavored to touch upon those emotions. Yet I felt as if I had suddenly plunged into the depths of the sea, beset by overwhelming pressure and a sense of suffocation. All patrons in the restaurant were drawn to the spectacle of my sudden collapse from a chair. As my awareness returned, I found myself sprawled on the floor. I promptly stood, dusted off my trousers, and returned to my seat, where Colonel Jack extended a napkin to me. Confused, I heard him say that my tears were flowing incessantly. Raising the silver spoon at hand, I discovered indeed 2 streaks of moisture on my face. Hastily wiping them away with the towel. As the attention of those around me gradually waned, I could not help but question him with a hint of exasperation. At your age, do you not know how to manage your emotions? If this negative sentiment persists, I wonder how you have not yet succumbed to despair. I am unable to resolve this for you, but allow me to offer a few suggestions. Engage in extreme sports and see if the adrenaline can dissipate your feelings, or perhaps visit a bar or nightclub. Being an adult, I trust you are acquainted with the necessary procedures. Jack, having consumed half of his steak, returned the remainder to me while ordering 2 glasses of white wine and some snacks for himself. If you cannot manage it, do not burden me with your misguided ideas. Furthermore, as a semi-official individual, I must caution you against utilizing your abilities in everyday life. Should we discover this, you will find it impossible to return home. Do you comprehend? I speared a rib with my fork, muttering, I can hardly be inspired, yet I still use it daily. What did you say? Jack inquired. I flashed a smile and replied, nothing. I merely stated my unwavering compliance with orders. After a meal that left me feeling uncomfortably full, I nearly leaned against the door for support as Colonel Jack, holding the receipt, remarked, well, I didn't expect you to be able to consume so much with that small frame of yours. You'd understand if you dined at the school cafeteria for a couple of days, I retorted. Before I could finish my thought, Colonel Jack donned his helmet and mounted his motorcycle, preparing to depart. Are you leaving me behind? What if something happens? I exclaimed, hastily gripping the back of his bike. Do not speak so harshly. It is not yet evening, and what is there to fear in taking a cab home? He waved my hand away. I mentally calculated the fare for a taxi back to school, realizing my wallet would take a hit, and silently repeated the initial words in my mind. I shouted at the departing motorcycle, Do not come looking for me next time. If I follow you again, it will be on my terms. In the restaurant's kitchen, a helper was collecting our cutlery for the first wash. Upon noticing a black, human-shaped stain on a spoon, he dismissed it as a figment of his overexertion when it vanished upon closer inspection. Meanwhile, in the taxi, I leaned against the window, quietly digesting the meal that was lodged in my throat while explaining my destination. Upon disembarking, clutching my wallet in pain, I spotted Charlie and Nick approaching from a distance, their pinkies interlinked. Upon seeing me at the school gate, they immediately released their grasp. I scoffed at their blatant display. Did they truly believe me blind? Nevertheless, being the kind-hearted person I am, I decided to acquiesce to their unspoken wishes. As they drew near, I noticed a smudge of cream on their collars and sighed inwardly, recognizing that dining with different individuals certainly affects one's appetite. I expressed my gratitude to Charlie, informing him that I had received the textbooks at the entrance, intending to return the money for them. However, Charlie appeared puzzled and clarified that he had no connection to those textbooks, even teasing me about how. Within a mere 24 hours of arriving at school, I had already found my own Cinderella. My cheeks flushed with embarrassment as I retorted, I cannot compete with you who have already met the parents. Regardless of Charlie and Nick's reactions, I made a face and fled back to the dormitory. I rummaged through all my textbooks, examining them repeatedly. They were all quite ordinary, devoid of any hidden notes or messages. Who could have placed those books there, I wondered. As for what Charlie mentioned, it hardly warranted consideration. I had once been a rather handsome boy, but after the series of fires, the scars on my face, while not grotesque, were certainly unappealing. What kind of Cinderella could possibly be attracted to someone like me? I almost forgot about matters at home. I hadn't even organized my books when I dashed downstairs to call my family. This time, Martha's mother had returned to her usual self and shared some good news. Clark had escaped from prison yesterday, but he had saved both my father and Lex. However, that female teacher was still missing. The police ultimately did not pursue Clark, so overall, it seemed that everyone was safe. Having received this uplifting news, I informed my mother about my impending school transfer. My father spoke with me briefly over the phone, and my parents wanted Clark to chat with me. But after waiting for a considerable time, it was my mother who ultimately ended the call. It was evident that Clark was preoccupied with other matters. One might think I had wronged him in some way. Feeling agitated, I had no energy left to ponder over the textbooks and decided to wash up and retire for the night. Chapter 84. The Super Brother faces new troubles. The following days unfolded with the regularity of academic life. Due to my previous burns and lung issues, I was unable to participate in physical activities. The school administration communicated with me, hoping I could join a club to earn the required physical education credits. However, this presented a dilemma, as exchange students typically were not required to join clubs, and most clubs were reluctant to accept students who would only be there for half a year. After nearly a week of searching, I had yet to find a club willing to accept me. While I was in the cafeteria, absent-mindedly picking at my fried fish, Charlie and Nick took a seat beside me. Barber, I heard you've been looking for a club. Would you like to join the soccer team? It would be easier for the three of us to be together, Nick, with his blonde hair, said as he leisurely chewed on a salad. I looked at him puzzled. You guys are on a soccer team? Yes, both Charlie and I are on the team. Charlie confirmed with a nod. Never mind. I need to join a club because I can't participate in sports, and I certainly can't join the soccer club. After contemplating for a moment, Charlie slowly spoke. My friend Isaac has started an astronomy club, and they are currently looking for members. If you're interested, you could submit an application. Really? I'll apply right after lunch. My eagerness surged, and I devoured my food with renewed vigor. Barber, there's a concert at school this weekend. Are you coming? Charlie will be performing, Nick added enthusiastically. I smiled at their carefree camaraderie, assuring them I would be there on time. Picking up my tray, I left my seat, feeling as though my head was glowing. Meanwhile, they remained at the table, sharing knowing smiles and discussing something privately. They embodied the essence of high school life, and I couldn't help but wonder if my experience mirrored theirs. Leaving the cafeteria, I caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow on the glass of the window behind me, as if it were pursuing my own reflection, only to dissipate into nothingness before making contact. A sense of unease washed over me, prompting me to glance back. However, all I found was an empty corridor and a patch of grass, devoid of any signs of life. With my backpack slung over my shoulder, I made my way to the classroom for the afternoon session. Recently, whispers of several young couples in the throes of first love had circulated through the school, prompting the administration to introduce an additional weekly class on psychological adjustment to safeguard the student's mental well-being. This course is neither mandatory nor credit-bearing, resulting in a dishearteningly low attendance rate. I selected a seat by the window where I could bask in the sunlight and admire the youthful vitality frolicking on the playground. The teacher was currently elucidating the connection between emotions and physical health, noting that human cognition can be swayed by emotional fluctuations. When plagued by negative feelings, individuals may become more susceptible to external negativity. As I gazed out at the golden sunlight beginning to spill through the window, a sudden visage materialized before me, startling me into an audible gasp. I quickly covered my mouth, apologized to the teacher, and feigned discomfort as I hurriedly exited the classroom. Upon reaching the door, I cast a furtive glance back. The window was bright and clear, and that face seemed nothing more than a figment of my imagination. Having navigated through such unsettling occurrences, I was acutely aware that transient illusions could herald significant events. To err on the side of caution, I made my way to the infirmary, pretending to feel unwell and claiming to have witnessed hallucinations. The school nurse conducted a basic examination, including light reflex tests and pupil reactions. After a series of simple assessments, she deemed my condition to be a mere pretense and politely ushered me out of the infirmary. This level of scrutiny felt insufficient. Perhaps the remnants of my earlier indulgence in fries had triggered this episode. Reflecting on it now, I regretted not having the contact information for Colonel Jack and his associates. Surely, they would have been the safest recourse in such a predicament. Fortunately, I had retained the contact details of several prominent classmates from my school. After 3 unsuccessful attempts to reach them, I finally managed to connect with the president of the Asian Cultural Society. He mentioned that he had been confined in a facility for an extended period and had only recently been allowed to return home. He had never experienced hallucinations or auditory delusions. Rather, he lamented a perceived decline in his cognitive abilities. His words struck me like a thunderbolt. If this were merely a residual effect, it could be considered trivial, but if it bore no relation to those fries, it hinted at something far more ominous. I approached Mrs. Teeny's and inquired about any knowledge she might possess regarding the Torchwood or related matters, but she professed ignorance. I even attempted to contact the police, hoping they could liaise with these organizations. However, the officer on the other end dismissed my concerns, perceiving my call as a prank, and reprimanded me before hanging up. That night, filled with trepidation, I prepared for my rendezvous with the Lord of Dreams. My body, no longer under my own command, traversed the impenetrable darkness, illuminated only by a ring adorned with a band of blue, emitting a faint glow. Yet, apart from myself, I could discern nothing ahead. Chapter 85. Is the super brother to become a sacrifice? The body races aimlessly forward, striving to escape the impenetrable darkness that envelopes it. Time loses all significance in this void, where I cannot discern how long I have been running. My corporeal form exhibits no signs of fatigue or hunger, and I, inhabiting this body, remain oblivious to when this ordeal will conclude. The ring upon my hand emanates a beam of light that pierces the gloom, coalescing into a small point toward which my body hastens. Yet, as I reach this luminous dot, it remains unchanged in size. Opposite this glimmer lies the Millennium Center, a place I have visited before, and the light swiftly darts away, transforming into images of a restaurant, a school, and my own visage. The suffocating sensation of drowning gradually subsides as I awaken from this dream, taking a deep breath as my racing heart slowly calms. A throbbing headache accompanies me, and though I seem to have experienced a nightmare, the details elude my memory. Enduring the pain, I arrive on campus, where I learn that the astronomy club has accepted my application. A weight lifts from my heart. The first encounter with Isaac occurs in the club's activity room, where he possesses curly brown hair and a wise smile. Engaged with a book of prose poetry, he greets me briefly before returning his attention to the pages. Another club member, Barry, introduces me to the club's procedures and informs me of a stargazing event scheduled for that evening. Barry mentions that some parents and astronomy enthusiasts will be observing the stars off campus, ensuring safety for all participants. Eagerly, I express my intent to join the inaugural event of my membership. The afternoon classes are filled with anticipation for the night's celestial observance. Since arriving in England, I have yet to experience a moment of pure tranquility. As the sky darkens with expectation, I arrive at the designated time after finishing dinner. The astronomy club has already set up the event on the rooftop of the teaching building, where members have assembled their telescopes, lost in the wonder of the starry night. With empty hands, I find myself seeking refuge from the night as chill. Noticing my solitude, Barry steps away from his post, having realized I brought no equipment. "I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that our club does not provide equipment. We all bring our own," he says, his eyes lowered in contemplation. After a moment, he recalls something and looks at me intently. "Do you remember the stargazing event I mentioned off campus? My parents will be there, and they should have extra equipment. If you don't mind, we could borrow some together." His gaze, illuminated by starlight, appears pure and sincere, and I instinctively nod in agreement. As the evening deepens and the club's activities continue, the school gates will not open for just the two of us. We must scale the wall to leave the campus. Upon reaching a nearby grassy area, I discover a gathering of people, confirming Barry's earlier words. I feel a sense of relief wash over me. Before we could draw near, I beheld flames soaring into the sky, accompanied by piercing screams that shattered the tranquility. The crowd, previously fixated on the blaze, turned their gaze towards us. Barry grasped my hand, guiding me past the countless eyes that scrutinized us, leading me closer to the inferno. As we approached the searing flames, a chilling sight unfolded before me, for shadowy figures knelt at the heart of the fire, their hands bound to a wooden frame, their original forms unrecognizable. The acrid stench in the air spoke volumes of the horrors that had transpired. Barry pulled me, still in a daze, to sit by the campfire. Despite the intense heat emanating from the flames, it did little to warm the icy stares directed at my back. I swallowed hard, preparing to bid farewell to Barry when a figure adorned with an alien mask emerged from behind the fire, stepping before the crowd. His arrival incited cheers from all present, save for myself. After soaking in the adulation for a moment, he began to recount the mythos of human origins, intertwining the tales of God and Jesus. Just as I grappled with the intentions of this man and his followers, he transitioned into recounting the plastic mannequin incident from years prior, followed by the ominous Canary Wharf event that cast a shadow over the globe last year. He proclaimed that the government had deceived everyone, initially concealing the existence of extraterrestrial beings and subsequently employing nefarious methods to cloud the public's memory of these alien encounters. He spoke fervently of his own transformation under alien influence, claiming that his ancestors had mutated into the legendary werewolves since the era of Queen Victoria. He firmly believed that the creation myths of various nations and ancient deities were merely the traces of extraterrestrial visitors, thus self-proclaimed as the savior of a new era. He prepared to conduct a sacrificial rite to communicate with the distant and enigmatic extraterrestrial civilization, convinced that sufficient sacrifices would beckon the aliens who once graced our blue planet to return and bestow blessings upon humanity. Upon hearing such irrational and inhumane proclamations, my stomach churned violently, and had it not been for my overwhelming fear, I might have succumbed to the urge to vomit. As the masked figure concluded his speech, the surrounding crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, with Barry clapping fervently, as if his hands were not flesh and blood, but mere instruments of fervor. I had not noticed until now that, aside from us, everyone else wore thin masks. This was a grand hunt, and I was a foolishly unsuspecting fawn walking into the trap. The alien masked figure waited for the crowd's fervor to subside before fixing his gaze upon me, declaring that our devoted followers had found a first-hand witness to the extraterrestrial events, urging this individual who had experienced divine miracles to share his tale of fortune. I remained seated, unwilling to advance, when I felt a push from behind. Barry, his eyes aglow with a fervent crimson light. The masked figure seized me, compelling me to face them, as sweat cascaded down my body, soaking my hair and drenching my brow. Cold beads of perspiration trickled down my cheeks, pooling at my neck and seeping into the collar of my clothing. Seeing my prolonged silence, the masked figure leaned closer and whispered, "You may choose to remain silent, yet together we shall become lambs amid the flames." Upon hearing these words, a tremor coursed through my entire being, prompting me to slowly recount the tale of my previous experiences at our London institution. As I reached the point where the Crichton people were ultimately vanquished by mere grease, dissatisfaction rippled through the crowd, accompanied by a chorus of boos. The masked figure erupted into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that a shape-shifting, flying extraterrestrial could succumb to something as trivial as grease?" Do you not find your own fabrications absurd? Each one of us present here has witnessed those alien events. We have beheld the slaughter, the violence, the dominion, rather than the pitiable toys that fear Greece. You are not a witness to these extraterrestrial occurrences. You are a charlatan, much like all those who have regaled us with their deceitful tales before you. Your words are shallow and riddled with fallacies. My body ceased its tremors, succumbing instead to a debilitating weakness. Had the masked figure not grasped my arm, I surely would have collapsed to the ground. Lowering my voice, I inquired, "How do you treat the charlatans you speak of?" Upon hearing my question, he bellowed to the crowd, "Ha ha ha! The charlatan has unwittingly revealed himself and seeks to know his fate. We shall show him what awaits." Shortly thereafter, the throng parted, revealing two individuals who bore forth two skeletal remains, their surfaces marred with blood, yet devoid of any flesh. The remaining crowd began to draw knives from their bodies, cleavers, machetes, katanas, and an array of sharp weapons, awaiting only the masked figure's command to advance and vivisect me. Sweat drenched my back, and beads of perspiration cascaded down my forehead, when suddenly an inexplicable fury and exhilaration surged towards me from the direction of the crowd, akin to a gale. I realized my abilities had been momentarily activated. However, the sheer number of individuals present rendered it impossible for me to exert influence over them. The blood rushing to my head ignited my mind into frantic activity, leading to a desperate realization that if I could just control the conversation leader beside me, I might stand a chance. Yet, after careful consideration, I found no emotions within him to exploit, save for the overwhelming excitement and malice that radiated from his being. Should I attempt to suppress his exuberance or malevolence? I could not guarantee an outcome more favorable for myself. I required them to harbor even a sliver of reason. Thus, when my life hung in the balance, I shouted, "I am an international exchange student. Should I perish, it would become an international incident. Can you assure yourselves of remaining undetected?" The extraterrestrial figure regarded me with apparent disinterest towards my words, instead astonished by my sudden shift from timidity to assertiveness. "Oh, according to your reasoning, we cannot kill you, for we must bow to the foolish and short-sighted laws of ordinary humans and their governments. We are favored sons of the celestial realm, recipients of supreme power. No mundane force can judge us." The crowd echoed his sentiments, inching closer, and I could feel the cold blades drawing near. Chapter 87. The Superhuman Brother Unleashes His Might. As for Bari, many are aware that he was the one who led me out of the school gates. If something were to happen to me, he could not escape the consequences. Is this how you treat your own? Warm tears have begun to well in my eyes, teetering on the brink of spilling. At this moment, revealing any hint of fear would lead me to a fate worse than death. The masked figure gestured towards the crowd, and two individuals removed their hoods. I immediately recognized them as the school security and the nurse who had previously examined me. "Do you truly believe you would be of any inconvenience to us if someone within these walls were to testify that you are a fallen and self-loathing youth?" He extended his finger, brushing my damp bangs aside, and patted my cheek. The burden of tears became too much to bear, cascading from the corners of my eyes. Grasping his hand, I suddenly noticed that he was missing two fingers, leaving only his thumb, index, and middle fingers intact. I struggled to rise, meeting his gaze directly. "You do not believe that I have encountered extraterrestrial events, yet within this institution, you have your followers. Go investigate, inquire about the truth behind it all. You label me a deceiver, but in reality, you're the one who fearing that I may be a more authoritative representative of extraterrestrial beings than yourself." The sudden pain struck me. By the time I reacted, I found myself on the ground, my cheek ablaze with pain, and a dull ache resonating through my teeth. The masked figure had taken action, and in that moment, a flicker of fear appeared upon him, excitement waning yet malice surging. Hanging by a thread, I could not afford to miss such an opportunity. "By what right do you speak for the extraterrestrial deities? My body bears the marks of their presence." I tore off my shirt, revealing extensive burn scars, strikingly evident beneath the flames. "Furthermore, you should inquire with the dormitory supervisor or the police station to ascertain whether I was escorted to this school alone by an officer. If I were not of significance, why would they squander resources to escort me? I have encountered high-ranking members of Torchwood and their organization. Have you?" I knew my leverage was insufficient, so I directed my words once more towards the speaker. "You claim your ancestors were werewolves mutated during the Victorian era. However, I hail from the Middle Kingdom. my lineage tracing back to the Taoist priests serving the founding emperor over a millennium ago. For thousands of years, we have wielded countless mysterious powers, which is why the United States dares not provoke us. Our strength is composed of these mystical forces. The rarity of extraterrestrial incidents in the Middle Kingdom is due to our ability to harness their powers. Upon finishing my discourse, my throat was parched. I hoped my fabrications would intimidate them. The speaker's expression had morphed into one of fury, his gaze filled with a murderous glint that, if materialized, would resemble the multitude of blades before me. These are merely lies you conjure to preserve your life. We are not strangers to taking down individuals of your complexion, yet we have never encountered any mysterious forces. I quickly retorted, are you certain they are from the Middle Kingdom? Only we, the people of the Middle Kingdom, draw the attention of these enigmatic powers. It would be one thing if I were to perish for a justified reason, but now that extraterrestrial forces are involved, should I meet my demise, your retribution will be swift and severe. As I spoke, my gaze swept over the crowd before me, causing them to retreat a step. You cannot prove anything, and as the emissary of the divine, I am utterly unconcerned by your so-called mysteries. The extraterrestrial masked figure clasped my throat, lifting me off the ground. Struggling for breath, I found it nearly impossible to incite these foolish cultists further as I was inexorably nearing death. My consciousness hovered on the edge of oblivion when suddenly, countless specks of light ignited in my mind, conveying a desperate hunger. Yet I cannot think. I merely transmitted my rage into those innumerable points of light. A sharp pain coursed through my back, and I gasped for fresh air. The one who had been choking me was now swatting away the countless mosquitoes surrounding us. As I contemplated escaping, the hundreds of eyes fixated upon me caused my feet to falter. Why was it that these people were free of mosquitoes, while only the masked figure was surrounded by them? Though my mind remained clouded, my hand instinctively pinched myself, prompting me to shout at the gathering. Do you see? The mysterious power that has endured for millennia merely reveals the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 88. The Superhuman Brother in Captivity. The emissary, relentlessly pursued by swarms of mosquitoes, let out a roar. At that moment, I began to believe his claims of being a werewolf. Such a howl could not be mimicked so convincingly without years of practice. A foul odor wafted from his direction, and for some reason, the mosquitoes gradually retreated from him. Enough, I have indulged your little game for far too long. A sharp pain in the back of my head sent me into unconsciousness. Beside my body, the masked figure instructed Barry, carry him back to his dormitory. For the next few days, he must be kept in a state of constant fear. Do you understand? Barry lifted my body as the masked figure turned toward the flames, muttering to himself, 3 days until the full moon. That will be the optimal time for the sacrifice of this precious specimen. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Isaac, noticing the prolonged absence of the two who had left, instructed the responsible teacher to contact security and the dormitory manager. Upon learning we had returned to our dormitory, he felt a twinge of doubt, but chose to maintain order for the stargazing activity. Upon awakening, I surveyed my surroundings multiple times, realizing I was back in my own room. As I relaxed, the pain in my neck and head began to sound alarms in my mind, revealing that all that had transpired the previous day was not a mere dream. After splashing cold water on my face several times to rouse myself, I opened the door just a crack and saw Barry moving his belongings into the room across from mine. My backpack slipped from my hands, thudding to the ground. Barry turned, flashed a grin upon seeing me, and continued to unpack without acknowledging my presence. Just as I intended to tiptoe past, Barry called out from his room. I forgot to remind you, yesterday's stargazing requires us to submit a report along with the star chart. Make sure to hand it to me in 2 days. I was so startled that I offered no response and dashed straight to the academic building. At noon, having skipped breakfast, I was fervently replenishing my plate with food before making my way to Charlie's table. Today, instead of Nick, Isaac and an exceptionally tall Asian gentleman were seated beside him. Charlie warmly welcomed me to join them, and Isaac inquired about my prolonged absence from the club activities yesterday, wondering if I had been unwell. I shook my head, poised to divulge the events of the previous day, when Barry sauntered past me, theatrically mimicking a throat-cutting gesture with his finger, prompting me to swallow my words. It's nothing, just a headache from the cold wind. I'm truly sorry, President. I didn't even request a leave of absence, I said, casting an apologetic glance at Isaac. It's nothing. Your health is the priority, he replied, his attention more focused on the food before him than my predicament. Charlie took the opportunity to introduce the tall Asian man to me, saying, "This is Tao. He is also a citizen of China. I've been meaning to introduce you to." Had I met him a few days earlier, I would have been thrilled to engage Tao in conversation. However, having recently attracted the attention of a cult, my enthusiasm had waned entirely. After a brief self-introduction and mentioning my dormitory, I hastily consumed a few bites before setting my plate aside and hurrying towards the academic building. Nowadays, I found the bustling atmosphere of the classrooms far more reassuring than the dormitory. Yet every passing faculty member seemed to be scrutinizing me, as if the cult's minions were lurking everywhere. Amidst my unease, I forced myself to concentrate, jotting down my reflections on stargazing while contemplating how to evade the encroaching threat of the cult. I inwardly cursed. Those two organizations appeared formidable, yet they couldn't even ensure the safety of their members, nor could they detect the cult hidden within these walls. When trouble arose, reaching them proved impossible. The more I pondered, the more my frustration grew. I unconsciously snapped my pen, its tip puncturing the pages of my notebook. Most of what I had said yesterday was fabricated, yet my identity as an exchange student was genuine. If I were to contact home and notify the embassy, I should be able to secure my safety, or so I hoped. I chided myself for my naivety when I returned to the dormitory, only to discover that the telephone was out of service and would take days to repair. Leaving campus was not an option. Who knew if I would still be alive after stepping out the door? Anxiously, I endured 2 days marked by Barry's incessant presence. My nerves were nearly numb with fear, and I found myself daring to take naps in the infirmary. If I continued this way, I feared I might be driven to madness. The sole consolation was that my reflections on stargazing were flowing swiftly, and today I submitted them directly to Barry. However, his displeasure was palpable, as if I had disrupted his plans, which nearly sent me fleeing from the classroom. Barry had been shadowing me so closely that he had memorized my class schedule, and I could spot him in or around the classroom during all my courses. In this situation, with foes both inside and outside, the notion of acquiring explosives to obliterate the school flickered through my mind. Regrettably, all I can do is gather various items for self-defense. I have collected an assortment of tools from the school kitchen, such as knives, potent acids and bases from the laboratory, and long, stick-like objects like brooms from the dormitory. Whispers of theft have begun circulating on campus, and I have narrowly avoided detection by the security personnel several times. However, my petite stature allows me to find hiding places effortlessly. Chapter 89. The Super Brother with no retreat days passed, during which I found myself unable to eat or sleep, consumed by thoughts of gathering weapons for self-defense around the school. Such a state of mind made the days feel interminable. This mental turmoil hindered my ability to pursue my studies, prompting me to request several days of leave while I remained holed up in my room. One day, Charlie came by to check on me. He mentioned that the cafeteria had finally prepared some congee that day, recalling that Tao had said Chinese cuisine often features congee. So he brought some for me. I accepted the takeout bag, grateful that he was the only one still visiting me. But I nonetheless explained that he should refrain from coming around for a while, unable to divulge the true reason. I merely fabricated an excuse about being concerned that my cold might be contagious. As I watched Charlie's receding figure, a nagging premonition of an impending attack from the cult flickered in my mind. I quickly locked the door, drew the curtains, and nestled by my bed, the half-empty container of congee resting on the table. Vaguely, I sensed someone binding my hands and feet before lifting me away from the bed. My eyelids would not open to reveal my surroundings, and I could only passively perceive the situation, without the need for contemplation. The only individual capable of such actions must be Barry. But what of Charlie? He, too, was a part of the cult and had likely been manipulated by Barry. I felt something suffocating me, enveloping my face and body, and under such oppressive circumstances, time seemed to crawl even more slowly than before. Though perhaps only a few minutes passed, it felt like an entire day. When the bindings were finally removed, allowing me to breathe again, I was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, managing to open my eyes just slightly. Yet, I found myself unable to speak or even move a single finger. Surrounding me were numerous individuals, their faces obscured by masks that seemed never to have been removed, leaving only hollow eye sockets visible, staring intently at me. 2 of them approached, lifting my body and binding me to a cylindrical object, evidently a piece of wood that had been stripped of its bark. The rough surface pricked my skin, causing splinters to dig into my fingers. After being manipulated for what felt like an eternity, my limbs regained mobility, yet I was bound so securely that movement was impossible. The crowd in front of me began to chant an unintelligible language, each person uttering different phrases, creating a cacophony that was both chaotic and overwhelming. After being disoriented, I found myself tormented by this noise, a testament to the cult's unsettling expertise. The only way to slightly escape the clamor was to lift my head and gaze at the sky, which seemed to lessen the sound around me. Amidst the harsh and repetitive noise, exhaustion overtook me, and I truly fell asleep, the sleep I had missed over the past days flooding over me like a tidal wave, pulling my consciousness into darkness. In that darkness, countless specks of light began to emerge, and beyond the darkness, I could hear the distant sound of singing. A lost traveler from the future, a desert prisoner who has misplaced his heart, steps unwittingly into a realm of total devotion, drowning in endless darkness. Estranged from the flow of time, mistaken for a deity. Please heed the guidance of the faint light. Sever the entanglement of eternal stillness. As the song ceased, upon opening my eyes, I found the sky had darkened. A group of individuals, their throats hoarse, continued to chant in an unknown tongue. The figure in the alien mask appeared, cradling a pristine porcelain bowl, his expression so reverent that it seemed as if he held holy water. Yet the acrid scent revealed its true contents, gasoline. From behind, two shallow roars echoed. Others, like myself, were bound, yet I could not discern their circumstances. Can you move? Can you break free from your restraints? I inquired repeatedly, but their responses were mumbled and incoherent, suggesting either their mouths were silenced or they had been injected with something. The masked figure splashed gasoline upon my face and body, then circled behind to drench the others. The remaining crowd piled, kindling at my feet, rising to my calves. I heard a sound akin to water being poured as the masked man emptied the bowl, drenching the wood in the remaining gasoline. A white person, a black person, and a yellow person. Every race was to be offered to the descending deity. The masked figure took a torch from someone nearby. Facing us, bound to wooden stakes, he murmured, "Serve our deity, seek for us great power." He hurled the torch at my feet, and flames sprang forth, encircling me in a ring of fire. Tendrils climbing on my trousers and quickly leaping to my shirt. The familiar heat, accompanied by the piercing agony of countless blades stabbing my body, compelled me to scream. The flames enveloped me, beginning to mask my face, transforming me into a figure cloaked in fire, my cries rendering this beautiful scene all the more cruel and bizarre. Chapter 90. Farewell to the mysterious man, my superhuman brother. As I roared skyward, I beheld the perfect full moon hanging above, the source of these lunatics' delusions. Now, I was on the brink of death, my life about to be squandered in their hands. A whisper drifted from the heavens. "Come, child of humanity. Take the hand of Sprite and wander towards the wilderness and rivers. This world is filled with cries you cannot comprehend." Unaware of these sounds, I succumbed to pain and lost consciousness. Behind me, a white child, bound like myself, cried out to the sky, "Take me away, take me away." The sky blossomed with countless points of light, revealing human forms adorned with 4 transparent wings. Upon witnessing this, the masked figures knelt in prayer, the alien figure murmuring of miracles and divine manifestations. None noticed that amidst the celestial lights, fine black holes emerged behind these seemingly ethereal beings. Having fainted, I felt an unparalleled lightness, as if I were a feather floating in the air, suddenly nudged by a gust from behind, drawn towards numerous alluring entities ahead. Upon passing through a translucent veil, a figure emerged from the darkness, adorned with chestnut hair and clad in medieval noble attire. Yet, it was the striking blue-ringed finger that made him recognizable, radiating a captivating glow. Before I could utter a word, he proclaimed, "You should not have come here," as he grasped my hand and urged me to flee in the opposite direction. I felt as though I had traversed another membrane. Then, a sudden weight enveloped me, and I sank downwards, my face abruptly chilled. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered a torrential downpour from the heavens, while the group before me was buffeted by the tempest. Struggling to maintain their footing, yet not a single raindrop graced their bodies. Upon closer reflection, I realized that within this confined space, 2 distinct climates existed. a phenomenon that stirred my suspicion that they had indeed summoned some extraterrestrial beings. Amidst the crowd, piercing screams erupted as several grotesque, dark gray-skinned creatures, approximately 1 meter tall, emerged, their backs adorned with membranous wings reminiscent of dragonflies. They relentlessly thrust their arms into the mouths of nearby individuals, and as their limbs withdrew, the victims lay motionless upon the ground. Their speed was astonishing. Within a minute, hundreds of people were incapacitated, leaving only the leader in his alien mask. This individual soon realized that these so-called deities were not bestowing power upon him, but rather mercilessly slaughtering his followers. Initially, he fervently bowed and beseeched forgiveness from these beings. But upon witnessing the near annihilation of his congregation, his demeanor shifted. He struggled to rise, bellowing at the advancing monsters, "We have offered you the sweetest lamb. Why? Why must we endure your slaughter? Since you are so brutal, we too can slay gods." As he spoke, he tore away the sleeve from his arms. Though the rain obscured his vision, I caught a glimpse of the wild hair on his forearms, and his fingers converged into sharp claws, while the other hand, lacking fingers, bore 3 fewer claws. The aura that had once repelled mosquitoes emanated from him, yet the winged creatures remained unperturbed. 2 glided toward him, seizing his arms, while a delicate girl with golden hair and light brown eyes approached the leader. She too plunged her arm into his mouth, and I witnessed his Adam's apple protrude unnaturally. When she withdrew her arm, I noticed her wings were akin to those of the creatures. The leader, now prostrate on the ground, continuously expelled blood, yet remained conscious. His gaze fixated on the girl, gradually fading. Observing this, she approached me, as the rain above had ceased, leaving not a single ember in the surroundings. Upon witnessing the approach of another, fear compelled me to shut my eyes. However, as I felt a loosening grip, I opened my eyes to find the girl absent from my line of sight. In mere moments, she reappeared, supporting a small child whose body was entirely charred. The surrounding monsters converged upon them. A faint golden light emanated from their encirclement, and as it dissipated, the child had returned to her original state, her clothing untouched. At that moment, minuscule wings had formed behind the child. She approached the place where 2 masked figures lay and, crouching down, uttered a farewell to her parents. Subsequently, the monsters encircling her, along with the murderous little girl, transformed into tiny humanoid specks of light, which began to emit a melody. The child followed the luminous points and the song into the distance, their figures fading from the air as though erased by an eraser. Although I had been freed from the ropes binding my hands, the restraints around my body remained, leaving me utterly devoid of strength, my entire being enveloped in a chilling, excruciating pain. I attempted to call for help, but my hoarse voice was scarcely louder than a whisper of the wind. The other bound individual, a black man, lay motionless, either deceased or in shock, with not a sound escaping him. Just as despair began to settle in, the roar of an approaching vehicle and the brightness of its headlights pierced the gloom. Soon, footsteps approached this desolate place. Upon witnessing the fallen bodies and the 2 charred figures tied to wooden stakes, they paused in stunned silence. Swiftly, they divided into 2 groups, one cautiously probing for signs of life, while the other rushed towards us. Seeing the prospect of rescue loosened my spirit, and just as I teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, I caught sight of Jack. He wore headphones, his eyes reflecting an indescribable seriousness and anguish. Chapter 91. The Super Brother becomes a monstrosity. Every bone and sinew in my body cried out as I awoke from an unbearable ache. My senses assaulted by glaring lights and a scent reminiscent of oil invading my nostrils. As my eyes adjusted to the brightness, I began to assess my condition. Setting aside the fact that I was entirely unclothed, my body was submerged in a milky, non-Newtonian fluid. I attempted to rise, but found the substance clinging to me as firmly as concrete. However, the burns I endured this time were markedly different from those before. Previously, each awakening brought forth screams of agony. Now, the pain I felt was akin to the soreness after a 1,000-meter run, prompting me to question whether I had grown accustomed to injury and become desensitized to pain. "Do not move," a familiar voice cautioned. "If you break free from this fluid, the pain will multiply and you will faint instantly." I intended to respond directly, but the damage to my throat rendered my voice a mere rumble, reminiscent of a train's distant roar. "There is no need for haste. You are meant to be taken directly to the hospital." Who would have guessed that blood tests would reveal you as an acquaintance? Right, Babel? His tone was laced with mockery as he traced his fingers across the surface of the milky liquid, sending ripples through its stillness. I was suddenly filled with confusion, questioning whether I still required a blood test. Colonel Jack seemed to possess the ability to read my thoughts. He lifted a mirror and presented it before me. The reflection revealed a visage that barely resembled humanity, with all the skin except for my eyes horrifically burned. My eyebrows, hair, and even the nascent fuzz on my lips had vanished. The figure in the mirror was not me, although I bore some burns and appeared somewhat disfigured. The being reflected was akin to a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell, a creature that had traversed molten lava and crawled over volcanoes. My entire being began to protest, and I glared at Jack in fury. He was mocking me, ridiculing my plight. Warm tears streamed from my eyes, and I wondered if I should be grateful that the flames had spared my vision. At least I was still able to weep. A pair of somewhat rough hands, calloused at the thumbs, covered my eyes. The scent of tobacco and whiskey wafted from them, causing me to cough incessantly. Jack quickly withdrew his hand. My gaze had been sharp as a knife, and now I wished my eyes could shoot daggers at him. He awkwardly shoved his hands into his pockets, saying, "Child, please don't look at me like that." All right, I apologize," he continued, meeting my gaze. His expression held not mere sympathy, but a profound empathy, reminiscent of the understanding I had encountered in the eyes of fellow burn victims. Yet, observing his fair, smooth skin, though marked with fine lines, it was difficult to conceal his handsomeness. This man was rather perplexing. My mouth agape. I yearned to inquire about another person's fate. This was not the time for self-pity, for there were others who had suffered as I had. Jack seemed to anticipate my unspoken question, asking, "Would you like to know the full story?" Although it was not precisely what I had been eager to discover, my curiosity was piqued, and I began to blink rapidly. He proceeded to recount the entire incident. The Torchwood had initially been investigating several cases of asphyxiation, suspecting that fairies were manifesting in search of their particular child to integrate into their ranks. Ultimately, they located the child before the fairies did, yet that child, in despair over their mother, chose to remain with the fairies. However, the child wished for Jack and his team to care for their mother, informing them of another specific individual at the site of the sacrifice. Originally, they had aimed to rescue a child, but none could have foreseen witnessing a scene of cult sacrifice, where all the cultists had perished, yet 2 victims remained alive. Speaking of this matter, Jack inquired if I had a child taken by the fairies. I blinked frantically in confirmation, and he, perceiving my reaction, fell silent for a considerable time. He then resumed his casual demeanor, teasing me. "You truly are an unfortunate lucky one, encountering all these distressing matters, yet still managing to survive. Now, you cannot speak. Once you recover a bit, I shall come to interrogate you." With that, he suggested I rest for a while, exiting and turning off the overhead light as he departed. Initially, I sought solace in slumber, yet the incessant chime of the electronic sound from the app disrupted my peace, rendering me unable to move or utter a word. Ensnared in a new form of despair. Just as the repetitive clamor became intolerable, the electronic noise abruptly ceased, replaced by a voice emanating from what seemed a mechanical throat. Boy, I jolted awake, apprehensive that I might again be confronted by some malevolent entity. "Fear not, it is I, the one you brought back from another dimension." Bewilderment filled my mind, yet words eluded me, leaving me to express my ire through frustrated grunts. "I can perceive your thoughts. You need not verbalize them." "Oh, how remiss of me not to introduce myself. I am Rog, formerly an agent of the Temper Management Bureau, and now, I suppose, I can only be regarded as a sentient wave of energy." The notion that this agent might indeed be a specter flooded my thoughts, reminiscent of the theory that a soul weighs 13 grams. In truth, if you label me as a ghost, it is not entirely inaccurate. My corporeal form remains eternally trapped in that dimension, with only my consciousness returning alongside you. The dream I experienced during my burning was indeed real. I possess such capabilities. That is not your power. It was the spirit that breached the dimensional barrier while you were on the verge of death. Congratulations on your unintentional foray into the realm of the dead. How fulfilling this life experience must be. Why was it I, among so many others who faced death? You have encountered a disjointed temporal anomaly, which has forged a tenuous connection between us. Must we delve into terminology, even in death? as if weaving the fabled tales of the afterlife. Spare me your ghostly chatter. I've already stated that I can sense your thoughts. So could you not extend me a modicum of respect? Just as my mind simmered with indignation, the electronic sound returned, and I feared the tumultuous thoughts swirling within could darken the very essence of my being. A half-hour passed before the beeping subsided, and with a fervent plea for his return, Rog's spirit re-emerged. Do you wish to know more? I am soon to depart. What exactly is this temporal anomaly you mentioned? Where are you going? What will become of me? Is there a way to heal my condition? Can my parents cover for me, claiming I have gone to a summer camp on a deserted island? Alas, what a bother this is. I must reclaim my spaceship and resume my travels through the cosmos. Your injuries are not a major concern. The organization has provided you with means to recover from superficial harm, though you will need to rest for a while. Your parents have already been contacted by that, Jack. What about my first question? Why do you ignore it? Do agents lack a sense of order? A modicum of respect. Please, I was referring to the doctor, but based on the temporal traces on you, it appears you encountered someone quite young. Do you share a connection with them? The electronic voice fell silent, leaving me ensnared in darkness and solitude, a flicker of fear igniting within. Fortunately, he eventually spoke. I proposed to him. A single phrase rendered my mind utterly blank, only to be inundated with a multitude of questions. Is the doctor truly engaged in this scheme? What does that imply? Do Jack and the doctor share a similar bond? Yet, how did you find yourself in such a predicament? Some matters are best left unknown to children. You need only understand that my actions were for the doctor, to save a fellow human being. Thus, even if you were to rescue me, I owe you nothing. I have, in my own way, saved this planet. After your departure, will you ever return to check on me? If one day you are able to traverse the cosmos, perhaps there will come a time when we meet again. There are countless inquiries I wish to pose, yet many remain unuttered. I silently bid farewell within my heart. A crisp, electronic farewell echoed, and then silence enveloped me. Chapter 91. Can a superhero brother hear about romantic entanglements? During my days of recuperation, I often found myself sleeping more than waking, a period that should have been leisurely. Yet, upon awakening, I frequently saw Jack. Pondering his visits were merely to check on me, only for him to concoct excuses for his swift departures, leaving me perplexed. Eventually, I feigned deep slumber, awaiting Jack's arrival, but instead found a female member I had not previously encountered. After ensuring no one was around, she approached me and confided that she was having an affair with Dr. Owen from the Torchwood. I struggled to recall this Dr. Owen, who had initially been rather unwelcoming towards me. Who would have thought he would now pursue women already in relationships? How shameful! Upon receiving this shocking revelation, Gwen began to voice her grievances about work. Despite the adrenaline-fueled excitement of daily activities, the related experiences were utterly unspeakable. The joy and sense of accomplishment from aiding others, as well as the thrill and shock of facing life-threatening situations, had no outlet for expression. For instance, she felt disillusioned by Jack's allowance of a girl to become a fairy during the previous incident. However, in her subsequent investigations, she discovered that illustrations from decades ago had already depicted a young girl as a fairy. Jack had merely adhered to the progression of the timeline, making it impossible to criticize him, leading her to feel a sense of remorse towards him. These emotions accumulated within her, with no one to confide in. In that moment, I comprehended that a being unable to articulate thoughts, struggling to move, and often in slumber, was nearly equivalent to being a natural tree stump. Even when I was awake, they posed no significant risk of leaking sensitive information, as my own situation was quite extraordinary. After half an hour of storytelling, the former police officer named Gwen ceased her emotional outpouring, took a deep breath, and exited the medical room. My mind was still grappling with the incident involving my colleague's affair when Colonel Jack entered. He appeared as though he were a habitual offender, checking my breathing and examining the fluctuations in my heart monitor. Ensuring I was in a deep slumber, he pulled up a chair and sat beside me, hoping to hear tales of romantic escapades. Yet his first words were filled with concern over the potential betrayal of his subordinates. A few weeks ago, he was compelled to take the life of his partially cybernetic girlfriend. Observing him during these days, it was evident that neither his professional nor his daily demeanor had been affected in the least. He harbored concerns about the seemingly tranquil atmosphere, secretly orchestrating a conspiracy against Torchwood. At this point, I found it hard to fathom how he could still hold his position. He then began to extol the virtues of a subordinate, describing her as dependable, diligent, and possessing exceptional logistical skills, all while being able to contribute in combat scenarios and often revealing a charming side. It was clear he was here to boast about an ambiguous relationship, and I promptly defined the nature of our conversation. These days, spent in a state of half-sleep and eavesdropping on secrets, were surprisingly enjoyable. Yet one day, I realized that since I had been submerged in the liquid, I had not consumed any food or drink. The previous sensations of thirst and hunger seemed to have utterly diminished from my body. One time, Owen entered with a whole pizza, munching and working around me. The enticing aroma and appealing appearance did not even stir my appetite. For reasons unknown, Owen rolled a piece of pizza toward my mouth, but I merely stared at him, showing no inclination to open up. Instead, I recalled what Gwen had said, feeling a curious disdain toward Owen. Noticing my lack of eating, he opened the document in his hand to record the occurrence, casually stuffing a piece of pizza into his mouth before walking away. The next instance of hearing someone confide in me occurred after the pizza incident, as I drifted in and out of sleep approximately 15 times. The technical expert from Torchwood, Sato Tashiko, burst into my room as if fleeing. At that moment, I was lost in an empty stupor, my mind a blank canvas, when she entered, removed her necklace, and sighed repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, I quietly closed my eyes. She gazed at me, pondering whether a typical high school life would bring me joy, questioning why I had intruded upon such a world. Her eyes appeared hollow as she stared back toward the direction from which she had come. "What would you do if the boy you liked were to engage with a female classmate?" she inquired, but before she could finish, a voice from outside called her name, prompting her to hurriedly retrieve her necklace and dash out. The air was left with a subtle ripple, as if something had been transmitted from the necklace. Stirring within my mind, looking at the liquid surrounding me and then toward the outside world, it became apparent that nothing within Torchwood was straightforward. Chapter 92. The catastrophe of the Super Brother. Ever since my arrival at Torchwood, others had visited multiple times, yet Colonel Jack had not graced me with a single visit. I felt a tinge of disappointment. He was one of the few individuals I had previously interacted with, and there was a semblance of camaraderie. Now, as I lay here in a living state, I had yet to see him. However, I quickly shifted my perspective considering my studies. Surely, after so many days of absence from class and assignments, I would not be expelled from the exchange program. Lost in my worries, I was interrupted by a wailing sound from outside, a noise I had heard since my initial arrival, which had persisted intermittently over the past few days. This place harbors unknown creatures, and I may now count myself among them. I mused with a hint of self-deprecation. A shadow flitted past the doorway. I barely had time to discern its form before it vanished, yet a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the entrance. It stirred my appetite, and I found myself fantasizing about indulging in a feast once I regained my strength. Suddenly, a foul wind surged in from outside, accompanied by the sound of splintering wood, as a creature the size of a small cart burst into the room. Its claws gripped the sides of a liquid tank, and two enormous eyes, akin to car headlights, glared at me from behind a sharp beak. The warm air it exhaled, laden with moisture, struck my face. This was an animal that ought not to exist here, a relic of Earth long extinct. The ancient being, which had once languished in a museum, now stood before me, regarding me as a potential meal. As I braced myself for the impending attack, I inhaled deeply and slowly submerged my head into the liquid beneath me. The creature seemed merely to test the waters. Its beak barely grazed the surface, failing to pierce through to flesh and blood, and it relinquished its pursuit of me, instead circling low as if seeking an escape from this chamber. I curled up, exerting force from my waist and shoulders against the bottom of the tank, lifting my head out of the liquid, yet it had already blocked my nasal passages, forcing me to breathe through my mouth. The pterosaur caught a glimpse of me, but paid no heed to my presence, realizing it was trapped in this confined space, crashing into the surrounding experimental tables and equipment, sending them toppling and shattering. The cacophony attracted attention, and moments later, a gunshot rang out, causing the airborne pterosaur to plummet to the ground. Dust erupted into the air, prompting me to cough violently, and it was Gwen who came to my rescue, armed with tranquilizer darts for emergencies. How had this creature managed to fly in? Gwen aimed her weapon at the fallen pterosaur, her gaze scanning the scene. She seemed to catch a whiff of the enticing aroma lingering in the air, confirmed the creature was unconscious, and returned to the doorway. There, amidst the debris at the threshold, she dipped her fingers into a pool of unknown liquid and concluded it was the juice from roasted meat. Upon returning, she made a phone call, then approached the tank beside me, where she found me in disarray and set about cleaning me up. Before long, I experienced the full extent of Officer Gwen's interrogation skills. Her piercing gaze fixed upon me, her lips pressed into a thin line, exuding an aura of seriousness that rendered one speechless. She brandished a sharp knife above my head, then suddenly released it, causing me to flinch and hastily shut my eyes. Upon reopening them, the blade hovered a mere centimeter from my nose, the hilt grasped by Gwen. It was evident I still had little room for movement. Withdrawing the knife, Gwen attempted to drag the pterosaur, but its considerable size corresponded with an equally formidable weight, making it impossible for her to manage alone. Thus, she procured some iron chains to bind the creature before departing the room. Shortly after her exit, a figure clad in a suit entered, holding a metallic disc from which he squeezed some liquid before applying it to the corner of the tank. I let out a soft grunt, receiving no response as he merely touched the iron chain, seemingly without unfastening it, and walked away without casting a glance in my direction. Chapter 93. Was the superhuman brother devoured or blown to bits? Beside me lay a colossal creature, and in my current state, slumber eluded me. The sound of the slumbering pterosaur murmuring even sent chills down my spine. Heightened in sensitivity, I discerned the sounds of a quarrel outside, accompanied by gunfire, distinct from the sound of tranquilizers, unmistakably the crack of lethal weaponry. It turned out that Gwen, while investigating, had become sidetracked by another case, delegating the matter of the pterosaur to Jack. The trail of the barbecue was notoriously difficult to trace. It was common for the team to order barbecue takeout while working. If someone had neglected to clean properly, spilling meat juices at the entrance of the medical lab, it was certainly plausible. However, Colonel Jack's vigilance was acute, and while the base was unguarded, he caught the individual in the act of installing those metallic discs. "You know we have no choice," Jack said, gripping his weapon with both hands, aiming intently. Tears streamed down her face. Her eyes reddened as she glared at Jack. "You have the option to spare me. I have already relinquished my cybernetic body. I only ask that you spare us, and we shall retreat into seclusion." The desperation in her voice was palpable. Is it truly so difficult to grant her a single chance at life? She cast aside a small pouch, causing several metallic discs to scatter across the ground, and produced a black rectangular object glowing with a blue light, her finger hovering over its protruding surface. "The original plan was to seek her redemption once you all return to the base," she continued. "It seems I must first ensure your safe departure." Colonel Jack instantly comprehended the nature of those objects, cybernetic explosives. He should have confiscated numerous items from the cybernetic individuals when he rescued her. Lowering his weapon, he pointed towards the medical room. What about the child? He did nothing at all. Any hint of sympathy he felt was merely a result of the boy's unfortunate fate. Angered by her words, Jack, regardless of whether he held the bomb controller, swung a fist towards her face, forcing her to stagger back a few steps. "You know your enemies are not us. They're the cybernetic beings. You cannot find them," he said, directing his weapon towards his companion. "This child suffers the same misfortune as your girlfriend. You show him neither compassion nor sympathy, instead robbing him of the chance to survive. You earthlings are ignorant, misdirecting your wrath recklessly. Your blades never strike the formidable foe, but always the vulnerable. For centuries and millennia, I have witnessed your repugnant, grotesque nature countless times, and it continues to instill fear and revulsion." As he spoke, he gathered the discs, stuffing them onto his person before sitting opposite, awaiting her to press the button. He stared blankly at her deranged countenance, acutely aware that he was gambling, engaging in a perilous wager. "I wager that humanity will not be wholly consumed by the abyss of hatred, that a flicker of light within the human heart can spare the life of the child in the adjacent room, or that amidst enduring companionship, a semblance of fondness might emerge." My gaze appeared resolute, yet my entire being trembled, my eyes reddened, and tears cascaded down my chin onto the controller. Yet I refrained from pressing the button that would determine the fate of 3 lives. In this stalemate, I mentioned to Jack, the pterosaur remains confined in the medical room. I have just loosened its chains. If you can save it, I shall destroy this controller. No sooner had I spoken than an enraged shriek erupted from the damaged doorway, announcing the pterosaur's awakening. Just as I prepared to submerge once more into the liquid, The pterosaur, still shackled by chains, made a desperate leap, its claws ensnaring my head while another claw slowly descended into the liquid. It seemed still groggy from anesthesia, gripping me with a strength akin to a firm handshake of an adult. Yet the power in its claw was gradually returning. I feared it would not be long before my skull would bear the mark of its bloodlust. The sound of gunfire echoed, and the pterosaur released its grip. Yet its other claw remained ensnared by the liquid, struggling futilely to break free. Unable to escape, it struck at my face with a desperate claw. Although its strength had not yet fully returned, its weight did not require restoration. As I lay beneath its claw, my vision blurred. My mind felt as if it had been slammed against a concrete floor, crushed further by a weighty burden. In Chapter 94, the indomitable younger brother faced grave peril. The pterosaur, repeatedly attempting to rise, was bound by the liquid, delivering relentless blows to my face. The wounds on my previously healing skin were torn open anew, blood mingling with the milky substance, creating a grim hue of dull pink. Colonel Jack, seeing that the firearms had proven ineffective, dashed out to retrieve a tranquilizer gun, firing 2 shots at the agitated pterosaur. Just before losing consciousness, I sensed that the pterosaur had exhausted its strength to struggle, and upon fainting, my breathing eased, indicating that the creature had been dislodged from my form. Meanwhile, Jack checked for my breath and immediately contacted Owen to regroup. He then rushed outside, seizing the dazed pterosaur and dragging it towards the medical room. Observing the pterosaur's disfigured visage within the tank, marred and surrounded by a murky concoction of red and white, it was evident it had endured a brutal ordeal. The pterosaur turned its head away, casting a reproachful glance at Jack for his actions. Reluctantly, it discarded the controller onto the ground, which Jack picked up before proceeding toward the sealed room, leaving me with the 2 of them. I would harbor no guilt. I could only blame you for appearing at the wrong place at the wrong time. Your plight, akin to hers, bears no relevance to me. You are merely a stranger. It concerns me not. It concerns me not. It concerns me not. The pain etched upon my face stirred me from slumber, echoing in a haunting refrain with his murmurs. His obsession did not linger for long. Instead, he began to rise and tidy up the chaotic surroundings. As he personally removed the metallic disc stuck in the corner, he held it in his hand, causing his fingers to creak, before weakly releasing it to let it fall to the ground. With his hands hanging limply at his sides, he slowly walked out the door, presumably leaving the base. Hidden in the shadows, Jack quietly followed him. At the base, I was treated by Owen, who arrived shortly thereafter. After 2 hours of urgent care, Owen emerged from the medical room, exhaling deeply as he sank to the ground. During the emergency treatment, he realized that his medical room resembled a disaster zone. Few supplies and equipment remained intact, and this rescue had demanded even more effort than a complex surgery. At the Cardiff campus during a concert, Charlie had just finished enjoying a smoothie with friends. After being escorted to his seat by Nick, he gazed at the empty spaces below. A few days prior, a large-scale mass suicide incident involving a cult had occurred in the vicinity, claiming the lives of his classmates, teachers, the school nurse, and even security personnel. His new friends had been injured and were undergoing confinement therapy. Such an overwhelming tragedy had darkened the entire atmosphere of the campus, enveloping it in a shroud of despair, which had caused his spirits to plummet. However, with Nick's companionship, he found some solace, and their relationship blossomed rapidly, leading to frequent visits to each other as homes. 2 young souls reveled in their clandestine affection and intimacy, momentarily oblivious to the harsh realities of the outside world and the absence of a friend. In the plaza of Cardiff, the previously elusive blue box reappeared, manifesting intermittently. The man in the trench coat lamented his inability to escape this place, until a sound emanated from his jacket pocket. He extracted a small mechanical stick glowing blue at its tip, studying the readings displayed. They indicated supernatural ionic readings in the vicinity of a nearby hospital. Chapter 95. The Super Brother arrives. Just in time, he approached the hospital reception, pointing the blue light stick at the computer, identifying a patient named John Smith, who had been admitted due to gastroenteritis. After several hours of slumber, despite my severe injuries, I awoke. Perhaps due to the harm inflicted on me by the organization, my status within the Torchwood hierarchy had risen. I noticed a television appearing on the wall opposite me, broadcasting news about a charitable astronomical hospital experiencing a localized precipitation phenomenon within a 1-meter radius. Then I saw Owen. Jack, and Gwen pushing a wheelchair toward me. A flicker of confusion crossed my mind. Was the wheelchair meant for me? I had just awakened. Could I even move? Owen tapped something with his fingers at the edge of the tank, and I heard a sound of water being absorbed as a milky liquid's surface level continuously dropped. In 1 or 2 minutes, all of the milky liquid drained away through the holes at the bottom of the tank. Owen donned a hospital gown for me and, with Jack's assistance, helped me into a wheelchair. They were quite hurried as they transported me onto a concealed lift platform. This time, I was not blindfolded. They directly wheeled me onto a stone floor, which slowly ascended towards the ceiling. Eventually, we emerged at the corner of Roald Dahl Plaza in Cardiff, Wales, where the surrounding crowd paid us no heed as we suddenly appeared. A driver approached us, glanced at me in the wheelchair, and gestured for us to enter the vehicle. We swiftly set off down the road, and amidst my confusion, Gwen spoke up, informing me that we were heading to the hospital mentioned in the news. Another child was receiving treatment there. The recent cult ritual incident had barely passed, and now we faced yet another peculiar occurrence. The regional authorities harbored grave suspicions regarding the connection between the two events, compelling us to bring you there to ascertain whether your presence would alter the strange phenomena. Jack stared intently ahead, his brow furrowed, yet I sensed an undercurrent of excitement emanating from him. The vehicle sped along, clearly disregarding speed limits. But the traffic police did not stop us. We arrived outside the hospital in a mere 10 minutes. However, a component within the car began to alarm, prompting Jack to produce a device resembling an ammeter, the needle rapidly fluctuating. Spatial displacement, he shouted, seizing Gwen's hand and leaping from the car, racing towards the hospital. I was left behind, an awkward atmosphere lingering between us after previous events, yet I could not voice my thoughts, merely staring blankly. Before Jack and Gwen reached the hospital entrance, a blinding white light enveloped the entire area, so dazzling that I instinctively closed my eyes. When I reopened them, the location where the hospital once stood was now barren, leaving only exposed gray foundations. Were it not for the lingering sting on my skin, I might have thought I was still in a state of unconsciousness. Before the vanished hospital, Jack and Gwen exchanged glances, the coincidences too uncanny. We had just arrived, and the hospital had disappeared. They turned back to look at me in the car, while I remained shocked by the hospital's sudden absence. In truth, the disappearance of the hospital was unrelated to me. Those within the lunar hospital were in a state of panic due to their departure from Earth. And the hospital's intercom announced that space police had taken control of the premises, demanding the surrender of a fugitive. Inside the hospital, Dr. John, clad in a patient gown, and a beautiful black doctor named Martha rushed about, seeking the wanted criminal hidden within the hospital to prevent a tragic execution of all the patients. Back on Earth, Jack and his companions assisted me out of the car, pushing me around the vicinity of the hospital. The ground was remarkably even, as if a sharp blade had sliced through from below, causing the hospital to vanish entirely. Jack remarked that although this method seemed rather archaic, it felt familiar to him, though he was not entirely certain at that moment. After a brief discussion, Jack and his two companions hurried back to the base. They intended to utilize the base's equipment to locate the hospital and summon additional instruments to analyze the surrounding data. They designated someone to remain behind to monitor me and observe the unfolding events before departing. Fortunately, their meticulousness ensured they left me a blanket, along with prepared saline solution and nutritional fluids, so that I would not succumb to starvation immediately upon emerging from the liquid. It was the first time I realized how terrifying it could be to have one's dietary cravings suppressed for so long. My body trembled incessantly, my mouth tasted bitter, and my stomach growled continuously, yet I lacked even the strength to lift my hand. I had initially believed that my immobility in the liquid was due to the burns, but it was actually the absence of sustenance that drained my energy. I managed to procure a straw from the adjacent dining area, inserting it into the saline solution to sip slowly. Even so, the act of drinking proved to be exceedingly arduous. I could barely swallow half a mouthful before the remainder spilled from my lips. However, the instinct to survive had long since overshadowed my dignity, and despite the disarray, I continued to suckle the saline from the bag. After finishing a bag of water in mere seconds, an overwhelming surge from my stomach caused me to regurgitate half of what I had just consumed, yet the bitter taste in my mouth had finally begun to dissipate. I wiped my face and body clean with a handkerchief. Surrounded by police, civilians, and journalists, the sight of me, now resembling a patient, prompted a surge of inquiries in my direction. A reporter thrust a microphone toward me, asking, "Are you a patient from that hospital? What has transpired there? Are you still here because you sensed something amiss? Do you have a direct connection to the hospital's disappearance?" The barrage of questions was swiftly intercepted by the police, who were already aware that the individual in question was affiliated with a certain organization, not a patient of the hospital. However, they refrained from offering further explanations. This intervention only served to intensify the media's conviction of my involvement in the incident. Chapter 96. The Extraordinary Brother as the Perfect Scapegoat. Initially, I wished to avoid the cameras, fearing my parents might see me. Yet, reflecting on my current wretched appearance, I realized they would not recognize me, and thus I lay back, allowing them to capture the scene. I had already donned sunglasses and a mask, aware that as a member of a clandestine organization, media coverage could be detrimental to my career. I gazed towards the hospital, feeling no connection to the place. Should the bizarre events occurring in this nation be linked to me, I would undoubtedly face misfortune. I had neither been transported there nor suffered any harm, thus firmly establishing myself as an outsider. Yet, I was acutely aware of my circumstances, while the crowd remained oblivious. The site was soon cordoned off, and Gwen and Minzy returned with additional equipment to conduct further analyses. The disappearance of 100 patients and medical personnel from a hospital building had garnered widespread attention, prompting the regional administrator of Cardiff to appear on site to oversee operations. He summoned Gwen, who was awaiting data output, and engaged in a rapid-fire discussion, occasionally casting glances in my direction. Gwen, bearing a serious demeanor and an air of disdain, distanced herself from the administrative chief after exchanging a couple of terse sentences, subsequently retrieving her phone to contact someone. Once she concluded her call, she approached me, pulling me aside for a whispered conversation. After they finished speaking, she returned to my vicinity, standing upright. I noticed her solemn expression, suggesting that something significant had transpired, yet they withheld the information from me, leaving me in the dark. However, the mental strain of uncertainty paled in comparison to my physical needs. Thirst had only recently been quenched, and hunger soon followed, my stomach growling incessantly. Aware of this, she tore open a package of prepared oral nutrition and squatted down to hand it to me. I was startled by her sudden proximity, and then I heard her say, "Someone intends to use you as a scapegoat for this matter. To avoid trouble, accept the provisions and seek an opportunity to present them to the media." As she spoke, her hand beneath the blanket brushed against a stack of rolled papers, which she held tightly, my mind a chaotic whirlwind. Misfortune seemingly struck at every turn. That impeccably dressed local administrative chief was evidently targeting me. If the hospital truly remained unreachable, accountability for over 100 lives would rest upon me. It appeared that I was that accountability, clutching the item in my hand, uncertain of its significance, relying solely on them now. Yet, it is often said that relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. Even as I held their offering, doubt lingered. Desperately, I prayed for the hospital to return intact, hoping to avoid bearing an immense burden of blame. Inside the hospital, where many hearts were invested, the Cosmic Police Rhino Man had breached the premises, commencing scans of all personnel. The extraterrestrial fugitive had just drained the blood of a chief physician and had passed the Rhinoman scrutiny. The only remaining alien in the hospital was the patient John, who was currently with Dr. Martha in the light room, as the Rhino Man squad advanced towards them. "To buy time, Doctor." John kissed Martha, and then pushed her towards the Rhino Man. They identified Martha as Earthling, yet detected alien traces in her mouth. The Rhino Man instructed her to lead them to the extraterrestrial. Meanwhile, the fugitive, aware that the Rhino Man had altered their scanning method, urgently needed to consume another's blood for deeper disguise. Alone, John became the ideal target for the bloodthirsty entity, which, after sampling John's blood, was unexpectedly confronted by the Rhino Man, led by Martha. The creature, having wrongly consumed the blood of the temporal lord, was immediately detected by its alien signal. Unwilling to be captured, it attempted to attack the Rhino Man, but was neutralized by a particle beam, causing its form to dissipate. As the Rhino Man withdrew from the hospital, everyone present exhaled in relief. Yet no signs indicated the hospital would soon be returned from the moon. They were on the brink of suffocation as oxygen ran low, while relatives gathered at the site on Earth, demanding that the police expedite the recovery of their loved ones. However, this matter had long surpassed the jurisdiction of the police, who were struggling to maintain order at the scene. Chapter 97. Farewell to the super brother. A voice shouted from the crowd. The one in the wheelchair must certainly know what had transpired. The barricade near me was breached by the throng, surging forward to obstruct my view, only to be quickly overwhelmed by impulsive relatives. I was pushed away, and when I finally stopped, I found myself a block away, at which point a camera was aimed directly at me. Now we invite the only patient in the hospital who has not vanished to recount what truly occurred within its walls. Although I was utterly bewildered, my hand instinctively reached for the paper I held, but upon seeing the solitary lens before me, I stifled the urge to extend my hand. I opened my mouth, striving to produce sound, attempting to convey my inability to speak. The reporter, understanding my predicament, promptly inquired, "Let me ask the questions. You need only nod or shake your head. Are you a patient at Cardiff Catholic Hospital?" I shook my head, pulling the blanket down slightly. My hospital gown bore no insignia, certainly not that of this establishment. "Did you come to this hospital for a specific reason?" I shook my head again, feigning an effort to breathe, hoping they would grasp that I had merely stepped out for fresh air. Whether the reporters comprehended my signals, I could not tell. They seemed indifferent to my responses. At that moment, a spectacle emerged behind me at the hospital, a grand torrent of rain flowing upwards towards the sky. The reporters gazed in astonishment at this phenomenon, and the photographer hastily redirected the camera to capture the wondrous sight. Hearing a distant cry, "The hospital is back," the reporters and the photographer abandoned me, racing towards the hospital, leaving me alone on the street to endure the cold wind. I was at least grateful that they did not leave me directly on the road, but rather allowed me to endure the chill on the sidewalk. The throng of pedestrians and vehicles surged towards the hospital, and I, a mere bystander, felt utterly useless, scanning the street in hopes of catching a glimpse of familiar figures. This inability to speak and walk was unbearable. Without the assistance of others, even placing a phone call became a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the vehicle driven by Torchwood was unconcerned with speed limits. Before long, the frequently changing black car came to a stop before me. The moment I exited the vehicle, the wind nearly brought me to tears. He swiftly lifted me into the car, stowing the wheelchair in the trunk, and we set off towards Torchwood. The paper in my hand had turned to ash, consumed by the flames of the street. Observing the focused gaze of the driver, intent on the road ahead, I noted a distinct absence of the previous evasion and indifference he had shown while unbinding the pterodactyl. "I owe you an apology," I thought. "I should not have drawn you into danger. After all, you are but a child." I nodded in response, having suffered an undeserved calamity, yet remaining blissfully ignorant of the entire event. All I could sense was the sincerity in his words at that moment. At this moment, I remained oblivious to the perilous psychological state I found myself in. What could possibly lead one to easily forgive the very assailant who sought to take their life? All I knew was that, perhaps, losing my life might be a relief. Ever since I stepped into this enigmatic realm, I ceased to resemble a human, transforming instead into a piece of driftwood, frequently assaulted by deadly whirlpools, ever on the brink of sinking. Yet, such a state of mind was one I could share with no one. It was no wonder that Gwen, under such immense pressure, chose to align with Owen. Lost in my thoughts, I recalled that Minzy had donned the necklace, its vibrations intensifying to the point where I could sense her emotions as she approached me. Panic, excitement, absurdity, and a hint of chaos. As I wrestled with my uncertainty, Minzy fortuitously caught my gaze and stepped back 2 paces. It was as if she could see through my thoughts, reminiscent of Ryan in the past. Her abilities were evidently derived from the necklace, an object that Jack and the others had overlooked, clearly not a possession of the original Torchwood. I propped my heavy eyelids open, realizing that the vehicle had vanished, and beside me was a black woman clad in a white lab coat, while on my other side sat a doctor in a trench coat. The woman tested my light reflexes with a small flashlight and remarked to the doctor, "He should not be here. He ought to be lying in a hospital's intensive care unit." The doctor mirrored her actions with a small stick, speaking in the same tone. If he were sent to the hospital, he would need to remain there for at least a year. If he were sent back, he could return to his studies in 2 months. Right, Babel? The woman appeared to have heard some explosive revelation, staring at the doctor in disbelief, while he gestured toward his tie. "Babel, have you recently encountered extraterrestrial or extra-dimensional substances? I received a message from a time lord beyond the fabric of time, urging me to thank you. Have you encountered another time lord besides me?" The doctor gazed at me, his hazel eyes shimmering with a light akin to that of an old friend, prompting him to inadvertently speak the truth. I looked back at him, recalling the strange, ghostly waves, but he did not resemble the so-called Lord the doctor had mentioned. I want to speak of the ghost experiences. Yet he had previously stated that the doctor he knew was not the current one. Confused, I ventured, "Would you like to know about your future?" Startled, I realized I could articulate words, casting a more perplexed glance at the doctor. He rested his chin upon a glowing stick, once again hinting at matters of the elusive future. It seemed that my subsequent self had indeed been quite occupied. He then directed the blue light at me, scanning thoroughly. I attempted to inquire what the doctor was doing, yet found myself unable to speak. Clearly, it was all the doctor's doing. He signaled for the physician to exit the vehicle, then opened the door for himself and walked away. I heard the doctor question him about how he had managed to elicit speech from me, noting that she had examined my throat and found evident signs of post-disaster gas damage. The doctor then put away the small stick and frankly stated that it was merely a device utilizing sound waves to establish a communication channel through brain waves, rather than actual speech. Confounded, I sat in the car, only to soon return to find him holding several boxes of various takeout. He had gone to fetch food for that group of people. As he settled into the car, he seemed to detect a different scent within, glancing back at me several times in the rear seat before slowly starting the vehicle. After a day fraught with complications, I found myself once again at the base, being transported on a floating stone slab in my wheelchair as the silhouette of a pterosaur vanished into the sky, returned to its own era. My expression turned melancholic. Although this ancestor had harmed me, how many individuals in this world could truly refuse the chance to encounter a dinosaur up close? Mitzi, carrying a stack of documents, passed by us and casually took her own takeout, while I found myself fixated on the necklace around her neck. Noticing my gaze, she instinctively covered the necklace with her hand and walked away. I reclined back into the milky liquid as hunger and thirst receded like the tide, and I succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 98. A meeting again with the telepathic brother? Upon awakening, my body felt significantly lighter, though I remained unable to move, my head still capable of turning. To my surprise, I found Mitzi standing there, staring at me, nearly causing me to exclaim, but she quickly covered my mouth with her hand. "You've discovered the secret of this necklace, haven't you?" She pointed to the ornament around her neck. Suspecting her intentions, I refrained from responding, fearing she might resort to silencing me. "That one T happened. I know you can't speak for the time being. By the time you do, this necklace may no longer be here. Don't you feel stifled not being able to communicate with others? With this necklace, we can converse without words." I harbored skepticism towards such claims. Ever since I had acquired my abilities, these peculiarities had only brought me misfortune, not benefit. Perhaps they offered temporary convenience, yet ultimately, they only inflicted harm. Perhaps you are right, but I believe that as long as humanity possesses unwavering resolve, we can master these things, Mitzi countered passionately. I recalled the irrational mutants from my hometown, as well as the woman who had committed suicide, as mentioned by Barry and Jack. I looked at Mitzi with an expression of disapproval. Those individuals cannot control their desires. I am not like them. Her mind was made up, and my counsel was futile. My curiosity shifted towards the origins of the necklace. After a moment of hesitation, Mitzi spoke. "I met an extraterrestrial friend at a bar, and she entrusted me with this necklace." Another alien, I mused. The fact that it could produce such an object indicated that either its technology or ability far surpassed that of humanity. Why would such a group willingly surrender such items to humans, especially to a member of Torchwood? She must have known your identity all along and approached you intentionally. Yes, she made it clear to me that she simply wishes to return home. Her device for returning home is with us. She merely wishes for my assistance to get back. If you truly believed in her, you would not seek me out to confide in regarding this matter. Your intention is to persuade me to perceive the extraterrestrials' motives as innocent, thereby alleviating your own inner doubts. Perhaps you are correct, but you have not encountered her. She is so candid, so sincere, capable of perceiving the anguish and uncertainty I harbor deep within. Have you ever met such a person, akin to a soulmate? I find myself doubting whether you have fallen for that alien. An entity capable of providing telepathic artifacts surely possesses telepathic abilities themselves. With such powers, crafting the persona of an understanding partner would be a trivial endeavor. Even I, in my earlier days, could sense the emotions of others, combined with my unmarred visage. I could likely capture hearts with ease. Minzy's emotions fluctuate. You lie. Even if she can read minds, she chooses to expend effort to please me, ensuring my comfort. It is all the fault of that scoundrel Owen. Minzy's unrequited affection for him has lingered too long, causing her to forget the sensation of being loved. A mere act of kindness has ensnared her heart for the extraterrestrial. If Minzy does not regain her clarity, allowing it into the Torchwood could pose risks. While the exterior of the base may be fortified, what about the interior? My musings, both internal and external, indeed place Minzy in a precarious position. Should she stake everyone's lives on her feelings of affection and pity? Yet she recalls yesterday, the alien revealing its true form in her home, aware of her family address. Her parents and kin. If she does not assist it, what will become of her family's safety? Minzy and I stand in confrontation, while scoundrel Owen occupies his office, examining the skeleton discovered in a previous woodland site. The sternum encasing the heart bears a large, gaping wound, as if struck by a cannonball. However, this injury does not penetrate through, existing solely on the front side. Such damage would be difficult to explain unless an object shattered the deceased's heart and exited through the same path. Colonel Jack, in his office, observes Minzy speaking to me in the medical room. Though silent, he keenly discerns our focus lies upon the necklace that Minzy incessantly fiddles with. Minzy soon departs from the medical room, first seeking Owen to inquire about the location of the mysterious device from the ruins, only to learn that Jack has taken all the artifacts. She wanders before Jack's office several times, ultimately resolving to enter, finding him engrossed in studying the device. After a feigned pleasantry, she promptly inquires about the progress of the research. Jack scans her form, ultimately resting his gaze upon her necklace, verbally claiming there has been no advancement. Minzy exits Jack's office, her brow furrowed in confusion as she mutters about the necklace's possible malfunction, proceeding to gather her belongings in preparation to leave for home. In the dead of night, the Torchwood base lies in darkness, enveloped in silence. The entrance from the bay's sewer stands ajar, and entering are Minzy and an unmasked red-haired woman. They made no pause, proceeding directly to Jack's office on the second floor. As they reached the staircase on the ground level, the lights of the entire base illuminated instantaneously. Once Minzy adjusted to the brightness, she beheld Jack descending the staircase with a firearm in hand, flanked by Gwen and Owen, who were stationed beside me in the medical room. They had connected the surveillance footage to the television in the medical room, allowing us to witness the unfolding events. In the event of an emergency, we would be responsible for our evacuation. The alien, sensing its precarious position, feigned weakness, repeatedly asserting that it merely wished to reclaim its spacecraft and return to its home planet. However, Jack had already deduced the course of events from the skeletal remains. He exposed the alien's hypocritical facade, declaring, "You are merely a convict aboard that ship. For reasons unknown, your craft made an emergency landing on Earth. Upon your arrival, you slaughtered the guards assigned to oversee you. Concurrently, a couple adventuring in the woods stumbled upon you, and you usurped the woman's body, ruthlessly extracting the man's heart. For millennia, our organization has documented countless unknown heart extraction cases. Thus, it seems all the perpetrators lead back to you." The alien, realizing its deeds have been unveiled, reverted to its true form and seized Minzy as a hostage. It addressed Jack and the others, stating, "If you wish for this companion to live, you must return my spacecraft." The sudden shift in circumstances tightened my chest in the medical room, yet the emotional particles emanating from Jack exuded confidence and tranquility. He grasped a mysterious device and inquired of the jellyfish-like alien if it sought this object. The alien's tentacles reached for Jack, but he swiftly manipulated the device, unleashing a beam of light that enveloped the creature. As it cried out in protest, the device and the alien vanished within the confines of Torchwood Base. Minzy, having narrowly escaped peril, clutched her neck and, breathless, questioned Jack about his decision to send the creature back to its home planet. Jack replied, "I did send it away, but I inadvertently miscalibrated the parameters. It is currently en route to the Cosmic Police headquarters." Once everyone had tidied the chaotic scene, Gwen approached Minzy, candidly revealing that her affair with Owen was a mistake. Minzy expressed her genuine feelings, admitting that she had previously perceived Gwen as a mere substitute for the deceased Susie. But after reading her thoughts, she realized that Gwen's mindset and ideas were fundamentally different from Susie's. After voicing her sentiments, she stepped outside the base for fresh air. Jack joined her, inquiring how she wished to handle the necklace. She could choose to surrender it for safekeeping, or if she preferred to retain it, he would not mind. However, Minzy yanked the necklace from her neck, cast it to the ground, and ground it to powder beneath her flat shoe. Jack reassured her that the ordeal had passed and that normalcy would be restored. Yet Minzy asserted that having glimpsed so many thoughts, she could never return to her previous state. With those words, she shoved her hands into her pockets and departed for home. After witnessing the play, I reclined within the tank, still enveloped by the lingering effects of a recently awakened ability. In a nearby space, I sensed the presence of a living being confined within a narrow enclosure, emanating an aura reminiscent of shared joy. Just as I was beginning to comprehend the essence of this sentiment, the abrupt sound of disconnecting surveillance lines from the television interrupted my thoughts, accompanied by the admonition that the event had concluded and that I should rest. The lights were extinguished, and in the ensuing darkness, that emotion shimmered like a beacon in the night, becoming increasingly vivid. Chapter 99. The controlled super brother, an unidentifiable thrill emanated from an adjacent room, akin to a long-abandoned child who had finally discovered a companion of mutual understanding in the depths of night, an inexplicable sense of intimacy and warmth. For me, it resembled an invisible flame igniting in the air. I could feel its warmth yet could not perceive its form. Noticing my prolonged silence, the other party appeared anxious, and a menacing aura enveloped the atmosphere. My head, exposed above the liquid, suddenly became immobile, while ripples surged through the fluid surrounding me. My previously numb and tingling limbs began to lose sensation, and I rose from the tank, standing upright and moving toward the door. My mind remained distinctly my own, yet my limbs appeared to move autonomously, as if countless threads were entwined within them. This sensation reminded me of marionettes manipulated by a puppeteer. I was but a puppet controlled by that unknown hand, and now I felt it drawing closer to its source. In this pitch-black illusion, I stumbled and fell several times, the pain in my body serving only to reinforce the grip of my unseen controller. Traversing a mere 10 meters took nearly 10 minutes as I acclimated to the darkness, revealing before me a silver metallic wall adorned with numerous locked drawers, one of which harbored the source of my control. I recalled Jack mentioning in the base that the suicidal female member had possessed an iron glove, which was sealed within one of these drawers. Thus, whatever controlled me was undoubtedly as perilous as that glove. My life hung precariously on the precipice of another's thoughts, yet they neither compelled me to open the drawer nor incited me to engage with any dangerous object. It was as if they had acquired a new toy, adjusting to my body, oscillating between exuberant movements and frantic gestures. I was acutely aware of the surveillance at the base. Once they beheld me the following day, I would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. It seemed the entity had grown weary of my body, as it utilized my hands to procure paper and pen, scribbling with the abandon of a child. Initially, I could discern nothing from the distorted lines, until it rendered 5 human figures alongside a charred monstrosity. In an instant, I comprehended that these represented all the members of the Torchwood, and that the creature was likely me. Despite being confined within those drawers, it possessed a clear awareness of the external world, igniting my curiosity about the true nature of this being. It seemed to possess a profound understanding of the uncertainties that resided within my heart, compelling me to ascend to the second floor, where I recognized Jack's office lay. Although the door was securely locked, it appeared to yield effortlessly to my touch, as if paralyzed. I found myself reluctantly seated in Jack's chair, accessing his computer, and, as if performing a ritual repeated countless times, entered the password to unveil a hidden document. I scrolled incessantly until I selected a file designated as 1873061311700, which revealed a page reminiscent of A.R. Sum, adorned with the following details. Name, Heart of the Wooden Puppet. Date of discovery, June 13th, 1873. Location of discovery, among the ruins of a circus outside Shaw County. Wales incident report. The item was discovered post-performance as the circus departed Shaw County. That evening, the townsfolk observed a fire raging outside the city and alerted the county magistrate. The city's defense forces investigated the scene, only to find the charred remnants of the circus. Amidst the ashes, a singed puppet emitted peculiar sounds, attempting to approach the defenders, only to be severed by a blade. From the split puppet fell a heart that trembled incessantly. Since the heart's discovery, no active anomalies have been reported. However, in historical accounts, descendants of the magistrate encountered a maritime tragedy during relocation, resulting in the loss of hundreds, with only the heart remaining at the point of departure. Over the years, whenever the heart required navigation via water, calamities ensued, culminating in a total of 700 casualties attributed to this item. Preservation recommendation: to be sealed in situ, with no transportation permitted. Appendix: the first division of Torchwood was obliterated in 2006, and this item was transferred from the first to the third division, transported entirely by automobile. Chapter 100. The brother of Superman displays peculiar behavior. Evidently, this heart of the puppet was the very object exerting control over me. The current scenario resembled the initial introductions among newly acquainted friends. Unsure whether to courteously introduce myself, I inscribed my name, Babel, atop the unmistakable figure of myself sketched on his drawing paper. My limbs once again fell under its dominion, lifting the paper above my head and spinning in circles within the confines of the narrow office. My mind swirled in confusion until my body finally came to a halt. I collapsed onto the ground, yet the paper remained firmly grasped in my hand. It appeared that this item could be activated not solely through water, but also possessed the ability to move autonomously. Previously, I had lain dormant in the base for several days without its manifestation. Perhaps the energy from that alien jellyfish or the spacecraft had awakened it. Uncertain of its next actions, I remained quietly in Jack's office, waiting for it to direct me toward subsequent endeavors. There were no significant movements following this. It guided my hand to explore my face thoroughly, and then it sketched a few lines in the drawing where my likeness appeared, capturing the contours of my visage. This time, it transcended childish scribbles, taking on the essence of a sketch. I descended the stairs and affixed the artwork to the outer side of the metallic wall. Subsequently, there were random movements throughout the entire base, including the prison cells, weapon storages, and even the camouflaged office outside the base. During this process, I discerned the extent of the control exerted over me. It seemed to extend approximately 10 meters around me. Upon reaching the external office, there were several instances where the control faltered, leading to my unfortunate falls. I felt an indistinct pressure urging me to rise. It appeared that the entity grew weary of the surrounding environment, perhaps having exhausted its interest, ultimately returning me to the medical room. However, it did not compel me back into the liquid-filled tank, but rather placed me nearby and relinquished its control. I instantly collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, I recognized that my inability to move was merely due to prolonged inactivity. I could still muster some effort. My fingers were somewhat stiff, yet my arms and palms retained mobility. Like a sea lion, I dragged my legs, inching towards the edge of the tank, eventually tumbling into the liquid, feeling myself gradually submerge within it. The sensation within the liquid was particularly discomforting, as I had been subjected to control for most of the day, leaving me drenched in sweat, compounded by the viscous texture of the fluid, which made me feel unclean. After a torturous night passed, Jack and the others had worked tirelessly the previous evening, arriving at the base only by noon, only to find the previously tidied area resembling a battlefield ravaged by a horde of children. They promptly reviewed the surveillance footage, and indeed, upon viewing the video, the group initially suppressed their laughter, exchanging glances that inevitably led to chuckles. However, Jack's expression shifted to one of concern as he observed me traversing the base with an air of nonchalance, immediately turning on his computer, his smile vanishing. Eventually, the meticulous Gwen noticed the awkwardness of my movements and inferred that I was likely not acting of my own volition. The group then dispersed to investigate for any missing items. Jack returned to his office, disregarding the scattered papers and pens across the floor. Sitting before his computer to sift through the records I had accessed the day before, the data on the puppet heart occupying the entire screen, still unclosed. Meanwhile, Owen and Minzy discovered the art paper outside the item storage cabinet, stationed outside the medical room to prevent any peculiar actions from me. Chapter 101. The endless interrogation of the superhuman brother. While everyone was busy tidying up, the base alarm rang out, prompting all personnel to accompany Jack on an external assignment. Once Com returned to the base, he approached me and inquired, "I need to ask you a few questions. If your answer is yes, blink once. If no, blink twice." I complied and blinked once. Was your behavior yesterday autonomous? I quickly blinked twice, not wanting to bear such a heavy burden, as I had yet to recover from my previous injuries, making any form of movement implausible. Were you controlled in your actions yesterday? I blinked once again, casting a pitiful glance. Did you have any other motives for entering the base? I blinked twice, as I had no notion of returning to Torchwood, let alone any intentions. Had you known about the puppet heart prior to this? Once again, I expressed my denial with a glance, pondering how I could possibly recognize something preserved in Torchwood for centuries. Do you comprehend the essence of that painting? I'm aware of it, yet how can I articulate it? I slowly blinked. You inscribed your name upon it. Do the others represent us? Without needing to clarify, I blinked with an air of nonchalance. Thus, the heart of the puppet has been consistently monitoring the state of our base. I truly do not know. While it depicted everyone, it is challenging to ascertain if it has been vigilantly observing this place, so I force myself to refrain from blinking. Are you suggesting that you are uncertain? I blinked rapidly, affirming the understanding with a nod. Yesterday afternoon, did you stumble multiple times in the disguise office due to unforeseen issues? As he inquired about the only matter I had discerned yesterday, I obediently blinked. Did it casually relinquish control over you? I blinked twice. Was there something in the office that affected it? Were you? Although that is a possibility. If it were an office object, I would surmise that the diminishment of control should be abrupt rather than intermittent. Thus, I closed my eyes twice. Is the office too distant from it? My reasoning aligned, and I blinked once. Do you believe it will regain control over you? Yet another challenging question. I blinked 3 times, for it could be either possible or impossible. He continued to pose several inquiries regarding my intentions and the heart of the puppet, departing the medical room with an air of unresolved curiosity. Jack and the others swiftly completed their fieldwork, yet their expressions bore an unsettling gravity. The victim of a homicide had previously interacted with the Torchwood, and the crime scene bore provocative markings against it. Upon reviewing the entire scene, they discovered scant information about the perpetrator, who appeared exceedingly cautious, leaving no trace of their identity. The collective focus temporarily shifted to matters concerning me. First, Jack and the others thrust me into the cold storage room. Only today did I realize that, in addition to storing items, there existed a wall reminiscent of a forensic office's body wall. While I lay submerged in liquid, they extracted the heart of the puppet, placing it around me. Unlike an object found within a puppet's body, it was crafted from a translucent material adorned with intricate lines and embellished with what appeared to be exquisite gemstones. It seems the previous documentation may have omitted descriptions and images of its appearance, fearing that members might be tempted by its apparent value. Yesterday, the heart of the puppet, lively as a child, seemed shy under the scrutiny of onlookers, unable to establish any connection with me. After a lengthy 10 minutes of their futile experimentation, they resignedly implemented precautionary measures, relocating me to a mock storage room far from the disguise office. As the location shifted, the once pleasant routine of daily television viewing devolved into a monotonous existence of waking, dazing, and sleeping. Yet, amidst my wearisome recovery, the Torchwood organization encountered numerous provocations from external sources. Ultimately, in the wake of a brutal homicide within their confines, the investigators discovered hair left by the assailant at the crime scene. Upon analysis, it was found that the victim bore traces of a specific substance related to the amnesiac drugs utilized by Torchwood. Since the organization's inception, a staggering 2,008 individuals had succumbed to such memory-erasing substances, leaving them little time to eliminate each possibility. Faced with this dilemma, Jack and his team resorted to resurrecting the revival gloves, previously linked to a member's tragic suicide. They sought to bring back the murder victims to interrogate them about the true perpetrator, yet only Gwen proved successful in this endeavor. Eventually, the focus narrowed to Max from the Pilgrim organization, but their inquiries revealed the involvement of the deceased member, Susie. In their haste to apprehend Max, they had no choice but to resurrect Susie. Unusually, while others returned briefly, Susie emerged from the gloves, detaching herself, while Gwen collapsed. As the prolonged investigation unfolded, they discerned that Susie had orchestrated a complex scheme months prior. She had hypnotized Max and, during her prolonged absence, initiated a series of brutal killings to attract Torchwood's attention, ultimately leading to her own resurrection. While the majority pursued Max, Susie seized the opportunity to hold the weakened Gwen hostage. She first ventured to the hospital to murder her father, before planning an escape by boat. Unbeknownst to her, Gwen had concealed a puppet heart within her pocket, originally intended for mere examination. However, as they sailed a distance, their vessel was abruptly engulfed in an explosion. Following the blast, the group arrived at the scene, staring blankly at the flames dancing upon the water's surface. Not far from the dock, Gwen lay unscathed, devoid of any trace of water, as the others gathered around. They noticed a message inscribed on the ground. Chapter 102. The inadvertent urban journey of the super brother. Although Gwen was rescued from shore, blood continued to flow from her head, and her breath was faint. Jack used the communicator to contact the base regarding the destruction of the gloves. He quickly retrieved them and fired several shots, merely denting the surface. Consequently, he produced a miniature bomb from the base and placed it within the gloves, tossing them into the confinement chamber. As the explosion echoed, Gwen suddenly awoke on the dock, while another group entered the chamber to clear the remnants of the gloves. Previously lost in thought, I once again felt an unnatural sensation within my body. This time, however, the controlled form was no longer rigid, but rather remarkably agile. Like a fish emerging from water, I burst forth from the liquid, pushing open the once constricted door. Instinctively, I assumed I was still entangled in Torchwood's games, only to find myself clumsily exiting a false office. Yet, I was acutely aware of my hospital garb. Barefoot and bearing the marks of burns, anyone who beheld me would surely call for help. The body, under control, frolicked joyfully along the streets, initially meandering through a sparsely populated bay before gradually making its way towards the bustling commercial thoroughfare. Many pedestrians lined the path, observing me with pointed fingers, yet none approached to inquire or intervene, perhaps mistaking me for a spirited youth. Thus, I continued my journey to the Millennium Center, captivated by the flowing architecture, even reaching out to catch a few droplets of water. It was only at this moment that nearby onlookers began to notice my peculiar actions, encircling me with curiosity. Yet, instead of feeling perplexed by the gathering crowd, the body exuded an exhilarating excitement, manifesting in an exuberant state. Abruptly, it performed a somersault, escaping the throng that surrounded me, bouncing away like a monkey, and I anticipated that the city police would soon be in pursuit of me. Such bizarre behavior could only be attributed to either a troubled mind or intoxication, possibly from illicit substances. Regardless of the cause, it warranted confinement. In that moment, I fervently hoped that the heart of the puppet would guide me back to my sanctuary, the Torchwood, and not abandon my body in the open. Just as I clung to the hope of not being forsaken, the puppet heart began to exhibit increasingly outrageous behavior, seizing food from passersby, such as the hot dog, ice cream, and cold drink I held, devouring them indiscriminately before snatching hats off unsuspecting heads and tossing them into the nearby bushes. I mentally extended my prison sentence, imagining how heartbroken Martha and Jonathan would be to witness their once obedient child reduced to this state. After half an hour of capering through the city, I heard the distant wail of police sirens behind me. Clearly oblivious to the significance of the sound, the puppet heart continued its gleeful search for the next target. The sirens eventually ceased nearby, and 2 officers appeared before me, warning me to cease all actions. As I bore no weapons at that moment, they could only issue a caution, but as I gradually approached, they drew their tasers for a more stringent warning. My body, now living in a manner I had not experienced in over a decade, swiftly reached the vicinity of the 2 officers, leaping onto one S back, one hand encircling the officer S neck, while the other ventured towards his utility belt. The scene I dreaded most unfolded before me. That hand extracted the officer S firearm, prompting the other officer to immediately step back and draw his own sidearm. I silently signaled, indicating my lack of intent to fire, even lacking knowledge of how to disengage the safety. However, in his eyes, I may have appeared to provoke him, causing him to aim his weapon at me. A gunshot in the urban landscape would send the surrounding crowd into a panic. Yet I, the original target, had already slipped away from behind the officer, dropping to the ground and darting off like a cat. Yet, how could such speed evade a bullet? I mourned for myself in silence. It has become evident that I was rather naive. All the bullets fired by the officers struck the concrete ground around me, and the tasers discharged by the officers who had managed to extricate themselves also missed their mark. Initially, I attributed their inaccuracy to poor marksmanship. But after numerous rounds had gone astray and I had escaped to a corner, it became clear that this was an anomaly. The officers regarded me with trepidation, hesitant to advance. Their attempts at assault rendered futile. Yet, I still held a firearm in my hand, prompting them to hastily call for reinforcements via their radios. The puppet heart that governed my body fidgeted with the weapon. I was aware that it possessed the capability to control it at will. It merely toyed with it for a brief moment before discarding it. Motivated by an unseen force, I made my way toward a gathering of people, running 2 blocks only to encounter a parade advocating for environmental causes. Surprisingly, the participants accepted me without hesitation, despite my ragged attire. I surmised that the puppet heart was intrigued by the multitude of individuals, choosing not to torment them, but instead to emulate their movements. However, after nearly 2 hours of the procession, during which I held up a placard, the fatigue from my previous exertions coalesced into a profound soreness throughout my muscles. I was uncertain whether the puppet heart could sense this, but the weariness and pain were all too palpable for me. The reinforcements that arrived shortly thereafter deduced I was likely among the parade-goers, yet the length of the procession hindered their ability to halt it, resulting in my continued evasion until the crowd dispersed. Caught up in this fervent enthusiasm, I was swept along to their celebratory gathering. Although it was a feast, the environmentally conscious nature of the participants meant that the fare consisted predominantly of sandwiches and salads. The sight of the table laden with whites and greens brought tears to my eyes. Could my first meal be so woefully inadequate? Fortunately, the puppet heart displayed no interest in food, instead weaving through the throng, occasionally tugging at others' hair or clothing. Just as I was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the crowd, Gwen intervened. Gwen initially noted the absence of her puppet heart and then alerted everyone to my disappearance, thus enduring the strain of searching for me in a state of near despair. She first learned about the peculiar behavior of an individual mingling with the parade through a friend still at the precinct, leading her to search several local environmental organization hubs, as gatherings rarely took place in restaurants, typically favoring their own locations. Ultimately, just before I could incite the ire of the entire assembly, she located me, though I was now brimming with vitality. Capturing me posed a conundrum for Gwen, given the throngs of people present and the prohibition on using special equipment. Today was a veritable disaster for Gwen, as her moment of compassion in allowing Susie to visit her father nearly cost her life, having narrowly escaped that peril. She now faced the daunting task of managing such a chaotic force, one she had inadvertently unleashed. At that moment, her heart fervently prayed to God, her gaze following the slender figure skillfully weaving through the crowd, contemplating a solution. Suddenly, she recalled something from the torchwood, something she had asked Jack to bring. Before I could leave the venue, Jack arrived and presented the paper that was affixed to the wall of items right before me. My name was still legibly inscribed on it. Upon seeing this paper, I instinctively lunged toward Jack. True to his nature, Jack was still chatty, and I found joy in the attention I received from others. As I glared at him, I reached for the paper he held high above. Jack retreated step by step, exiting the organization's premises and moving toward the vehicle, while I lingered outside, hesitant to enter, fearful of something within the car. Suddenly, I felt a force from behind, propelling me into the vehicle, where Jack happened to hold the wooden heart. My limbs weakened, and I collapsed onto the back seat. Jack stuffed the wooden heart into a metallic box he handed over, then helped me sit upright. Gwen also entered the car, and they flanked me, ensuring I remained upright as the vehicle headed toward Torchwood. During the journey, Jack called the police to report that the madman in the hospital gown had been dealt with, followed by several other calls to update them on the situation. After hanging up, he sighed deeply. "You're quite the troublemaker." My inner turmoil and resentment were unknown to anyone, and in a position where I could not resist, I pretended not to hear. This time, Jack rudely shoved me into the liquid tank, saying, "You'd better not show your face around here again, or you can forget about any chance of healing in your next life." With that, he shook his head and left. Gwen lingered nearby, seemingly wanting to say something, but upon noticing my exhausted state, she held her tongue and followed Jack out. Chapter 103. The Superbrother wants to meet the prince. Just before my consciousness faded completely, I heard a voice say, "I've been meaning to ask since I arrived at Torchwood. Is your name really Colonel Jack?" When I opened my eyes, I expected to see the ceiling of the storage room, but instead, I found myself in Jack's office. It was conveniently designed for Jack to monitor me at all times. However, I suspected he felt he had invested too much time in me recently and moved me closer to him, allowing for easier encounters and daily banter at my expense. My days of recuperation transformed from a dull hell into one filled with the bitterness of unrequited affection, as Jack frequently glanced my way after busy intervals. While this seemingly affable man would always make excuses to care for me, never forgetting to bring Jack coffee and pastries. Meanwhile, I, rendered a helpless spectator who could neither eat nor drink, observed the interactions between Jack and Minzy, as well as Gwen, who concealed matters from her boyfriend. The disputes among couples were momentarily entertaining, but the monotony of such observations grew tiresome. Although Minzy was sensitive and insecure, her exceptional abilities and insights were apparent in her work, yet Owen, the doctor, never regarded her as a potential romantic interest. His short-sightedness and folly are apparent. Yet I am aware that my disdain for him partly stems from his initial demeanor towards me, and largely from Minzy, akin to my own past experiences of being belittled and overlooked in the United States. I detest this vulnerable position, reminiscent of my former unconditional support for Clark, only to be deceived, concealed, and neglected to the point of endangerment. I have yet to receive a single apology from Clark, as if I am destined to be placed behind others. In this moment, I recall that I am the newcomer to this family, and my parents may assist Clark in keeping secrets from me. Is their allowance for my overseas exchange a subtle encouragement for me to retreat and avoid conflict with Clark? Since encountering a series of unfortunate events, I now find myself languishing through each day, incessantly ruminating on the past, where every detail, through an emotional distortion, feels like a knife piercing my once cherished memories. Self-reflection yields no answers. However, a group of time-traveling visitors has indeed transformed many members of the Torchwood. A flight from 1953 traverses the rift of time and arrives in the present, bringing 3 passengers from 50 years ago. Torchwood has received a mission to integrate these individuals into contemporary life. The first, a middle-aged man named John with chestnut hair, left behind a wife and an 8-year-old child. The second, a young girl named Emma, slightly older than I, evidently cherished by her parents. And the final passenger, a woman named Diane, exuding mature allure, is the pilot of the aircraft. After undergoing Torchwood scrutiny, they were found free of any pathogens foreign to this era, and medical enhancements were administered to bolster their resilience for modern living. John appears to struggle with his new reality, repeatedly expressing a desire to leave after the examination. And upon learning he cannot depart anytime soon, he beseeches Jack for assistance in locating his son. Emma, innocent and candid, does not dwell on her sorrow for long. Instead, she begins to explore the cybernetic Torchwood base, and upon encountering me, a burn victim in a tank, she exclaims in shock, casting a trophy from Jack's desk into the tank. My scream resonates, prompting Gwen to swiftly clarify the situation. Once Emma realizes I am merely a pitiable injured teenager, she profusely apologizes, her eyes glistening with impending tears. The trophy did not strike me, but startled me nonetheless, and I manage a wry smile in response. Ms. Diane is currently engaged in an extensive inquiry with Owen, and I suspect he is poised to pursue her, casting a sympathetic glance towards Minzy, who is diligently focused on her work. Minzy seems acutely aware of the gazes around her, pondering as she turns her head. I hastily withdraw my gaze, questioning my own right to feel sympathy for others in my disheveled state. The trio soon departs the base, with Jack and the others preparing to teach them modern life skills, indicating their absence from the base for some time. The 3 individuals traversing through time, although not widely recognized by the public, have come to the attention of the royal family of the Een Kingdom, who have discreetly communicated through the cabinet that royal members will soon visit to pay tribute to the heroes of the 3rd Division. However, such a flimsy excuse is transparent even to me. Why must the royal visit coincide with the settling of these 3? The ostentatious reasons have become quite laughable. Naturally, as long as I'm not implicated, I shall remain aloof and observe from a distance. What is of utmost importance is that they remain oblivious to the fact that my voice has already returned, allowing me to articulate a few simple phrases. When Emma hastily discarded her belongings, I nearly uttered an expletive. I intend to wait until I can converse fluently, should I encounter the royal representative. I shall certainly lodge a complaint against Jack, seeking to return the frustrations I have endured in his office over these past days. Logically speaking, information pertaining to the Torchwood should not have been disclosed to me. However, I possess enough secrets already. He may believe that Jack has placed me in his office without any intent to conceal me. The result is that Prince Henry, who has been lamenting about the royal visit, is a young and handsome man with lustrous golden hair and charming dimples, engaging exuberantly with Jack while being rather indifferent toward the time-traveling trio. Upon reflection, Jack is the one privy to the most secrets. A prince lacks any means to uncover temporal mysteries, hence he must approach the leader of the secret organization. The thrill of the prince's arrival has been dulled by time. Yet other news evokes a sense of melancholy. A man named John has found his elderly son, who suffered from Alzheimer's disease. Unfortunately, the son no longer recognizes him. Devoid of hope, he learns about his life in the garage, accompanied by Jack. He appears strong and dependable, yet he adheres rigidly to traditional beliefs, refusing to accept changes to his circumstances. Although time has shattered his family and eroded his courage to live, would his life truly have been happier had he remained in his original era? Emma has exhibited remarkable courage, submitting her resume and securing a new job in London. Embracing the new era and its evolving ideals, she has bravely departed alone in pursuit of a new life. Gwen feels a swell of pride in the girl's decision, for in her, she sees the reflection of her younger self, the one who dared to seek the truth. It was that very determination that enabled her to become part of Torchwood, battling on the front lines against extraterrestrial threats. Lady Diane is an extraordinary woman. In her previous time, she shattered the gender barriers of aviation, savoring the freedom of soaring through the skies. Now, having experienced the marvels of time travel, she resolutely abandons the charming Owen and pilots her aircraft towards yet another temporal adventure. If that doctor, who has wronged me on more than one occasion, were present, Diane would undoubtedly be thrilled to join his journey. The doctor, indeed, I have encountered him. Why, after the incident at the hospital, did I completely forget about his previous arrival? It is that small stick emitting blue light. No, it is the sonic screwdriver that has influenced me. Yet, why has my memory been awakened in this manner? Has the doctor encountered some issue? Or perhaps the exquisite glass heart of the puppet has, to some extent, shattered the barriers of my thoughts? Who is the doctor accompanying the esteemed scholar? Why did my sister not come to see me? Jack knows the doctor. Why has he not come to meet him? An avalanche of questions began to accumulate in my mind, and I could no longer concern myself with reporting Jack's behavior. When he appeared in the office, I was compelled to express my thoughts directly. However, behind him emerged a tall, elegant figure clad in a meticulously tailored suit, his lips curling into a subtle smile that made everyone regard him as both noble and approachable. I surmised that this must be Prince Henry. The next moment, his words completely shattered my initial impression of him. With a smile, he addressed Jack, saying, "Colonel, your office boasts such an impressive aquarium. It must house some rare extraterrestrial pet." Jack then burst into hearty laughter, responding, "Indeed, Your Highness, this is a juvenile azure star pet, known for its temperamental nature and challenging upkeep. It neither eats, nor drinks, nor speaks, yet it produces a cacophony of sounds daily." Chapter 104. The Superman brother almost drives me mad. Furthermore, you must see how rather unsightly it is. It resembles two dogs clad in handsome human skin. I struggled to swallow the expletives that threatened to escape my lips. After all, Jack currently holds the power over my fate, and Prince Henry is a member of royalty. Should I speak inappropriately, the consequences would be dire. Prince Henry, upon hearing this, indeed approached and scrutinized me several times, nodding in agreement with Jack's words. Yet, his subsequent remark took me by surprise. Such an unseemly pet does not suit Colonel Jack at all. Why not give it to me? I shall keep it in the royal estate's pet sanctuary and see if I can breed a more aesthetically pleasing pet. Beneath Prince Henry's exterior, his gentle tone seemed to recite verses of ancient poetry rather than utter hurtful words. Life has finally imparted the meaning of the saying, "Blood rushes, and eyes threaten to burst." It has become clear why great men have declared, "A kind word warms the winter, while harsh words wound like the cold of June." Jack discerned Henry's intentions and recognized my anger. Playfully inviting Prince Henry to take a seat while deftly refusing his casual request on the grounds of the pet's potential for harm, the focus shifted to their ensuing conversation, at which point I was ushered out of the office, unable to eavesdrop on their discourse. Nevertheless, I speculated that in discussions with Gwen and others, Henry had mentioned the upcoming wedding banquet of his elder brother. Such a significant event would undoubtedly attract dignitaries from various nations. The extraterrestrial technologies each held would be a crucial element in the geopolitical power dynamics, and given the current circumstances, it was uncertain how much alien residual technology was possessed by the likes of Area 51, the Dawei base, and Smaul. In the realm of Een, the recurrence of extraterrestrial events has incited public panic, coupled with international scrutiny. Should the upcoming wedding banquet showcase the nation's command over alien technology? It could not only restore public trust, but also enhance foreign assessments of Een. The visit of Prince Henry may serve as a reminder to the Torchwood organization, established by Queen Victoria, to remain steadfast in its loyalty and mission to the royal family, thus furthering the exchange of interests between Torchwood and the monarchy. However, one might ponder that the royal family has now become merely a fade, a symbol paraded by the media and government. Yet, should they gain control over the myriad alien artifacts held by Torchwood, they would wield the power of apocalyptic weaponry, becoming the true aristocrats of authority. Who would dare provoke a nation and family capable of showcasing alien beings as mere pets? Through this wedding, the royal family stands to gain not only prestige, but also a solid foundation of strength. Conversely, this situation offers little advantage to Torchwood itself. Openly favoring the royal family amidst the current national climate may not please the cabinet members overseeing Torchwood. Thus, the leverage that Prince Henry can offer becomes crucial to the success of this endeavor. The five of us curiously observe the office through the glass, witnessing the calm and composed dialogue between both parties, as they occasionally raise their teacups for a sip, portraying an image of two gentlemen enjoying an elegant afternoon tea, while the nuances of their verbal sparring remained obscured. Comparatively, Jack's emotional fluctuations appeared more subdued than usual. He seemed adept at negotiations, a serene smile adorning his face. I turned to see Gwen fixated on him. Upon noticing my gaze, she feigned concentration on her own tasks, while nearby, Gwen and others were wagering on whether Jack would acquiesce to Henry's request. The consensus favored the notion that Jack would indeed comply, with Gwen adding that Jack had no boundaries when faced with someone as handsome as Henry. Who says that? Jack is quite amiable towards Babel as well. I interjected quickly, only to find myself betrayed. Soon, Jack rose to shake hands, exiting the office with Gwen and guiding Prince Henry on a tour of the base. Once they departed, Jack conferred with Gwen and the others about sealing and lending certain items to Prince Henry. Most of these items bore an air of mystery, yet held little practical use, along with some that required specific conditions for activation and posed minimal threats, such as the heart of the puppet, which could be taken by Henry, distancing itself from my uncharted connection. Conversely, more formidable artifacts, like the resurrection gloves, remained unmentioned, even in fragments. After assigning tasks, Jack settled beside me, producing his compact device and tapping a few buttons, which initiated a playback of a recorded message. I instantly recognized my voice, mumbling incoherently, followed by a few snores before falling silent once more. This was my sleep talking. He was aware of my ability to vocalize, perhaps even anticipating that I would report to Henry today. You devil risen from the depths of hell, a soulless monstrosity, arrogant and lecherous scoundrel. Jack, seated nearby, sipped his coffee and glanced at his watch. Noticing my silence, he removed his earbuds and inquired if I had finished speaking. He reminded me that I need not drink water at this moment, for my voice had grown hoarse, and I would have to endure a gradual recovery without any soothing tea. My throat burned with discomfort, yet I felt a sense of relief as I hastily reassured myself that all that had transpired was not of my own volition. Had I the ability to act, I would prefer to return to school to fulfill the exchange program. Jack perused the document while responding to me, acknowledging our awareness of the situation, but emphasizing that it was indeed a fortuitous time for me to speak. He mentioned that I had not contacted my family in quite some time, and thus, a relative had traveled from the Berry country to see me. My brow furrowed. It was the vital harvest season on the farm, and Clark had yet to take a holiday. The thought of causing them any inconvenience filled me with reluctance. It was said that this individual was a lawyer of international repute, and we could not prevent him from visiting me. Therefore, I would soon be transferred to the hospital where I had previously encountered my family. Did I understand? It should be unnecessary for me to be reminded of what should and should not be said. Upon concluding this exchange, I lapsed into silence. My mother had once studied law, yet she had never practiced as a lawyer. My father had a friend who was a lawyer, but their relationship was not particularly close. Who could this visitor be, claiming to be family? There is little time for further contemplation, as I'd already lost a significant amount of fluids. This time, I managed to rise with some effort, aided enough to sit in a wheelchair, no longer needing to be carried like an infant. Upon learning that I could speak, Jack first congratulated me with joy, then expressed his irritation at my failure to inform him sooner, as it would have spared him from divulging so much information. Meanwhile, Gwen and Owen seemed to avoid me. As I passed their workstations, I could not catch a glimpse of them. The attending driver behind me was grumbling in frustration as he pushed my wheelchair, and they all scurried away like startled rabbits. Yet, recalling their conversations while they thought I was asleep, discussing matters that made getting expelled from Torchwood seem mild, I took solace in my compassionate nature and chose not to hold their behavior against them. Before long, I arrived at the hospital, but instead of entering through the main entrance, I traversed a rather desolate corridor lined with numerous black bags on stretchers, each over a meter long. A faint, unpleasant odor mingled with the strong scent of disinfectant pervaded the hall until I passed an unlocked room. Realizing that this corridor led to the morgue, using some form of identification, I accessed the elevator, which took me directly to the top floor, an entire level designated for special needs patients. Observing my curious glances, Jack explained in a subdued tone that this floor was reserved for patients associated with governmental departments. We were now heading to a room specifically allocated for a particular government entity. The facilities of the exclusive ward are remarkably comprehensive. It comprises not only single rooms, but also offers breathtaking views from the windows, allowing one to gaze directly at the distant bay. The air is devoid of the sterile scent of disinfectant, instead infused with the refreshing aroma of fruits. I eagerly transferred from the wheelchair to the hospital bed, enveloped in crisp sheets and a soft, fluffy quilt, feeling as though it had been an eternity since my last slumber. Your family is expected to arrive tomorrow. Considering your condition and the time since you last received fluids, it would be prudent to send them away the day after. I must now proceed to the front desk to forge your medical records. You should contemplate how to reassure your family. Upon leaving the room, I lay beneath the covers, my mind racing as I devised a plan to persuade them to return home. Upon my return, I was accompanied by a male nurse named Newt, who informed me that he would be solely responsible for my care in the absence of the other nurse. I inquired, "Have you received any correspondence from my family recently?" He replied that it was likely at the school, as they would not take the time for such matters. I would have to collect my letters myself once I had recovered. Time passes, and the warmth of human relationships becomes evident, while I still feigned innocence. Newt began administering saline solution and nutrients intravenously. In that moment, the reality of my illness struck me. During my previous burn injuries, the ward was always filled with the comforting scent of roasted corn. Yet here, the subtle fragrance was disconcerting. As I tossed and turned, it appeared that Newt had fallen asleep outside, despite my repeated attempts to summon him. He did not appear. Perhaps I had annoyed him with my trivial requests and was temporarily placed on his blacklist. Chapter 106. The super brother meets grandfather as the long night wore on. Fatigue gradually lulled me into slumber, only to awaken once more to a dim sky outside. Having not seen the sun in quite some time, just as I finally emerged, it seemed I had encountered an overcast day. What bad luck. Turning my head, I noticed an elderly gentleman with graying hair sitting beside me. His suit was impeccably pressed, and he held a cane, resembling a quintessential British gentleman from film. Upon noticing my gaze, he lifted a glass of water and inquired, "Are you thirsty?" His kind demeanor left me somewhat flustered, and I nodded. He then retrieved a cotton swab, dipped it in the glass, and gently touched it to my lips. He must be the relative who has traveled a great distance to see me. Yet, I realized I had never encountered this man before. Before I could voice my curiosity, he spoke, "You likely do not know me, nor had your parents mentioned me. It is little wonder. I was the one who had impeded their marriage, and they had avoided contacting me for all these years." I recalled the stories Martha's mother once shared by the fireplace, tales of their romance prior to marriage, in which he played a part. "So you are my grandfather?" I gazed into his eyes, which mirrored Martha's brown-green irises, albeit with numerous blood vessels visible in the whites. He evidently had little experience in caring for others. The cotton swab had barely been moistened, rendering it ineffective in alleviating my thirst when applied to my lips. It was clear that he lacked self-care. Despite Clark's robust physique, he resembled a mere chick in comparison. To liken myself to Clark was akin to comparing an egg to a stone. I insisted that I was indeed strong. I was merely unfortunate and had sustained some injuries. My grandfather sighed, explaining that I had not been in contact with Martha and the others for a month, which had caused them considerable concern, especially since the farm could not afford to be short-staffed. In desperation, my parents had reached out to him. This marked the first occasion my father had humbled himself before my grandfather, merely half a month prior. He had been unable to cover the feed costs for the farm without yielding to me. My grandfather recounted this incident as casually as one might discuss daily matters. Yet I understood the depth of my father's reluctance to seek my grandfather's assistance, which was almost as challenging as persuading him to relinquish the farm. Grandfather, please do not blame my parents. They hold you in the highest regard, particularly my mother. Although she seldom voices her thoughts, she always prepares the dishes that Grandma taught her during holidays for us. When she tucks us in at night, she shares fantastical tales that we know you once told her. My grandfather remained silent as he organized the cotton swabs and the cup of water, inquiring if I required anything else. I shook my head, and he summoned Newt, adjusting my bed's position before retrieving 2 letters from his coat to hand to me. One was from Martha, intended for me to deliver to you, while the other was specifically for you from Clark. I reached out from beneath the blanket to take them. But upon seeing the extensive burns on my hands, my grandfather opened the envelopes himself and began to read aloud beside me. Martha's mother expressed her concerns in the letter, questioning why I had not called or responded to their emails, nor even written a handwritten letter. She conveyed their anxiety upon learning of my injuries and the fact that I could not return immediately. It turned out that during that period, they had been searching for Clark's missing belongings, which were ultimately discovered by Peter. Subsequently, Peter was kidnapped due to this incident, leading to a revelation between Clark and Peter. The letter continued to recount how Clark had purchased a graduation ring, adorned with a red kryptonite stone, and had entered a rebellious phase, frequently clashing with his parents, and engaging in reckless behavior at school that nearly led to criminal activities. Eventually, he managed to amend his ways. My parents yearned to come here to care for me. Yet the farm was currently beset with feed issues and challenges in selling produce, compounded by the necessity of not leaving Clark alone, thus prompting them to implore my grandfather to look after me. My mother remarked that although my grandfather appeared stoic and serious, he possessed a soft heart. Any request, if approached with a touch of charm, would likely be granted. Moreover, my parents hoped that my injuries would heal swiftly, allowing me to return home, thus alleviating my participation in the exchange program. At least at home, they could tend to me, as I had faced numerous challenges abroad without anyone by my side. Upon hearing the contents of the letter, all previous melancholy dissipated, leaving a warm sensation in my heart. My grandfather, while reading the letter, even hummed a few notes, and upon finishing, he glanced at the frail figure on the hospital bed, his eyes reddening. He initially intended to continue reading Clark's letter, but I hurriedly interjected, cautioning him that my mother's letters were meticulously worded, concealing secrets, whereas Clark, in his naivete, might inadvertently reveal something. I extended my palm, locking eyes with my grandfather, reminiscent of a child requesting sweets on Christmas. Reluctantly, he sat back down, tore open the envelope, and placed it in my hands. Before delving into the letter, I inquired, "Grandfather, have you met Clark? What are your thoughts on him? He is undoubtedly a good child, quite different from your father. Such a bright lad. Had we been his guardians, he might have found himself working in the White House," he replied. I chuckled. "Indeed, grandfather, you echo what Mama Martha has said." My mother had mentioned that when she left home, it was not solely for my father's sake, but also to avoid a life preordained, seeking to carve her own path. Noticing my grandfather's growing irritation, I feigned pain, dramatically clutching my face. In a fluster, he pressed the call button, but I quickly intervened, smiling sweetly. Employing the techniques taught by Mama Martha, I clasped my hands in a gesture of supplication, prompting my grandfather to begrudgingly return to his seat. "You are just like your mother was as a child. Even your pleading gaze mirrors hers." His eyes, lined with fine wrinkles, turned toward the window. "I had thought you both would share your father's traits, but it seems that both Clark and you are good children." He then reached out to pat the sparse hair sprouting on my head, but recoiled as if pricked, awkwardly withdrawing his hand. In that moment, my grandfather and I found ourselves momentarily speechless, gazing out the window in contemplation. Suddenly, an idea struck me on how to persuade him to return home. It was then that he received a call, and from his responses, I realized he was also attending the prince's wedding, the brother of Prince Henry. Coincidentally, the wedding was today. I urged my grandfather to fetch me paper and pen, and I wrote, Thank you for the gracious invitation, Your Highness, but I have no intention of participating in pet breeding. Please distinguish between humans and non-humans in the future. I then folded the note and, with wide eyes, presented it to my grandfather. He sighed, pocketed the note, and donned his coat before departing the room. I called out for Newt, requesting him to push me to make a phone call. To encourage my grandfather to return home voluntarily, I would have to rely on my parents. My grandfather was an ordinary man who could not be privy to too many secrets, yet my parents were well informed. After several attempts, the call was answered by Jonathan's father, who, breathless, mentioned the Kent family farm. Father, it's Babel. While I'm thrilled about grandfather's visit, I require your and Mother's assistance. Babel. Hearing your voice brings us immense relief. Father's tone suddenly elevated, likely signaling to Mother that it is I who is on the line. I'm now on speakerphone, with your mother beside me, so please speak candidly. After a brief contemplation of the logical sequence, I stated directly, Mom and Dad, what I am about to say must remain strictly confidential. I sustained an injury previously, but due to an extraterrestrial incident, my treatment is now overseen by a clandestine organization from the Shadow Realm. You need not worry, they are quite reliable, though some of their methods cannot be disclosed to ordinary individuals. Therefore, I require your assistance in facilitating grandfather's return to the country. Otherwise, my treatment will be jeopardized. Silence enveloped the line as Martha and the others processed my words. Babel, are you being threatened by someone or an organization? Father was the first to voice his concern. No, if I were under threat, they would not permit me to make this call. Truly, the pain from my burns has dissipated entirely due to their preliminary treatment. Their suspicions remained unallayed. Are you certain that their treatment is entirely altruistic? No, they recognized me as destitute upon my arrival in the Shadow Realm. With nothing to gain from me, I replied hastily to quell their apprehensions. This has nothing to do with anyone at home. It pertains to an incident that occurred at the main school, where I became acquainted with one of their leaders. They are assisting me due to this prior connection. Upon hearing this, they appeared even less certain. Do they possess knowledge of your particular talents? Understanding that my parents referred to my kryptonite abilities, I confirmed, yes. They are aware and have collected my physiological samples, though they hold little value to them. Currently, I am in a position of need with their organization, and if all goes well, I should be able to return to school and resume my studies in just over a month. Jonathan, my father, still believed that there is no such thing as a free lunch, convinced that there must be ulterior motives at play. I resorted to a tragic appeal. Father, if I do not receive treatment, I will be left alone in the hospital, enduring the agony of my burns, waking each day in torment for the next 2 years. I experienced such immense pain during that time, and while I may owe them a significant debt of gratitude, I yearn to return and see you both. I picked up a nearby cup of water, took a sip, and feigned a sobbing demeanor. My parents, unaware of the depth of my suffering, could only comfort me over the phone and quickly acquiesce to my requests. Subsequently, I asked Newt to include my treatment plan, specifying that I would require a major skin graft surgery soon, necessitating a guardian's handwritten consent. During this visit, my parents had only verbally authorized grandfather's involvement, without any written documentation. As a renowned lawyer, he would undoubtedly need to prepare formal authorization. However, one excuse would not suffice. The necessary documents could easily be dispatched by an assistant. Thus, my parents needed an urgent pretext. They happened to mention a woman named Rachel, who claimed that Clark was her child, incessantly harassing my parents and preparing to sue for custody. After my 6th, 7th, and 8th pleas, my mother finally agreed to invite my grandfather back to the country under the pretext of a custody dispute. After all, as a concerned grandson who has been injured, I am lying in a hospital while the custody of another grandson is on the verge of complications. My grandfather, I am certain, will discern the weight of each situation. We arranged for him to arrive around noon tomorrow, during which we would discuss the authorization for my surgery and have my parents call for assistance. Chapter 108. The Successful Deception of the Superbrother. The arrangements were relatively straightforward, and the unfolding events were quite smooth. However, my grandfather mentioned that he was not well-versed in family law and intended to introduce my parents to the finest civil lawyer he knew. My mother interjected, expressing that what she truly needed was not a legal expert, but rather her elderly father to return home so that the family could face the troubles together. With my mother's heartfelt appeal, my persuasion, and Newt's assurance of his caregiving abilities, my grandfather first booked a flight over the phone, and then, after much urging, departed from the hospital room. I quickly called my parents to synchronize our messages, informing them that I would undergo closed treatment for over a month. During this time, I would reach out to them as often as possible, yet they need not worry. I'd already been there for nearly a month without significant issues. Just before I finished speaking, I called out Clark. I knew that even if he was not near the phone, his extraordinary hearing would catch my words. If your apology in your letter is insincere, I will ensure my parents give you a proper lesson. I then hung up and returned to my hospital room, awaiting confirmation of my grandfather's boarding of the plane to come and fetch me. Approximately 3 hours later, after 6 or 7 rounds of saline changes, he appeared in the room, seemingly fatigued, pinching the bridge of his nose. Your grandfather is indeed cautious. Before leaving, he arranged for a caregiver to look after me. We performed a light hypnosis on the caregiver, instructing him to tend to that initial African-American boy, as it was crucial for the caregiver to regularly report back to my grandfather to alleviate his concerns. The meticulous planning was commendable, befitting a top-notch logistics team of a secret organization. After several transfers, I found myself submerged in a solution that dulled my physiological desires. The wondrous experience of this transformation made me genuinely believe I might fall in love with this state of desirelessness. Once a person sheds the majority of their desires, excluding sleep, an abundance of time becomes available. After counting sheep and cows and exhausting all my tricks, I begged for a newspaper, which he provided. The headline was indeed intriguing. Prince Henry had caused a commotion at a wedding, clashing with the son of the president of Berry Country, resulting in a cake being smashed onto them. Henry's impudent behavior led to an international embarrassment, and I couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder he was eager to share the newspaper with me. He too relished in the misfortune. I glanced over to see him engrossed in his work, quelling my desire to observe his expressions. The remainder of the newspaper contained mundane local news and financial updates. In the corner of a job board, an employment advertisement devoid of contact details implores, "Do not despair over the present. We shall forever be your angels. If you seek tranquility and happiness, please visit 1404 Residential in the Hull district of London." The message exudes an air of suspicion, lacking any pertinent information regarding job positions, candidate qualifications, or contact methods. Instead, it presents a cryptic platitude accompanied solely by an address. Just as I was about to scrutinize the newspaper further, the information transformed into a mundane chef recruitment notice, rendering my earlier observations a mere figment of my imagination. Recently, Jack and his team have been investigating a decades-abandoned ballroom, with numerous reports suggesting that individuals who appear out of sync with the current era occasionally materialize therein. Members of the Torchwood team have already cordoned off the building and deployed various instruments for preliminary assessments, uncovering instances of temporal instability. They suspect the presence of a minor time rift within the structure. Chapter 109. Has the Super Brother lost his memory? Today marks the day when Jack and his team are set to delve deeper into the ballroom. Before their departure, they noticed a figure lingering outside the office surveillance, appearing repeatedly. Each time Jack attempted to observe this person, the figure eluded his gaze. I opened the newspaper handed to me today. The front page still highlighted the discord between Henry and the president's son. The subsequent article piqued my interest, reporting the mysterious disappearance of a baron, one of the royal security personnel possessing partial royal blood, speculated to be engaged in some clandestine mission. I must admit, the young man featured in the newspaper appeared quite dashing. In contrast to Henry's noble golden-haired demeanor, this one exuded a more vigorous and sunlit charm, albeit marred by the unflattering royal security uniform. Following this, the news regressed into peculiar daily occurrences, such as strange sounds near a strait and the passing of a centenarian. When I reported to Jack, he scrutinized the figure wrapped in layers on the monitor and mentioned having seen this person outside the ballroom as well. Consequently, before they departed the base, Jack mandated the activation of the facility's lockdown protocol and the engagement of multiple weapon systems within the corridors. After executing these tasks, he made his way to the storage room, cautioned me against wandering aimlessly within the base, and reminded me that today marked the date of my surgery. He instructed me to call him in 2 days. My mind was in a state of turmoil, aside from my parents and brother. Where could I have acquired a grandfather? His tone did not suggest deceit, leaving me to ponder whether I should inquire about this grandfather. After a hasty exit, he busied himself with preparations alongside his team, activating the base's weapon systems and searching for information regarding the enigmatic figure. His workload today appeared quite substantial. I understood they would be occupied, and I resolved to wait until they completed their tasks before broaching the subject of my grandfather. Though reluctant to ask them, I remained absorbed in contemplation. Had I truly met my grandfather? However, upon reflection, the memories of the past few days have become rather nebulous. As I delve further back, I recall an incident at the hospital where I was interviewed. I distinctly remember a camera positioned before me. That day, how did I return? The more I ponder, the more my recollections resemble a fabric riddled with numerous holes, barely holding together, yet the intricate details have vanished. For instance, I recall that my injuries were inflicted by a cult during a sacrificial ritual, yet the individual who introduced me to the cult remains elusive, like a blur in my mind, rendering his name, appearance, and voice indistinct. Others, too, come to mind, such as the president of the astronomy club introduced by Charlie, and the officer who brought me to Cardiff. It is indeed strange. I do not usually boast of a remarkable memory, yet I have never entirely forgotten the names and faces of individuals, even those I have not interacted with for an extended period. I can at least recall a name or a feature of such people. Before I could gather my thoughts, the sharp sound of an alarm reverberated throughout the entire base. Even in the storage room of this faux office, I could hear the echoes, followed by the heavy thuds of metal crashing against the floor. I turned to see that the storage room door had transformed into a solid steel plate, likely the source of the earlier cacophony, as the doors to the corridors were now sealed shut with steel. Chapter 110. The Super Brother has been kidnapped again, with the steel plate blocking the entrance. The entire space fell into a profound silence. After a moment of bewilderment, the atmosphere began to tremble, and I could hear faint sound from outside, resembling the distant echoes of fireworks. Once the noise subsided, the steel plate shifted and rose, allowing the door to open. I turned to see a tall figure at the threshold, wearing a hat and a mask. This person appeared to be taller than both Jack and Owen. I hardly needed to turn my head to catch sight of his head. His only visible eye exhibited no spark of life, the half-open pupils struggling to focus. He stepped forward slowly, extending a hand towards me, who lay ensconced in the tank. Anticipating some action, I shut my eyes tightly. The sensation of being lifted compelled me to open my eyes. He hoisted me into his arms and turned to exit. Upon reaching the corridor, I noticed the walls were riddled with bullet holes and charred debris. How had this individual navigated such a gruesome scene? Though I could feel the taut muscles of his physique, at best, he seemed to be the caliber of a seasoned soldier. It was hard to believe that even such a figure could breach the defenses of the Torchwood organization. In the next moment, as the machine gun in the corner aimed, I understood why he could traverse Torchwood with such ease. All the bullets seemed to disregard us entirely, embedding themselves into the walls, none striking us. This scenario felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of a prior experience when the officer's bullets had all gone awry, landing harmlessly on the nearby ground. Embracing the individual beside me, it appears he too is under the influence of the puppet's heart. Yet his speed surpasses mine from earlier, as he swiftly dashed away from the base's entrance. Gazing up at the steel door poised to descend, I finally grasped the true potency of this enigmatic artifact. On the battlefield, possessing such an item would be akin to donning a golden armor. However, why does this object persistently elude me? It has already bestowed upon me a more formidable body, yet also seized my half-vegetative form. The controlled individual acted with remarkable swiftness, tossing me into the rear seat of an imposing black luxury car. Its opulent interior seemingly worth a fortune, cushioning my fall and sparing me considerable pain. The vehicle quickly departed from the vicinity of Torchwood, navigating a rather secluded route, almost devoid of other automobiles. Upon entering a cluster of buildings, I realized that this area was slated for demolition and development, lined with aging structures that explained the scant population. Originally, vehicles in this vicinity were parked along the roadside, extending into the residential spaces. But the puppet's heart commandeered the car directly into the roadside underbrush, continuing its journey until it halted at the rear entrance of a vast abandoned edifice. With keen eyes, I noticed a corner adorned with Torchwood equipment, assembled just days prior. Could this place indeed be the fabled abandoned ballroom where individuals from the past are rumored to roam? If so, Jack and his companions must be nearby. As I contemplated this, just as I was about to call out through the car window, a hand abruptly shoved a crumpled handkerchief into my mouth. The man in the hat and mask leaned down, signaling me to be silent. Submissively, I lowered my head, intending to remove the handkerchief, but but the masked figure yanked me from the vehicle, hoisting me over his shoulder. My body curled into a shrimp-like position, and due to the man's uneven gait, I discerned that the handkerchief in my mouth had likely not been washed in quite some time, imparting a salty taste. Fortunately, my stomach had not been filled for a long while, preventing me from retching. The masked man carried me into the dilapidated ballroom, his intentions unmistakable, as he made a beeline for the dining area, traversing a brief corridor before entering the grand hall of the ballroom. It felt as though time had forsaken this place. With only dust suspended in the air and settled upon the furniture, the wallpaper peeling and faded, remnants of a bygone era clinging to the walls like vestiges of pride. Chapter 111. The Super Brother traverses time and space here. Jack and his companions were nowhere to be found, yet music emanated from the center, neither triumphant nor fierce, but imbued with an amorous and ambiguous ambience. The masked man removed his hat and mask. Retrieving from a bag, he had brought a set of World War II-era officer's attire, which he donned. He then began to search for something, lifting a dust cover in the corner to reveal a record player, complete with an intact vinyl record. Once he mysteriously connected the record player to a power source, soft melodies began to emanate. It was only then that I caught sight of his features, and I realized he was none other than the missing Baron of the Guard. The other party lifted me once more, as the music from the record player crescendoed, stirring the dust around us into a swirling dance. I choked on the sudden influx of particles, succumbing to an involuntary cough. Once I regained my composure, I was startled to behold a throng of officers, all clad in attire reminiscent of the missing Baron, albeit each clutching a wine glass or embracing a beauty. Among them, one officer, cradling a wounded comrade, stood out distinctly. Moreover, I spotted a lone couple still swaying in the center of the dance floor, one of whom was none other than Colonel Jack. He gazed deeply into the eyes of his partner, while the distant sound of cannon fire echoed in the background. Despite the scrutiny of the crowd, they existed solely for one another. They leaned closer, breaths mingling in the air, their softness colliding, inciting a hushed gasp from the surrounding onlookers. From my vantage point on the second floor, I clutched the Baron's arm tightly, vowing to report this shocking scene should I ever get the chance. However, the Baron appeared unfazed by the startling tableau as he maneuvered through the crowd and exited the ballroom. Outside lay a desolate street, with checkpoints not far ahead. Several buildings nearby bore the scars of destruction, their upper floors reduced to mere remnants. The Baron carried me as though I were a mere parcel, the explosions in the background serving as his accompaniment. His intentions were unmistakable, his strides steady and deliberate as he boarded a military vehicle. The driver spoke not a word nor posed a single question, merely igniting the engine and driving into the distance. Having been separated from liquid sustenance for too long, I began to feel a gnawing hunger and thirst. I attempted to engage the driver in conversation, but through the rearview mirror, I discerned that he possessed the same vacant gaze as the Baron. Was there more than one puppet heart in this world? Or perhaps my thoughts began to spiral, yet a singular notion took hold of me. The puppet heart had guided me through the temporal rift of the ballroom, leading me to this era and the individual it controlled. Yet, they had no intention of including me in their temporal rendezvous. I remained immobile and encumbrance. Clearly, neither of them would provide me with answers. Deprived of sustenance and overwhelmed by physiological demands, I resolved to force myself into rest, conserving energy. Perhaps I truly drifted into slumber, for upon awakening, I found the vehicle halted at a small cliff. The Baron and the driver were peering through binoculars at some distant point. Turning to scan the vicinity for any sign of life, I considered calling for help, but it was evident that this environment resembled a remote wilderness. Not a soul was in sight, nor even a humble cabin. After a brief observation, the two men returned to the vehicle. The Baron lifted me from a back seat, while the driver shifted the car in reverse before accelerating off the cliff. The Baron stood with me at the edge, and below lay a gaping chasm formed by the vehicle's descent, with no sound of impact to follow. It was evident that this pit exceeded a depth of several meters. I remained perplexed as to who would excavate such a vast pit in the wilderness, when suddenly, an explosive sound emanated from that very chasm, followed by flames erupting from its mouth. The Baron, clutching me, galloped along a narrow path until we reached the edge of the pit. At that moment, the flames within had extinguished, replaced by billowing plumes of black smoke. The Baron paced around the perimeter of the pit, and soon his foot landed on a patch of ground that emitted a distinctly different sound. He crouched down, probing the earth with one hand, and swiftly unearthed a steel plate. Beneath the plate lay a spiral staircase, seemingly leading to the depths of the chasm. The Baron rose and descended the staircase step by step. Chapter 112. Why was the superhuman brother abducted? The subterranean space was remarkably deep. We traversed the staircase for nearly 10 minutes, and it appeared we had yet to reach the bottom. The Baron exhibited remarkable stamina, having roamed from the Torchwood without a moment's respite, tirelessly fulfilling his mission. I wondered if the cessation of the puppet heart's control would leave him utterly exhausted. Prompted by a sudden thought, I reached out to probe beneath his nose, finding no exchange of breath. Then I leaned closer to his chest, where silence reigned. No heartbeat echoed within his chest cavity. After such an extended period of bodily inactivity, would he not simply become a lifeless corpse once the control was lifted? Yet, I had survived my own manipulation. I could not definitively conclude that he was doomed to death. At last, the staircase revealed its terminus, leading to an expansive space reminiscent of a bomb shelter. Before us lay a wrecked vehicle, exuding a pungent aroma of burning plastic. Beneath it lay 2 humanoid remains, while the steering wheel still bore the imprint of the driver's palm. The 2 figures outside the vehicle were likely the guards of this place. The Baron bypassed the remnants of the vehicle with an air of indifference towards the demise of his companions and proceeded deeper into the chamber. This elongated corridor was evidently not devoid of defenses. After only a few paces, gun barrels emerged from the walls, poised to unleash a barrage. Fortunately, the bullets did not strike us. They seemed to dance around us, embedding themselves in the walls, with some even causing the machine gun on the right side to be obliterated by a bullet from the left. As we traversed a considerable distance, I discerned that the mechanisms here were meticulously spaced, triggered not by sound or heat, but rather by gravity. After all, I was cradled in his arms, shouting and flailing, yet I had triggered none of the traps. Just as I believed all mechanisms to be unchanging, we neared the grand door. With the Baron taking another step forward, a violent explosion erupted from the ground below. Flames instantly engulfed our figures, and in that fleeting moment, I scarcely had time to feel fear before the fire receded. Bewildered by the absence of pain from the burn, I noticed that my clothing was unscathed, while the Baroness' body had turned a charred black, with several spots still flickering with flames. Aside from his arms and legs, which remained relatively intact, the rest of his body was a gruesome sight, marred and charred. Even in this altered state, he continues to forge ahead with unwavering determination. At this moment, I comprehend that the Baron, even if liberated from control, would not exist in a true sense. After all, the extent of his injuries is evident, with the meager blood that spilled forth lacking the vibrant hue of a living being. In the face of the demise of 4 individuals, my heart remains untroubled, as the aftermath of the cultist's collective demise is far more profound than I had anticipated. Rather than being awestruck by the death of others, I yearn to uncover the secrets of this place, the reasons the Baron brought me here, and the principles behind my survival after prolonged control. Perhaps the very reason I am able to endure is intertwined with my presence here. The heart of the puppet may seek to utilize my unique trait of surviving control to achieve a certain objective. Before me stands a door and a torch, reminiscent of the entrance to the mock office, both designed as spiral gates. As the Baron approaches, the door opens automatically. This space is devoid of any presence, filled only with towering piles of wooden and iron boxes. Upon entering the room, the Baron carelessly discarded me onto the ground and proceeded towards the stack of boxes. Though I lacked the ability to walk, I managed to prop myself up with my arms, still unaware of the extraordinary scene unfolding before my eyes. The Baron's body emanates fine tendrils, resembling optical fibers, which sway and shift colors in front of the wooden crates. From the boxes emerged 2 robust tendrils, far thicker than those on the Baron, which immediately lunged at him, piercing into his abdomen, much like chopsticks mixing ground meat. They writhed within the Baron's body before swiftly retracting, causing him to collapse backward. Upon inspection, the 2 tendrils shimmered with the unmistakable gleam of the heart of the puppet. The tendrils placed the heart upon the box, then turned their attention to me. Just as I attempted to crawl away, my waist was ensnared by 2 tendrils, dragging me toward the boxes. In my struggle, I inadvertently collided with the Baron's fallen form, observing the tendrils hovering in midair. while the heart of the puppet extricated countless smaller tendrils from its core. It seemed as though the tendrils had gathered together. They wiggled at their tips before plunging straight into my mind. I felt no pain, yet sensed the intrusion of foreign entities into my consciousness. Chapter 113. The Superbrother Under Mind Control. As I gazed at the concrete ceiling, a circular, colorful blur reminiscent of television static materialized before my eyes. The once tranquil recesses of my mind became filled with a rustling sound akin to snakes gliding over scales. Initially, it was intriguing, but the sound persisted, fluctuating in intensity. As I transitioned through phases of shock, adaptation, irritation, and eventual acceptance, the noise would suddenly amplify, and just as I teetered on the brink of frustration, it would recede into a calmness. Though described as tranquil, it never ceased. The rustling sound lingered, omnipresent, despite the absence of any apparent source. I struggled to rise, yearning to escape this confined area. Yet, as I attempted to crawl out of the warehouse, a cacophony of piercing cries erupted in my mind, akin to a flock of fowl igniting in flames, their anguished wails echoing in their final moments. The clamor was accompanied by a relentless headache, forcing me to kneel back within the warehouse. The cries gradually subsided as I pressed my eyes shut, pounding on a small box nearby. Amidst this auditory chaos, I scoured the space for any potential exit, only to find that as I approached the heart of the puppet and the wooden crate, the echoes in my mind grew fainter while the noise intensified near the entrance. Standing before the heart of the puppet, I reached out to touch it, and fragmented memories surged forth. Visions of me biting into the heart of the puppet, devouring it, and of me slicing open my forehead, obsessively pressing it into my wound. I hastily withdrew my hand, and the buzzing in my mind crescendoed, a chaotic symphony of failure reverberating in the void of my thoughts. The heart of the puppet was punishing me for my detachment, for my failure to heed its directives. The corpse sprawled on the ground, riddled with explosive wounds, revealed to me a dark and bloody future. I struggled to maintain my composure, attempting to shield myself from the incessant noise within my skull. Yet I had overestimated my fortitude. Soon, I could no longer contain the saliva pooling in my mouth. Trembling, I reached out once more to touch the heart of the puppet, and suddenly, the elongated figure of a man in a trench coat appeared in my mind. Alongside an elderly gentleman moistening my lips at my bedside, and a blonde woman serving me a heaping plate of fries at the main school. Those figures, whose names and actions had eluded me, returned vividly to my consciousness, each detail as clear as if they stood before me. Thus, my amnesia was indeed influenced by this entity. Gazing at the heart of the puppet in my hand, my pupils quivered slightly. In my bewilderment, I began to converse with the heart of the puppet, lifting it before me and demanding, "What is it that you desire from me?" At that moment, another shrill sound pierced my mind, and I bore the throbbing pain and dizziness, striving to soften my tone. "Is it those images you transmitted to me? Do you wish for me to devour you, or to implant you within my mind?" Upon uttering these words, the heart began to stir in my consciousness once more, this time not as indistinct hues or glowing tendrils, but rather a tattered little puppet sprang forth without any contemplation on my part. Beneath its feet lay a small boat, its form entirely reminiscent of the Pinocchio tales I had heard in my childhood. It sailed through my memories, traversing the most recent recollections, my grandfather, Prince Henry, control, the hospital, the cult, and so forth. With each destination, the waves beneath its boat engulfed the entirety of the recalled scenes, rendering my memories of these moments increasingly nebulous. It flows downstream, incessantly tracing my history, recalling my memories of high school in America, the pains and joys of my upbringing on the farm. Then there lies the memory I dread the most, the moment shortly after arriving in Kansas when my parents were violently torn apart before my eyes. In that instant, I disregarded the cacophony in my mind, rising to shatter the object in my hand. Yet it fixated on a memory, playing it back like a looping disc. I saw my parents, who had just moments ago spoken of the future. The next instant, a sharp metallic edge shattered the windshield. They slammed on the brakes, their heads colliding with the steering wheel and dashboard. The shards of broken glass erupted towards me. It reminded me of the last words my parents uttered. "Darling, what color sheets would you like?" We had just agreed to unpack our luggage and head out to purchase necessities. I had even persuaded my mother to buy me 2 ice creams, assuring them I would tidy my room. Yet, half an hour later, I found myself an orphan in a hospital bed, unsure of where to go. believing I was destined to wander the streets as a beggar in this country. I noticed the guardianship window where Martha and Jonathan appeared outside my room. They had seemingly not mentioned this before. My attention did not linger here. The puppet rewound, transporting me back to the scene of the accident. It repeated 2 or 3 dozen times, the puppet seemingly oblivious to my emotional turmoil, shifting scenes back to my school days. A time when I felt like the only Asian in town. In class, I could never find friends, my lunchtime was always solitary, and there were those who mocked me by pulling at the corners of their eyes, while others, under the guise of friendliness, asked if I ate dog or cat meat. I returned to the farm, dejected, asking Martha and the others why my classmates treated me so. Despite Martha and her mother repeatedly reporting this to the school, the teachers could not curb these small acts of malice. The tormentors became more covert, splashing water on me in the restroom, placing dead mice in my backpack. Until one day, unable to contain myself any longer, I rushed to the podium in the absence of the teacher and shouted at the whole class, "What are you all? Brains completely undeveloped, with underdeveloped cerebellums? If you have the guts, come and kill me here. Stop resorting to such cowardly tactics." They heard me. It seemed like a joke to them, laughing before continuing their previous antics. Subsequently, their petty pranks ceased, replaced by utter disregard. I spent my time in solitary group studies, solitary social activities, solitary experiments, and solitary breaks. Again, I was engulfed by the loneliness and helplessness of that time, reliving it in its entirety. The heart of the puppet truly comprehends human emotions. It compelled me to recall my high school moments, when I endured the fists and feet of the football players, swallowing my anguish in silence to avoid further isolation from the entire school. The pain of being engulfed in flames, the agony of being swept skyward in a car by a tempest, filled with anticipation and fervent prayers for Clark's appearance. He did indeed arrive, but his gaze was solely fixed upon Lana. After rescuing her, a chilling emptiness enveloped my heart. Each memory is an experience I yearn to bury, to never revisit. As I returned from the ocean of memories to the realm of reality, resting my puppet heart upon the floor, my eyes ached and my forehead glistened with cold sweat. The background noise in my mind, coupled with the resurgence of painful memories, shattered all my dignity. I sobbed and pleaded for mercy, hoping that my puppet heart might exhibit a modicum of kindness and spare me. Everything was merely my own wishful thinking. My puppet heart was not content with merely excavating my tormenting memories. It conjured scenes that had never transpired. The charitable boy, Randall, had not perished. With his crystalline blue eyes narrowed, he gazed at me and lightly remarked, "Disgusting, I am not some sort of pervert." Martha and Jonathan embraced Clark and brought him before me. "We adopted you solely for Clark. You were merely his childhood plaything." Clark looked down at me disdainfully. "I never considered you family. You were more akin to a pet lamb we kept. Now that you are gone, my burdens have lightened considerably." Chloe and Peter approached from behind. I turned to see them preoccupied with their own affairs, one organizing newspapers and the other playing basketball, engaged in conversation. If it weren't for Clark, I wouldn't want to speak to Babel at all. Indeed, he is just a nerd. Befriending him lowers our status. I covered my ears, but their hurtful words still permeated my mind. Such torment should have brought me to tears. Upon opening my eyes, however, the area around them was dry. Supporting myself with my hands, I set down my puppet heart and began to shift the highest box within reach. One by one, the boxes toppled. Some remained intact while others had damaged lids. Among them was a broken ice pick, and the volume of the voices in my mind surged. Stupefied, I grasped the ice pick, aiming its tip at my eye. A frigid chill enveloped me, not of the body, but of the mind, freezing my thoughts and halting my next move. The noise in my head transformed from mere chaos into a dialogue, with voices rising and falling, as if engaged in conversation. Different tendrils emerged in my mind. The only ones I could conceive of were those extending from the wooden boxes. What were they discussing? My question was soon answered. Their noise gradually unraveled meanings within my brain, as if something had equipped me with a decoder, allowing me to eavesdrop on their discourse. Do your utmost to maintain the integrity of this shell. Why do you always tear through the skin? Yet humanity is truly entertaining. You are clearly a former version of me. Why do you speak with such maturity? Isn't it because finding a human skin is increasingly challenging? Each can only be utilized for a fleeting moment. So, did I not bring a shell that is reusable without issue? We have indulged in the realm of inorganic substances for quite some time, It is now an opportune moment to engage with biological entities for a longer duration. Quickly, we must take action and cease our frivolities. Have you not encountered that anomaly? Which one do you speak of? The one who indiscriminately entangles with various individuals, even having mingled with extraterrestrials. Indeed, I have encountered him. He facilitated my entry into the royal court. Without his intervention, I would not have escaped this predicament. Frankly, there's a demonic aura present this time. If you do not act swiftly, this guise may soon be compromised. Relax. I merely forged an alliance with that fellow's servant to gain entry. I wish to engage further. You know, this individual is what society labels a homosexual. And then? Do you suggest I send him towards that decayed guise on the ground? I fail to see the significance. If you wish to act, then do so with haste. For the individuals here are soon to arrive. As the chill of contemplation subsided, I discerned the intentions of the other party, intensifying the force applied to the ice spike. Yet, it halted mere millimeters from my eyelid, unable to pierce through. It felt as though my eyes were shielded by a gel-like barrier upon the ice spike's intrusion. The gel solidified, preventing any penetration. I relaxed my grip, allowing the ice spike to fall to the ground, then bowed in its direction, contemplating that even if I did not perish upon collision with the spike, I would faint upon hitting the ground. Just as I was on the brink of liberation, the gleaming ice spike vanished, replaced by a colorful, radiant heart of a puppet. It seemed to have been persuaded by its era, for it did not puncture my forehead, but instead ethereally entered my mind. My upper body, exerting excessive force, caused my head to collide with the ground despite not being harmed by the puppet's heart, resulting in a resounding thud as I crumpled to the floor. Chapter 115. Is the super brother still his original self? After my fainting spell, the tendrils within the wooden box re-emerged, first flailing in the air, akin to serpents hunting for prey. They captured something aloft and began to explore the warehouse floor inch by inch. As they delved into the corners, they momentarily vanished, only to reappear upon retracting, as if they had found target. Two tendrils nudged me towards that corner until my form dissipated from this space, retracting back into the wooden box and assuming the role of a compliant object. It appears they fully comprehend the principles of space-time by behaving appropriately in the present. They can control my body as per their design in the future. Meanwhile, I, thrust into the rift of time and space, plummeted into a refuse dump, utterly oblivious to the monumental calamity that had befallen Cardiff at that moment. On the day of my disappearance, Jack and Minzy traversed the time-space rift to the era of World War II, yet they could not uncover a means to return to the future. Within the base, Owen sought to utilize the large energy apparatus to tear apart the original time-space rift of Cardiff, guiding Jack and Minzy back while simultaneously attempting to reunite with his beloved Diane. Jack and Minzy indeed returned to the present. However, concurrently arriving at this juncture were soldiers from ancient Greece and Rome, diseases of yore, and figures from bygone eras, even extinct creatures appearing across the globe. Amidst the chaos wrought by temporal anomalies, they raced with torches to resolve the disturbances, only to find deceased loved ones, friends, and companions urging them to once again tear the fabric of time in hopes of reuniting with them. This entire scheme was orchestrated by Beelzebub, the servant of demons. And ultimately, Owen, Gwen, Minzy, and the others chose to activate the device against Jack's protests. His attempts to intervene proved futile. He was shot dead by Owen, their selfish desires overshadowing the safety of the world as they eradicated temporal anomalies worldwide. Yet their friends and family did not materialize. Instead, in Cardiff, they unleashed Abaddon, the demon serving Beelzebub, and myself, who had been possessed. This towering demon, far surpassing the height of city skyscrapers, would drain the life force of any creature standing within its shadow until they perished, having already claimed the lives of numerous individuals upon its emergence. Jack awoke in the base, drawn by external commotion, and ventured outside to investigate. The other four, upon witnessing the horned colossus, finally realized the calamity they had unleashed. When I awakened, the foul stench overwhelmed my senses, and the excruciating pain in my forehead compelled me to inhale deeply, only to choke on the noxious gas that followed. Once my body steadied, the distant towering figure, accompanied by screams and the blaring of car horns, led me to question whether I had unwittingly stumbled into a film set. Stealthily descending from the refuse pile to avoid further contamination, I found a faucet at the junkyard's entrance to wash my hands and face before seeking a place to sit. For a moment, I could not recall my identity, nor the reason for my presence in such a filthy locale, nor could I ignore the maddening pain in my forehead, which felt swollen and tender, as if a lump were pressing against my soul. It seemed as though someone had warned me to stay far away from that colossal figure, for great danger lurked there, threatening my very life. Yet, unbeknownst to them, my stubborn nature only ignited my curiosity towards the forbidden, compelling me to tread towards the monstrous entity. The journey was arduous, particularly as I needed to cross a small stream, causing me to hesitate at the water's edge, contemplating whether to venture across. Fortunately, the creature was advancing towards the stream as well, its strides far surpassing my own, granting me a visceral realization of its immense size. Trees standing 3 to 5 meters tall barely reached its ankles, making me feel like an ant in its presence, still reeling from the shock of its stature. I failed to notice a figure wading across the stream towards me, a person clad in a trench coat, adorned with an oversized headphone on their right ear and a pronounced chin. Upon seeing me, they appeared equally astonished, gesturing with a wave that seemed both a greeting and a dismissal, urging me to retreat. I was dissatisfied with the rudeness of the other party, standing my ground, waiting for them to approach. Babel, leave immediately now. He shoved me. Yet, I was unaware of his identity or who this Babel was. So after being pushed a few steps back, I stepped closer again. You need to go, you will die. He roared at me, but it was rather too late. The monstrous entity behind me had already drawn near, its shadow enveloping the man in the trench coat. He screamed in agony toward the heavens, and I was startled by his sudden transformation, fearing he might have succumbed to some malady, retreating several steps. But the monster would not relinquish such an easy target. It advanced a few more paces, its shadow overlapping with mine. An overwhelming fatigue washed over me, and I collapsed to the ground, feeling some vital essence depart from my body. At that moment, my headache intensified sharply, and I began to scream, mirroring the stranger's cries. As I yelled, the sensation of losing strength dissipated, while the fog in my mind gradually began to clear. The man was Jack. I was Babel, an exchange student in the land of shadows, and the heart of the puppet had invaded my body. It had taken my memories. Why now was it expelling them? The agony in my head surged in waves, each more intense than the last. Just as I questioned this, I found myself devoid of the energy to seek answers. Jack stood by the stream, crying out in anguish, while I rolled on the rocky ground, my body scratched by the stones, yet the headache persisted unrelentingly. Soon, the pain was not ours alone. The monster began to wail as well, seemingly affected by our resilience. At that moment, I was unaware that Jack's immortal essence, nearly boundless vitality, was being forced into the demon's form, soon exceeding its capacity, swelling to the point of explosion before our eyes, disintegrating into particles. Jack collapsed instantly, and the pain in my head, along with the internal screams, vanished with the monster's demise. I crawled towards Jack, who lay near me, his face pale, skin cold, devoid of breath, and even his chest betrayed no rhythm of life. Gently, I closed his eyes and mouth. Warm tears finally welled in my aching orbs, trickling down my cheeks and staining my soiled hospital gown. I bitterly smiled, thinking that if Jack were alive, he would surely push me away, chiding that I had reeked of the sewers. My tears soaked the ground, and soon other voices emerged. It was Gwen and Minzy. They seized Jack's body from my hands, attempting to perform first aid. Babel, why are you here? They questioned me, their expressions fraught with urgency. I could see the guilt and anguish swelling in their eyes. I lowered my head and recounted the events that had transpired. Minzy's attempts at resuscitation failed. Their faces turned even paler than Jack's, their disbelief palpable. Gwen placed handcuffs on me, leading me, along with Jack, back to the Torchwood base. Chapter 116. The Captivity of the Superhuman Brother. This marks my inaugural experience being confined within the cramped cell of Torchwood. Previously, during the dominion of the puppet heart over me, I had glimpsed this row of narrow compartments. The place offered little more than a place to lie down, with merely a small area available for turning around. Gwen, Minzy, and Owen took turns interrogating me regarding my disappearance and my presence at the scene of Jack's demise. I recounted the same tale: the Baron under the control of the puppet heart, the time-traveling ballroom, the tendrils in the suburban warehouse, and the invasion of my mind. Owen conducted a cranial scan and assessed for cosmic radiation. Yet I could discern from their expressions that these examinations had failed to identify the puppet heart nestled within my brain. The Baron was a tangible reality. Yet the royal court provided no answers about the fate of the puppet heart, merely assuring that all was well. Of all I shared, aside from the Baron's disappearance, only parts of my ballroom experience could be corroborated by Minzy. The rest lacked any evidence to substantiate my claims. Jack's body remained in a state of chilling silence, devoid of resurrection and unable to validate my account. As my discontent grew at the prospect of spending my days in this constricted prison, Owen's face flushed crimson as he flung open the cell door, seizing my collar and slamming me against the wall. "You monster! What have you done to Jack?" From the outset, I had sensed that approaching you would lead to no favorable outcome. And now, look at the calamities that have befallen you, culminating in Jack's utter demise. The man before me was so unreasonable that I found myself at a loss for words. Yet, I understood that the blame did not lie with me, and I ought not to be defamed. Was I the creator of that monstrosity? When it emerged, I was still ensnared in a struggle for survival. Did I compel Jack to sacrifice himself to halt that creature? You all know better than anyone that confronting such a beast inevitably entails sacrifice. At the moment I spoke my first words, Owen's gaze flickered, avoiding direct eye contact with me. A bold hypothesis took shape in my mind, and I too grasped Owen's collar, compelling him to meet my gaze as I declared earnestly, "It is you. You summoned that monster into existence. You repugnant madman. You merely seek to shift the blame onto me to ease your own conscience." Suddenly, clarity dawned upon me. If Owen had erred alone, he would surely lack the audacity to remain in this base, having vanished long ago. Scanning the expressions of the three outside my cell, I asserted, "It is you, all of you, who released that creature. Therefore, you refuse to believe my words and have confined me here. Deep down, you know this is not my fault. Confining me here merely signifies that the truth may not rest with you." My agitation intensified with each word, my fury mounting, and with one hand raised high, I delivered a sharp slap to Owen's face. "Your audacity is astounding. The moment you entangled yourself with Gwen, I knew you were a consummate hypocrite, a coward. You are far more repugnant than the sewer monster in the adjacent cell." This seemingly ordinary man, with a storied romantic history, was evidently struck by my words, raising his fist to strike me. "Enough!" I shouted from outside the cell, and Owen's fist did not meet my face. "You are right. We all know that none of this is your fault. We shall no longer confine you here." Stepping forward, I pulled Owen away, while Gwen, her expression forlorn, turned and vanished. Only Minzy remained, gesturing for me to follow her. She led me to a room reminiscent of a conference hall, far more spacious than the cell, and explained, "Since you claim that the puppet heart has invaded your body, we cannot allow you to leave without stringent monitoring and testing. This is our responsibility, both to you and to others. I cannot dispute this, yet no one relishes the idea of their freedom being curtailed. However, you cannot detect the puppet heart's presence, nor can you extricate it. Am I to spend the rest of my life confined to your base? At present, there is no better alternative, where you could wait for Jack to awaken, and he might lead you to the so-called doctor, who may possess a solution." Minzy appeared to sense my impatience, and added, "You know, there are organizations outside. If they were to learn of your condition, they might resort to slicing your brain." She then opened the door to the room and exited, leaving me alone, furrowed with worry. That entity in my head is a ticking time bomb, uncertain of when I might be detonated. If it were among a crowd, the consequences would be grave. In the organization, a human carrying strange artifacts, they would not relent. I closed my eyes, repeatedly whispering "puppet heart" in hopes of eliciting a response. I touched my forehead, finding the previous swelling had vanished. That thing had entered my mind, and aside from the earlier amnesia, it had not exerted any further influence. Minzy left me with clothes. After nearly 4 months, I finally had the opportunity to bathe. Donning fresh garments, I felt as though every pore of my body was breathing anew. In the ensuing days, they did not disturb me. Apart from the daily delivery of meals, I scarcely encountered anyone. In my tedium, I implored for the return of my missing course materials, reminding myself of my identity as a student. Chapter 117. The super brother reconciles with his older sibling. Just as I began to regard this place as a prison for the latter half of my life, solving problems, reading, eating, and sleeping, I gradually acclimated to this existence. I continually reassured myself that by remaining here, I would be free of those troublesome matters, relieved of the burdens of study, and spared from enduring unwarranted discrimination and abuse. Upon reflection, I had even encountered the royal family of this nation. How many ordinary individuals are afforded such an honor? I have silently recited the benefits of remaining here countless times, yet an unnamed fire continues to blaze within me. Having endured wounds in the past, I can accept being trapped in this base for the sake of healing, but now, despite my ability to act, I remain ensnared. In a fit of frustration, I swept all the documents to the floor, leaned over the table, and forcefully struck my head against its surface, attempting to dislodge those thoughts from my mind. By chance, my peripheral vision caught sight of a letter penned by Clark, and in the hospital, I had been eager to devise a way to bring my grandfather back to the country. Upon his return home, I found myself hesitating to open Clark's letter. My previous anger had long since dissipated, yet the thorn that lay between Clark and me lingered. After a prolonged period of solitude, I have never so acutely felt how petty I can be. I picked up the letter, contemplated for a moment, and then opened it, for I urgently needed something to occupy my time, lest I succumb to madness. Clark's handwriting was markedly different from before, while his previous script was always legible. It was characteristically rough and hasty, exuding a sense of carelessness. However, the words in this letter adhered faithfully to the lines of the paper, clear and precise. Dear Babel, I have heard of your injury abroad. Both my parents and I are deeply concerned about your well-being. There are matters I scarcely know how to begin. Since that fateful stormy day, you have held a grudge, and I wish not to fabricate any excuses to deceive you. You are my dear brother, one for whom I carry a profound sense of guilt for nearly failing to save you that day, and I hold no justification for my actions. In that moment, my heart was solely focused on Lana's safety. Yet, dear Babel, you are well aware of the depth and duration of my affection for her. When one is in love, the beloved occupies one's entire heart and mind, rendering everything else invisible. I do not dare to hope for your forgiveness, but I earnestly wish for your understanding. As a form of recompense, I assure you that when you find someone special, regardless of our parents' opinions, I shall be your unwavering support. Furthermore, if we ever quarrel, simply present this letter, and I will unconditionally yield to you. If that does not suffice upon your return, I will take on an entire year's worth of household chores. Whether you agree or not, upon reading this, I shall take it as a sign that your anger has abated, allowing me to express my heartfelt sentiments. Although I carry guilt, I am equally incensed. As the brother who saved you, I received not a word of gratitude, and before your departure abroad, you did not speak a single word to me. Upon your return, I intend to have a serious conversation about this with our parents. Please write back soon to inform us of your situation. Do not leave us in the dark, worrying endlessly. We will always love you. Your elder brother, Clark. After reading the letter, I found myself both amused and exasperated. Clark had accurately gauged my temperament. As someone who has witnessed Clark's infatuation with Lana, I can't help but feel a degree of understanding. As long as he offers an apology, I would likely forgive him, while simultaneously feeling guilt for the coldness I have shown him during this time. Thus, his promises of compensation seem rather light, merely the triviality of household chores. The entire narrative lacks even a simple apology. However, the frustration that once resided in my heart has dissipated. I have secretly resolved that during our next encounter, I must deliver at least 2 punches to Clark, ensuring he understands that my brother's anger has not vanished so easily. Chapter 118. The Superman brother voluntarily injects a bomb. A week of monotonous existence has passed, enveloping the entire base in an inescapable atmosphere of sorrow, which has inevitably halted our work. Owen arrives at the base each day in a state of inebriation, while Gwen lingers in the morgue for extended periods. And Minzy busies herself tending to Owen, her brow furrowed in worry as she exchanges scarcely a word with me. Previously, I could still sense some of Jack's emotions within these walls, but now the entire space feels pristine, devoid of any trace of sentiment. I am uncertain how many days I've spent at the base, yet I could distinctly hear several cries of astonishment from outside, accompanied by Owen's boisterous sobbing, which, true to form, is utterly loathsome. Soon, I come face to face with the source of the commotion. Jack has escaped death and returned to life. Just awakened, Jack appears frail and requires Gwen's support. Judging by the atmosphere, he has evidently forgiven his comrades. I sigh in resignation. Such treachery is so easily absolved. Is Jack magnanimous or simply indifferent? I cannot discern. Upon seeing me, Jack presents me with two choices. First, upon your graduation, you may join Torchwood, and we can release you now. Second, should you choose not to join Torchwood, you will never be able to leave. I gaze at him in silence. Neither option is one I wish to accept. Others would not relent for my sake, yet I understand that Jack has a soft spot for the vulnerable. I produce the letters from my mother and Clark, placing them before Jack, my hands clasped in supplication. My sole desire is to return home and reunite with my family. The choices you offer, Colonel, will only serve to separate me from my loved ones. He smiles slightly and retorts, spare me your theatrics. Your little tricks are far too wasteful on me. He then presents a third option. We will implant semi-solid remote-controlled explosives beneath your skin, allowing you to leave. However, should anything go awry with your puppet's heart, a mere press of a button will send you to hell. He rises unsteadily, locking his gaze onto mine, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion, his demeanor eerily calm. Do you accept? The freedom that comes with carrying a bomb is truly terrifying. Yet I recognize this as the most viable path to liberation. At no moment have I felt such heaviness in my head, yet I still nod in agreement. Soon after, Owen appears with a syringe in hand. Jack had anticipated my choice of the third option, but it is indeed the only one that aligns with both our needs. I would gain the freedom to live, while they would no longer bear the cost of my existence and could conveniently manage a dangerous individual. Owen's method is rather brutal. It feels as though I've been stung by a wasp, leaving a large, swollen ring around my neck. I cast an indignant glance at him as he diligently polished the syringe, a blatant act of revenge. However, my spirits had not been entirely crushed. After all, I was on the verge of escaping this frigid base. Jack had arranged for a fresh set of school uniforms and a mask to be delivered. We have communicated with your school regarding your cooperation with the special department in investigating the cult organization. The case is now concluded, and you are to return to school. Furthermore, we have informed the school authorities of your burns. Having been away from that liquid for too long, it no longer holds any therapeutic value for you. Your face may not recover, but if you care for your appearance, a standard mask can conceal much of it. You may request permission from the school to wear a mask during your time there. Chapter 119. The return to school of my superhuman brother, I changed my clothes directly in front of them. After all, given the days that had passed, my very life was in their hands, rendering any remnants of pride utterly meaningless. As I was escorted to the entrance of the base, the air I inhaled felt significantly cooler. Suddenly, the ground trembled, accompanied by a sound emanating from behind, a noise from the direction of the base. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a vehicle approached. Jack, with a backpack nearly as tall as himself, rode out of the base on his motorcycle, passing by me as he sped away into the distance. I had intended to call out to him, but he had already vanished around the corner, turning back to continue escorting me to school. Rather than taking me to the front entrance of the teaching building, he delivered me to the base of the dormitory. As I disembarked and closed the door, I scarcely had time to bid farewell before he revved the engine and sped off. The building before me, worn by the passage of time, appeared unchanged since my first encounter. Yet now, it exuded an unsettling sense of estrangement. To my surprise, I soon spotted a familiar face in the lobby. Mrs. Teenys, adorned with her reading glasses, was examining documents. Upon seeing me, she immediately approached. Babel, poor child, we are all aware of what has transpired. Oh, who could have known that so many with hearts of beasts were concealed within the school? My dear child, you have suffered. She did not recoil at the sight of my burned face. Instead, she gently ruffled my hair and handed me 2 apples. Your room has been well taken care of by Charlie. You may return there directly. If you wish to change rooms, I can assist you with that now. I shook my head in refusal, smiling as I bid farewell to Mrs. Teenys, took the key, and ascended the stairs. Though I had accomplished little that day, fatigue washed over me. I opened the door and collapsed onto the bed to rest. Unbeknownst to me, Jack had climbed atop a blue police kiosk in Millennium Square, vanishing into this era, while the Torchwood would soon face a lengthy period devoid of leadership. Upon awakening, I was greeted by a sky ablaze with fiery clouds, a sight I had not witnessed since arriving in this shadowy land, and I hoped for brighter days ahead. A knock resounded at the door. It was Charlie and Nick, whom I had not seen in ages. Charlie appeared even thinner, his cheeks sunken and eyes devoid of vitality, while Nick looked more robust. his school uniform shirt straining against his concealed muscles. Charlie hesitated for a moment upon seeing me, and I realized that he was taken aback by the extensive burns on my face. He turned and retreated to his room to don a mask. Observing this, Charlie quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant. It's just that I haven't seen you in so long that I barely recognized you. It's quite all right. I anticipated that such reactions would occur following my injury, so you needn't feel remorseful, Charlie. In fact, I owe you an apology." Charlie exchanged a glance with Nick. After the incident, I pondered for a long time about how Barry managed to take you out of the school. I was the only one who brought you food at that time. I actually encountered him in the cafeteria then, and he must have acted at that moment. I shook my head. Without you, he would have certainly found another way. You were merely collateral damage. Noticing my indifference, Nick seamlessly took over the conversation. "Mrs. Teeny said you've been holed up in your dorm since returning to school. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Let us go eat together." I had been contemplating whether to dine alone, so having company was fortuitous, and I readily agreed. However, Charlie appeared somewhat hesitant. I inquired if he was feeling unwell, to which he waved his hand dismissively, indicating otherwise. The two then led me to the cafeteria. From the moment we entered until we sat down with our trays, I kept my mask on. Yet, when it came time to eat, I removed it, eliciting gasps from those around me, followed by hushed whispers. Nick paid no heed to the murmurs, grabbing fries from his tray and devouring them heartily. Charlie glanced around before looking at me, his indecisiveness amusing. I chose not to engage with him, instead forking into the roasted meat on my plate, savoring the quiet enjoyment of a meal in such a noisy environment, a rarity that I had long missed. The discussions about me were inconsequential, and the monotony of the salad, roasted meat, and fries was equally unimportant. The feeling of returning to a semblance of normalcy was my primary focus. Chapter 120. Superman's Brother and the Mind Reader. Ryan, seeing me lost in my meal, unfazed by the gazes of others, Charlie redirected his attention back to me, though he refrained from eating. Instead, he posed a question. "Babel, the teachers mentioned that you were hospitalized for clothes treatment. Was life in the hospital arduous?" I simply shook my head while chewing. He pondered for a moment before inquiring again. "Did the doctors say whether your face could be healed?" I swallowed the morsel of meat, reflecting that I had likely lost hope for this lifetime. The doctor suggested that I might hold expectations for the next. I initially intended to jest and lighten Charlie's mood, but his expression darkened, and he apologized once more. Realizing he had misunderstood, I quickly corrected him. "I am not sorrowful. My previous face was already marred by burns. It has merely become more pronounced." He still did not eat, and, shifting the topic, he asked, "Do you have any plans for the weekend?" I contemplated for a moment. At present, I intend to study and catch up on my progress. With finals approaching, I risk failing if I do not. Charlie volunteered, "You could come to my house. I can assist you. Moreover, my family wishes to invite you to dinner as an expression of their apologies." I glanced at Nick, who was observing the untouched food on Charlie's plate with a somewhat grave expression, seemingly unaware of Charlie's proposal. Contemplating the uncertainty that would linger if he declined Charlie's offer, I decided it would be better to acquiesce without hesitation. "Very well, I shall trouble Uncle and Aunt then." In passing, I inquired about Charlie's family situation and learned that he had a younger sister, Tilly, who was just over a year younger and also attended this high school, maintaining her grades within the top 10 of her class. After dinner, recalling the letter my mother had mentioned in her previous correspondence, I made my way to Mrs. Tinney's office to retrieve it. Before returning to my room, I called home, and a young boy's voice answered, "This is the Kent family farm." I paused for a moment before responding. "Who is this? How did you get into my house? Is it Babbler? Long time no see. Can you not recognize my voice? You cold-hearted sibling?" After a brief moment of reflection, I heard an impatient voice on the other end, and suddenly realized, "You are Ryan. You've returned. Are you visiting? How was your stay at your aunt's?" My inquiry seemed to strike a nerve, as the voice on the line abruptly changed to Clark's, who said, "Babbler here." I brought Ryan back without permission. Clark's tone had deepened since I last saw him, and I immediately reacted, "That's a crime. His aunt will be very worried." He explained that Ryan's aunt had entrusted him to a doctor, and Ryan had been confined in a neurological research center called Summerwood. We are currently taking care of him, but his guardianship remains with that doctor. I intend to hide him at Luther Manor. The harsh reality struck me suddenly. My previous doubts about what Jack had told me faded in the face of Ryan's ordeal, which underscored the external forces treating the townspeople and their surroundings as mere subjects for experimentation and study. Clark seemed to interpret my silence as guilt and offered reassurance. Ryan doesn't mind. I've already helped him escape. I then asked Clark, did you see any other test subjects at that research center? His suspicion was palpable as he queried, why do you ask? I responded, oh, it's just that if Ryan is there, it is possible that other children might be as well. After some exploration, it appeared that there were none. I was uncertain whether Clark meant there were no other test subjects or no other children involved in the experiments. Suddenly, I recalled my earlier mention of Luther. What if Lex discovers Ryan's uniqueness? Clark chuckled softly. You still don't know Ryan. He is far more astute than either of us. We then conversed about domestic affairs, learning that my mother had secured a position with the town council, while my father was overwhelmed with the farm's demands. I asked Clark to inform my parents that my injuries were nearly healed and to alleviate their concerns about me. We also discussed my grandfather's situation. The woman who had previously identified Clark as her son had taken her own life just before my grandfather's plane landed. My grandfather initially intended to board a flight back to in-country to visit me, but my mother persuaded him otherwise, citing his advanced age and the toll that international travel would take on his frail body, which was already burdened with aches and pains. Reluctantly, my grandfather acquiesced to her concerns. After returning to his homeland, Clark has maintained electronic correspondence with him, occasionally passing along updates about caregivers in country to provide him with reassurance. I asked Clark to convey my recent discharge status, as my grandfather's hurried departure meant I had not obtained his email address. The conversation concluded after I had playfully encouraged Ryan to tease Clark. Upon returning to my room, I perused all the letters that had been sent to me. Prior to my injury, I had complained several times about the monotonous cafeteria menu, prompting my mother to send me her own recipes. As I flipped through them, I noticed several were Chinese dishes, and the handwriting resembled Chloe's. It seemed that Clark had enlisted her help, hoping to appease me before extending an apology. Chapter 121. The culinary moments of my super brother time swiftly passed, bringing us to Friday. This week's classes have been a novel experience. The other students at school are mostly aware that my disfigurement was a result of a cult. Their attitudes range from curiosity to sympathy. Frequently, someone occupies the seat in front of me merely to inquire about the cult. I respond with a faint smile, citing a confidentiality agreement as my reason for declining to discuss the matter. Ironically, my silence has only added to the intrigue surrounding the situation. Soon enough, rumors spread throughout the school that there were still cultists on campus, leading me to refrain from speaking out for fear of offending them. Despite the school's attempts to quell the rumors, they proved ineffective, resulting in the broadcasting station inviting me to a conversation to clarify the misconceptions. However, these trivial matters have encroached upon my study time. Today, I must also prepare a gift for my weekend visit to Charlie's home. I borrowed the kitchen of the culinary club to make a dish known as Dangjian Gao, which is relatively simple according to the recipe. It requires a mixture of cornmeal batter, seasoned minced meat, eggs, and a generous amount of cooking oil. After slightly heating a large spoon, I lightly coated the inside with olive oil. I began by placing a small amount of batter into the spoon, swirling it to create an even layer. Next, I added an appropriate amount of minced meat, cracked in a fresh egg, and covered it all with another layer of batter. After placing it in the preheated oil, I fried it on low heat until golden brown, waiting for the batter to become crispy and for the entire cake to float to the surface, at which point I promptly removed it to drain the oil. After using up all the ingredients, I covered the fried Dangjian Gao with cling film and refrigerated it. The next day, before setting out, I took it out to allow it to reach room temperature. I gently pierced a few holes in it with a toothpick, then prepared the oil for refrying, heating it on high until it was ready. I fried the cake for about a minute before taking it out to cool. I borrowed a lunchbox from the cafeteria uncle to pack all the crispy Dangjian Gao. I must say, even such a simple snack took me half an hour to prepare. Before Charlie arrived to pick me up, I also went to collect a small cake I had asked someone to purchase for me. Charlie approached me, observing the 2 small bags I was carrying with a hint of confusion. Upon inquiry, I learned that it was customary for his friends to bring along small snacks or beverages when visiting, unlike my rather formal gesture. Charlie's residence was a mere 20-minute bus ride from school, nestled in a neighborhood of 2 to 3-story detached houses, each adorned with a quaint little garden in the back. From what I could see, the first floor was remarkably tidy and orderly, devoid of any weeds in the small garden. Charlie's mother, slender like him, sported a neat bob haircut and possessed a sharp gaze, exuding an air of astuteness. In contrast, his father appeared somewhat disheveled, sporting stubble and donning a knitted sweater over a loose shirt, reminiscent of a fisherman one might encounter by the lakeside. Charlie's sister, for reasons unknown, exhibited a Gothic style. When she remained silent while observing, she resembled a hawk fixated on its prey. After Charlie introduced me, his sister politely shook my hand, yet her expression remained inscrutable. Thankfully, Charlie explained that she was simply not one for smiles, or I might have mistakenly believed that Tilly was unwelcoming. As I handed over the items I had brought to his parents, their surprised expressions indicated that my offerings might have overshadowed the meal they had prepared. I silently chastised myself for bringing food to someone else's home, which could be construed as a suggestion that their culinary skills were lacking. Tilly, however, remained composed, extracting a light cake from the container and sampling it with a satisfying crunch, indicating it had not yet become soggy. She casually remarked that it tasted quite good before ascending the stairs to her room, calling out, "Let me know when it's time to eat." Charlie's parents exchanged an awkward smile, breaking the earlier tension. Charlie's father took the items from me and carried them to the kitchen, while his mother invited Charlie and me to watch television in the living room. It was one of the few occasions I had been a guest in someone else's home. Receiving such warm hospitality, Charlie's mother had prepared a lovely pot of red tea and offered us several plates of desserts. Charlie encouraged me to take out my textbooks and continue studying, noting that there was still some time before dinner. However, I was feeling rather overwhelmed with busyness lately and had forgotten to bring my study materials, despite my thoughtful gift. Charlie chuckled at my predicament as I unconsciously reclined on their sofa, engaging in conversation with him. I had long been curious about the progress of his relationship with Nick, and with his family momentarily absent, I casually broached the subject. Yet, Charlie's demeanor shifted to one of melancholy. During the recent parent-teacher meeting, his teachers had mentioned that Charlie's essays were lagging and his grades were declining. His parents believed that Nick was a negative influence on him and expressed some disapproval of their friendship. I chuckled softly, beginning to understand some of the reasons behind Charlie's enthusiastic invitation. With a mischievous glint, I teased, "I feel the same way. We must have a serious talk with your parents about how deeply invested you are in your relationship with Nick." He approached and firmly covered my mouth, intending for me to utter a few kind words about Nick, not to hinder his efforts. At that moment, Charlie's face flushed with anger as he reprimanded me in a hushed tone. Witnessing this scene, it was no surprise that Nick felt a twinge of emotion. I too found myself swayed. The faintest flicker of fondness, akin to a minuscule ant, was swiftly extinguished by Charlie's fist that redirected my attention. I extended my palm towards him, inquiring about my benefits. After feigning deep thought, he responded, "What if I were to say that I could persuade Isaac to grant you club credits?" This struck a chord with me. Is that truly possible? But can Isaac be swayed in such a manner? He seems quite upright. Charlie brought his finger to his lips and whispered, "A secret." This single utterance of secret led to a barrage of accusatory glares directed at me until we took our seats at the dining table. Tilly's gaze towards us became increasingly peculiar. Charlie was left with no choice but to explain. After learning the truth, Isaac feels deeply remorseful. I have participated in all club activities on your behalf, but you must complete the final assignment, your reflections on stargazing this semester, on your own. I mouthed a thank you to Charlie, as his family, devout adherents of the faith, insisted on a prayer of gratitude before the meal. Naturally, I observed while waiting. Charlie appeared somewhat impatient with the ritual, while Tilly exhibited remarkable patience. Once the ritual concluded, my uncle and aunt beckoned me to eat. I speared a piece of lantern cake and placed it on Charlie's plate, eagerly gesturing for him to try it. Charlie feigned distaste, claiming he was unaccustomed to oily foods. I turned to inquire with Charlie's mother about the availability of hot sauce. They had an Indian-style chili sauce, though not as authentic as Chinese chili. I spread a thin layer on the lantern cake and presented it once more to Charlie. The spiciness effectively counteracted the greasiness, a culinary trick from my homeland, which remained undisguised. Left with no escape, Charlie speared a piece and took a timid bite from the edge before setting it down again. I nearly had to rise to peer down to notice the faintest bite mark on the edge of the lantern cake. "Delicious," Charlie remarked. Internally, I was a loss for words, struggling to maintain a smile, as Nick's task seemed poised for failure. On Wednesday evening, Nick intercepted me as I prepared to leave campus for a meal, instructing me to observe Charlie's behavior at home. Confused, I pressed Nick with numerous probing questions before uncovering that he suspected Charlie might be struggling with an eating disorder. He repeatedly cautioned me to keep this confidential. while gently encouraging Charlie to eat more. For Nick's sake and my friend's well-being, I showcased almost 100 different ways to enjoy the lantern cake in front of Charlie. From lantern cake hot dogs with ketchup to lantern cake steaks with black pepper, and even lantern cake pizza leaning like the Tower of Pisa. Finally, before Charlie's parents could suspect my mental state, Charlie, feeling shy about dismissing my goodwill, managed to consume nearly a quarter of the lantern cake. Although the portion was meager, it was still one of the more substantial dishes he had consumed compared to the other offerings on the table. Charlie's parents extolled the virtues of the dim sum, as they typically subsisted on takeout Chinese cuisine, such as British-American fried rice, stir-fried noodles, and pot stickers. Delicacies like these were quite novel to them. I excused myself by mentioning that Nick often cooked and managed household chores at home, and that he had been of great assistance in this culinary endeavor. Charlie winked at me, and I reciprocated. Chapter 123. The super brother encounters a tragic elder. The meal, if not harmonious, was at least devoid of any awkward moments. I made several attempts to bring up Charlie, though I was uncertain of their efficacy. However, that was not my primary concern at the moment. I needed to return to the dormitory before curfew, for otherwise, I would be compelled to spend the night at Charlie's home, a prospect I found utterly unacceptable after having recently escaped peril. Who could tell if this warm family was not hiding another cult or some peculiar beings behind their facade? With a full belly and a bag of fruit gifted by Charlie's parents, I made my way to the bus station. I spotted an elderly man, precariously tottering along with 2 large bags of beer. Just before he stumbled, I caught him, and he turned around with fervor, grasping my shoulder and uttering, "John has simply fallen into a deep slumber." John again. Could he be yet another companion abandoned by the doctor? Charlie's mother, who had stepped out to dispose of the garbage, noticed me lingering and an elderly gentleman who had collapsed. "Babel, the bus is about to leave," she exclaimed. "Isn't that Mr. Thomas?" I inquired, looking up. Charlie's mother did not respond, but instead retreated into the house, calling for Charlie's father. Together, he and I helped Mr. Thomas to a somewhat dilapidated house. The door was unlocked, and we pushed it open, managing to assist Mr. Thomas onto the sofa after much effort. I surveyed the surroundings, noting the scattered beer bottles and empty takeout boxes. The small garden was overrun with weeds. This elderly man's life appeared exceedingly desolate, and I cast a questioning glance at Charlie's parents. They looked at the deeply slumbering Mr. Thomas and remarked, "He is a pitiable soul." As they recounted his story, I learned of Mr. Thomas's past and the mention of John. In his youth, Thomas had been a dock worker but was plagued by a severe addiction to alcohol, with his family relying solely on his wife's efforts. He had once had a son and a daughter, but his wife had died under mysterious circumstances, with the coroner and police attributing her demise to overwork and the toll it took on her health. Following that tragedy, Thomas became increasingly consumed by his drinking, and it was a blessing if he returned home sober, as he showed no interest in disciplining his children. His son, John, neglected his studies, preferring instead the fabled arts of sorcery. In his youth, he had stumbled upon rituals of dark magic from some ancient tome, embarking on reckless experiments with friends. The final outcome was peculiar. The other party drowned mysteriously in the river. The parents of John's friend came to confront him, and rather than protecting John, Thomas joined them in questioning and punishing him. Under the weight of multiple pressures, John chose to leave home, never to return again. Thomas raised his daughter alone, and after she married, he remained solitary in that house. Charlie's mother remarked that although Thomas never uttered a word, the neighbors all knew he must be waiting for John to come home. It is a poignant tale, leaving several to ponder in silent contemplation. Mr. Thomas, in his earlier years, had succumbed to alcoholism and mistreated his family, failing to shoulder the responsibilities of fatherhood when calamity struck. Though he felt guilt over his missing son, he preferred to drown his sorrows in alcohol rather than actively search for him. His son John, seemingly pitiable, had long been absent from home and had not returned for years. He had initially become obsessed with forbidden magic and thrill-seeking, likely meeting his end far from home, with no news reaching his father, truly a hardened heart. Yet, all of this was of no concern to me as I departed the alcohol-scented building alongside Charlie's parents. Turning back to gaze at the lifeless house, it mirrored its owner, steeped in profound despondency. Charlie's father checked his watch. The curfew was fast approaching. He kindly offered for me to stay the night at their home, which I politely declined. Thus, he drove me to the dormitory, assuring me that the neighbors would look after Thomas and keep him safe. After expressing my gratitude repeatedly, I watched as Charlie's father's car receded into the distance, returning to my room just as the curfew bell rang under the watchful eye of Mrs. Tinney's. Chapter 124. The Mystery of the Superhuman Brother's Bloodline on a Rare Sunny Sunday. I left the dormitory and took a bus, heedlessly alighting at an unfamiliar stop. Surrounding me were fresh sights, buildings I had never seen before, and a lavishly decorated bar sprawling across a considerable area, where the sounds of revelry and music echoed even in broad daylight. I circumvented the bar, which was conveniently close to the beach, and walked toward the rocky shore, greeted by the salty breeze. Not far off, I spotted a small black dot on the water's surface, squinting against the sand and dust. I discerned a man in a trench coat with blonde hair. He removed his trench coat and then his inner shirt, stepping deeper into the ocean. I rushed up behind him and pulled him back onto the shore, only then realizing the overpowering stench of alcohol emanating from him. This man had deep-set eyes, pronounced dark circles, and a scruffy beard resembling that of vagabond, prompting me to reassess my initial impression of Charlie's father. This man was indeed unkempt. He coughed a couple of times, and the scent of alcohol engulfed me, causing me to stagger back several steps. The vagrant regained some semblance of awareness, his squinted eyes landing on me as he mumbled, "Alcohol. Encountering a drunken old man yesterday, and now a drunken middle-aged man today, I felt anger towards their self-destructive behavior." I tossed a stone at him and made my way toward the bus stop. Who is the unfortunate soul seeking to descend into hell by attacking my father? The other party cried out in pain. I turned around, facing him, and pointed to myself with my thumb. "You, an inexperienced young lad." He approached to get a clearer look at me, then changed his tone. "Ugh, I mistook you for someone else. Which demon from the underworld has been sent to claim my life?" Looking so unappealing, I clenched my fists, suppressing the urge to provoke trouble, and gestured amicably before attempting to leave. Yet, he suddenly shifted his tone. "You carry the scent of Eastern sorcery. Do you not wish to understand?" His abrupt change left me questioning his sanity. "By what right do you inform me? My clothes are merely floating on the sea's surface. We are both drenched. Either we have reveled in the embrace of the ocean, or I have foolishly done something, and you saved me." Then his tone turned infuriatingly flippant. Yet I would prefer it to be the latter. "Thus, I owe no one any favors. Consider this information a debt repaid." I remained skeptical, but still gestured for him to continue. Previously, I had encountered an Asian girl skilled in insect manipulation, who was ever so gentle. He seemed to reminisce about those delightful moments. I cleared my throat to bring him back to the present. She had shared with me methods of detecting sorcerers and their influence. "You exude the aura of sorcery, yet you show no signs of its affliction. Nor do you appear weak." Hence, I recalled a tale she had once told me. His voice grew softer as he spoke, compelling me to lean in closer. Unexpectedly, a stone struck my head, causing me to wince in pain and glare at him. He clapped his hands and resumed his tale. "In ancient times, there was a great sorcerer who sought to reshape the body of the god Pangu, using the world's poisons as a foundation. After a century of failures, as he neared death, he conceived the idea of using his own body as a vessel to forge an immortal form of Pangu. However, he was paralyzed by the fear of failure. Thus, he conducted the sorcery on his only remaining descendant. It is said that the screams of that offspring echoed for an entire day and night until his voice grew hoarse. Ultimately, an entity was created that was neither a success nor a failure. The great sorcerer, having exhausted all his energy during the process, perished on the spot. Upon reaching this point in his tale, he noticed my rapt attention and turned my head to the side with his hand. Too ugly for my taste. I was ready to explode, but he continued his narrative. The descendant who was transformed subsequently experienced rather bizarre occurrences. Yet, he still aged and succumbed to illness and death, unable to become impervious to blades or bullets. Nonetheless, it has long been rumored among sorcerers that his bloodline endures. Chapter 125. The Superhuman Brother and the Origin of Constantine. I stared at him. "Do you believe I am a descendant of that sorcerer?" "Uncertain, but your spirit bears a striking resemblance to that girl's insects." He rummaged through his pocket for a pack of cigarettes, only to find them thoroughly soaked. He tossed them aside into the crevices of the rocks on the shore. "The aura surrounding you is subdued by a force not of this earth." He leaned closer, inhaling deeply. "Do you require my assistance in clearing things up?" He raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of lewdness. "It will be quite exhilarating," I retorted, pushing him away and regarding him with incredulity. Are you truly so benevolent? Of course, this is something you owe me, he replied as he settled onto a seemingly clean stone. I shall repay you in due time. My favors are indeed invaluable. Suddenly, it struck me that during the storytelling, the narrative had been conveyed in Mandarin, and the vagabond opposite me had not uttered a single word. He was an extraordinary individual, possessing a puppeteer's heart. I instinctively prepared to flee. He produced a blue monocle, squinting through it to gaze at me, and declared, I am neither an alien monstrosity nor an object. I am a purebred Englishman. The very thing you ponder, perhaps I could assist in resolving while I clear things up. Another mind-reading creature, perhaps akin to the extraterrestrial that had previously ensnared the Torchwood's Minzy. Nay, merely a clever little device. So, do you require my aid? I had no interest in whatever abilities he possessed, yet the prospect of alleviating the puppeteer's heart within my mind genuinely intrigued me. Tentatively, I inquired, will the task you request be perilous? It would involve crime, would it? He produced a piece of dry grass from who knows where, placing it between his lips. I've exerted considerable effort. You should bear some risk, don't you think? Besides, do I seem like one who would incite others to commit crimes? Internally scoffing, yet my body obediently moved toward him. What kind of cooperation do you require for this clearing? He brought his fingers together, dipped them in the nearby seawater, and slowly approached me. Simply close your eyes and wait. His icy fingertips traced lines upon my forehead. With my eyes shut, the darkness transformed into a cascade of luminous beams descending from above. I lifted my gaze, revealing the Bagua diagram, the symbols of the 5 poisons aglow, yet enmeshed in a colorful blur, resembling a piece of chewed gum. A thunderous sound erupted as several golden symbols flew from afar. Morphing into blades that sliced through the haze, 8 symbols collectively dispelling the entire murk. With the blurred symbols, they soared into the center of the Bagua diagram, forming an outline, which I recognized as the puppeteer's heart that tormented me. Those symbols were the Taoist incantations from the mysterious land across the ocean. With a snap of his fingers, I opened my eyes to find myself still on the coastal mudflat, while the vagabond had already distanced himself, nearly vanishing from sight. I called out after him, Who exactly are you? I am Constantine. Remember, you owe me one. He waved his hand in farewell. That name felt eerily familiar. I pondered, recalling that I had heard it recently. A spark of realization ignited within me, and I suddenly pursued the direction he had departed. For that surname was unmistakably Mr. Thomas's. Yet, after running several hundred meters, I had not glimpsed his figure. It seemed that what I had witnessed was merely an illusion. Chapter 126. The joyful snack moment of the Superbrother. I stood there and shouted, John Constantine, your father truly misses you. The only response I received was the curious gazes of passers-by and a gentle breeze. For some reason, I felt that individual should have heard my words. After expressing what I wished to say, I planned to return home, drenched in my wet clothes. The fruits of my good deed came swiftly. I stumbled upon an Asian supermarket near the bus stop across the street. Back when I was in the United States, my parents sought to immerse me in my cultural roots, and the only means available was to visit Asian markets. After all, during my childhood, the nearest metropolitan area had yet to see the completion of Chinatown, which was at that time a disorganized mix of experiences. The Asian supermarket was filled with many of my favorite snacks and seasonings. As someone who had always been averse to milk, discovering calcium-enriched milk and Wangzai milk opened a new realm of possibilities for me. Not to mention winter, when I would indulge in a daily cup of fragrant milk tea. Ms. Martha had previously been reluctant to embrace such instant beverages, yet after sampling a small taste, she no longer discouraged my purchases. I filled a large bag with snacks, instant noodles, and milk tea, spending nearly an entire month's budget in one go. The moment I entered the dormitory with a beaming smile, Ms. Tinas asked me, Babel, did you go out to collect money? I proudly showcased my bag to Ms. Tinas, declaring it my treasure, the source of joy for the next 2 months. I offered her one of the marinated eggs, suggesting that if she desired, she could taste it. The flavor was rather unique, yet delightful. I practically skipped back to my dormitory, accompanied by my precious finds. However, upon returning to my room, I realized a significant issue. My dormitory lacked any appliance for heating water, and I was fairly certain that such devices were forbidden. During my previous borrowing of the cafeteria kitchen, I had not discovered any means to boil water either. I collapsed on the edge of my bed, indulging in futile self-pity. Ultimately, I still managed to enjoy my milk tea. Here is how it unfolded. I once again sought assistance from Miss Tinas regarding this matter. By that time, she had finished the marinated egg and, despite her concerns about its healthiness, continued to praise its intriguing flavor. Thus, when I proposed the need for a contraband electric kettle, she did not outright refuse. Instead, she suggested an alternative. While it was against the rules for students to possess kettles, I was different. I had a microwave, which could heat water. However, it was unreasonable to expect her to allow me to use it for free. The old lady feigned distress. Resigned, I produced a cup of milk tea, requesting her to heat the water in the microwave. Once prepared, I handed the steaming cup to her. I was genuinely curious about how a British elder, with a penchant for tea, would react to instant milk tea that had traveled across the seas. Neither was there unreserved praise nor disparagement, for Teenies not only suffered a burn, but was also choked by the coconut pulp. I swiftly poured her a glass of ice water to help her regain her composure. Once she had recovered, Teenies proceeded to pour half a cup of ice in her paper cup, gave it a gentle shake, and began to indulge in her milk tea through the straw. Observing that her straw could no longer draw any tea, she set down her cup and remarked, "It's somewhat lacking in sweetness and barely has a hint of tea flavor. However, the taste of the milk tea and the little fruit bits are quite intriguing." Ultimately, we reached a mutual agreement. For each cup of hot water I provided, I would receive a cup of milk tea in return, and in addition, I could procure a small cake from her. This week, the immense pressure of my studies nearly overwhelmed me, leading to an incessant reliance on my stress relief snacks, which were perpetually in my grasp. At one moment, I indulged in a darkly braised duck leg, and at another, I savored spicy chicken feet, along with noodles drenched in chili oil. Were it not for Tao, a semi-local who elucidated matters for me, I suspect my classmates would consider me quite mad. Nonetheless, my actions attracted considerable attention. Recently, a girl with blue-purple hair has shown an eagerness to sample the snacks I bring, and after tasting them, her expression appears satisfied, yet she consistently utters incomprehensible phrases. Initially, I thought she might be speaking a niche language, but upon inquiring with a teacher, I was informed that our school does not have a girl matching her description, and the language I recounted was not recognized by any of the faculty. Chapter 127. The mysterious girl encountered by the super brother following our conversation. I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was I truly an unnoticed existence, possessing knowledge of a language unknown to others? That afternoon, I took a leave of absence and hurried to the bay where the Torchwood stood. However, neither the bus, the taxi, nor even my number 11 bus could reach the Torchwood's base. Although we were well acquainted with the route, the directions seemed to be in a state of disarray, as if the entire city had been turned upside down. To the outside world, my actions appeared bizarre, for I encountered uniformed police officers for the 4th time in this city. They escorted me back to the station, where I underwent alcohol and drug testing, despite my clear explanations of my circumstances. Yet, they merely completed their tasks and locked me in a temporary cell, disregarding me thereafter. In the corner of the cell, I encountered once more the girl who existed outside the teacher's memories. She was exhaling smoke and sharing it with a group around her, punctuated by bursts of laughter that were startling. Upon seeing me, she approached eagerly, extending her palm, a clear request for snacks. I informed her that all my belongings had been confiscated by the officers, but she showed no disappointment and shouted towards the officer standing guard outside the cell. The initially impatient officer, after locking eyes with the girl, staggered away as if intoxicated, wandering off into the distance. Before long, she returned, carrying some items in her hands. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was my school uniform and personal belongings. The girl rummaged through my possessions, seemingly unimpressed by any novel discoveries, and with a disappointed pout, she selected an ordinary lollipop to pop in her mouth. I reclaimed my belongings and turned my gaze to the officer from earlier, who was curled up in a corner, hugging himself and calling for his mother, resembling an 8-year-old boy who had unexpectedly found himself in a police station. I glanced back at the girl beside me. She shrugged nonchalantly, asserting that she had committed no wrongdoing, merely highlighting the fragility of a man's heart. A cool breeze brushed against my neck, prompting me to slowly distance myself from her. Yet, as I moved to that corner, her face suddenly appeared before me. It seemed I had not been retreating, but rather drawing closer to her. My senses and consciousness no longer aligned with rationality. This girl stood there, devoid of any overt display of power. Yet she effortlessly influenced the atmosphere surrounding us. Paralyzed by indecision, I struggled to ensure that my thoughts were congruent with my actions. I attempted to call out to the others in the cell, but they remained unresponsive. Some shrieked, others stared vacantly in silence, while a few began to seek forbidden joys within the confines of that small space. In this area, I was the last one clinging to sanity. I could not ascertain whether the girl opposite me was of sound mind. Just moments ago, she had answered a question I hadn't voiced, and now, with a lollipop in her mouth, she smiled mysteriously at me. At that moment, she began to speak to the air beside her. "Oh, my dear sister, have you come to see me?" Then, frowning, she continued, "Oh, you are simply preoccupied with your own affairs. No, it does not concern me. I merely let them glimpse their innermost thoughts." Outside the cell, the officer had ceased to breathe, his face marred with fresh blood, and there was a dent in the wall. He had collided with it. Why had I not heard it? Surely, we were less than 5 meters apart. Perhaps I had succumbed to the same madness as those around me, unaware of my own descent into insanity. "No, sister, stay with me. I feel so lonely and bored." She continued her conversation with the air, her tone not that of a girl her age, but rather reminiscent of a 3-year-old's babbling. Chapter 128. The superhero brother is toyed with a police officer laid dead before me. My legs weakened, collapsing beneath me as I knelt on the ground. She turned her head to glance at me, then spoke to the air on the other side. "You see him? He is merely not yet my toy. He has not fully entered my realm." "Sister, do you mean there is something in his mind?" The girl fixated on me, extending her finger in my direction. In terror, I scrambled backward, only to collide with her outstretched finger. Her fingertip did not pierce my skin. It merely rested against my forehead, and I realized her touch was abnormally cold, devoid of the warmth of a typical human. And that unseen sister, overwhelmed by panic, I felt compelled to attempt communication with the girl. As I was about to speak, the girl shushed loudly, disrupting the atmosphere. The words I intended to voice were forcibly swallowed back. She closed her eyes, and through her eyelids, I could perceive her irises incessantly rotating. Subsequently, she withdrew her hands, her eyes brimming with disappointment. Alas, this toy had already attracted attention. "Sister, could you perhaps persuade brother to relinquish this toy to me?" She seemingly grasped something in the air. "You claim he is indifferent, yet the remnants of his power distinctly linger within that object. Very well. If brother chooses to ignore it, I shall extract the item and transform it into my own plaything." Her aura shifted dramatically. In a swift motion, one hand lunged towards me, and upon her touch, an overwhelming force propelled me backwards. My back collided heavily against the glass of the cell, akin to being charged by a mighty bull, every bone in my body feeling as though it might splinter. The girl stood unscathed, furiously exclaiming, "Who dares to impede me?" As if defying fate, she extended her hand toward me once more, and I felt like a mouse toyed with by a cunning cat. Flung into the air, a piercing pain shot through my head, urging me to distance myself from her. Yet, I could not escape the 1-meter radius that bound me. Every attempt to flee led me astray. After several harrowing encounters, I gasped for breath, my body chilled, drowsiness overwhelming me. When she reached out again, I realized that if I endured another encounter, I might slip into an eternal slumber. Her hand hovered before my eyes, obscuring my vision with her palm, smooth and devoid of any lines. This girl was undeniably not human, I mused, as I heard her say, "Sister, you attend to your matters, do not obstruct me. Today is not the time for his demise." Sister, with our stature, what is it to eliminate an undeserving human? If need be, I shall simply retrieve him from the underworld later. The elusive sister, who had said something to her, ultimately led the girl to withdraw her hand. Having narrowly escaped a dire fate, I collapsed on the ground, slapping my own face twice. I could not afford to succumb to sleep now, for it would be perilous. The girl made another move. She did not approach, but merely stood and snapped her fingers. A warm current surged from my head to my feet. The drowsiness and coldness I had felt moments ago vanished, and the urge to vomit blood was suppressed. I gazed at her in confusion, pondering why she needed to touch me earlier when she could influence me from a distance. At this moment, her gaze shifted from playful to one of cold indifference, as if observing an inanimate object. In the blink of an eye, she was outside the cell, stretching lazily, noticing that I was still watching her. "Though you may not become my toy, it is somewhat regrettable, yet you have provided a modicum of amusement. Should you wish to seek vengeance, feel free to come after me. Remember, my name is Madness." Her figure vanished into thin air, leaving behind not a trace save for her words. Ultimately, it was my school teacher who bailed me out, the experience proving to be quite extraordinary. Originally, the teachers noticed my sudden disappearance and reported it to the police. Subsequently, officers discovered a policeman had been fatally struck outside the holding cell. A thorough investigation of all inmates ensued, revealing my presence, a suspect whose information had not been logged but who was confined in that very place. Initially, the authorities suspected a connection between the officer's demise and my situation, reluctant to release me. Ultimately, surveillance footage revealed that the officer had collided with the wall of his own accord, an inexplicable act that could only be classified as suicide. It was only then that my teachers arrived at the police station to secure my release. Chapter 129. The super brother attends an elite gathering after managing to appease my teacher's inquiries. I portrayed myself as a lost soul, mistakenly identified by the officers as an eccentric youth under the influence due to my appearance. My peculiar behavior, though odd, had never crossed the line, and my teachers accepted my explanation, allowing me to return to my dormitory for rest. Once I secured the door, I endeavored to calm my racing thoughts, lying in bed and attempting to drift into slumber. The frenzied words I had uttered replayed in my mind, their profound implications leading me to question whether a hidden hand was orchestrating the events I had endured. Amidst anxiety and fatigue, my awareness gradually faded from the external world, and the darkness of dreams enveloped my consciousness. The celestial map of the 5 poisons and 8 trigrams dimmed to near invisibility, with the central silhouette of the puppet's heart melting away in several places, as if a child had haphazardly erased it with an eraser. It seemed that they had previously resisted the encroachment of madness, but I pondered the source of their power. Could it be the enigmatic brother of madness? What had John Constantine done to me prior? My consciousness gazed upon the almost dissipated star map in the night sky, which then transitioned into day, and I opened my eyes in bed. Rising to a sitting position, I felt utterly drained, my mind still shrouded in fog. Despite having slept for what felt like an eternity, fatigue clung to me, having already taken leave the day before and missed classes due to my detention. I could not afford to be absent again today. This state of despondency lingered for an entire week as everyone prepared for the impending final examinations. I had several additional papers compared to my peers, along with a group presentation and reflections on stargazing for my club. On one hand, I struggled to combat the symptoms of dizziness and headaches. On the other, I found myself confined to the library all day, racing to catch up on assignments. This relentless routine left my eyes bloodshot and my hair falling out in clumps. Fortunately, before I could face the prospect of baldness, I managed to complete my finals and papers, and with Isaac's tutoring, I barely secured a passing grade for my stargazing reflections. My academic performance did not plummet below my psychological threshold. The teacher who had bailed me out expressed astonishment at my grades upon seeing my noticeably thinning hairline, yet many of his words remained unspoken. However, even after passing my exams, my holiday remained elusive, as the exchange program I had enrolled in was jointly funded by the Luther Group and the Wayne Group. These two enterprises, having witnessed the British royal family flaunt their strength following this year's royal wedding, planned to host a gathering on Memorial Day, inviting the CRME de la CRME of British society and politicians. As students participating in the exchange program, we find ourselves embodying the tangible fruits of collaboration between our group and the nation at this gathering. When the relevant agreements were signed, I noted the stipulations requiring cooperation with enterprises for nonprofit marketing endeavors. I had presumed that they would consider their image and refrain from inviting me. Yet, the invitation arrived at the school, accompanied by a check for 100 yuan to cover attire rental and transportation expenses. Their approach was assertive. They seemed unconcerned about the possibility of my absence or the potential for me to abscond with the check. With Charlie's assistance, I procured a seemingly expensive suit, exhausting the funds provided, while Nick promised to drive me to the venue on the day of the event. Dressed in a slightly ill-fitting suit and riding in the second-hand car purchased by Nick, I arrived outside a splendid building. Nick informed me that this venue typically hosts concerts by internationally renowned musicians and pointed out the convenient taxi drop-off area before departing for his own engagements. I adjusted my attire outside the theater and approached the entrance, where security required me to present my invitation. However, upon rummaging through my pockets, I discovered that the piece of paper was nowhere to be found. In my haste to change clothes at school, the tightness of my shirt had diverted my focus, causing me to inadvertently leave the invitation in the pocket of my casual attire. I attempted to explain my predicament to the security personnel outside, but his list only contained the names of prominent individuals. Our exchange students, merely decorative and illustrative, were not included. I was unable to gain entry, my mind racing with thoughts of violating the agreement and the ensuing consequences of being deemed in breach. What was happening here? A deep voice resonated from behind me. I turned to see a man, even taller and more imposing than Clark, with dark hair and blue eyes, exuding an air of restrained nobility. Beside him stood a boy, slightly shorter but bearing a striking resemblance, also with dark hair and blue eyes, unmistakably hinting at a father-son connection. I recognized the towering figure as Bruce Wayne, the wealthy magnate from the neighboring city of Gotham. The security guard also recognized him immediately, removing his hat in a gesture of respect. "Mr. Wayne, this boy claims to be an invited exchange student, but he cannot produce an invitation, nor is his name on the list." Bruce Wayne first cast a glance my way before subtly gesturing to the boy beside him. The boy's blue eyes scanned me from head to toe before nodding at Bruce. Babel Kent, son of a farmer from Smallville, with an average academic record in the United States, and has sustained a burn injury during his time in England. Confirming my identity, Bruce Wayne nodded to the security guard and proceeded into the theater with the boy. The guard allowed me passage as well, and upon entering, the head server quickly ushered me to a corner table where several students were already seated. A few of them I had exchanged pleasantries with at the main campus, all adorned in what appeared to be expensive suits or gowns, seemingly uncomfortable as they adjusted their attire. The gathering commenced formally with the arrival of Bruce. The guests, previously seated around the dining tables, began to rise with their glasses in hand, engaging in social interactions. Only the individuals at my table remained, listening to the soothing melodies performed by the live band while nervously partaking in the delicacies presented before us. A few glances were cast in my direction, where my severely scarred visage prompted hushed whispers among those nearby. As socializing continued for approximately half an hour, I savored the exquisite dishes laid before me. A clinking of glasses resonated from the center of the room, and I stood with my juice to investigate. At the heart of the gathering stood Bruce Wayne, holding a wine glass while delivering his opening remarks, elaborating on the potential future endeavors of Wayne Enterprises in the UK. As his speech neared its conclusion, he mentioned the exchange students sponsored by Wayne Enterprises, highlighting their commendable achievements in the UK. He notably referenced my name, stating that one student had faced a harrowing ordeal. Abducted by a cult, he bore severe burns covering nearly 60% of his body, yet he excelled academically during the exchange semester. Thus, Wayne Enterprises had prepared a holiday fund to encourage this young man's resilient spirit. "Then, Babel Kent, please come forward," he called. Unprepared for this moment, I placed my cup on the nearest table, apologized, and navigated through the crowd to bow before Mr. Bruce, quietly standing beside him. Bruce embraced me for a few photographs, then patted my shoulder, addressing the audience. "Wayne Enterprises will initiate more talent programs in the future, hoping to provide opportunities for more young talents to realize their ambitions." His resonant voice echoed splendidly throughout the venue, akin to a hymn, and many captivated ladies and gentlemen were entranced by his allure, highlighted by his striking blue eyes illuminated by the lights. In my lower gaze, I was oblivious to all of this, only fixating on the matte, luxurious shoes Bruce wore, silently speculating their value. It was Bruce's voice that brought me back to reality. "Babel, what are you pondering?" I hastily forced a smile, replying, "I was contemplating how generous Wayne Enterprises is. I aspire to secure an opportunity to work for you, Mr. Bruce." "Good lad. I eagerly anticipate your resume," he responded, shaking my hand before encouraging me to mingle with other young individuals. I understood this to mean that my role as a decorative piece had concluded, and it was time to return to my own space. Navigating through the crowd, once more, I returned to my previous table, dabbing the sweat from my forehead with a napkin. The sensation of being the center of attention was decidedly uncomfortable. It was truly admirable how Mr. Bruce could deliver his speech with composure amidst the avaricious, scrutinizing, and fervent gazes of the audience. Chapter 130. The transactions unspoken by Superman's brother. I consoled myself with mouthfuls of food, startled by the earlier events. Meanwhile, my classmates across the table, intending to approach me for conversation, hesitated upon witnessing my ravenous demeanor. A young man accompanying Bruce approached me, bringing with him a host of notable figures nearby. He occupied the empty seat beside me and greeted me with a warm introduction. Hello, I am Dick Grayson. Regarding the fund we just mentioned, we require your contact information to facilitate the transfer to your account. I provided the dormitory phone number, the school's address, and my email, noting that my access to computers in the UK was quite limited, resulting in potential delays in receiving emails. After concluding his initial statement, Dick transitioned to the next topic. In fact, we have been keeping an eye on students involved in our exchange program. It appears you have encountered quite a few thrilling experiences here. Would you be willing to share some of your story with Wayne Enterprises? Rest assured, no one will learn of any confidentiality breaches. I felt a tinge of uncertainty. Was this an attempt by Wayne Enterprises to delve into extraterrestrial affairs? Or was it Bruce Wayne's personal curiosity? We are prepared to offer some encouragement and support for your narrative. Suddenly, it dawned on me that the Waynes were looking to compensate me for recounting my previous extraterrestrial encounters. While it seemed rather crass, it struck a chord with my vulnerabilities. As our family farm had been suffering from deficits for far too long, I can certainly recount some prior events, but I hope Wayne Enterprises will consider assisting our family farm in return. Would that be acceptable? Dick glanced towards the center of the crowd at Bruce, and then nodded at me, suggesting he might have an earpiece or a similar device. Let us find a more private location, and I shall share the information you seek directly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Dick added, There's a private lounge designated for Bruce. Follow me. Under the watchful eyes of the gathering, I trailed behind the second focal point of the soiree, Dick Grayson, to a secluded corner. Bruce Wayne's lounge appeared to be a transformed actor's dressing room, though the air was saturated with the scent of perfume. A faint trace of makeup lingered. The leather sofa, the soft yet bright lighting, and the sound system capable of capturing the subtle nuances from the earlier event created an inviting atmosphere. Dick detected the slight aroma of foundation in the air. He momentarily frowned, but quickly relaxed, offering a brief explanation. Typically, Bruce does not frequent this lounge, so the accommodations might be somewhat lacking today. I couldn't quite fathom why this Gotham gentleman exuded an air of British charm, even in his meticulous attention to detail, reminiscent of the British elite. I shook my head. A hint of cosmetic scent was trivial compared to the aroma of our cattle and sheep roaming freely at home. What would you like to know? I steered the conversation back to the pertinent matter. Much like with various instructors from my past, we engaged in a roundabout exchange of pleasantries, filling the morning with casual banter. I heard that at the beginning of the semester, you were still at the main campus in London, and quite a few things transpired. His inquiry was unmistakably pointed. I relayed the entire saga of the faculty members being controlled by extraterrestrials, along with my own conjectures. As you know, the financial assistance from Wayne Enterprises is invaluable. It cannot be swindled with half-truths. It is a familiar, deep voice, resonating with the haunting howls of a wolf beneath the moonlit night, yet imbued with the ferocity akin to the roars of tigers and leopards. Bruce Wayne, his cheeks flushed, adorned with several crimson lip imprints upon his tie, presents a stark contrast between the disarray at his collar and the neatness of other areas. He languidly reclines upon the sofa, yet the glimmer in his eyes casts a shadow over me. I am not entirely certain. I merely piece together fragments of information based on rumors. I stammered in my explanation. Bruce straightened his posture, dispelling the languor of intoxication with an imposing aura. His robust upper body, though seemingly distant, loomed before me like a mountain. Well, even if you have provided the majority of the veritable information, there remains a gap to be bridged. He casually accepted the glass of water handed to him by Dick. Even a mundane glass in his grasp radiated a brilliance akin to diamonds. We, the Waynes, appeared to be at a disadvantage. There was a tone of meticulous calculation in his words, laced with the mockery of a dandy. And his eyes, those blue eyes that seemed to plunge into the depths of one's soul, gazed at me, leaving me momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 131. A long dream of Superman's brother. What, then, do you believe I possess that could reconcile the disparity in your estimation, Mr. Bruce? I inquired softly. He feigned contemplation, yet quickly articulated. I have heard of your prior burn injuries, publicly attributed to a cult. However, it has come to our attention that you seem to have vanished for a period following this incident, and that you had connections with a certain organization. The entirety of the burn incident, alongside the details regarding that organization, constitutes the gap that must be filled. Jack had not prohibited me from discussing this matter before returning me to school. and I find it implausible that someone of Bruce's status would remain unaware of the existence of the Torchwood. I recounted the event broadly, omitting details about the Signal Man and the Puppet Heart. I also introduced the general framework and members of Torchwood, though I refrained from discussing the occurrences within, merely stating that I had largely been in a state of closed treatment, thus unfamiliar with the outside world. As for the doctor, I mentioned merely our 2 encounters, lacking any deeper insight. Then, regarding the hospital incident, why were you present at the scene? Dick inquired on Bruce's behalf. Concerning this matter, local officials sought to pin the blame on me, which incited my frustration. Thus, I recounted the sequence of events as previously shared with me. This conversation spanned half an hour, punctuated by my repeated sips of water, while Bruce and Dick observed me in silence, interjecting with questions only on specific details. Their gaze unwavering. I felt as though every gesture of mine was scrutinized under the glare of high-powered lights, every expression and subtle movement laid bare before them. Upon concluding my narrative, they exchanged glances, and Dick rose, extending his hand towards me. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Kent. The farm subsidy you requested will be disbursed to your farm account within 1 to 2 months. You may now return to your seat and continue with the gathering. I shook his hand as Dick remarked that there was hair on my shoulder, gently patting it away. As he drew closer, a subtle scent of wood wafted through the air. Feeling a bit shy, I stepped back and quickly made my way towards the dining table in the corner. Bruce and Dick, remaining in the lounge, confirmed my departure before closing the door. Bruce turned to Dick, inquiring, "How much truth do you think that young lad just spoke to us?" Their eyes met, and Dick, well aware of the man's desire for his adopted son to exhibit strength and decisiveness, recognized that merely holding Bruce's gaze was a commendable act. "It was all truth," he replied, though he undoubtedly omitted many details. Moreover, when we questioned him about his understanding of extraterrestrial objects, his answers were vague, taking an average of 0.7 seconds longer than before, with signs of evasion in his eyes. He may indeed have undergone closed treatment, yet he must have encountered, or at the very least, been in close proximity to extraterrestrial items. Bruce nodded thoughtfully and added, "I heard that the royal family from the Shadow Nation experienced a security shift following a wedding, and even a baron went missing." He adjusted his posture when we mentioned it. Our investigation could delve into this matter. Furthermore, let's prepare an online dossier for Mr. Kent, classified at the highest level. He glanced at Dick's hand. "The tracker you placed around his neck is the one with life index detection, correct?" Dick nodded, and Bruce continued, "We shall compile his data weekly, documenting it in the file and setting up special situation alerts. Additionally, inform the educational institutions in Gotham not to accept any applications from Babel Kent. Gotham does not require unstable individuals." After Dick responded, Bruce rose once more, feigning drunkenness at the door, and with Dick's assistance, ambled back into the venue. The other students at the dining table were fixated on me, all speculating about what Dick had confided, yet none spoke up, much to my relief as I savored the opportunity to avoid explanations. The recently served ice cream dessert was a delightful contrast to the sweets from the supermarket school. Here, the desserts were rich in fruity flavors and perfectly sweetened. After requesting 2 refills of ice cream from a server, the atmosphere grew noisy as Bruce and Dick, under the pretext of inebriation, escorted a lovely lady out of the venue. Having satisfied my appetite, I inquired with the staff and obtained a hotel room key prepared by Wayne Enterprises for exchange students unable to return to their dormitories after curfew. I swiftly exited the seemingly dreamlike, yet ostentatiously extravagant gathering. I originally contemplated calling my parents overseas from the hotel, urging them to prepare for the subsidy arrangements with Wayne Group. However, I reconsidered, reflecting on the words I had exchanged. Could such a mere exchange truly yield financial assistance? If they were to forget this matter upon leaving the venue, my words would merely result in disappointing my parents, leading me to abandon the thought. I opened the door to my hotel room, which was both clean and spacious, and on the bedside table lay a bank card. Beneath the card was an exquisite floral paper. "It is our honor to provide you with a travel bonus from Wayne Group. We hope you enjoy a splendid holiday after the semester, and may you be sculpted by time like a precious gem, becoming ever more radiant. Wayne Group leaves the password, your birthday." Gazing at the bank card resting quietly on the surface, joy and contentment surged within me. I had unexpectedly received a bonus, and I began to plan the Christmas gifts I would send to my parents. A cashmere scarf for my mother, leather shoes and sherry for my father, a leather jacket and snacks for Clark, and red tea for my grandfather, whom I would meet for the first time. With this detailed mental itinerary, I succumbed to a deep slumber on the hotel's soft, plush bed. It was such a dream that I awoke to discover I had slept for 2 days. Fortunately, Wayne Group had chosen a post-consumption billing process. Otherwise, I would have had to add travel expenses to my prolonged slumber. As I stepped out of the hotel, I continued to ponder the events of my dream. In it, I recalled that the Prime Minister of the Shadow Nation had been elected, and on the day of his election, he publicly announced the arrival of extraterrestrials. During a subsequent press conference, he showcased a small UFO-like alien. This led to a global United Nations assembly, after which the world began constructing some unknown type of building. My exchange program was rendered void, and I was dispatched as an illegal immigrant to a construction site, laboring daily with sand, bricks, concrete, and plastic. My sleep was restricted to merely 3 hours each night, and I soon found myself on the brink of mental collapse. I even escaped the construction site, only to encounter the doctor's female companion during my journey as a vagabond. Chapter 132. The dream encountered the superbrother. Upon seeing me mention the doctor and Jack, she agreed to travel with me, and I learned her name was Martha. Before meeting the doctor, she had been an intern, completing her residency at a hospital. The current situation was that she and the doctor had been cast into the cosmos before its obliteration due to Jack's smuggling. They were aiding the last remnants of humanity in repairing a rocket to Eden. There, they encountered the doctor's amnesiac kin, a sorcerer. By a twist of fate, the sorcerer regained his memories and seized the TARDIS, returning to the present. The doctor and his companions arrived a few months later through Jack's timepiece. The sorcerer had utilized the TARDIS's temporal abilities and his knowledge beyond this era to become the Prime Minister of the Shadow Nation. Meanwhile, the doctor and his companions, through the sorcerer's treachery, found themselves branded as fugitives. The wanted notice had not reached Cardiff, hence my lack of awareness. Ultimately, with assistance, the doctor and his companions reached the airship constructed under the sorcerer's command and confronted him during the United Nations Assembly. The extraterrestrials summoned by the mage were, in truth, the last remnants of humanity journeying towards Eden. Instead of finding a sanctuary, they were intercepted by the mage and transformed into mechanical spacecraft. In that moment, hundreds of thousands of these vessels became weapons, soaring across the globe to subjugate the leaders and government officials of every nation. The doctor and his companions also fell captive to the mage, leading to the entire Earth becoming his private domain. To thwart the intervention of cosmic law enforcers, he constructed new energy turrets in various countries, including the very structures I had labored upon. Martha was the sole survivor who escaped from the airship. She roamed the world, gathering weapons to resist the mage. In the oppressed nations, a prophecy began to circulate. A woman named Martha would travel the lands, collecting arms to defeat the mage. And when she stood before him once more, it would herald his downfall. Yet, when I encountered her, she bore a silver briefcase, which I had never seen her open. As she continued her wanderings, whenever she arrived at a gathering of humanity, she would unite the people to recount the doctor's tale. Upon encountering a large collective of humans, even those who typically displayed no reactions were stirred. The collective sorrow, despair, melancholy, worry, fear, and a flicker of hope were palpable, weaving through the air like delicate threads of emotion. I understood that if even that glimmer of hope were extinguished, it would spell the end for humanity. Thus, I endeavored to strengthen those threads whenever we met, hoping to prolong their expectations. Over time, Martha discerned that my presence during her narratives ignited even greater fervor among the listeners. Consequently, she insisted I accompany her in every recounting. When we returned to the Shadowed Land, it had been 5 years since we had evaded the mage's pursuers, drifting upon the sea for nearly a month. By then, I had revisited my unmasked homeland, and under the tutelage of an elderly Taoist master in the art of inner breath, my abilities had been enhanced. I could not only wield my powers in daily life, but also perceive a broader spectrum of emotions. Indeed, upon meeting someone for the first time, I could discern their intentions, both benevolent and malevolent. This time, after Martha concluded her tale at a human gathering on the outskirts of the city, she and the leader of the local resistance sought out a woman who possessed advanced electromagnetic technology. It seemed her expertise was needed to activate the weapon Martha carried. Although I had never seen Martha collect this armament or even open it, the moment I laid eyes on the woman, I sensed her ill intentions. I signaled Martha with my gaze, yet she appeared oblivious to my warning. Unable to expose the truth directly, I grasped Martha's hand, preparing to flee. In that brief interlude, the woman had already summoned the mage's fleet of flying saucers. In a bid to protect her son, she betrayed us, betraying humanity's hope. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that her son had become a member of the UFO squad, and that she herself had been slain by them. In an effort to shield Martha, I, alongside the leader of the local resistance, met our demise at the hands of the UFOs. And the box in Martha's possession was obliterated by their laser. She was subsequently taken aboard the Wizard's airship, where she encountered her family, Jack, reduced to slavery, and the doctor, aged to the point of confinement in a birdcage. The Wizard indulged in mockery before her, belittling the doctor with scorn. However, the relentless efforts Martha had exerted over the years bore fruit at this critical juncture. The unwavering faith of countless individuals in the doctor replenished the energy of the Time Lord, restoring him to his former glory. Jack and others liberated the TARDIS, causing numerous undesired extraterrestrial beings to vanish from the present. In a fit of rage, the Wizard prepared to detonate a global weapon, intending to take the doctor down with him. Yet, the human wife, long subjected to his brainwashing and oppression, seized a gun and delivered the final blow. In his dying moments, he snatched Jack's timepiece and vanished from the scene, embarking towards an unknown time.